This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Dear Blue Star people, congratulations on being selected into the world of Golden Shovel Survival and officially becoming a survivor. Maybe you still have a lot of things you don't understand. Please check the basic rules for yourself. You come here for only one goal, to improve your base, build the strongest troops, and then become the strongest. First, everyone has a EP1 wooden house as a base. Once the base is destroyed, it will be judged as a failure. The price of failure is death. Second, the system issues 10 gold coins every day. For every 10 gold coins, you can get an extra gold coin as interest every day. The upper limit of interest is 5 gold coins. Third, gold coins can be used to upgrade bases, build barracks, and recruit chess pieces. There are ties between various chess pieces, which need to be discovered by players themselves. Fourth, there are various terrifying monsters outside the base. Killing wild monsters may get random supplies. All supplies and equipment can only be obtained through dropped by killing monsters. 5. Each player has a chat panel, can communicate with other players, and can also initiate transactions to exchange various materials. 6. The first 10 days are the novice protection period. No monsters will actively attack the player base. Players can rest assured in the base. But after the protection period, there will be a monster invasion every week, and the monsters will become stronger and stronger. Constantly strengthening your chess piece strength is your only hope to survive. 7. The base can be upgraded. Please check the detailed rules yourself. 8. I wish you all a happy survival. The voices rang in his ears, making EP1 a little unable to react. After absorbing all the information, he realized that he had traveled through time and space, and traveled to a world where everyone survived with a golden shovel. The soldiers summoned by the barracks in this world are all the chess pieces in the golden shovel, and they have various bonds to strengthen themselves. But there are no hints about these bonds, and everyone has to guess them. In this Golden Shovel survival world, no one else seems to have any information about the Golden Shovel game. In other words, except EP1, no one else knows the bonds between these chess pieces. EP1 looked around and found that he was in an open space with a wooden house in the middle of the open space. I think this is the so-called base. Outside the base is a forest, and it is impossible to see what is outside. There is a circle of wooden fences around the open space, but it is so simple that it can't play any protective role. At most, it can be regarded as announcing the scope of his territory to outsiders. EP1 called out the chat panel at this time, which is very similar to the QQ group interface before crossing. At this time, the chat room has exploded, and a group of people are all asking what is going on. What's going on? I was just cooking. How come I came to Gene Show to survive? I just caught a 20 Gene fish, and it just disappeared. Is this a prank show? Am I still on Blue Star? EP1 took a quick look and found that most of the information was meaningless, so he closed the chat panel and prepared to check the details of the barracks. Open the barracks construction option. There are 5 random first-level barracks. Each barracks requires 5 gold coins to build. LV1 base can only build 1 barracks. After building the barracks, gold coins are needed to recruit chess pieces. The chess pieces in the first-level barracks require 1 gold coin to recruit 1 chess piece. That is to say, for most people, they can only choose to build a barracks on the first day, and then recruit 5 pawns to go out and hunt monsters. Or they can just stay at the base on the first day, so that they can get the interest of 10 gold coins, and they can have 21 gold coins on the second day. Among EP1's barracks construction options, the 5 different barracks are Amumu, Darius, Baum, Lux, and Morgana. The barracks only have names, and there is no specific attribute introduction, and there is a small text introduction below the barracks. 5 barracks can be provided for selection every day, and they will be refreshed once a day. If there are barracks that are needed, you can choose to lock them without refreshing them. Just when EP1 was hesitating about how he should choose, a voice suddenly came to his ears. Ding! It is detected that the host has traveled to the Golden Shovel survival world. The system will provide the host with a random hex deck enhancement every week. Does the host want to receive the first hex deck now? Hearing this voice, EP1 laughed immediately. Sure enough, the standard gold finger for crossing still needs to be there. I just don't know what good things the hex deck sent by the system can bring to me. System, claim it now. After EP1 chose to claim it, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and the light kept changing from silver, gold, and color, making EP1 a little dazzled. Soon, the light began to stop, and it was dazzling color. Congratulations to the host, this time you have drawn Prismatic Hex Deck, War Treasure 3. War Treasure 3. When you kill a monster, There is a 40% chance of dropping extra loot. Hearing this, Yifeng felt as if he had drunk a bottle of ice cola in the middle of summer, and that feeling was just one word. Cool. The first time I extracted the Hex talent, I got Prismatic Hex, which is also a very practical war treasure. Killing monsters has an additional 40% chance of dropping loot, so when I go hunting with my chess pieces later, I will definitely get more rewards than others, and I will definitely be one step ahead. After extracting the Hex talent, Yifeng looked at the barracks construction interface again. Amumu, Darius, Bomb, Lux, Morgana. There are 5 different barracks. The first 2 are front row chess pieces, and the last 3 are back row chess pieces. Without any hesitation, Yifeng directly chose Darius and locked the barracks construction. Darius's bond is Iron Blood Conqueror and Supervision, and Amumu has the same Supervision bond with him. After locking it, he can get 2 Supervision bonds tomorrow to make the chess piece attributes stronger. Choose to build the Darius barracks. As Yifeng finished speaking, a tent suddenly appeared in the empty space, and above the tent, there was a shadow of Darius. Is this the barracks? Yifeng walked to the front of the barracks and immediately received a prompt. Do you want to spend 1 gold coin to recruit a chess piece? Yifeng did not hesitate at all, and directly chose to use the last 5 gold coins to recruit 5 Darius. Instantly, the barracks lit up, and then 5 burly men wearing armor and holding giant axes lined up in the barracks, which was only the size of a tent. Die in my hands. 5 Noxes stood in a row, with a star symbol on their heads. Looking at the 5 Noxes in front of him, Yifeng was a little puzzled. Hey, isn't the star upgrade rule different from the golden shovel? Isn't it 2 stars for 3 chess pieces? Chapter 2. The chess piece has not been upgraded, but Yifeng is not prepared to study it carefully. After all, the existence of a golden shovel for survival is unreasonable. If someone else from Blue Star travels here, they will definitely ridicule that this is definitely a fantasy of a shovel player who has not received any food from alchemy and is going out. It is even more unreasonable to require the complete restoration of the mechanism in the golden shovel game. Therefore, Yifeng did not delve into it, and walked out of the base with his 5 Darius, commonly known as Noxes. As a 1-cost card, Darius has the skill Kill All Around. He swings the giant axe in his hand and spins to attack, causing damage to all enemies around and causing bleeding damage, and can also restore a certain amount of his own health. With both offense and defense, choosing him as the initial chess piece will definitely not be a big problem. For safety reasons, Yifeng ordered the 5 Noxes to form a circle, and he stood in the center of the circle so that he could protect the 5 Noxes in front of him at any time. After stepping out of the base, he entered the forest. Although it was noon, the forest was too dense, and the sunlight could only shine through the leaves. The forest was quiet, without any chirping of insects or birds, which was obviously abnormal. Thinking of this, for the safety of his precious chess pieces, Yifeng tightly protected a Noxus in front of him to prevent any accidents. The sound of AOs sounded, and a dull roar broke the silence of the forest. In the forest not far away, it seemed that some beast was approaching. Seeing this, Yifeng became a little nervous, wondering what the terrifying monster in the game of Golden Shovel Survival looked like. Soon, the monster came out of the shadows, and Yifeng saw the true face of these monsters. There were 3 monsters in total, with dark green skin, bat-like ears, walking upright on legs, and holding a wooden stick in their hands. This so-called monster was the goblin. After seeing the goblin, Yifeng's heart suddenly relaxed. There were only 3 goblins, but there were 5 Noxes on his side. 5 against 3, the advantage is mine. Damn it, you scared me, Noxes, come on, kill these goblins. With Yifeng's order, all 5 Noxes rushed up with giant axes. And when the goblins saw the Noxes rushing up, they also rushed up with wooden sticks. There was no suspense in the battle. Although the 5 Noxes also suffered some damage, they still easily solved the 3 goblins. Ding, War Treasure Hextech talent has been triggered. Get an extra piece of loot. Ding, War Treasure Hextech talent has been triggered. Get an extra piece of loot. 2 system prompts came in a row, and 2 of the 3 goblins dropped extra loot, which was a relatively good chance. After the goblin died, the body disappeared directly, leaving only 3 white orbs on the ground. 1 dropped by the 3 goblins themselves, and the other 2 dropped by the war treasure. Looking at the disappeared body, Yifeng shook his head regretfully. What a pity! If the body is not refreshed, maybe you can try the taste of goblin barbecue in terms of supplies. Yifeng asked the 5 Noxes to keep an eye on the surrounding situation, and he walked forward to pick up the 3 orbs. When Yifeng touched the white magic ball with his hand, the magic ball disappeared instantly, and a prompt sound rang in his ears. Open the white magic ball loot. Get 10 bottles of bottled mineral water. Open the white magic ball loot, get 1 lighter. Open the white magic ball loot, get 10 sausages. The 3 magic balls are all the supplies needed for life. At this time, Yifeng finally understood what it meant to start with a dog and rely on fighting for equipment. Yifeng checked the system panel of the Golden Shovel Survival, and sure enough, he saw what he had just obtained in his material interface. A white light flashed, and a bottle of mineral water, and a sausage appeared in Yifeng's hand. Unscrewing the bottle cap, Yifeng drank most of the bottle of mineral water in one breath, and his originally dry lips finally became moist again. After replenishing water, Yifeng tore open the packaging of the sausage and put it into his mouth in one gulp. The aroma of the sausage immediately filled his nose, making the hungry Yifeng feel warm in his stomach. 1 sausage was not enough, so Yifeng took out 2 more sausages and ate them. After eating 3 sausages in a row, Yifeng patted his stomach with satisfaction and called his Noxus army to continue to move forward. Not long after, Yifeng encountered a group of goblins again. This time there were 4 goblins, but looking at Noxus's burly figure, Yifeng still felt relieved to call Noxus to kill the 4 goblins. Ding! The War Treasure Hex Deck talent has been triggered, and an extra loot has been obtained. 4 consecutive system prompts sounded, and Yifeng felt like the sound of nature lingering in his ears. Oh my god! 40% chance of extra loot drops, and 4 in a row. I actually encountered a 6 in 10,000 chance? Ghost, this probability is even more outrageous than getting a 6-cost card after selecting mutations in 4-6. Looking at the 5 white magic balls on the ground, Yifeng's eyes lit up. I wonder what good things he can get this time. Open the white magic ball loot, get a thermos cup *1. Open the white magic ball loot, get a fast food lunch *1. Open the white magic ball loot, get 10 braised chicken legs. Open the white magic ball loot, get 20 wooden boards. Open the white magic ball loot, get 10 bottles of bottled cola. A series of prompt sounds made Yifeng excited. Other things were not important. His eyes were all on the cola and lunch. I don't know whether the cola in the system is Pepsi or Coca-Cola. If it was XX Coke, then it could only be used as wastewater for flushing the toilet. After Yifeng asked several Noxus to protect themselves, he sat on the ground, and then a bottle of Coke appeared in his left hand, and a box lunch in his right hand. After putting the box lunch on the ground and opening it, Yifeng added 2 chicken legs and a ham sausage. Then, he took a mouthful of food and a mouthful of Coke, and ate it voraciously. After eating and drinking, Yifeng lay on the ground happily and burped, unaware that other survivors were still worried about being full. Chapter 3. After eating, Yifeng was not in a hurry to continue hunting goblins. Instead, he opened the chat interface with interest to check the situation of other people to see if there was any new useful information. Brothers, this drop rate is too low. I killed more than 10 goblins, and 1 of the chess pieces died. So far, only 2 white magic balls and 2 bottles of Red Bull have dropped. Brother, which chess piece did you choose, the barracks? I chose McGrady for uniform temptation, but now only 3 of the 5 McGradys are dead. You at least dropped something useful. Do you know what I dropped? I dropped barracks construction fragments, saying that if you get 10 of them, you can synthesize a barracks builder and build a new barracks for free. This thing improves combat power. It's definitely a good thing, but the problem is, where can I get 10 fragments of the same type? Oh my god, I miss the braised chicken downstairs now. I've been killing goblins for so long, I only dropped 1 magic ball and 3 compressed breads, which are too dry to eat. Brother, at least you have something to eat. I chose Morgana in the barracks. I thought that this kind of chess piece that looks powerful must be capable at that time. As a result, I lost 3 chess pieces after killing 2 flame goblins. And the blue magic ball dropped, and 10 barrels of gasoline were opened. I'm a bit stupid. You little head father controlled the big head son and deserved to suffer. I watched for a long time and felt that Amumu looked the strongest. Now more than 20 goblins have been killed, and 5 Amumus are still alive. The magic ball also exploded 3 white ones. Wow, my little sister is dying of thirst. Can any brother give me a bottle of water? I can give you my original stockings. Mineral water for food. Brothers who are willing to trade can directly apply for a trade. Yifeng looked at a lot of information and found some useful content. Chess pieces can also be injured and die, and if they die, they are really dead, which means that a gold coin is completely gone. Yifeng couldn't help but feel lucky that he chose Darius, who has the blood recovery skill and his own body is relatively strong. Later, he can also form 2 supervision bonds with Amumu to obtain additional damage reduction. In addition, It was the first time that Yi Feng knew that these magic balls would drop barracks construction fragments. If you gather 10 similar barracks fragments, you can directly get a builder for the barracks, and you can directly build a new barracks without spending money. In total, each barracks fragment is worth 0.5 gold coins. What Yi Feng lamented most was that the probability of dropping magic balls when killing goblins was really low, and after getting the magic balls, you might not be able to get something useful for yourself. The reason why Yi Feng was able to obtain so many magic balls was all thanks to the war treasures of Hextech. Otherwise, Yi Feng probably wouldn't be so comfortable. The chat interface has a photo function. Yi Feng took a photo of the lunch box, empty Coke bottle, ham sausage packaging, and chicken leg bones on the ground and sent it to the chat. Isn't it, buddy? Isn't the magic ball explosion rate very low? How come I have lunch boxes, mineral water, Coke, chicken legs, and ham sausages? I eat so comfortably. The photo just now followed this sentence. After Yi Feng sent it out, it immediately aroused everyone's discussion. Fuck, fragrant rice. I want to eat it. I used to dislike rice the most, but now I feel like drooling when I think about it. The Yen people cannot lose rice, just like the West cannot lose Jerusalem. Brother, you haven't finished your lunch yet. Why don't you give me the rest? Coke, mineral water, ham, braised chicken legs, lunch. Damn, 5 things? That means you have exploded 5 magic balls? Fuck, which barracks did you choose? The chess pieces are so powerful, tell me. Oh my god, you must kill 40 or 50 goblins to have the chance to drop so many. Brother, you are my brother. Tell me which barracks chess piece you are using. I will change to that barracks tomorrow. Dad, you are my dad. Please tell me. I haven't used the gold coins yet. I will do whatever barracks you say. Looking at the dense information, Yi Feng smiled. Everyone is a level 1 base, and can only choose 1 barracks chess piece. How big can the difference be? At most, some people choose the back row mage at the beginning, which can easily consume the chess piece, and ultimately lose more than the gain. I dropped 8 white orbs. As soon as Yi Feng said this, everyone was shocked. How many goblins did he have to kill to drop 8 orbs? Everyone had previously guessed that Yi Feng had only dropped 5 orbs, and that he might have found some powerful barracks chess pieces. But now that 8 orbs were in front of him, it was not just a matter of powerful chess pieces, it had to be extremely powerful. But is there really such a big difference in the strength of the barracks chess pieces distributed at the beginning of the game? This is obviously unscientific. Immediately, someone made a bold guess. Fuck, brother, you didn't have any adventure and unlock the hidden barracks. That's right. Tell me how you unlocked the hidden barracks. Everyone thought that Yi Feng could get so many spoils. There must be some secrets in the barracks. But when Yi Feng sent the 5 intact photos of Noxus to the chat interface, everyone was dumbfounded. Darius was also chosen by other people, although it was good, but it couldn't kill monsters so quickly. What's going on? However, Yi Feng's next words made everyone completely doubt their lives. There is no hidden barracks. It's just good luck. I killed 7 goblins. The chess piece I used was Darius. I guess many people are also using this chess piece. There's nothing special about it. It's just that some goblins are kind-hearted, and one of them dropped 2 magic balls. Yi Feng's 5 Dariuses all looked good, which meant one thing. Yi Feng was not lying. He really only killed a few goblins, and got so many things. Suddenly, Yi Feng's good luck made everyone envious. The gap between people is bigger than that of dogs. Why is your drop rate so high? Are we playing the same survival game? Brother, you are playing a private server. You are probably the son of the person behind this game. This drop rate is too high. Brother, you said that Yen people don't lie to Yen people. How can your drop rate be so high? Of course, there are also some smart people who think that since Yi Feng has dropped 8 magic balls, there must be other supplies. They quickly chat with Yi Feng privately, hoping to exchange some useful supplies with him. Chapter 4. Yi Feng soon noticed that many people had sent messages to his private chat interface, but Yi Feng was not ready to check these messages directly at this time. After all, it is daytime now, and it is relatively safe to hunt monsters outside. Who knows if there will be any additional changes at night? So Yi Feng should use the daytime to kill as many goblins as possible, relying on the extra drop rate of war treasures to brush more supplies for himself in the early stage. At night, use these extra supplies to find other survivors to exchange for resources that can improve combat power. Mainly speaking, it is to exchange various barracks construction fragments. It takes 5 gold coins to build a first-level barracks, and only 2 gold coins are returned after demolition. It is obviously an uneconomical transaction, but if Yi Feng collects enough barracks construction fragments and synthesizes a barracks builder, then he can build a barracks for free, and after selling it, he can get 2 gold coins. Supplies can be brushed at any time, but gold coins are only 10 gold coins issued every day and a maximum of 5 gold coins in interest. If you can get 50 gold coins sooner, you can get the interest of 5 yuan a day sooner. If you can do it 1 step faster, you can do it every step faster. Thinking of this, Yifeng was full of energy and stood up from the ground. Papixia Abu, Pipinua, let's go! With Yifeng's call, the 5 Noxes set out again. During the period, Yifeng encountered 5 goblins gathered together, but he did not take action. After all, now we know that the chess piece will disappear if its health is completely gone, so Yifeng must be careful to use it and try to maximize the benefits of the chess piece. The health of a 1-star Darius is 600 points. Yifeng checked and found that the health of his 5 Dariuses were 600, 530, 430, 330, and 120 respectively. One of the Noxes kept a healthy health from beginning to end, while the health of the worst Noxes was almost at the bottom. Although he could win the fight with 5 goblins, it was very likely that the Noxes with low health would be completely killed. Therefore, Yifeng chose to leave. After another round in the forest, Yifeng finally met a lone goblin. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng directly called on several Noxes to beat up the lone goblin for justice. The Noxes with the highest health walked in the front to attract firepower, and the other 4 Noxes took this opportunity to output without worry. After easily solving the problem, no magic ball was dropped this time. Yifeng raised his middle finger in the direction where the goblin fell. This bastard goblin didn't even explode the magic ball for him. Until the sunset, Yifeng was ready to take his Noxus army back to the base. After a day of fighting, the original 5 Noxus were reduced to only 2, and the health of these 2 Noxus was only more than 100 points. This was the result of Yifeng's reasonable allocation of Noxus's damage resistance, and trying to fight with more people against fewer. If he messed up a little, I'm afraid there would be no one left. However, this effort was not without reward. Yifeng killed nearly 100 goblins, and more than 50 white magic balls were dropped. Among them, there was even a blue magic ball. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on Yifeng's face through the leaves. It would not be long before it was completely dark. Worried that there would be more powerful monsters in the forest at night, Yifeng did not dare to stay any longer. He took 2 Noxus, 1 in front and 1 behind, and finally returned to the camp before the last ray of sunlight in the west dissipated. As the sun completely set, there was no moon rising in this golden shovel survival world. The world instantly fell into darkness, and the pitch-black darkness enveloped everything. Yifeng cursed and took out wooden boards, gasoline, and lighters from his supplies. These were all exploded in the magic ball. I don't know what the wooden boards are for, but at this time, it is very suitable to pour gasoline on them as a bonfire. With the weak light of the lighter, Yifeng piled several wooden boards into a ball, poured gasoline on them, and then brought the flame of the lighter closer. Suddenly, a hot flame rose from the wooden boards, and instantly formed a raging fire. As the flames rose, there was finally a touch of light around the base. Just sitting down in front of the fire, Yifeng checked all the magic balls he had harvested today. Most of the magic balls dropped various kinds of food, water, and other things. After Yifeng counted them, he found 150 bottles of bottled mineral water, 100 packs of bread, 6 boxes of fast food lunch boxes, 20 barrels of instant noodles, and some other miscellaneous food. In addition to food and water, there are also some useful props. The blueprint of a wooden bench. This is the first time Yifeng has seen a blueprint drop from a magic ball. After taking the blueprint out, he immediately heard a prompt. Do you want to use this blueprint? After using it, you will master the production of wooden benches. Use 5 wooden boards to make a bench. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng finally knew what the wooden boards he had obtained before were used for. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng directly chose to make a bench. As the wooden planks were removed, an extra bench appeared in front of him in an instant. Yifeng sat directly on the bench with his legs crossed, and continued to count other gains. Step Barracks Construction Fragment *1, collect 10 pieces to synthesize a complete barracks builder. Trundle Barracks Construction Fragment *1, collect 10 pieces to synthesize a complete barracks builder. Draven Barracks Construction Fragment *2, collect 10 pieces to synthesize a complete barracks builder. Darius Barracks Construction Fragment *1, collect 10 pieces to synthesize a complete barracks builder. These are dropped barracks construction fragments. It must be said that the probability of a magic ball producing a barracks fragment is too low. Counting the beginning, Yifeng hunted more than 60 magic balls, but only produced 5 barracks fragments, and the barracks fragments were different. If you want to collect 10 fragments of a certain barracks, you may have to wait until the end of time. So if you want to gather the fragments as soon as possible, you still have to rely on the exchange system between survivors. In addition to these, Yifeng also dropped 2 blue magic balls, and the things inside are what he is most excited about. KFC Family Bucket *3. Giant Belt *1, equipped on the barracks can increase the vitality of the barracks chest piece by 150 points. The first thing is the KFC Family Bucket. In this kind of survival game, if you can eat fried chicken and sing songs, life will be so comfortable. The second thing is the barracks equipment. After equipping, you can increase the attributes of the barracks chest piece. Of course, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly chose to equip it on the Darius barracks. Suddenly, the health of the 2 Darius who were originally at low health suddenly increased by 150 points again, reaching more than 260 points. It seems that after putting equipment on the barracks, the chest pieces recruited by the barracks will also obtain the attributes of the equipment in time. Thinking of this, Yifeng had a bold guess in his heart. Can these barracks equipment be synthesized into complete equipment? Chapter 5. Whether the equipment can be synthesized into complete equipment, like in the game of Golden Shovel War, Yifeng is not sure about this. After all, the game is a game, reality is reality, and only the blue magic ball has a very low chance of dropping bulk equipment. So far, no one has 2 pieces of equipment. Yifeng excitedly opened the chat interface at this time. According to the routine of the novel, other people must be short of supplies. With so many supplies, he can exchange them for all kinds of things he wants and take off directly. Selling all kinds of food and mineral water, need barracks fragments to exchange. After this message, Yifeng took out all the supplies and attached photos of the supplies. The supplies piled up like a hill really attracted everyone's attention, and they were all discussing where Yifeng got so many supplies. No, buddy, are you going to buy supplies? How many magic balls will it take to get so many things? Brother, did you kill all 5 chess pieces? No, even if you killed all of them, there wouldn't be so many. Fuck, buddy, where did you get so many supplies? Teach me. Everyone was amazed at Yifeng's abundance of supplies, but not many people responded to Yifeng's proposal to exchange them with barracks fragments, and some even sneered. Brother, although you have a lot of supplies, you are dreaming of exchanging them for barracks fragments. That's right, even brothers with the worst luck can still get 1 or 2 white magic balls, and some water and food can still be obtained. That's right, and tomorrow we will give out 10 more gold coins, so we can recruit 10 chess pieces. When we go out hunting, we will definitely drop a lot of white magic balls, and iron will not be a basic material. Yes, you don't need to think about it, the barracks fragments are definitely a late-stage treasure that can improve the strength of the late stage. Who would give up the future for a few materials? What the above said is right, and even if there are no materials dropped, it's okay to not eat or drink for a day. At worst, you can just hold on. Tomorrow, all 10 gold coins will be used to recruit chess pieces, and then go out to kill monsters and find materials. Yifeng looked at everyone's discussions, and black lines appeared on his face. Oh my god, why is this plot wrong? In the novel, other people go to various survival worlds, and they are willing to exchange various materials for a bottle of water or a bag of food. Why is the passerby so rational in this golden shovel survival world that I traveled through? And Yifeng had to admit that the other party was right. It's not a big problem to not eat or drink for a day. As long as you get through the first day, everything will be fine on the second day. So it was impossible for everyone to trade various late-stage resources like in the novel. Seeing this, Yifeng could only sigh. Damn! How come everyone is so smart? Just when Yifeng was about to leave with regret, he suddenly saw someone in the chat room send a new message that aroused Yifeng's interest. Selling an equipment Negatron cloak, requiring 5 barracks fragments in exchange. The attribute of Negatron cloak is to add 20 points of magic resistance, which seems to be a good attribute, but the monsters that everyone encounters now are basically goblins, all of which are physical output, so this increase in magic resistance seems to be extremely useless. Even though it was such a useless thing, this guy still offered a high price of 5 barracks fragments in exchange. However, there are almost no people who can get 5 barracks fragments at this stage. As expected, other people in the chat interface also complained. Brother, your Negatron cloak is useless for adding magic resistance. Maybe there will be magic monsters in the future, but who knows how long it will take. Barracks fragments are actually a real improvement in the future. That's right, brother, and this is only the first day. Only 1 or 2 barracks fragments can be exploded. Who can be so lucky to get so many fragments? Everyone was talking about it, and the guy who was about to sell the equipment also hurriedly explained at this time. I know that everyone doesn't have 5 pieces now, but you can pay in installments. Just give me 3 pieces first, and give me the remaining 2 pieces later. It can be notarized by the system, and both parties will not lose. Everyone was still discussing, but Yifeng directly clicked on the other party's message. The name was Zhou Tao, and Yifeng directly chose to chat with the other party privately. Brother, you asked too much for 5 pieces. I offer 4 pieces. Are you willing to buy? If you are, let's do it right away. Zhou Tao's luck today was either good or bad. He killed a goblin and got a blue orb, but it was a useless magic resistance equipment. He originally proposed to exchange this useless equipment for barracks fragments in the chat interface with a tried attitude, but he didn't expect someone to be willing to trade. When Zhou Tao opened Yifeng's private chat, he was immediately overjoyed. The other party was a complete sucker. For barracks fragments for a useless equipment, I made a lot of money. After checking Yifeng's information, he immediately realized that Yifeng was the local rich man who was showing off just now. He was so lucky on the first day that he dropped so many supplies. Zhou Tao smiled. Fate favored him for one day, but it was impossible for it to favor him every time. His unplanned and random transactions would definitely lead to his elimination in a later stage. Zhou Tao quickly submitted a transaction application to Yifeng. On the other side, within a few minutes after Yifeng sent the message, he received the other party's transaction application. Zhou Tao requested to trade Barracks Fragment *4 with Negatron Cloak. Do you agree to the transaction? Seeing this prompt, Yifeng was overjoyed. Fearing that the other party would regret it, he quickly agreed to the transaction. The transaction was completed. Yifeng's original 5 pieces of Barracks Construction Fragments were reduced to only 1 piece of Draven Barracks Construction Fragment, but there was an extra Negatron Cloak in the System Material Backpack. Happy cooperation. Looking forward to the next cooperation. After the transaction was completed, Zhou Tao and Yifeng sent messages to each other at the same time. Looking at the message sent by Yifeng, Zhou Tao finally couldn't help laughing out loud. The other party was picked up by him, and even helped him count the money. He dropped 2 barracks fragments, and now he got 4 more barracks fragments. Now he has 6 barracks fragments. Tomorrow, as long as he strives to get 4 more fragments, and find other survivors to exchange fragments on a 1-to-1 basis, he can exchange all the fragments for fragments of the same chess piece. Then he can get a new barracks for free and walk ahead of everyone. Yifeng was also very excited after getting the Caressing Cloak. For fragments, only the value of 2 gold coins can be exchanged for a basic equipment. It's a big profit. Yifeng looked at the Darius barracks in the base, with Darius's phantom on it, and there was an icon of a giant belt on the phantom's head. After putting down this negative cloak, can it be combined into an outfit? With anticipation, Yifeng chose to equip the negative cloak on the barracks. Chapter 6. When negative cloak was placed on the barracks equipment, the giant belt next to it immediately took the initiative to move towards it, and soon the 2 pieces of equipment merged together, emitting a dazzling white light. Congratulations to the survivor for synthesizing the finished equipment Dusk Robe. Oh my god, it can really be synthesized into a finished equipment. Yifeng quickly checked the specific properties of the Dusk Robe. Dusk Robe. Add 150 points of upper limit of life, add 20 magic resistance. Special effect. Enemies within 2 meters will be subject to 30% armor reduction. Gain 25 armor and magic resistance in the first 60 seconds of entering the battle. Giant Belt already increases the upper limit of life by 150 points, and the attribute of negative cloak itself is to add 20 magic resistance. From the attribute point of view alone, the synthesized equipment does not have much change in attributes. At most it saves an equipment slot. However, the special effects are invaluable. The 25 armor and magic resistance provided in the first 20 seconds of the battle is enough to rival the chainmail and negative cloak. After all, these 2 pieces of equipment only increase armor and magic resistance by 20 points. The only drawback is that each battle only lasts 60 seconds. But now the chess piece only takes more than a minute to deal with the goblin. However, this is just a bonus. The most important thing is the 30% armor reduction. The 30% reduction in goblin armor is enough to make the output of your chess piece higher, and the efficiency of clearing monsters will also be greatly improved. When it is matched with War Treasure 3, it will be called a hard brushing of magic balls and supplies. Equipment can be synthesized into equipment. I guess no one knows about this news yet. After all, only blue magic balls can drop basic equipment. At this stage, there are very few people who have blue magic balls, not to mention that basic equipment just happened to be dropped. Yifeng sighed, and immediately had a plan in his mind. He had to take this opportunity to collect more scattered equipment. When the time comes, the combat power will be greatly improved. This is the kingly way. Thinking of this, Yifeng stood up and confidently opened the chat interface again. wanting to see if there was any new useful information. At this moment, Yifeng looked outside the base. It was pitch black outside, as deep as ink, which made people feel panic. At this moment, countless scarlet spots lit up in the darkness. This scene scared Yifeng, but he remembered that the game said that it was a protection period within 10 days, so he was relieved. In order to find out what was outside, Yifeng pulled out a piece of wood, disassembled it into sticks, poured gasoline on one end, and put it into the fire to light it, forming a simple torch. Yifeng held a torch and walked towards the direction of the red light. Standing at the fence at the edge of the base, Yifeng used the weak firelight to see clearly what the scarlet light was. It turned out to be more than 10 cat demons. Each cat demon was more than 1 meter tall, purple all over, standing on its hind legs like a human, baring its fangs, and salivating at Yifeng in the base. The scarlet light was the pupils of these cat demons lighting up in the dark. Fuck, what kind of monster is this thing? In the forest during the day, there were still goblins that could be ravaged by anyone. Even if a few stronger flame goblins or frost goblins occasionally appeared, there would be no fight as long as they were not provoked. But at night, the monsters in the forest become so scary. More than 10 cat demons took the initiative to block the entrance of the base. If it weren't for the protection period, Yifeng would have been doomed with only the remaining 2 Darius. In 10 days, he must improve his base's combat power as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Yifeng took a photo of the more than 10 cat demons and threw it into the chat interface. Brothers, look at what's outside at night, it's a big surprise. As soon as Yifeng sent the photo, someone responded immediately, but the focus of their response was not the cat demon outside. Brother, how many supplies do you have? How come you even have fire? My base is pitch black now, and I can only lie in the wooden house without even a bed. I envy you for having torches. The base was pitch black, and suddenly a bunch of red light spots appeared, which almost scared me to death. Now that I know they are just some cat monsters, I am not so scared anymore. Brother, can you give me a torch? I also dropped a few wooden boards here. Give me a torch, and I can also make a fire. It can be seen that most people have a fear of darkness. When they see that Yifeng's base has torches, they all hope that Yifeng can give them a torch. However, these people said so, and at most they were willing to exchange some useless basic supplies. And basic supplies and other things, Yifeng has no shortage of them at all. At this time, someone's speech aroused Yifeng's interest. I'd like to kindly remind you that cat monsters at night are much stronger than goblins. There's a cat monster outside my place. I just didn't believe in evil and took 5 singed with me to fight it. In the end, 4 of my pawns died before I killed the cat monster. During the day, goblins with 1-cost cards can be easily dealt with without much loss. However, at night, a single cat monster needs 4 1-cost chess pieces to be dealt with. The strength of this cat monster is too exaggerated. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but become curious. What would such a powerful cat monster drop after being killed? So he tagged a man and asked, Brother, this cat monster is so powerful, did it drop anything special? After Yifeng asked this question, other people immediately asked, wanting to know what this guy dropped. Seeing that everyone was asking him what he dropped, he was originally distressed because of the loss of 4 chess pieces, and his face was even more distorted at this time, as if someone had stabbed his heart with a needle. The orb came out, and it's a golden one. I thought it was some treasure, but it turned out to be a golden shovel. After saying this, he also uploaded a photo of himself holding a pure golden shovel. This thing is said to be an equipment that can be placed in the barracks, but it has no effect. It has no attributes and no introduction. If I hadn't been given a golden shovel before I crossed over, I would have laughed out loud, but now I haven't even dropped a few foods, and a pure golden shovel came out after 4 chess pieces died. What's the use? Does anyone want this thing? Just exchange it with some supplies. Maybe in the future we can return to the real world, and then such a pure golden shovel will definitely sell for a lot of money. This buddy sent several messages in a row, hoping to exchange some resources with a pure golden shovel. However, everyone regards resources as very important. Although gold was used before, it depends on what world it is in. In today's survival world, gold has no meaning at all, so no one is willing to exchange supplies. Seeing these messages, Yifeng's eyes lit up. That was a golden shovel. Everyone actually thought it was useless. Brother, a pure gold shovel, this thing must be very valuable. I have a lot of supplies. I will exchange one with you. I have never experienced the feeling of being a rich man before crossing over. Today I must experience it. Chapter 7. Yifeng did not directly point out the value of the golden shovel, but instead pretended to be a nouveau riche, saying that he wanted to experience the joy of a pure gold shovel because he had so many resources. As soon as this was sent out, it immediately caused many people to complain. No, buddy, are you really going to change it? We are still uncertain whether we can return to the real world, and it is useless to exchange it for a pile of gold. Crazy, crazy. But then again, a pure gold shovel must be 2 kilograms, and gold is 700 yuan per gram, which is just over 1 million yuan. Don't say it, I envy Brother Han. If I had so many resources, I would also change it for a golden shovel to play with. Please, it's a pure gold shovel. Everyone was talking about it. Some people lamented that Yifeng wasted resources too much, and some people thought that Yifeng had a lot of resources and could spend it casually. Some people even complained that Yifeng was just lucky today. But such good luck would not favor Yifeng every day. Yifeng didn't care about other people's comments at this time. With the arrogant attitude of a nouveau riche, he directly. After bargaining with the brother who dropped the golden shovel, Yifeng finally won it at the price of 10 bottles of mineral water plus 10 packs of bread. After the transaction was completed, Yifeng was very excited and immediately gave the other party a torch. This operation directly moved the buddy on the opposite side to tears. After he learned that chess pieces could also be injured and die, he did not continue to hunt goblins after he swiped a few goblins in the wild and dropped a bottle of mineral water. He originally planned to wait until tomorrow to get 10 gold coins, and then directly explode 15 chess pieces to go out and sweep the forest. But he didn't expect that he would lose 4 chess pieces directly in such a wave at night. Although he dropped a golden magic ball, what he dropped was indeed a useless pure gold shovel. This depression made him feel blocked in his heart, and he wanted to exchange something, but reality gave him a wake-up call. No one was willing to exchange precious materials for this useless pure gold shovel, and some people even mocked him for being a sucker. Just when he was desperate, Yifeng's appearance made him seem to see the light. When he received the torch from Yifeng, the base suddenly lit up, making him feel that the sky, which had been dark, also lit up. On the other side, after Yifeng got the golden shovel, he was so excited that he shouted directly, "Great! I got a golden shovel with just these few supplies. If you want to get a golden shovel in the draft, you have to fight and sell blood. But now I can get it so easily." The other party thinks Yifeng is a good man, and many people in the chat interface also laugh at Yifeng for being a sucker, but only Yifeng himself knows how much he got. Indeed, the golden shovel itself has no attributes, it is completely like a useless prop, but when it is combined with other parts, it will get various different job transfers. For example, golden shovel plus chain mail can get a law enforcer emblem, which can allow the barracks chest piece equipped with this emblem to get in additional law enforcer bond, and if golden shovel and golden shovel are combined together, they can be combined into golden shovel crown. In the game, the attribute is to increase the game population by 1, you can add 1 more chess piece, and there is a 10% probability of getting an extra gold coin when winning the battle. Yifeng estimated that in this world where people have to survive with a golden shovel, the most likely use of the golden spatula crown is to build an extra barracks. In order to convince others that the golden shovel was useless, Yifeng deliberately took the golden shovel in his hand, with a lunch box in his left hand, and the golden shovel in his right hand, and took a photo and posted it on the chat interface. For no other reason, I just want to enjoy it. Hey, have you ever enjoyed using a pure gold shovel to eat? As soon as Yifeng sent this message, he immediately attracted everyone's hatred. Fuck. I'm still eating compressed biscuits, and you're eating boxed lunch. Rise. It's even steaming. What kind of experience is it to eat with pure gold cutlery? Let me try it. Brother, eating with pure gold cutlery is not good for your health. Otherwise, give it to me, and I'm willing to bear the pain for you. You're a real nouveau riche. It's meaningless to exchange so many supplies for a pure gold shovel that can't be eaten or used. Brother, you're so arrogant now. Wait until you're unlucky next time and can't get supplies, you cry. That's right, if you don't learn to plan ahead, you suffer a big loss. Faced with everyone's discussions, Yifeng didn't answer anything. After all, he has the talent of War Treasure 3, so it's impossible for him to not get anything. Of course, he would not tell these secrets to others. Just when Yifeng was about to close the chat interface, he found someone tagging him. Boss, since you already have a golden spatula, why don't you get a golden pot? When you find food that needs to be cooked, use a golden pot and a golden spatula to cook. It's absolutely arrogant. This is worthy of your status. The message was followed by a photo of a fat young man holding a pure gold frying pan with a bright smile. Oh my god, after getting the golden shovel, here comes the golden pot. Will there be golden rice bowls and golden chopsticks later? Ha ha. Wasn't this guy also got the golden magic ball? His luck is too bad. It's very lucky to get the golden magic ball, but it's a pile of shit to get this pure gold item. So is this shit flavored chocolate? I guess the guy who bought the pure gold shovel just now won't continue to be a sucker and buy a pure gold frying pan, right? Isn't this a pure sucker? However, something that surprised everyone happened. Yi Feng directly replied to the other party, and the content was very simple, just 2 words. Private chat. These 2 simple words shocked everyone immediately. No, buddy, it's fine to exchange supplies for a pure gold shovel, but now you're really going to exchange it for a pure gold frying pan? Are you really not afraid that you won't have enough supplies in the future? Yi Feng ignored these people's doubts, and he was almost unable to close his mouth with laughter. I was just worrying about how to continue collecting equipment. But I didn't expect someone to take the initiative to deliver it to my door again. This is simply like someone sending a pillow when you are sleepy, and someone sending an ice cola after playing basketball. The word cool is not enough to describe it. Brother, give me 10 bottles of water and some food, thank you so much. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to propose a price, and it was so cheap, Yi Feng couldn't bear to cut it again. Give you 10 bottles of water and 10 breads, which should be enough for 1 or 2 days. If you can, just initiate a transaction. After seeing the message sent by Yi Feng, the fat on his face was almost squeezed into circles with laughter. Fearing that Yi Feng would regret it, he quickly initiated a transaction application to Yi Feng. Chapter 8. When the photo of Yi Feng holding a pure gold frying pan in his left hand, and a pure gold shovel in his right hand appeared again, everyone in the chat room was almost numb. Everyone's opinion of Yi Feng was that he was a lucky guy with a nouveau riche mentality. But everyone was sure that good luck would not favor a person for a lifetime, and Yi Feng would sooner or later pay for his arrogance. Yi Feng looked at the reactions of others with satisfaction, and finally felt relieved. It would be best if everyone treated him as a sucker. In this way, the time for others to study the specific effects of the golden shovel and the golden pot will be delayed, and he can use the information gap during this period to acquire as many golden shovels and golden pots as possible. After closing the chat interface, Yi Feng, holding the golden pot and the golden shovel, smiled very happily. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng found these 2 things directly in the material backpack interface. Yi Feng was originally going to synthesize them directly, but found that in the world where the golden shovel survives, all equipment can only be synthesized after being equipped on the barracks, and cannot be disassembled after being equipped on the barracks. If you want to take down the equipment, you have to dismantle the barracks. But dismantling the barracks is equivalent to losing 3 gold coins. First, equip the golden shovel on the barracks. Suddenly, in addition to the dusk robe, there is another golden shovel on Darius's barracks. Without any hesitation, Yi Feng found the golden pot and directly chose to equip it on Darius's barracks. After the golden pot was equipped, the 2 equipment began to merge. After the fusion, the original golden pot and golden shovel disappeared, and were replaced by a new equipment that was a pure gold shovel and a pure gold pan crossed together. Golden spatula crown. Looking at the new equipment in front of him, Yi Feng slapped his thigh with excitement. It can really be synthesized. I made a lot of money. I just don't know what the difference is between the synthesized golden spatula crown and the one in the game. Golden spatula crown. Your base barracks get a cap of 1. After entering the battle for 60 seconds, there is a 1% chance of getting an extra gold coin, and the daily triggering cap is 2 gold coins. The basic properties are the same as Yi Feng expected, but the probability of getting extra gold coins as a bonus is different. Not only has the probability of getting gold coins changed from 10% to only 1%, but the triggering cap has also been increased, with a maximum of 2 extra gold coins per day. But Yi Feng can understand it. After all, in this golden spatula survival game, as long as there are enough barracks chess pieces, the effect of getting extra gold coins can be triggered multiple times. Through the golden spatula survival system, Yi Feng realized that it was already 12 o'clock in the morning without realizing it. Looking at the Darius barracks equipped with the golden spatula crown and dusk robe, Yi Feng is more confident about tomorrow's hunt. It's time to rest. When Yi Feng entered the wooden house given at the beginning of the base, he was stunned. I thought the interior would be very simple, but I didn't expect it to be so simple. The interior space of the wooden house is less than 10 square meters, and there is no floor. That's right, the floor of the wooden house is directly mud. Sleeping in this wooden house can definitely feel the warmth of Mother Earth. How to sleep like this? Yi Feng directly dragged the bench he made earlier into the wooden house in the base, and made do with it for one night, sleeping on the bench as a bed. At 6 o'clock the next day, Yi Feng woke up and heard the prompt sound of the survival game. Congratulations to all survivors for surviving to the second day. Daily gold coins have been issued. This game will provide benefits to all survivors. The base will be upgraded to LV2 for free. Subsequent free upgrades will be carried out in 10 days. Survivors can also speed up the upgrade progress by consuming gold coins. Please check for details. Wish all survivors a happy game and survive to the end of this game. Hearing the game prompt sound, Yifeng hurriedly opened the survival interface and checked the detailed rules of the base upgrade of this game. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV2. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 2+1. Base upgrade, 10 days later. Consuming 4 gold coins can advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Seeing this, Yifeng compared this rule with the upgrade rules of the Golden Shovel game, and instantly understood the base upgrade rules of this survival game. It also requires gold coins to upgrade, otherwise it can only rely on the development of the game to upgrade automatically. After figuring out the upgrade rules, and seeing that his gold coins had returned to 10, Yifeng decisively opened the barracks construction interface, and decided to build a second barracks. Without a moment's hesitation, Yifeng directly chose the Amumu barracks. With the deduction of 5 gold coins, another new barracks rose from the ground, and above the barracks was a phantom of Amumu. With the remaining 5 gold coins, Yifeng chose to recruit new chess pieces again. 1 Amumu and 4 Darius. Although 2 supervision bonded barracks were available, Yifeng was not sure whether the bond effect could be triggered just by gathering the barracks, so he chose to recruit 1 Amumu. As for the remaining gold coins, they were all chosen to recruit Darius. After all, Darius barracks were equipped with Dusk Robe and Golden Spatula Crown, so recruiting Darius was obviously more cost-effective than recruiting Amumu. And Yifeng was surprised to find that the 2 remaining Darius with low health yesterday had recovered half of their health today. Now Yifeng has 6 Darius, and 1 Amumu under his command. The newly recruited Darius, with the blessing of Dusk Robe, has a health of 750 points, and his strength is naturally much better than yesterday. Darius's bond is Supervision and Iron Conqueror, and Amumu's bond is Hex Mechanic and Supervision. Both chess pieces have the common bond Supervision. 2 Supervision can trigger the special effect of this bond. The chess piece will receive 15% damage reduction, and if the chess piece's health is higher than 50%, the damage reduction will be increased to 30%, coupled with the special effects of Dusk Robe that increase armor and magic resistance after entering the battle, and weaken the enemy's armor. Yifeng's current chess piece combat power has far exceeded other survivors by a large margin. A new day. Another start of hunting. Not only is Yifeng ready to act, many survivors also improve their strength after getting gold coins to go out hunting. Some people choose to bet all 10 gold coins on yesterday's chess pieces, and some people use 5 gold coins to build a new barracks, and the remaining 5 gold coins are evenly recruited. Not long after leaving the base, Yifeng encountered 4 goblins again. Go beat him! Chapter 9. The full-blooded Darius, who was just recruited today, was placed at the front, and the only Amumu was placed at the back to avoid any mistakes. As the chess piece entered the battle, a light shone on Darius' body, and Yifeng saw that Darius, who originally had 40 points of armor, now had 65 points of armor. This improvement was more than half. Not only that, a broken armor mark appeared on the 4 goblins, and the armor was instantly reduced by 30%. When Darius's giant axe hit the goblins, the damage it caused was much higher than yesterday. In less than a minute, the battle was easily resolved, and all 4 goblins died, and 2 white magic balls exploded on the ground. Yifeng did not rush to pick up the magic balls, but instead checked the status of his chess pieces. The 4 full-blooded Darius lost only 10 drops of blood, and still had 740 points of blood. All this is due to the additional armor of Dusk Robe, the 30% damage reduction of the double monitor, and Darius's skill Destroy All, which can restore health. The combination of the 3 made it possible to achieve this almost unscathed. The only regret is that the trigger condition for Golden Spatula Crown to obtain additional gold coins requires 1 minute after the battle, but with the combat power of the chess pieces, it does not take a minute to end the battle. After figuring out the current combat power of his chess pieces, Yifeng had no worries, and directly started the sweep mode in the forest. All the goblins encountered had only one ending, that is, they fell down and turned into magic balls. Although there were not many chess pieces, they were of high quality. Yifeng was very efficient, and the 7 chess pieces swept through the forest easily. At about noon, more than 100 goblins had been killed, and more than 60 magic balls had been dropped. Compared with yesterday, the explosion rate of magic balls today was much lower than yesterday, which made Yifeng sigh. After finding a place to rest, Yifeng took out lunch and prepared to eat. After a KFC family bucket plus a bottle of Coke, Yifeng sat cross-legged on the spot, and the 7 chess pieces surrounded him as bodyguards. After eating and drinking, Yifeng touched his round belly and sighed. This life is really comfortable. Let's see how everyone is hunting. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng found that the chat room today was more lively than before, and he didn't know what everyone was discussing. It's a big loss. This is the first time I heard that monster attributes can grow. I didn't dare to spend a single gold coin yesterday. I spent a whole day figuring out which chess piece was the most powerful. I recruited 15 to go hunting, but I found that the monsters were even more powerful than you said yesterday. I also noticed this problem. The strength of the monsters is also increasing. I didn't go to kill monsters on the first day to earn an extra gold coin. It's a big loss. That's right. 1 more gold coin and 1 more chess piece, but the monster's strength increased. It's like earning a gold coin interest for nothing. That's right. If I had known, I would have built a barracks and went out to kill monsters yesterday. At least, I didn't have to suffer from hunger all day yesterday. Everyone was discussing one thing, that is, the strength of the monsters was also increasing synchronously. Yifeng also popped up at this time and sighed. Today's explosion rate is really not good. As soon as Yifeng showed up, someone recognized him. He was the nouveau riche who spent his supplies to buy a pure gold shovel and a pure gold frying pan yesterday. Seeing Yifeng complaining about the low drop rate today, someone immediately laughed at him. Nouveau riche, are you regretting it? I've said it before, there's no point in exchanging supplies for those things. When you can't get anything in the next few days, you regret it even more when you see the pure gold shovel when you don't have anything to eat. Ha, the monsters have become stronger, and everyone's monster killing speed has also slowed down, so the drop rate has naturally dropped. If the monster's strength increases every day, you cry in a few days. Everyone gloated over others' misfortunes. Their own failures were certainly frustrating, but others' successes were even more uncomfortable. Therefore, when they heard Yifeng complain about the low drop rate, everyone was naturally happier. Some people even told Yifeng in a didactic tone how to use supplies reasonably in this survival game, and how to make himself live longer. After talking for a long time, the man sighed. I had a great time eating the self-heating hot pot today. What did you eat for lunch today? KFC family bucket. The drop rate is really low now. I only got more than 60 white magic balls in the morning. The man who was preaching to Yifeng was originally waiting for Yifeng to tell him what he had eaten, and then advised him in the tone of an elder not to waste supplies casually in the future, and to indulge in his addiction to preaching to others. But when he saw the message said by Yifeng, he was dumbfounded. The words he had prepared were forced back, and he had to delete all the words he had typed and remark them. What the hell? You've eaten KFC? More than 60 orbs exploded in the morning, you call this talent? Do you know that everyone worked so hard that even several chess pieces were sacrificed, and those with better luck only got about 10 orbs, and the probability of useful materials being exploded in the orbs seemed to be reduced. At this moment, he had thousands of words in his heart, and finally gathered into a classic Chinese quintessence. CNM, you are clearly showing off. Not only this buddy, but many other people also began to curse Yifeng. Everyone was working so hard to kill monsters and explode resources, but they didn't get much resources after working so hard. But Yifeng said lightly that he had exploded more than 60? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yesterday can be explained by luck, but is there really someone who is so lucky that he can explode orbs randomly for 2 days? Everyone was unconvinced. As a survivor, he chose to save 10 gold coins on the first day and earn interest on the second day. So on the first day, he was so envious of others that his glasses turned red when he saw that others were enjoying the good life. Especially when he saw that Yifeng even had so many supplies that he could exchange them for a useless pure gold shovel. He was envious and jealous. Why can others be so lucky? However, he always comforted himself that the next day, his extra gold coin would allow him to recruit 1 more chess piece, which would make him more efficient than others. As long as he could make it to the next day, he would be able to catch up with others, and even live more comfortably than others. He always comforted himself like this. But the hunting on the second day made him slapped hard by reality. The monster upgrade made his advantage of 1 gold coin disappear, and he only got 8 magic balls after a busy morning. Such a gap made him angry, and now when he heard Yifeng say that more than 60 magic balls were exploded, he couldn't help it. You are bragging. Do you know how to kill monsters? Everyone says that the explosion rate is very low. If you can get more than 60 in the morning, I will eat a lot of live broadcast. Chapter 10. Although others did not quite believe that Yifeng could produce so many magic balls, they could not help but tease He's remarks. Brother, you are cheating again, right? Ha, what if? Although I do not believe that Howling can produce more than 60 magic balls in the morning, I would rather see the good brother upstairs eat shit. What a difficult choice, ha. Yifeng did not answer these doubts. This time, more than 60 magic balls produced 9 barracks construction fragments. Counting the 1 Draven barracks construction fragment left yesterday, he now has 10 barracks construction fragments in his hand. Since yesterday, many survivors have begun to exchange fragments for fragments to collect the 10 fragments needed for a certain barracks. Yifeng is now thinking the same thing. Amumu barracks fragment *2, Maddie barracks fragment *1, Lux barracks fragment *3, Bomb barracks fragment *1, Vigus barracks fragment *1, Zyra barracks fragment *1, a total of 9 fragments, all for Draven fragments. If you have Draven fragments, just PM me. Take out 9 fragments at once to exchange. Such a number naturally shocked the other survivors. Dude, are you serious? Where did you get so many barracks fragments? Are you kidding? So many fragments, enough to put together a complete barracks builder. Not that it can, but this guy has already gathered it. Otherwise, why would he specifically ask for Draven? He must have another Draven barracks construction fragment in his hand. Why Draven? Is there something special about this Draven card? Brother, did you really farm more than 60 orbs? Otherwise, where did you get so many fragments? Brother, give me the Vigus fragment. I have a Draven fragment. Let's exchange. I applied for a trade. Damn, I want the Amumu barracks fragment, but I don't have a Draven fragment. I only have 2 Morgana fragments. Brother upstairs, I have a Draven fragment. I want a Morgana fragment. Let's exchange. After the exchange, you can go to Brother Howling to return the Amumu barracks fragment you asked for. Soon, Yifeng received a lot of trade applications. Survivor Zhao Wenwen requests to trade Draven barracks construction fragment *1 for Lux barracks construction fragment *1. Do you agree? Survivor Li Zhaoqing requests to trade Draven barracks construction fragment *1 for Vigus barracks construction fragment *1. Do you agree? Survivor Li Xiao Yan requests to trade Draven barracks construction fragment *2 for Lux barracks construction fragment *1. Do you agree? A series of trade applications came, and Yifeng decisively chose to accept them all. Watching the other barracks construction fragments turn into Draven barracks construction fragments one by one, Yifeng could no longer suppress the smile on his face. As for the various comments of other people in the chat interface, he ignored them all. Now there is nothing more important than exchanging fragments. Soon, all of Yifeng's fragments turned into Draven barracks construction fragments. It is detected that the survivor Draven barracks construction fragments have been collected 10 pieces. Do you want to synthesize? After hearing the prompt, Yifeng did not hesitate at all and decisively chose to synthesize. With Yifeng's confirmation, the 10 barracks construction fragments on the material backpack interface turned into a ray of light and disappeared, replaced by a complete barracks builder. Draven barracks builder *1. After using it in the base, a Draven barracks can be directly generated at the base. Yifeng's current base level is LV2. Originally, the maximum number of barracks that can be built is only 2, but due to the effect of Golden Spatula Crown, Yifeng can build an additional barracks. Draven's bond is Brawler and Iron Conqueror. Together with Darius, it can form a double Iron Conqueror bond. The Iron Conqueror bond in the game is that the Iron Conqueror chess piece will provide conquest layers after participating in the kill. After obtaining enough conquest layers, you can open a war chest full of loot. At the same time, Iron Conquerors gain attack power and spell strength, and this bonus will increase by 5% for each loot chest opened. I just don't know if the rules of the loot chest will change in this Golden Spatula survival game. However, Yifeng still had a problem to solve. After building the barracks, he didn't have enough gold to recruit a Draven chess piece. Without a Draven chess piece, he couldn't form a double Iron Blood Conqueror bond. Then the only hope was to place the 1% probability of Golden Spatula Crown. So, in order to gain that 1% chance of getting extra gold coins, Yifeng decided to go to the forest to chat with the goblin. This time, in order to let the goblin hold out for a little longer to reach the trigger time, Yifeng deliberately divided the chess pieces into 2 groups to attack the goblin, ensuring that the goblin could hold out for more than a minute. However, in this way, the efficiency of killing monsters would naturally slow down, and the chess pieces would suffer more damage. However, in order to try and get 2 more Iron Blood bonds today, Yifeng felt that everything was worth it. After an afternoon of hunting, Yifeng finally triggered the special effect of Golden Spatula Crown and got an extra gold coin. But the price was the death of a Darius. Now Yi Feng's chess pieces only have 5 Darius and 1 Amumu. And most of the 5 Darius are not in good condition. But Yi Feng didn't care about these at the moment, summoned his large army, and returned to the base. Back to the base, Yi Feng took out the barracks builder. Take the barracks builder in your hand. It is a palm-sized Draven figurine-like thing. When you take the thing in your hand, you can hear the sound of the game system. Do you want to build a Draven barracks? Yes, build it quickly. As Yi Feng's voice fell, the builder in his hand suddenly turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Then, the ray of light flew to the ground, and suddenly a new barracks rose from the ground. Above the barracks, there is a shadow of Draven, with 2 swords in his hands that look extremely majestic. Recruit a Draven for me. As Yi Feng finished speaking, a burly man holding 2 flying axes walked out of the Draven barracks. This is Draven. After having Draven, Yi Feng's barracks have gathered 2 different bonds. Amumu and Darius form a double supervision bond, which can have 30% damage reduction as the front row, and the double Iron Blood Conqueror bond formed by Darius and Draven can increase the attack power and spell strength of these 2 cards, making the output higher. An Iron Blood Conqueror can also stack the conquest layers to obtain various loot. At this time, Yi Feng's chess piece combat power is already ahead. Chapter 11. Currently, Yi Feng has 5 Darius, 1 Draven, and 1 Amumu. With the formation of the double Iron-Blooded Conqueror bond, the attack of Darius and Draven has directly increased from the original 55 points to 65 points. Such an improvement makes the combat effectiveness of Yi Feng's chess pieces far superior to other survivors. With the new chess pieces, Yi Feng returned to the forest again, and decided to go out and hunt more goblins while it was still light. This time, with the blessing of the Iron-Blooded Conqueror bond, the efficiency of hunting goblins was obviously faster. Darius in the front row resists damage, triggering Dusk Robe to reduce the enemy's armor, and then Draven outputs without pressure in the back row. As soon as the goblin showed its head, it was besieged to death by Yi Feng's chess pieces. Conquer Layer +1. When Yi Feng killed a goblin, the system prompt sound came to his ears. Sure enough, the number of levels of conquest can still be stacked. I just don't know if this number of levels is still the same as in the game, where only 10 levels are needed to get the first level reward. After killing more than 10 goblins, Yi Feng got the answer. It's still different from the game. Although the number of conquest levels has exceeded 10 levels, there is still no extra treasure chest reward. Thinking of this, Yi Feng didn't continue to care about the number of levels of conquest, but instead concentrated on hunting goblins to get loot. Although the chess pieces are strong, they are still consumed. By the evening, Yi Feng's front row chess pieces were all left with low health, and it was obviously not realistic to continue fighting. When the last goblin in front of him died, Yi Feng looked at the 3 white magic balls scattered on the ground and sighed. Alas, this chess piece can't recover blood. For safety reasons, today's hunting must end. Open these white magic balls, and go back to count all the gains today. Open the white magic ball loot. Get a low-level group recovery scroll *1. Open the white magic ball loot. Get a low-level war encouragement scroll *1. Open the white magic ball loot. Get a wooden bed design *1. Yi Feng blinked his glasses in confusion, and rubbed his ears, wondering if he had heard it wrong. When did this survival game explode scrolls? Opening the material backpack interface to check, Yi Feng actually saw 2 things that looked like magic scrolls in the latest items he obtained. Low-level group recovery scroll. After use, it can restore 50% of the health of the 10 chess pieces with the lowest health. Low-level war encouragement scroll. After use, the 10 chess pieces with the highest attack power can get an extra 10% attack bonus, which lasts for 1 hour. It turns out that the chess piece's health recovery depends on the recovery scrolls dropped by the magic balls, but the drop rate is really low. Yi Feng got more than 60 magic balls in the morning, and more than 50 magic balls in the afternoon. Today, he got more than 100 white magic balls as loot, and now suddenly 2 scroll-type props are dropped. This probability is almost 1 in 100. Of course, the value of these scrolls is needless to say. The upper limit of the group recovery scroll is to restore 10 chess pieces. After thinking about it, Yi Feng decided to save it for tomorrow. Back to the camp, Yi Feng now has a great harvest of various supplies. He took out an axe and a few wooden boards from the supply backpack, split the wooden boards into sticks, wrapped them in towels, and poured gasoline on them, and then made simple torches one by one. Light the torches and stick them around the base. When it gets dark, the base is still bright enough to see things clearly. After taking out something to eat, Yi Feng used the wooden bed design he had just obtained, and made a brand new wooden bed by consuming a certain amount of wood. As the sun went down, the bases of all the survivors became dark again. Except for some brave ones. Most of the survivors chose to return to the base and exchange various information through the chat function. Yifeng opened the chat interface, and everyone was chatting in full swing at this time. I lost 3 chess pieces today, and the supplies dropped are barely the same as yesterday. If this monster continues to increase its attributes tomorrow, I'm afraid we won't be able to beat them in the future. I spent 20 gold coins and 15 Darius yesterday and today. I went out to kill monsters for so long, and 4 chess pieces died. I killed at least more than 70 goblins, and finally got a total of 6 magic balls. There is something wrong with this survival game. Absolutely. Don't say it, it's not the game that has a problem, but we haven't mastered the routine. In the afternoon, a big guy said that he used 2 different barracks to match, and the chess piece's armor increased by nearly 1-fold, and hunting goblins basically didn't suffer much damage. Fuck? Is this the bond mentioned in the game? But how can we guess without any information? Those who know these things are unwilling to tell us casually. It's too exaggerated. Just 2 chess pieces can increase their armor by nearly 1-fold? Doesn't that mean the goblins can basically not beat the chess pieces? Yifeng smiled when he saw this. Someone must have accidentally put together Aurelia and Singed. These 2 chess pieces have a common bond: Sentinel. Sentinel can give all chess pieces in the team armor and magic resistance, and Sentinel chess pieces can get 3 times more. Therefore, the combination of these 2 chess pieces can indeed greatly improve the defense of chess pieces, and the loss of hunting goblins is smaller. Yifeng continued to scroll down, and finally saw someone talking about various scrolls. Brothers, in addition to these, there are also consumables that can improve the properties of chess pieces. I dropped a scroll today, which can increase the upper limit of chess piece health by 10% within an hour. Really? So powerful? Doesn't it mean that each chess piece has dozens of extra health points for nothing? It's true, because I also dropped it, but I dropped a low-quality one, which increases the attack power by 5% within half an hour. It seems that there are still many people who drop magic scrolls, but most people will not take these things out for trading, but keep them as their own treasures. In addition, Yifeng also saw a different change. On the first day, basically no one asked for food and water, and everyone thought they could brush out enough supplies. But tonight, there are many news about exchanging various resources for food and water. I didn't eat anything yesterday, and today, I'm almost starving. I want to exchange a kerosene lamp design for food and water. Is there any big brother who can be kind and give me a bottle of water? I really didn't know the drop rate was so low. This survival game should at least give everyone a big guarantee. I'm honest, the rare treasure chess piece intelligent scroll is exchanged for a boost scroll and food supplies, and I guarantee you will get your money back. Chess piece intelligent scroll? Looking at this strange name, Yifeng couldn't help but become curious. What on earth is this? Chapter 12. Yifeng chose to privately chat with a brother who said he wanted to sell the chess piece intelligent scroll and asked about the details of this scroll. Zhao Yuan's mood was a bit complicated. Yesterday, he didn't dare to use any gold coins. Today, he finally had 21 gold coins. After collecting a lot of information on the chat interface, he chose to go all in on Amumu. After spending 5 gold coins to build the Amumu barracks, the remaining 16 gold coins were all used to recruit Amumu chess pieces. It was indeed relatively easy to go out with 16 Amumus to hunt goblins, but the drop rate made him a little sad. Especially when he heard that someone had dropped various scrolls that could increase chess pieces, he envied them even more. After a day of hard work, he finally dropped a blue magic ball, and a magic scroll dropped inside the blue magic ball, but when he saw the name and introduction of the scroll, he was dumbfounded. Chess piece intelligent scroll. After selecting a chess piece to use, the chess piece can be made intelligent, and can lead the chess piece to hunt monsters, collect supplies, etc. This thing makes a chess piece conscious? What use is it? Chess pieces are consumables. If you give this thing to a chess piece, you have to worry about it wasting the scroll. The scroll that exploded from the blue magic ball turned out to be this thing? He wanted to sell this scroll, but most people chose to refuse the transaction after understanding the specific properties of this scroll, and even said that his scroll was a pure waste magic ball. When he saw that the survivor named Yifeng also asked about the details of his scroll, he told the other party the details of the scroll without hope. However, what he didn't expect was that after understanding the specific situation, the other party was actually very excited and even took the initiative to offer generous trading chips. Low-level war encouragement scroll *1 and a bucket of pure water and a bunch of food. Trade? Big brother. Let's trade now. Zhao Yuan was so excited that he almost jumped up and quickly initiated a trade application, fearing that the other party would regret it. After the transaction was completed, Zhao Yuan looked at the low-level war encouragement scroll in his hand, and the food supplies on the ground. He felt that he was so excited that he was about to cry. As for Yi Feng, after getting the chess piece intelligent scroll, he also began to think about how to maximize the benefits of this scroll. Although this scroll looks useless, as the number of chess pieces continues to increase in the future, one person commanding all chess pieces to go out hunting will definitely be much slower. At this time, there is an intelligent chess piece that can take the chess pieces out hunting by itself, which can naturally double the efficiency. It's just that it's not needed now, so Yi Feng decided to keep it first. After dealing with the chess piece combat power, Yi Feng is also ready to improve the quality of life in his base. After 2 days of summarizing, Yi Feng also made a summary of the items dropped from the magic ball. The first category is material resources, various food, water, and other necessities of life. The second category is life resources. All kinds of daily necessities in modern society may explode, from lighters to refrigerators and TVs. Of course, whether they can be used is another matter. The third category is various design drawings. This kind of design drawings have everything, as long as there are enough raw materials, and with the drawings, the raw materials can be directly turned into finished products. The fourth category is the basic resources category. These things are the raw materials needed for various design drawings: common wood, iron blocks, cotton, cloth, etc. The fifth category is the combat power related props, various barracks construction fragments, various enhancement magic scrolls, and other props that can enhance the strength of the base. And the explosion rate of the fifth category is shockingly low. Yesterday, Yi Feng also obtained a basic equipment giant belt, but among the hundreds of magic balls dropped today, there was no basic equipment, and only 2 magic scrolls were considered combat power props. Putting his eyes back to the base, there was already a wooden bed in the wooden house, but it was still uncomfortable to sleep on it directly. Yi Feng happened to see someone selling quilt design drawings, and without a moment's hesitation, he directly exchanged with the other party for daily necessities. After getting the design drawings, he purchased enough cotton and cloth raw materials. 2 quilts appeared in front of Yi Feng. Finally, I can have a good sleep tonight. Yi Feng scanned the chat content again. Most of them were about the exchange of living resources, material resources, design drawings, and basic resources. No one was selling items related to combat power. This made Yi Feng a little disappointed. But it was normal to think about it. Everyone could still get basic food and water outside. Who would be willing to trade combat power items? While thinking, Yi Feng found that the sky had completely darkened. As the sun set, the night enveloped the forest again. But fortunately, Yi Feng placed torches around the base to ensure that the base could still see clearly. Yi Feng sat there thinking. Billions of people around the world were teleported to this golden shovel survival world. According to everyone, they were all in an endless forest. Are everyone in the same forest? If so, how big is the forest that can accommodate billions of people? If everyone is not in the same forest, then everyone is in different spaces, and they trade through the chat interface. If this is true, does it mean that no matter how much the base is developed in the future, there will only be one person in the world, and eventually they can only grow old alone? Thinking of the second possibility, Yi Feng's hair stood up, and he was shocked by this idea. If it is really the second situation, then everything is too desperate. Just when Yi Feng was thinking about it, a discordant roar interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. A low hissing sounded, and the owner of the sound stared at Yi Feng in the base. Yi Feng looked in the direction of the sound, relying on the firelight around the base to see the source of the sound. It was a monster that looked like a cat demon, but unlike the purple cat demon last night, this cat demon was all white with a yellow lightning sign on its forehead. What kind of monster was this? Yi Feng looked at the white cat demon with some doubts, and confirmed again and again that there were no other monsters near the base except this white cat demon. Seeing this monster alone, Yi Feng immediately became interested. He still had 7 chess pieces, 6 in the front row and 1 in the back row, so he thought it would be no problem to deal with the white cat demon in front of him. You're calling your horse. Just wait, I kill you and your horse. Chapter 13. Monsters are stronger at night, and the orb that explodes is guaranteed to be a blue orb. Of course, the premise is that it can be exploded. With the probability of this survival game, the probability of sacrificing a few chess pieces and not dropping anything at all is higher. However, Yi Feng has the hex deck enhancement of the war treasure. The 40% probability is still worth a try. Give it a try and don't worry too much. Yi Feng hummed a song, commanding Darius to walk in front. Amumu followed closely behind, and Draven was attacking from the back. Looking at the chess piece approaching, The white cat demon let out a shrill roar, like a hysterical woman's voice. Darius swung his giant axe. Amumu also attacked with a headbutt, and Draven threw a flying axe from the back. The white cat demon attacked the nearest Darius, and the damage did not seem high, only knocking off more than 10 points of Darius's health at a time. It took several chess pieces to kill this thing yesterday? Are you kidding me? Yifeng estimated that with the current output efficiency, at most one more Darius would be injured, and then he could easily deal with this white cat demon. 10 seconds later, the white cat demon's hair suddenly stood up, like a bunch of sharp thorns, which looked chilling. Then, lightning shot out from the cat demon, and struck all the chess pieces at a very fast speed. -180, -168, -210, -240. A long list of damage numbers appeared on the chess pieces. Even Darius, who was already low on health, was left with only more than 10 drops of blood after being beaten up like this. Fuck, you're a bitch? Yifeng didn't dare to neglect it, and quickly took out the only low-level group recovery scroll. He didn't care about wasting scrolls at this time. If it wasn't used, all the chess pieces would be dead, and the white cat demon wouldn't be killed. That would be a huge loss. As the scroll was used, a green light appeared on the bodies of several chess pieces, which was the color of life and forgiveness. All of a sudden, the health of the chess pieces was raised, which made Yifeng feel relieved. After releasing the lightning attack, the white cat demon seemed to be in a weak period. It just stood there and fought back for a long time. I kill you while you're sick. Hit this cat demon hard, Yifeng shouted. Although the chess pieces' attacks were fully automatic, it didn't affect Yifeng's command at all. It was not for anything else, but for the sake of not losing in momentum. As the chess pieces continued to attack, the white cat demon's health gradually reached the bottom, and it was finally about to die. Seeing the dawn of victory in front of him, Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to it. What kind of treasure will the monster explode for him tonight? Just as Yifeng was imagining, the white cat demon moved again, roaring angrily, and the whole body swelled up like a balloon. A bang explosion sounded, and the entire battlefield was raging with lightning. Yifeng watched his chess piece being blown up by the lightning and suffered more than 200 damage, and his heart was bleeding. The only thing to be thankful for was that this attack did not cause any chess piece loss, but the health was a little low. Ding! The War Treasure Hextech talent has been triggered, and an extra loot is obtained. Yifeng looked at the center of the battlefield, and 2 golden magic balls were lying quietly on the ground. Shit! It exploded, or it triggered War Treasure 3 and exploded 2 at once. It was all worth it. Golden Orb. So far, few survivors have exploded it. The golden shovel and golden pot that Yifeng received from others were exploded from ordinary goblins by other survivors. I don't know what Yifeng's 2 golden orbs will open this time. Looking at the 2 golden orbs, Yifeng didn't pick them up immediately. After all, there must be some sense of ritual before opening the treasure. First, after taking a photo with the 2 golden orbs, Yifeng took out a pack of huasi from the supplies. There was no other way. There was no incense in the drop supplies, so he couldn't burn incense and pray, so he used huasi instead. After lighting 3 huasi, Yifeng held them in his hands, and bowed respectfully to the sky. Jade Emperor Buddha, Holy Lord Jesus, let me help you. After saying this, Yifeng stuck 3 huasi in the ground and moved towards the golden magic ball with excitement. Open the golden magic ball trophy, and get the finished equipment forging device *1. Open the golden magic ball trophy, and get the intermediate group recovery scroll, rechargeable, *1. Both are combat power rewards. When Yifeng heard this prompt, he couldn't help laughing. Now his combat power can be greatly improved. Finished equipment forging device. After using it, you can open a treasure house with 3 finished equipment, and choose one from them to get. There are more than 30 finished equipment in total. Yifeng is not sure what he can get by picking 3 from them. After rubbing his hands together, Yifeng blew a breath on his palms, and after rubbing them repeatedly, he took out the finished equipment forging device. It depends on this time whether it is a mule or a horse. Give it to me. As the forging device was used, the shadows of 3 pieces of equipment appeared in front of Yifeng's eyes. The first piece was a blue staff, the second piece was a dark red glove, and the last piece was a yellow-green armor. The 3 pieces of equipment were Archangel Staff, Mystic Gloves, and Maniac Armor. The basic attribute of Archangel Staff is to increase mana and spell power by 15 points, and there is no upper limit to the magic power after entering the battle. The basic attribute of Mystic Gloves is to increase the critical strike rate by 20%, and the upper limit of life by 150 points, and equip the barracks with 2 random equipment every day, but it needs to consume all the equipment grids of the barracks. That is to say, after equipping, No other equipment can be equipped. The basic attributes of crazy armor are even more simple and crude, adding 600 points to the upper limit of health and gaining a 12% maximum health bonus. Yifeng first excluded the first piece of equipment. After all, none of his current chess pieces had a mage chess piece, and he didn't need the Archangel staff at all. Between arcane gloves and crazy armor, Yifeng began to hesitate. The attribute value of crazy armor is enough to double Darius's health. At that time, 1 is stronger than 2, and it can definitely greatly improve the combat power. This is undoubtedly the safest choice. However, arcane gloves can randomly give 2 pieces of equipment. If you are lucky, then the upper limit will definitely beat the crazy armor. Yifeng hesitated for a long time, and finally stretched out his hand and grabbed the phantom of one of the equipment. Congratulations to the survivors for getting the arcane gloves. Chapter 14. In order to take a chance, Yifeng finally chose arcane gloves. However, Darius is already equipped with a dusk robe and cannot be equipped with arcane gloves, and Amumu and Draven currently only have 1 card, so it is not worth it to equip arcane gloves to the other 2 chess pieces. As for the other magic scroll, it is an extremely useful treasure in the early stage. Intermediate group recovery scroll, rechargeable after use. It can restore 75% of the maximum health of the 10 chess pieces with the lowest health. This scroll can be recharged, and 1 recharge point is added every 24 hours. The upper limit of the recharge point is 2 points, and the current recharge point is 1 point. This recovery scroll, restoring 75% of the maximum health, is basically equivalent to reviving the chess piece with full health. This effect alone is worth it for Yifeng to use it as a trump card. What made Yifeng even more delighted was that this magic scroll was not a disposable item, but could be used repeatedly after being charged. 1 charging point is added every 24 hours, which means that 10 chess pieces can be revived once a day for free. Such treasures can make Yifeng's chess pieces more durable, and tomorrow's hunting harvest will definitely be greater. People are refreshed when they are happy. After getting the 2 treasures, Yifeng felt like he had taken stimulants and couldn't rest at all. Speaking of which, will anyone reveal consumable items such as equipment disassembler or equipment recaster? Yifeng wants to equip Darius with arcane gloves. Then he needs to take down the dusk robe on Darius's barracks first. It is naturally possible to take things down with the equipment disassembler, and it would be better if he could get the equipment recaster. After all, the attributes of dusk robe are not the best among all the finished equipment. It must be said that the additional magic resistance and reduced enemy armor provided by dusk robe played a significant role in this battle against the cat demon. If it were not for the 25 points of magic resistance of dusk robe itself, and the additional 25 points of magic resistance provided, the damage Darius suffered would not be just over 100 points. You know, this more than 100 points of damage can still burst out more than 100 points after the double monitor reduced it by 30%, and after being resisted by high magic resistance. If other survivors without double monitor and additional magic resistance tried to hunt the cat demon, it is estimated that a lightning strike would directly kill all the chess pieces. Although Dusk Robe has made contributions, Yifeng still wants to replace it. After all, it blocked Darius's way to equip Mystic Gloves, and he wanted to take a chance, just in case he got better equipment. Yifeng opened the chat interface, wanting to see if anyone had dropped what he needed. It would have been better if I hadn't seen it. When I saw it, I found that everyone was complaining about how scary the white cat demon that appeared tonight was. Brothers, the monsters outside have changed at night. And they have become even scarier. How can it be? Aren't they still cat demon monsters? And they were in groups yesterday, but now there are only 1 or 2 scattered outside. If I had more chess pieces, I could easily wipe them out. That's right, this cat demon only looks powerful now, and after a few days, everyone will be able to easily deal with it. Seeing that some people thought that the white cat demon was easy to deal with, someone immediately sent a photo. In the photo, the white cat demon released lightning, and all the chess pieces on the ground suffered hundreds of horrible damage. Brother, you try it. This cat demon hit my chess piece for more than 500 HP in one wave, and many of my chess pieces have less than 500 HP left, and they were killed instantly. After the photo was released, everyone was shocked. Monsters at night are so scary. After this photo was sent out, other survivors who tried to hunt the white cat demon immediately complained about the abnormal damage of the cat demon. Dude, this cat demon's normal attack doesn't do much damage, but its lightning damage is an instant kill. Don't say it, I lost more than 10 chess pieces in one wave, I was so exhausted. One more to the above, I thought I could try to hunt monsters at night to see if I could get better things, but I lost all my pants. I finally waited until the cat demon was almost dead, but it had another wave of attacks and knocked me down. Yifeng sighed. The strength of this white cat demon was beyond his expectations, let alone other survivors. Those survivors whose chess pieces were killed by the white cat demon can only hope to start over with 10 gold coins issued by the game tomorrow. But if the monsters on the third day continue to improve in strength, their daytime hunting will become extremely difficult. It seems that the cruelty of this golden shovel survival game will be revealed to everyone bit by bit. Yifeng deduced that even if these survivors, who had been annihilated, regrouped tomorrow, their lives would become increasingly difficult, and they might not even be able to guarantee basic living supplies. Perhaps some people would starve to death or die of thirst before the 10-day novice protection period was over. Yifeng checked his material interface. He had really made a fortune by relying on the hex talent of War Treasure 3. He had no shortage of materials, and could even have a delicious meal every time. Although he sighed when he thought that someone might die, it was just a sigh. Yifeng didn't have the idea of saving others. Maybe telling others about the fetters of some chess pieces could make their lives easier, but how would it help him? At this time, someone in the chat interface continued to sigh about the horror of the cat demon's attack. Fuck, I wish I had checked the chat interface earlier. A few minutes ago, I was also excited and tried to kill the lone cat demon. After all, someone killed the night monster yesterday and exploded the golden magic ball. What's the follow-up, buddy upstairs? Did it explode? Someone asked the man knowingly, and the result was like this, and others immediately started to tease him. Do I need to ask? It must have exploded. But it was his own chess pieces that exploded. I guess this guy has lost a single chess piece like me. The balance between the monsters in this survival game during the day and at night is too bad. If we play this way, when the novice protection period is over, won't we all be finished? After watching everyone complain about how scary the white cat demon was, and how they couldn't take it down, Deng Shiji, who was resting, smiled with a glass of champagne in his hand. He recruited the Singed barracks yesterday and chose the Aurelia barracks today. After the 2 barracks chess pieces were recruited, the chess piece's armor and magic resistance actually increased by more than 30, almost doubling. With such high defense, his sweep today was particularly easy. In one day, more than 20 magic balls exploded, and even a piece of giant belt equipment exploded. Facing the night white cat demon that everyone avoided, he still took it down and exploded a golden magic ball. No, buddy, how is it difficult to kill this cat demon? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Sometimes you should look for the reasons yourself. It's the second day. Have you improved the combat power of your chess pieces? Chapter 15. A photo was attached to Deng Shiji's message. The golden magic ball shining with golden light was extremely eye-catching in the dark night. Although he said that it was easy to kill the white cat demon, it was actually not easy. The terrifying lightning of the white cat demon, even though his magic resistance was greatly improved, still dealt more than 300 damage. Fortunately, he had gathered 2 sentinel bonds and equipped the chess pieces with giant belt, so he barely managed to hold on. Even so, his chess pieces were all at low health and had no strength to fight again. After killing the cat demon, he was lucky enough to get a golden magic ball, from which an equipment crazy outlaw armor and consumable equipment recaster exploded. Based on the principle of not returning home in brocade is like walking in brocade at night, Deng Shiji naturally showed off the photo of the magic ball dropped after killing the cat demon. No, buddy, how is it difficult to kill this cat demon? Don't talk nonsense with your eyes open. Sometimes look for your own reasons. It's the second day. Have you improved the combat power of your chess pieces? Deng Shiji said this, and many people couldn't help but want to refute. That white cat demon is not something that everyone can compete with now. But the golden magic ball that Deng Shiji exploded after killing the cat demon was so dazzling that everyone didn't know how to refute. Some people took the opportunity to build a relationship with Deng Shiji and asked him how he achieved such a powerful combat power, and whether he had any secrets to tell everyone. Deng Shiji looked at others calling him a big boss, and praising him crazily, and he was naturally very happy in his heart. The secret is very simple. Singed and Aurelia can get the attribute of almost doubling the armor and magic resistance. However, he will definitely not tell anyone this secret. This is the secret of his rise in this golden shovel survival, and he will never share it with others. He also hopes to rely on this secret to step by step to the peak of golden shovel survival. However, he does enjoy the flattery of others. In order to enjoy more attention, he even showed off what exploded from the golden magic ball. Guess what the golden magic ball exploded? It will definitely make you jealous. After Deng Shiji raised the question, everyone started to guess. Could it be that a high-level magic scroll was dropped? Could it be that a complete barracks builder was dropped? That's impossible. Everyone dropped fragments. How could a complete one be dropped directly? I guess it must be some powerful equipment. I can't guess it. I really can't guess it. Don't keep us in suspense. Tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Announce the answer quickly. Deng Shiji looked at the expected reply and felt very proud. Especially when he saw many beautiful women in private chats directly sending him some inappropriate photos in the hope of exchanging his powerful secret, he was even more proud. He was already imagining that he would become the strongest existence in the Golden Shovel survival in the future. A lot of beautiful women would throw themselves into his arms, and he would have fun every night. I dropped an equipment that can increase 600 health points and 12% of the maximum health value. In addition, there is also a prop that can randomly turn equipment into other equipment. When Deng Shiji said this, it was like spilling a few drops of water into boiling hot oil, and the pot immediately exploded. Mr. Duo? 600 HP? The HP of a chess piece is only about 600 at most. This thing is equivalent to one chess piece being comparable to 2 chess pieces. Not only that, there is an additional 12% HP increase. If this is given to me, the HP of my chess piece can directly reach more than 1,300 points, which is completely invincible. This equipment is definitely the strongest equipment. That's right, that recaster is useless. After recasting such a powerful equipment, who knows what new equipment will emerge? What if the new equipment is weaker? Wouldn't it be a big loss? Or is this berserker armor powerful? I really envy you. Tomorrow, there will be another 10 gold coins. Wouldn't you be able to recruit 10 chess pieces with more than 1,300 HP? Wouldn't it be easy to kill monsters? Fuck, I want this treasure too. The chat interface was full of flattery for Deng Shiji, which made Deng Shiji a little flattered. Brother, do you want to exchange your equipment recaster? I trade you the barracks fragments. This message was sent by Yifeng. He got a few barracks fragments in the afternoon. He happened to see someone saying that he got equipment recaster, so he wanted to trade with him. However, Deng Shiji, who was looking very proud at the moment, was a little unhappy when he saw that Yifeng didn't flatter him. What are you asking? This is something that was dropped by the golden magic ball. It may be very useful in the future. You want to exchange it for barracks fragments? You don't think I need barracks fragments, do you? That's the golden orb dropped by the white cat demon, Cat Demon. Can you hunt the same monster? Deng Shiji directly mocked this ignorant boy in his eyes. If the boy flatters according to his own thoughts, maybe he is willing to trade the barracks fragments with him using the equipment recaster. But since this boy is so unruly, there is no need to trade. When Deng Shiji said this, others naturally agreed. That's right, this thing is a treasure dropped by the boss when he killed the cat demon. You want to trade it with a few barracks fragments? Brother, you don't want to change a recaster to try and turn your equipment into a crazy armor, do you? Ha ha ha, there are so many types of equipment. How can you have such good luck, brother? Don't think about it. The boss's luck needs strength to copy. Seeing that the man was so arrogant, Yifeng no longer wanted to trade, and at this time, he just wanted to kill the other party's prestige. Indeed, the cat demon's damage is not high, it's easy to deal with. I just lost 2 golden magic balls. Of course, after he sent this message, not many people believed it, and more people questioned it. 2 golden magic balls? Could it be that 2 white cat demons were hunted? Everyone saw how terrifying that thing was, and Deng Shiji's hunting of one shocked everyone. Is there really someone who could hunt 2? However, when Yifeng sent out the photo of 2 golden magic balls, everyone was silent. The 2 golden magic balls illuminated the night more brilliantly than Deng Shiji's photo. The chat interface fell into a brief silence, and everyone was stunned by the photo sent by Yifeng. Even Deng Shiji widened his eyes, and looked at the 2 golden magic balls in Yifeng's photo in disbelief. After a long while, someone came back to his senses, and after a long time, he could only say 2 words. Awesome. Chapter 16. 2 golden magic balls. Did you kill 2 white cat demons in one go? Oh my god, the lightning of a cat demon can kill chess pieces in 1 second. How did you survive? It's on. It's definitely on. What do you mean, big brother? It's on even if it's not turned off? You're invincible, brother. Teach me. I also want to kill white cat demons easily. The flattery of Deng Shiji was suddenly transferred to Yifeng. The strong gap made Deng Shiji a little difficult to accept. He had previously mocked Yifeng for not being able to kill the white cat demon, but reality immediately gave him a hot slap in the face. Deng Shiji only felt a pain on his face. This feeling of being slapped in the face made him so embarrassed that he didn't dare to reply. But fortunately, everyone's eyes were not on him at all. Instead, they curiously asked Yifeng what the 2 golden magic balls had exploded. Boss, 2 golden orbs. What did they drop? Let's see. That's right, the berserker armor that came out of the golden orb just now was already invincible enough. Now, what treasures can come out of the 2 golden orbs? I'm really envious. Why can't I get a golden orb? My red-eye disease is coming on. I can't stand looking at these things. Woo woo. Boss, tell us what you dropped and show us. Boss, do you still need a younger brother? Or a pendant? I'm good at hugging thighs, and I can even shout 666. Deng Shiji breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that no one brought the topic to himself. But then, a strong sense of loss came over him again. He should be the protagonist. Who is this Yifeng who just appeared? How could he kill 2 white cat demons in one go? Could it be that his Singed and Aurelia are not the strongest combination? A strong sense of loss surged through his body, making him feel frustrated. But soon this frustration was replaced by curiosity. His own golden orb had already exploded the crazy outlaw armor with extremely exaggerated attributes. What else could this person's 2 golden orbs explode? Curiosity made Deng Shiji feel like there was a soft hair in his heart constantly provoking his mood, making him a little crazy with curiosity, but he was embarrassed to ask directly. So he could only stare at the chat interface to see how Yifeng would answer later. Facing everyone's curious inquiries, Yifeng did not intend to hide it, and sent the 2 things he exploded to everyone to watch. Anyway, even if this thing was told to others, others could not do anything to him. Just a rechargeable recovery scroll and a secret magic glove. Yifeng answered casually, and uploaded the detailed attribute diagrams of the 2 treasures. After seeing the properties of the 2 items, everyone drooled with envy. Turtle, a recovery scroll that can be used once a day is basically equivalent to getting 10 more chess pieces for free every day. If this scroll is given to me, then I can use 10 chess pieces as 20, and the number of magic balls that can be exploded every day will double? Is this the difference between the big guys and us? With such a scroll, the combat power is directly increased by nearly double. The magic scroll that can restore 75% of the health value is rare, and it can be charged and used repeatedly, which is even more eye-opening for everyone. Everyone started to imagine how easy it would be to survive if they had this thing. Deng Shiji looked at the effect of the recovery scroll and silently compared it in his mind, wondering which one was stronger, his crazy outlaw armor or Yifeng's recovery scroll. My crazy outlaw armor is better. After all, the crazy outlaw armor gives all the chess pieces recruited by the entire barracks extra life points, and the recovery scroll can only be enjoyed by 10 chess pieces at most. The scroll may look good now, but when the number of chess pieces exceeds 10 in the future, the decline of the scroll will be revealed. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji's mentality was much more balanced. Although they were all golden magic balls, the rewards they exploded were also different. As for the second piece of equipment, Mystic Gloves, although everyone was also discussing it, the enthusiasm was not that high. After all, everyone didn't know that scattered equipment could be synthesized into finished equipment. Most people thought that the random acquisition of 2 pieces of equipment was likely to be the random acquisition of 2 scattered equipment. If this is the case, then the probability of drawing good equipment is too low, and the randomness is too great. If you are lucky and get 2 berserker armor, the chess piece attributes for that day will definitely be very strong. But if 2 useless equipments come out one day, it means that 1 piece of equipment is wasted. So in the eyes of everyone, the effect of this Mystic Gloves is just that, and it is still not as attractive as berserker armor. While everyone was still discussing, Yifeng received a private message from someone. Boss, I have the equipment recaster you want. I will exchange 2 barracks fragments. Do you think it's okay? Seeing this message, Yifeng's face showed joy. Sure enough, the person who dropped the equipment recaster was not the only one. What barracks fragment do you want? Let me see if I have it first. After synthesizing the Draven barracks builder, Yifeng only had 6 barracks fragments left, so Yifeng was not sure if he had what the other party needed. However, the other party was easy to talk to and said that any fragments would be accepted. Yifeng randomly selected 2 fragments that he would not be able to use and completed the transaction with the other party directly. After the transaction was completed, looking at the equipment recaster in his hand, Yifeng turned his eyes to the dusk robe above the Darius barracks. Although you have made contributions, in order to maximize the combat power, you can only be sacrificed. Yifeng rubbed his hands and was looking forward to it. He didn't know what equipment the recaster could randomly produce this time. With the use of the equipment recaster, the dusk robe that was originally on the barracks emitted a ray of light, bounced directly from the barracks, and turned into a ball of light, shining in the air. In the ball of light, the appearance of various finished equipment kept rotating and appearing, making Yifeng dazzled. Give me a useful one. As Yi Feng shouted, the speed of the equipment in the ball of light changed slower and slower, and it seemed that it was about to stop. Ding. With this prompt, the equipment in the ball of light was completely frozen. It was a red long sword. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Rage Blade of Ginsu. The Rage Blade of Ginsu is also known as the Sheep Knife. As a back row artifact, it can infinitely stack attack speed. It can be used by Draven in the back row. Chapter 17. Ginsu's Rage Blade. Add 10% attack speed, add 10 spell power. Special effect. Provide 5% stackable attack speed when attacking. This equipment is commonly known as the Sheep Knife. In the game of Golden Shovel, it has the effect of infinite stacking armor and attack speed. Anyone who outputs AD in the back row wants to bring a Sheep Knife. At this time, a Sheep Knife appears, which can be used by Draven to increase the output of the back row. Without hesitation, Yi Feng directly equipped Ginsu's Rage Blade on Draven's barracks. And Mystic Gloves are equipped on Darius's barracks. Mystic Gloves are also called Stealing. The temptation of 2 random equipment every round is still irresistible. However, when Yi Feng equipped it, looking at the equipment that appeared, he couldn't help but want to complain. Morello's Secret Codex and Tears of the Goddess. The former is a mage equipment, which increases spell strength, life limit, attack speed, and special effect is that the attack causes burning effect and severe injury effect to the enemy. The latter is a piece of equipment, which increases mana by 15 points. Looking at these 2 pieces of equipment, Yi Feng curled his lips. It is really unsuitable. Neither of these 2 pieces of equipment is suitable for Darius. Fortunately, the equipment given by Arcane Gloves will change every day, and there is still a chance to see if there will be any good things tomorrow. After completing the transaction of equipment recaster, Yi Feng looked at the chat interface again, wanting to see if he could find any leaks. After some operations, Yi Feng used various resources, and really exchanged for some pieces of equipment that others thought were useless. 3 Tears of the Goddess, 1 useless stick, 1 glove, and 2 golden spatulas. In order to exchange these things, Yi Feng took out all the remaining barracks fragments, and even got a lot of daily necessities to exchange for these things. However, with the continuous development of survival games, when everyone found that these seemingly useless pieces of equipment can be synthesized into finished equipment, it is almost impossible to exchange these pieces of equipment with daily necessities. So Yi Feng wants to seize the opportunity now, and exchange as much basic equipment as possible. There are not many finished equipments that can be synthesized from the collected equipment. Archangel Staff, Blue Tyrant Talisman, Hand of Justice, Pearl Gauntlet, and the Job Transfer Black Rose Emblem, Family Emblem, Wildfire Gang Emblem. Or use 2 golden spatulas to synthesize a golden spatula crown, so that there are 4 barracks that can be built. After a little thought, Yi Feng gave up this plan. 1 more barracks can't make up any new fetters at present, and it can't improve the strength too much. And in the future, after everyone knows the role of golden spatula, it will be difficult to collect golden spatula again. It's better to keep it, and synthesize the desired job transfer. Yi Feng's ideal job transfer is naturally Iron Blood Conqueror Emblem. Opening a high-level Iron Blood Conqueror bond as soon as possible can make conquest layers refresh faster, and get treasure rewards as soon as possible. However, Iron Blood Conqueror Emblem requires Golden Spatula plus Storm Sword. No one is willing to take action for Storm Sword, which can directly increase the attack power of barracks chess pieces. Yi Feng can only hope that he can explode one tomorrow. It was already very late at night, and many survivors had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Feng lay on the soft quilt, and slept very soundly. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Yi Feng was ready to get up. This is the time for the survival game to issue gold coins, and new gold coins will be available soon to recruit chess pieces. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving the 3rd day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. As the reminder sound of the survival game sounded, Yi Feng's gold coins increased from 0 to 10 again. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV2. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 2 plus 1. Base upgrade, 9 days later. Consume 4 gold coins to advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Current number of gold coins, 10. After checking the base situation, Yi Feng decided to take a look at what equipment the Mystic Gloves on Darius's barracks turned into today. Yi Feng turned his eyes to the equipment on Darius' barracks. His eyes bulged. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his eye sockets. He couldn't believe what he saw. Barret Armor plus Sunfire Cape. These are the 2 random pieces of equipment from Mystic Gloves today. Perfect for Darius, the front row. Sunfire Cape. Add 20 armor. Add 150 HP. Special effect. Gain 8% of maximum HP. Every 10 seconds, Apply 1% burning effect and 33% severe injury effect for 10 seconds to an enemy within 2 meters nearby. Barren Armor. Add 600 HP. Special effect. Gain 12% of maximum HP. The burning effect is based on the enemy's maximum HP to cause real damage. Calculated at 1% burning damage, a goblin with 500 HP will receive an additional 5 points of burning damage per second. This damage may seem low, but if the enemy's health is very high, the effect will be very significant. The effect of severe injury is to make the enemy's means of restoring health only 33% effective. Originally, it could restore 100 health points, but in fact, it can only restore 33 health points. There is no need to repeat the properties of Brawler Armor. The 2 pieces of equipment increase the upper limit of health by 750 points in total, plus the 150 upper limit of health brought by Mystic Gloves, which makes Darius's health soar to 1,500 points. Not only that, the special effects of the 2 pieces of equipment cumulatively increase the maximum health by 20%, which makes Darius's health increase again, from 1,500 health points directly to 1,800 health points. The basic health of a 1-star Darius is 600 points, and at this time, Yifeng's Darius's health is completely 3 times that of the basic version. In terms of health alone, Yifeng's Darius attributes have crushed everyone, and the 20-point armor bonus makes Darius more resistant, and the burning effect of Sunfire Cloak can also speed up the efficiency of hunting monsters to a certain extent. Without a trace of hesitation, Yifeng directly chose to recruit 9 Darius for 10 gold coins, and 1 Draven as the back row output. The current Yifeng chess pieces are as follows: 14 Darius, 1 Amumu, and 2 Draven. Among them, Darius's health directly reached an astonishing 1,800 points, and the armor also reached 60 points. Draven is equipped with Gunsu's Rage Blade, which can infinitely stack attack speed in the back row to speed up output. Looking at the chess pieces in front of him, Yifeng is full of confidence. Such a lineup is enough to roam freely in the forest. I can only say that the one who can steal the Mystic Gloves is a god. Chapter 18. Darius, with nearly 2,000 HP, walked in front, and his sense of security was full. On the 3rd day, the goblins that appeared in the forest occasionally appeared fire goblins that could use fire magic, and frost goblins that could use frost magic. Yifeng did not provoke these special goblins. After all, the drops of these things were not very high, and it would even waste his time to sweep. The monsters on the 3rd day were indeed slightly strengthened again, but Yifeng's strength was no longer what it used to be. It was very smooth along the way. Nearing 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifeng had swept hundreds of goblins, and countless white magic balls exploded. Yifeng was even too lazy to count what was exploded. After all, in terms of life, it is enough to have delicious food and drink spicy drinks without starving to death. Among them, some low-level magic scrolls, and more than 10 pieces of barracks fragments were exploded. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 1,000 levels of conquest, and getting a treasure chest reward of 2 gold coins. As this sound rang out, Yifeng found that he had 2 more gold coins, and the attack power of Darius and Draven also increased a little, although it was only a negligible point. This is the increase in the conquest level of the Iron Blood Conqueror bond. In the game, the first time you get the conquest treasure chest, you only need to participate in the battle to kill the enemy level to reach 10 levels. However, in the Golden Shovel survival, this number is doubled by 100 times, and you can only get the first level reward by killing 1,000 monsters. So, the second level treasure chest reward requires 35 levels. So doesn't it mean that you need to kill 2,500 monsters in it? Thinking of this, Yifeng's scalp tingled. There were more than 2,000 goblins. Even if the pigs stood there for him to kill, it would take a long time to kill them. No, I have to find a chance to get a better level of Iron Blood Conqueror. Thinking of this, Yifeng's goal of getting Storm Sword became clearer. At this moment, a dazzling beam of light appeared in the northeast corner of the forest. The beam of light fell from the sky, as if it was a bridge connecting heaven and earth. In the beam of light, it seemed that something was falling from the sky, and was about to reach the ground. The sudden change made Yifeng interested, and he hurried to the direction of the beam of light. At the same time, in the chat interface, countless survivors were talking about this topic. Fuck, a white beam of light suddenly appeared in the forest, scaring me. What is this? No, I have to go and see. Wow, you guys upstairs are here too? I thought this thing only appeared here. What the hell is this? It's too exaggerated. No, I have to go and see it too. It seems that the same beam of light has appeared in everyone's map? What the hell is this? Everyone has it. Everyone was talking about it. all complaining about the sudden appearance of the white beam of light. Yifeng was not far from the beam of light, so it didn't take too much time to rush over. When Yifeng arrived at his destination, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. The nearby forest had been destroyed, and the originally dense forest was now bare. Countless large trees fell to the ground, and the roots that were originally buried deep underground were clearly visible, as if they had been uprooted. In the middle of the scattered trees stood a giant bull-headed monster about 5 meters tall. The pair of horns on the top of its head looked as sharp as a deadly sickle. The bull-headed monster held the giant axe in his hand and roared to the sky, which immediately caused a small storm around him, blowing away countless fallen leaves. Although he couldn't figure out what kind of monster it was, Yifeng knew that it must be very powerful. Yifeng was ready to turn around and leave, using this time to kill as many goblins as possible to obtain various resources. However, a passage from the system immediately stopped him from leaving. A limited-time boss-level monster, the bull-headed beast, has arrived. Killing the bull-headed beast will earn you a generous reward. I wish all survivors a successful killing of the boss. It's a boss. This survival game actually has a boss, and according to the system, as long as you kill this boss, you will get a generous reward. Yifeng's mind suddenly moved. Since the game can summon this boss, it means that it must be a monster that the survivors can find a way to kill. Otherwise, why refresh such a boss monster? This bull-headed boss has a 5-digit HP of 15,000 points. This HP makes all the survivors who rushed here feel numb. The attack power of the chess piece is generally more than 50 points, and even if the skill is used, it will only cause more than 100 damage. Even if this bull-headed boss stands still, it will take hundreds of attacks to get rid of this bull-headed boss. But will this bull-headed giant boss just stand there and let you attack him in vain? Someone tried to use a chess piece to test the damage of the Minotaur. When his chess piece approached, the Minotaur roared, and the invisible sound waves turned into a tangible weapon and attacked the chess piece, and immediately a terrifying number -300 appeared on the chess piece. Before the man could react, the Minotaur swung the giant axe in his hand, and a ray of light flew towards the chess piece. -400. As this number appeared, the man's chess piece was instantly killed and disappeared into a white light. After losing its target, the Minotaur stood in place and roared. "Damn! What the hell is this?" the man exclaimed, and hurriedly left with the remaining chess pieces. This boss, whoever wants to die can go. At the same time, in the chat interface, many survivors who tried the damage of the Minotaur also complained. Is this boss killed by humans? A random roar will cause hundreds of HP loss, and 2 roars will kill the chess piece. That's right. Is this thing really something that anyone can deal with at this stage? I suspect you are kidding. Which big guy can kill this boss? I will live broadcast a handstand and have diarrhea. Too scary. This boss is not something that everyone can handle at this stage. Did this survival game put the boss in too early? This boss has high damage, but its HP is too scary. It has a full 15,000 HP. It will take forever to kill it. Brother, I lost a chess piece and ran away quickly. Whoever wants to kill this boss can do it. Anyway, I won't stop you from going to die. I ran away. I hope that there is a big guy who can kill this boss, so that we can open our eyes and see what the so-called generous rewards are. After reading everyone's chat, Yifeng smiled. This boss is indeed difficult to deal with, but it just happened to meet Yifeng today, so it can only blame its bad luck. Wait, I will show you what rewards this boss can explode. Chapter 19. As soon as Yifeng said this, someone started to laugh. Dude, you can't brag like this. This will definitely blow up. No, buddy. Do you know how terrifying this boss is? My evaluation is, there is no solution. Can you hunt? If you can hunt me, I will eat my booger on the spot. Everyone thought Yifeng was talking nonsense, but soon someone found out that Yifeng was the big guy who exploded 2 golden magic balls last night. Damn, I just noticed that the guy who said hunting just now was the big guy who exploded 2 golden magic balls last night. Boss, you are not serious, are you? No way. Although I admit that you are very strong, no one should be able to handle this thing at this stage. Then I look forward to your explosion to open everyone's eyes. After pointing out that Yifeng was the big guy who hunted the white cat demon last night and exploded 2 golden magic balls, everyone stopped laughing at Yifeng, but they still did not think that Yifeng could kill the bull-headed monster boss. Deng Shiji was also checking the chat interface. When the Minotaur boss appeared, he also tried it. However, the result was terrible. The Minotaur killed us singed in a few seconds. Brother, I admit that you are strong, but I don't think you are much stronger than me. My chess piece with more than 1000 HP and good defense was also killed by the Minotaur in a few seconds. With the current number of chess pieces, even if we can hold on for a while, there is no way to clear his HP. Deng Shiji thought that Yifeng might be stronger than himself, but definitely not much stronger. The reason why Yifeng was able to explode 2 golden magic balls yesterday was probably because he used magic scrolls to enhance the ability of the chess pieces. But if one of these magic scrolls is used up, one less, could Yifeng still have a lot of magic scrolls? Deng Shiji's guess was not wrong, and many people also supported Deng Shiji's point of view. Yifeng smiled and did not explain. Just wait. After closing the chat interface, Yifeng looked at the Minotaur boss in front of him, and a plan formed in his mind. These chess pieces can only act according to some simple instructions, but they can only command one or several chess pieces at a time. Darius, go and attack this Minotaur. Draven, don't worry about the output. As Yifeng gave an order, Darius went towards the Minotaur with a giant axe in his hand, while Draven threw the spinning axe in his hand and attacked the Minotaur. Draven's throwing axe only caused more than 20 points of damage to the Minotaur boss. And Draven's attack power is as high as 60 points. The armor of this Minotaur is quite amazing. If it goes at this speed, Draven's axe will have to smoke before he has a chance to kill the Minotaur boss. Can Yifeng's front line hold on until then? With the Minotaur roaring, the number -189 appeared on Darius' body. This damage is not low, but fortunately, Yifeng's Darius has a full 1800 health points. However, the next attack of the Minotaur made Yifeng completely dumbfounded. The Minotaur chopped down with an axe, and a number -358 appeared directly on Darius' head. Fortunately, it's not too exaggerated. Just when Yifeng finished speaking, the Minotaur roared again, and the tangible sound waves rushed towards Darius, causing the numbers -187, -188, and -190 to float above Darius' head. According to this damage, it only takes 2 or 3 seconds for Darius to be completely depleted of health and die. Sure enough, when Darius walked in front of the Minotaur, his health was already at the bottom. After trying to chop an axe on the Minotaur's foot, he turned into a white light and died. Without Darius in the front row, the Minotaur immediately turned its target to Draven, who was still trying to attack him, and prepared to walk towards Draven. However, at this time, the second Darius was already on the way to attack. It turned out that after the first Darius was left with little health, Yifeng began to command the second Darius to attack. At this time, it was seamlessly connected. After the first Darius died, he appeared in the sight of the Minotaur. After the second Darius appeared in the attack range of the Minotaur's eyes were attracted again, giving Draven the opportunity to continue to output safely. If that were the case, even if Yifeng used up more than 10 Dariuses, Draven would not have enough time to destroy all the health of the Minotaur. However, Yifeng's main means of output was not Draven. After Darius approached the Minotaur, a burning effect of flames appeared on the Minotaur, and a 150-point reduction damage number popped up every second. That's right, this is the special effect of Sunfire Cloak, which can add a 10-second burning effect to the enemy. This burning effect is real damage, which will not be affected by armor and magic resistance, and the damage of 1% of the health per second is unshakable. In other words, as long as it lasts for 100 seconds, this seemingly powerful Minotaur boss will be easily defeated. To be precise, it didn't take 100 seconds at all, because Draven was in the back, and could also provide a certain amount of output. After a few more seconds, the second Darius couldn't hold on, and fell to the ground and turned into white light, and disappeared. At this time, in order to maximize the special effect of Sunfire Cloak, Yifeng had already taken the third Darius to the back of the Minotaur in advance. Keep going, Darius number 3. With Yifeng's order, the third Darius also went out. The third Darius appeared from behind the Minotaur, and rushed towards the Minotaur. Sure enough, the Minotaur seemed to know that there was an enemy behind it, and decisively turned around and gave up attacking Draven, and attacked the nearest Darius. This turn bought Yifeng more than 2 seconds. The third Darius delayed Yifeng for more than 6 seconds. Draven's Gunsu's Rage Blade also increased its attack speed to about 2 slashes per second. As the third Darius fell, the fourth Darius appeared again behind the Minotaur. At this time, Yifeng was already panting. He had to take Darius to run as far as possible behind the Minotaur in these few seconds, which was more torturous than the 1,000-meter sideways run in college. The first few Dariuses had already held on for 13 seconds. Sunfire Cloak plus Draven's output had already reduced the Minotaur's health by more than 2,000 points. Draven's skill is Spinning Axe. The passive skill is that the Spinning Axe has a higher attack, and will fly back to Draven's hand after attacking. The active skill is to add a spinning axe. Through the stacking of armor at this moment, every attack of Draven can be a strengthened spinning axe. The damage also increased from the original 20 points to more than 30 points. Chapter 20. After consuming 7 Dariuses in a row, Yifeng has been able to hold on for more than 30 seconds. The burning effect of Sunfire Cloak alone has caused more than 5,000 points of damage to the Minotaur, and Draven's Gunsu's Rage Blade has reached 4 hits per second after this period of superposition, causing about 100 points of damage to the Minotaur per second. And this damage will continue to increase, eventually reaching the maximum attack speed of 5 hits per second. By then, Draven's attack alone can reach 150 points per second, and with Sunfire Cloak, the damage to the Minotaur can reach 300 points per second. When the 12th Darius went into battle, the Minotaur's health was finally about to bottom out. Seeing the dawn of victory in front of him, Yifeng finally didn't have to continue running behind the Minotaur with Darius. After all this, he felt that he couldn't breathe, and the whole person was like an old broken fan, breathing in the surrounding air. Damn it, I'm so tired. You be sorry if you don't give me a treasure. Yifeng collapsed on the ground. Just in case, he also ordered the remaining 2 Dariuses on standby to attack the Minotaur. As Draven's flying axes hit the Minotaur like raindrops, the blood volume of the Minotaur finally disappeared completely. The wailing sound of the Minotaur falling resounded throughout the forest, making Yifeng tremble. With a bang, the huge body of the Minotaur fell down, directly crushing the nearby trees into powder. As the Minotaur died, his body quickly turned into a ball of light and disappeared, leaving only a colored orb on the ground. Colored orb. I'm going to get rich now. Yifeng looked at the colored orb in front of him, his eyes full of excitement. It was worth sacrificing 11 Darius to get this treasure. If there is a regret, it is that the Hextech Technology War Treasure 3 was not triggered, otherwise, Yifeng could get another colored orb. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. I was a little too greedy. It was a big profit to kill this Minotaur boss and get a colored orb. People should know how to be content. Yifeng walked towards the colored orb dropped by the Minotaur with excitement, wanting to see what good things the colored orb could explode. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for killing the limited-time boss Minotaur. Rewards will be issued soon, and the survivors will be notified throughout the game. This game system prompt sound made Yifeng's footsteps freeze in place. Are there any additional rewards? I originally thought that the so-called generous rewards were the colorful magic balls in front of me, but I didn't expect that there would be something better. A player defeated the limited-time boss Minotaur, and the Minotaur boss in other survivors' worlds will be cancelled. Defeat the limited-time boss Minotaur, and the player will receive the following system rewards. 1. The base level is increased by 1 level. 2. Receive an additional 30 gold coins. 3. Within 7 days, the health, armor, magic resistance, attack power, and spell strength of all chess pieces will be increased by 5%. These 3 reward messages rang directly in the ears of all the survivors, and everyone knew that someone had defeated the bull-headed boss. Suddenly, the chat interface exploded, and messages fell like a rainstorm, so fast that people couldn't even see the content clearly. Fuck. 6666. What the hell is this god? Invincible. Which buddy is so awesome? God. I can only call him God. 999999999. I can only say 6 times. Who is this big guy? Show up, and let the brothers see. It's a bull-headed beast. Is there a bull-headed beast? This thing is really easy to kill? Yifeng didn't pay attention to the content of the chat interface at this time. Checking the rewards of the survival game was the most important thing. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV3. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 3+1. Base upgrade, 20 days later. Consume 4 gold coins to advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Remaining gold coins, 30 coins. Yifeng's base level was upgraded again, directly to level 3, which can have 3 people, and with the golden spatula crown, it can already gather 4 barracks and add a new barracks. The next upgrade will take 20 days. If you want to upgrade directly, you need 80 gold coins in advance. This upgrade speed is much more difficult than in the game. The only thing that makes Yifeng regretful is that this reward cannot be saved and claimed later. If it can be saved, the first reward can be greater. The second reward of 30 gold coins not only makes up for the 11 Darius that Yifeng lost, but also allows Yifeng to earn more interest in advance. This quick move can make Yifeng's subsequent moves quicker. This reward is very practical. And the last reward, within 7 days, all the attributes of the chess pieces can be increased by 5%. In Yifeng's opinion, this reward is a bit like a bonus, and it is definitely wrong to say that it is not good. But to say that it is particularly good, it does not seem to be particularly good. It is like a chicken rib that has no meat to eat, and it is a pity to throw it away. After checking the 3 rewards of the game, Yifeng thought about what kind of chess piece barracks to build. The current bond is double supervision and double Iron Blood Conqueror. The only unactivated bonds are Amumu's Hex Deck and Draven's Brawler. There are no other Hex Deck chess pieces in the remaining 1-cost chess pieces, and there is just one Brawler, that is Viol. How about getting a Viol? After a little thought, Yifeng decided to leave this question for later consideration. Right now, he has something more important to do. Walking in front of the colored magic ball, Yifeng took a photo of himself and the colored magic ball as a souvenir. Then his hands kept rubbing together because of excitement. Colored magic ball, what good things can this give me? At this time, Yifeng himself was not sure what the colored magic ball could give him. Yifeng sent the photo to the chat interface and added a text. Brothers, I'm about to open the box, I wish I can get some treasures. After sending it, Yifeng no longer paid attention to the chat interface. And the chat interface exploded again because of Yifeng's photo. Colored orbs? Where did they come from? Can anyone tell me what level of monsters can drop colored orbs? Wait, isn't this the boss who just said he was going to kill the Minotaur? Fuck, it really is. Could it be? Fuck? Is this really the colored orb that is dropped by killing the Minotaur boss? Boss, you are awesome. Open everyone's eyes. What did you drop? At this time, Yifeng touched the colored orb with both hands, and suddenly a dazzling light lit up, and the colored orb was opened. Chapter 21. Open the colored orb. Get the Mbiza Barracks Builder *2. Open the colored orb. Get gold coins *22 messages came in a row, like the sound of nature, making Yifeng feel like he was floating. Who is Mbiza? 4-cost chess piece, has 3 bonds, Swift Strike Warrior, Diplomat, and Iron-Blooded Conqueror. If you collect another Storm Sword, you can get another Iron-Blooded Conqueror emblem, and directly get 4 Iron-Blooded Conqueror bonds. Thinking of this, Yifeng just wanted to rush back to the base, build the Mbiza Barracks, and see how strong the 4-cost card is. At this time, the chat interface was all frantically asking Yifeng what he had opened. Countless survivors were eager to know what the colored orb that Yifeng used to kill the Minotaur itself had. It's a pity that no matter how they tagged Yifeng, they didn't get a response. At this time, Yifeng only had 3 Darius, 1 Draven, and 1 Amuma left. After rushing back to the base, without any hesitation, Yifeng took out the Mbiza Barracks Builder. This iron-blooded female warrior looked determined. As a female warrior of Noxus, the chain in her hand could defeat all enemies. Use the Barracks Builder. As soon as these words came out, the Barracks Builder in his hand instantly turned into a stream of light and flew to an open space in the base. Then, after a ray of light, an Mbiza Barracks stood in front of Yifeng. Yifeng was just about to recruit an Mbiza chess piece, but found that it took 4 gold coins to recruit a chess piece. In other words, with everyone's daily gold coin income, at most 2 Mbizas can be recruited in one day. It's really expensive, Yifeng sighed, but he still decisively recruited an Mbizas. With the appearance of Mbizas, Yifeng's Iron Blood Conqueror bond reached 3, and he only needed 1 to get 4 Iron Bloods. For this reason, Yifeng directly opened the chat interface and wanted to exchange a Storm Sword with someone. The chat interface was full of mentions of himself, which made Yifeng a little confused. After checking the content, Yifeng finally understood what everyone was concerned about. Seeing that everyone was still asking what treasures he had found, Yifeng did not hide it, and told everyone directly. 2 Mbiza's Barracks Builders, and 20 gold coins were found. Yifeng answered, but it made everyone more confused. Mbiza? Which chess piece is this? How come I've never heard of it? I feel like I've never seen this barracks before. Is this Mbiza very powerful? 2 Barracks Builders popped out from the colored magic ball? Is this a hidden chess piece? It's possible. Boss, tell us about the properties of the Mbiza chess piece. I've summarized all the barracks that everyone has seen in the past few days, and there's really no Mbiza chess piece. It seems that it's really a hidden chess piece. Boss, tell us about the properties of this chess piece. The hidden barracks must be very powerful. Mbiza's properties are naturally not bad. The properties of a 1-star chess piece are very impressive. Health, 1,100 points, Armor, 50 points, Magic Resistance, 50 points, Physical Attack, 65 points. In terms of health alone, it is almost twice that of a 1-cost chess piece, and its attack power is also higher. Not only that, The skills of high-cost chess pieces are also more powerful. Hero's skill. Relentless Huntress when casting, and Bisa switches between two postures. Chain. Gain +1 attack range. When casting, sprint to the target and strike in a semicircle area, causing physical damage to the enemy's hit. Punch. Gain 25% all-round lifesteal and double the attack speed. When casting, stun the target briefly, then smash it to the ground, causing 325 physical damage, and then sprint away. And Bisa can release AoE to attack groups of enemies, or release skills and jump to the back row to attack single enemies. However, it is easy to fake the game in the game. Leaving the back row with low health and suddenly jumping to the front row to attack people can make every player's blood pressure rise after watching it. In this game of survival with a golden shovel, the data is not very clear. Others showed little interest after seeing Bisa's attributes. Is this card strong? It is indeed strong. But it is not as strong as everyone thinks. And it takes 4 gold coins to recruit 1 Bisa. It is better to use 4 gold coins to recruit 4 1-cost chess pieces. Some people even think that such a reward is not matched with the colored magic ball. But the second reward, a full reward of 20 pieces, still makes everyone jealous. That is a full 20 gold coins, enough for everyone to recruit 20 chess pieces and lead a large army to sweep. Yifeng did not explain anything on this issue, and went straight to the point and stated his goal. To receive a storm sword equipment, you can exchange it with equipment, barracks fragments, magic scrolls, etc. at the same price, or you can exchange it with intelligence. According to your barracks situation, you can be told the information of the chess piece that has a bond with this chess piece. As soon as Yifeng's words came out, someone responded immediately. Boss, I will trade with you. 6 barracks fragments will do. Boss, I have storm sword. Just a giant belt can be exchanged. The above is dreaming. Can storm sword compare with giant belt? Chess piece bond? Has the boss already researched the chess piece bond? Is it a lie, a free for nothing? Such a powerful boss would not cheat for a piece of equipment. It must be true. Think about it. If the boss didn't know the bond, how could he deal with the Minotaur? So, it seems more cost-effective to exchange for chess piece bond information. Damn, I also want to know. I don't know this information. But I don't have the storm sword. Can any big guy lend me one? I return it to you after I take off. I can hear the abacus above clearly in the forest. I guess your private messages have exploded now. All of them are a group of people who want to trade with you. Ha ha ha, I guess so. It's been so long since you continue to speak. It's probably been drowned by the red dots in the private chat. I also want to feel the private message explosion, and the feeling of all the beauties throwing themselves into my arms. Oh my god, let me also explode a colorful magic ball and fly into the sky. As everyone guessed, Yifeng's private messages at this time were already 99+. Countless people were chatting with Yifeng privately, but Yifeng couldn't directly turn on the blocking of strangers. I can't finish reading it. I can't finish reading it at all, and many people's messages are useless. Chapter 22. Brother, if you want the storm sword, just ask me. I will exchange it with you for the original stockings. It will definitely be delicious. Tell me about the bond of the chess piece. Yifeng looked at the private message. His eyes narrowed into a line as he looked at the content in the private message. Subway, old man, mobile phone.jpg. This is the most realistic portrayal of Yifeng at this moment. What is this? Yifeng thought about the sweaty stockings and felt a chill all over his body. Who the hell would want this? Although I heard that some people like to use girls' stockings to make tea. However, this kind of perverted hobby must be just talkative by all netizens. At least those viewers who read novels all year round will definitely not be so gentlemanly. Well, no, maybe the group of forum users in Joba really like this. However, Yifeng is not a Joba user, so he naturally doesn't like this. Want to exchange information for a pair of stockings? You want beauty. Yifeng decisively rejected the other party's request. Unexpectedly, after Yifeng rejected the other party actually sent a message again, and the message also included a revealing photo. Brother, take a look at my photos, you will definitely be satisfied. Usually, if others want my original stockings, they have to give me a captain to get them. You are making a lot of money. If you think one pair of stockings is not enough, I can add something else. Because the scale of the photo is too large, Yifeng had to watch it alone. The photo is indeed very beautiful, but Yifeng still has to say that a chicken is a chicken, colorful, and still a chicken. From what the other party said, it should be the anchor of a certain station. Laid off XX turned to be an anchor, and a pair of stockings costs hundreds of yuan? Sure enough, it is easier to make money in this second dimension. Yi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this person anymore, and directly chose to block him and put him in the blacklist. Survivors who are on the blacklist will not be able to initiate private chats with Yi Feng, and Yi Feng's chat interface will automatically block this person. On the other end of the message, Gao Meishue, a girl with revealing clothes, changed another pose and took a photo, preparing to send it to Yi Feng. Gao Meishue was confident that with her charm, it would be easy to win Yi Feng, but when Gao Meishue was about to send, she got a prompt. The other party has blacklisted you, and you can't send private chats to the other party. At this moment, Gao Meishue was so angry that she stomped her feet on the spot. You idiot! You are not tempted by such a beautiful photo of me. I am merciful, and willing to give you this pair of original stockings that I haven't changed for 3 days. You are the one who is taking advantage. You dare to block me. You are really idiot. However, Yi Feng didn't know Gao Meishue's reaction. Even if he knew, he wouldn't react. He continued to check the messages one by one, hoping to find a survivor who was sincere in exchanging Storm Sword. At this moment, Yi Feng wanted to complain. Can this broken thing add a filtering function or something? It's really a waste of time to read them one by one. I looked through dozens of messages again, but still didn't see what Yi Feng wanted to see. In addition to the girl just now, there were several other girls who wanted to use original stockings, original panties, or some photos that were censored in Yenwood to seduce Yi Feng, hoping to exchange for the chess piece bond information that Yi Feng knew. Is Yi Feng that kind of person? Definitely not. So after seeing these photos, he rejected all these people righteously. In addition to these, there are some people who are under the banner of moral kidnapping, hoping that Yi Feng can share these bond information with everyone. Boss, you see that you killed the bull-headed boss with these bond information, and your life is so chic. But have you ever thought about how hard the lives of many other compatriots are every day? We are all Yin people, and we should help each other and share this information so that everyone can better survive this survival game. Boss, when you use the bond to kill the bull-headed giant beast boss, have you ever thought that there are still many compatriots who can only maintain their lives by hunting monsters every day? Can you bear to see them struggling on the poverty line every day? Yi Feng was too lazy to even reply to this kind of message, and directly blocked them all, and didn't want to argue with them at all. Finally, after checking hundreds of messages, he finally saw a message that seriously wanted to trade Storm Sword. Boss, I just happen to have a Storm Sword. I only have 1 barracks now, and all my gold coins are used to build troops. My barracks chess piece is Strub, and this chess piece's skill can restore health points, which made me lucky enough to drop a few equipment. As long as you tell me which chess pieces can form a bond with Strub, I am willing to trade Storm Sword. To show my sincerity, I can trade Storm Sword to you first. The other party was very frank. After all, at this stage, many people are unwilling to reveal even the skills of the good barracks chess piece to others after choosing it, for fear that other survivors will know this information. He directly told Yi Feng about his barracks chess pieces and specific skills. As soon as Yi Feng finished reading this message, the prompt for applying for a trade came over. Survivor Wen Jiahao initiated a trade application to you, and the application message was, I will give you the Storm Sword first. Yi Feng was not polite, and directly chose to agree to the trade application. In the trade application interface, both parties can see what the other party has put in, and can communicate in text. Soon, a Storm Sword was put in by Wen Jiahao, and the other party took the initiative to press the confirmation transaction. Yi Feng also confirmed the transaction, and the transaction was completed instantly, and a prompt sound rang on Yi Feng's side. The transaction was successful, and the Storm Sword was obtained after the transaction was completed. Yi Feng fulfilled his promise as promised. The properties of the chess piece Steb are good. The skill can not only restore blood, but also increase the damage of the next general attack. In addition, he also has a passive effect, and the treatment received will also restore 25% of the treatment effect to the 2 nearest friendly units. In this season's Golden Shovel War, there was even a situation where a gambler deck bet on this 1-cost card. Strub's bond is Law Enforcer and Fighter, and there are exactly 2 1-cost cards that can form a bond with him. Trundle and Maddie, the former has a common fighter bond with Strub, while the latter has a common Law Enforcer bond. Brother, your current base level is 2. Among the current barracks, I know that 2 barracks pieces can form a good bond with him. When Trundle and your Strub are combined together, the maximum health can be increased. Similarly, Maddie can also form a bond with him, but the effect of the combination of 2 barracks pieces is to increase the damage increase and obtain a certain shield value. It's up to you to choose. Even when you are level 3, you can gather Strub, Trundle, and Maddie, and give the meat tank equipment to Strub, and the combat power will not be too weak. Chapter 23. After receiving Yi Feng's analysis of the bond, the survivor Wen Jiahao was overjoyed. The 2 bonds that Yi Feng told him were enough to support him until the base was upgraded to level 3 in 10 days. Should he choose to increase damage or increase health, Wen Jiahao was in a dilemma. At this time, after Yi Feng told the other party all the information, he ignored other private messages. I have received the Storm Sword, and others don't need to chat privately anymore, thank you. After sending this, Yi Feng hurriedly found the golden shovel from the supplies interface and took it out. Golden shovel in the left hand, Storm Sword in the right hand. Looking at these 2 items, Yi Feng first equipped the Storm Sword on the Amumu barracks. Immediately afterwards, he equipped the golden shovel. After the 2 pieces of equipment were equipped together, a ray of light suddenly appeared and merged together. The light faded, and the 2 pieces of equipment disappeared, replaced by the Iron Conqueror emblem. Iron Conqueror emblem. Add 10% attack power. The carrier gains the Iron Conqueror bond currently. Yi Feng has 4 barracks. Darius, Draven, and Bisa, Amumu. The bonds of the first 3 have the Iron Conqueror bond themselves, and although Amumu does not have this bond, under the effect of the Iron Conqueror emblem, he is also counted as an Iron Conqueror chess piece. The attack power and spell strength of the 4 Iron Conquerors have increased by 25%, and Yi Feng has opened a treasure chest before, and this increase is increased by an additional 5%. So the increase ratio is now 26%. The 82 attack points displayed above in Bisa's attack power also confirms this. Of course, this is not the most important thing. After reaching the 4 Iron Blood Fetters, the number of conquest layers obtained for each kill has increased from the original 1 layer to 3 layers. In other words, the more than 2,000 layers of conquest that are still missing from the next treasure chest of 3,500 layers can be successfully achieved by killing a few hundred goblins. After killing the Minotaur boss, Yi Feng received a reward of 30 gold coins, and after opening the colored magic ball, he received another 20 gold coins. Recruiting and Bisa consumed 4 gold coins, and Yi Feng now has 46 gold coins. Without rushing to recruit new chess pieces, Yi Feng found a magic scroll in the material list and took it out. Chess piece intelligence scroll. After selecting a chess piece to use, the chess piece can be made intelligent, and can lead the chess piece to hunt monsters, collect supplies, etc. This is what Yi Feng collected from a player. It literally means that it can only make 1 chess piece intelligent, so Yi Feng has never been willing to use it. Now that the Nbisa barracks has appeared, Yi Feng feels that it is time to use this thing, and see how it works. When Yi Feng opened the magic scroll, a large area of light rushed towards Nbisa. Nbisa, who was originally standing there in a daze, suddenly had an expression on her face, and even screamed in pain, as if something was about to burst her brain. A few minutes later, Nbisa returned to normal. She knelt on one knee, and bowed her head respectfully to Yi Feng. Nbisa is willing to serve you, my master. Hearing this, Yi Feng almost didn't react. Is this the intelligentization of chess pieces? Does it mean that this chess piece has self-awareness? Oh my god, doesn't this thing have related memories? Thinking of this, Yi Feng asked tentatively, what do you remember? Nbisa answered very straightforwardly, my master, I only have the memory of you using the intelligent scroll, and the belief that I will never betray you. Hearing this, Yi Feng was relieved. This is good. If these chess pieces carry the memory of the game background, he is really afraid that he will not be able to control these chess pieces in the future. The chess pieces just become more like a person, but they can communicate. Very good, very energetic. After confirming that the intelligentization of chess pieces only makes the chess pieces have a certain amount of wisdom, and can obey orders, Yi Feng was relieved. Recruited 15 Darius, and 1 Draven again. Yi Feng left 30 gold coins, and he can earn interest on 3 gold coins tomorrow. The chess piece lineup also came to 18 Darius, 2 Draven, 1 Amumu, and 1 Nbisa. Nbisa, you lead 9 Darius and 1 Draven to go hunting, pay attention to the time, and try to return to the base before dark. It is now more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and there are more than 2 hours before the sun disappears completely at 6 o'clock. After ordering Nbisa to lead the team to set off, Yi Feng also set off with the remaining 9 Darius, Draven, and Amumu. The troops are divided into 2 groups, and the hunting speed is greatly improved. Conquer the number of layers increases by 3. Conquer the number of layers increases by 3. Before Yi Feng hunted the goblin, the prompt sound of the survival system sounded in his ears. This intelligent chess piece is really worth it. The efficiency of spawning monsters is much faster, and each time the conquest level is increased by 3, it is easier to reach 3,500 points on the next level. Intelligent scrolls are really good things. I have to find opportunities to collect more for backup. The goblins in the forest gather together at least 1 or 2, and at most 10, but there has never been a situation where more than 10 goblins gather together. Unknowingly, it is almost dark. Looking at the darkening sky, Yifeng decided to stop hunting today. After the fight, after killing 2 more goblins, Yifeng rushed back to the base with the chess pieces. When Yifeng returned to the base, there were only more than 10 minutes left before dark, but he did not see the shadow of Nbisa returning with the remaining chess pieces. Damn, he won't come back, will he? If he encounters any monsters at night, he will lose a lot. Just as Yifeng was sighing, he suddenly heard another reminder from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 3,500 levels of conquest, and you will get a random 2-star 2-cost barracks builder as a treasure chest reward. Do you want to claim it now? 3,500 levels. This means that Nbisa is still leading the chess pieces to hunt goblins. The system's reminder naturally made Yifeng very happy, but it also made him look a little worried. It's just that he told the other party that he must come back before dark, so why is this chess piece so disobedient? There shouldn't be a situation where the chess piece gets out of control in the future, right? Yifeng thought about the picture, and suddenly shuddered all over, shaking his head to get rid of this idea. It shouldn't be the case, otherwise this intelligent scroll is definitely a pitfall, right? Just as Yifeng was thinking about it, a strange sound came from the direction where Nbisa had left with the chess piece. Hurry, hurry up, it's going to be dark soon. We must get back to the base before dark. A figure appeared. It was Nbisa running back to the base with the chess pieces. Seeing this, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 24. Seeing Nbisa come back safely with the chess pieces, Yifeng finally breathed a sigh of relief. The last glimmer of light in the sky also dissipated at this time. The night enveloped the entire forest again. What Yifeng was concerned about at this time was the new rewards after the conquest level reached 3,500. Random 2-star barracks builder. This was the first time Yifeng heard of a 2-star barracks. At first, Yifeng thought that after recruiting 3 of the same chess piece, it would be directly upgraded to 2 stars like in the game. However, later practice proved that this idea was wrong. Even if more chess pieces were recruited, they were only the attributes of 1-star chess pieces. As for how to upgrade chess pieces to 2 stars, Yifeng had no idea. However, the appearance of the 2-star random barracks builder at this time made Yifeng think again, how to upgrade the star level of chess pieces. The treasure chest rewards obtained from the conquest level need to be opened by yourself. Yifeng was worried that Nbisa would have problems with the team, so he did not claim them immediately. At this time, Nbisa led the team back, and Yifeng was relieved and prepared to see the rewards this time. Receive the conquest treasure chest reward. When Yifeng chose to receive the treasure chest, a phantom of a treasure chest appeared in front of him. Then the treasure chest opened, and 3 dark red magic balls jumped out from it. Without waiting for Yifeng to touch it, the dark red magic balls opened automatically. Each of the 3 magic balls exploded a barracks builder. However, the light did not dissipate, and Yifeng did not see clearly which chess piece's barracks builder it was. Isn't it 2 stars and 2 costs? Why did you give 3 barracks builders? Yifeng asked the doubts in his heart. But the next second, the doubt was answered. The 3 barracks builders merged together, and after blending with each other, a new barracks builder was formed. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining a 2-star Leona barracks builder. Leona? Yifeng immediately realized which chess piece this was. Leona, a 2-cost card, has a bond with Sentinel and Piltover Academy. The bond of Sentinel can increase the armor and magic resistance of the whole team, while Piltover Academy will have 3 designated equipment. If the chess piece of Piltover Academy equips these equipment, it will get additional attribute bonuses. However, in this survival game where the gold shovel cannot check the bond, if you want to know which equipment Piltover Academy sponsors, you can only slowly experiment, which is obviously not realistic. Then what can be considered is Leona's Sentinel bond? Yifeng thought about it, and decided that the best way to cooperate with Yifeng's current chess piece bond system was to recruit Real, and then pair him with Leona to complete the double Sentinel. Then try to get Leona an Iron Blood Conqueror emblem, so that the 6 Iron Blood Conqueror bonds can be completed as soon as possible. However, the current problem is the number of base population. Yifeng's current level 3 base, with a golden spatula crown, can only build 4 barracks. It seems that Leona's matter has to be put aside for a while. Yifeng then remembered the scene of the 2-star Leona barracks just now. That was 3 1-star Leona barracks fused together to become 2 stars. Does this mean that the same is true for other barracks, As long as there are 3 of the same barracks or construction devices, they can be fused into 2-star chess pieces. Thinking of this, Yifeng decided to give it a try. He had 23 pieces of various barracks fragments today. If all of them were exchanged for the barracks builder of the same 1-cost chess piece, he could just make 2. In addition, there is a chess barracks with the same name in the base itself. Can it be directly upgraded to a 2-star barracks? However, there will be a problem, that is, Yifeng is now famous. Large-scale trading of the builder fragments of the same chess piece will definitely be noticed by those who are interested, and they may then analyze the lineup used by Yifeng. Compared with others, Yifeng's biggest cheat is the weekly Hextech talent, as well as the information gap on chess pieces and equipment. The information gap of chess pieces and equipment will definitely be slowly explored by others as the game progresses. At that time, Yifeng's advantage will completely disappear, and only the Hextech talent can keep Yifeng ahead. Therefore, Yifeng still doesn't want others to know that he trades a certain type of chess pieces barracks builder fragments. After all, once someone is watching him, they will definitely be curious about why Yifeng wants to exchange so many fragments of the same barracks builder. Theoretically, building different types of barracks and gathering various different bonds will have the opportunity to enhance the strength of the chess pieces and better cope with the survival in the future. Following this line of research, Yifeng was worried that others would also know the star upgrade rules, and by then, the information gap he was ahead of would be leveled a little. Yifeng opened the chat interface and wanted to see if there was any information from it. The exchange between the two people immediately attracted his attention. I want to collect some of Medi's barracks fragments to see if they have any bond with my current Aurelia. I have 3 pieces of Darius barracks fragments to exchange. Is anyone willing to exchange? Ha ha ha, the person above, I have Medi's barracks fragments, but I don't want Darius fragments. I want Singed barracks fragments. I feel that this thing may have some special bond with my current chess pieces. Looking at these 2 messages, Yifeng immediately came up with a plan and smiled. He found a way to exchange barracks fragments smoothly without being remembered by others. Well, I have extra Singed barracks fragments here. Anyway, I don't need any barracks fragments now. They are all built. I will help you. I will first exchange Singed with the brother who has Medi's fragments. Later, the buddy who wants Medi can exchange Darius with me. As soon as Yifeng popped up, he was recognized by everyone. Damn, the barracks are all built? You got a base upgrade today. Did you get all 3 barracks so quickly? Boss, are you short of a big pendant? Your barracks are full and useless. How about giving me some? Damn, are you doing a good deed? Yifeng didn't say much, found the 2 people just now, and successfully completed the exchange. In the end, the 3 Singed barracks builder fragments turned into Darius barracks builder fragments, and no one was suspicious. Even everyone was praising Yifeng for being so kind. Seeing that everyone was so sure, Yifeng sent another message in the chat interface. I still have 19 fragments here. If you want to exchange them, you can tell me and see if I can exchange them for what you both want. Chapter 25. As soon as Yifeng said this, it immediately aroused the reaction of many people. Survivors who had extra fragments and had their favorite target fragments said what fragments they wanted and what fragments they had in their hands in the chat interface. I want Darius's fragments. I remember that the big boss has this in his chess pieces. I also want to try it. I have 2 Morgana fragments to exchange. Viola barracks fragments, Chio Ni Gao. I have a piece of Vigus and a piece of Baobao's fragments. I have 2 Darius fragments and want to exchange them for a Mumu barracks fragments. As everyone expressed their needs, not only Yifeng's side, but other survivors also got what they wanted through multi-party transactions. And Yifeng's side also gradually exchanged the fragments in his hand for Darius barracks fragments. Soon, Yifeng completed the transaction, and the 23 barracks fragments became 20 Darius barracks builder fragments and 3 Draven barracks construction fragments. Okay, I see everyone is exchanging with each other, so I shouldn't be needed anymore. I go do something else. By the way, if anyone has a chess piece intelligence scroll, you can keep it for me, and I can exchange it for barracks fragments. Yifeng cleverly found an excuse and yo-yoed away. After Yifeng left, everyone was still discussing Yifeng's good points. The boss is the boss, he is very powerful, but he still helps everyone. Thanks to the boss exchanging barracks fragments, I am almost getting the barracks builder I want. Ha ha ha, I finally got a Mumu's barracks builder, I build it now. I want to see if my chess piece has a bond with a Mumu. Master Yifeng is really nice, I'm so touched. I wonder when I can be as Dio as Master Yifeng. After closing the chat interface, Yifeng directly synthesized the 20 fragments into the Darius barracks builder. When the two Darius barracks builders were synthesized, Yifeng really heard the prompt sound of the survival game. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Darius barracks. Do you want to synthesize? It turns out that the star upgrade requires the survivor to confirm it by himself. This is somewhat different from the Battle of the Golden Shovel. Yifeng exclaimed in surprise. Without hesitation, he directly chose yes. As Yifeng chose to synthesize, the two Darius barracks builders flew out and rushed towards the Darius barracks in the base. The two builders turned into soft light and continuously injected into the Darius barracks in the base. As the barracks continued to merge, the Darius barracks also emitted bursts of light. After Darius barracks absorbed all the light, the entire barracks underwent a significant change. The barracks, which was originally the size of a tent, doubled in size and increased in height. The shadow of Darius above the barracks, which originally had only 1-star symbol on its head, now also had 2-star symbols. It can really be upgraded. Darius barracks became 2 stars. After the chess piece was upgraded to 2 stars, the main thing was to increase the attack power and health. The basic health points increased directly from the original 600 points to 1080 points. The 2 pieces of equipment Darius obtained from the Mystic Gloves today were Brazier Armor and Sunfire Cape. The equipment itself increased the health value by 900 points, bringing Darius's health value from 1080 points to 1980 points. The effects of the 2 pieces of equipment increased the upper limit of health value by 20% in total, plus the reward obtained by killing the Minotaur boss. All attributes increased by 5%. This value broke through 2,000 points in one go, reaching 2,475 health points. With such a high health, in the current forest hunting, it is completely like an immortal god of war. In terms of attack power, the original 55 points of attack power has become 83 points on the basis. The 4 Iron Blood Conqueror increases the attack power by 25%, and the treasure chest is opened twice, and this increase is increased by another 10%. Now Darius's attack power has directly reached 113 points, which is higher than the forecast card in Bisa. After the barracks were upgraded, Yifeng's original Darius chess pieces were all upgraded, and all became 2-star Darius. The attributes are also improved. A single Darius now has the opportunity to sweep a group of goblins without dying. Yifeng checked the gold coins needed to recruit Darius again. After checking, he was relieved. It is still 1 gold coin per chess piece, no cheating, no double price. In other words, the correct survival technique in the early stage of this game is to gather a 2-star barracks as soon as possible. The attributes obtained in this way are far more substantial than gathering bonds. Yifeng was a little excited, and he was excited that he had found the rules of this survival game. He already has a golden finger, and with the 2-star Darius, the subsequent hunting will definitely be very easy. It was night again, and all kinds of cat monsters appeared again. There were more than 10 cat monsters of 3 different types, purple, gray, and white, all standing outside the base with greedy eyes, staring at Yifeng, as if ready to devour Yifeng at any time. Look at you! Yifeng didn't care whether the cat monster outside could understand him or not, and raised his middle finger to the cat monster outside. Now that Darius with so much blood is resisting in the front row, it would be a shame not to kill more night monsters. After all, when Darius wakes up tomorrow, the equipment randomly given by Darius Mystic Gloves will change again, and it is hard to say whether it will be as powerful as today. Kill them, beat these cat monsters. After Yifeng gave the order, 18 Darius rushed directly to the outside of the base, 2 Draven followed behind to output, and Amumu and Anbisa stayed where they were. Seeing the people in the base coming over, the cat demons all seemed very excited, and they made creepy hisses, like the cry of a resentful woman, or the sobbing of a human baby. When the chess piece walked out of the base, the cat demons rushed up like hungry wolves pouncing on sheep, and attacked Darius in the front row. Unfortunately, these Darius were not Mianyang, and these cat demons were not hungry wolves in Darius's eyes. The white cat demon summoned lightning to attack Darius, causing more than 100 damage. The purple cat demon instantly released toxins, causing Darius to lose blood at a rate of 10 health points per second. Although the gray cat demon did not have any special means, each claw attack could cause hundreds of damage. However, in front of Darius, who now has more than 2,000 learning points, these damages are just. Chapter 26. Every night, the chat interface is the busiest. The monsters in the wild at night are much more powerful than those during the day. For most survivors, night is not suitable for hunting. Therefore, in the absence of other ways to pass the time, chatting with other survivors has become everyone's first choice. While chatting, everyone talked about Yifeng again. Speaking of which, why doesn't Big Boss Yifeng come out to chat at night? That's right. There's nothing to do at night. What else can we do besides chatting? Ha ha ha. Maybe Big Boss Yifeng is also killing monsters at night. After all, he is a tough guy who can kill the bull-headed beast boss. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although the magic balls dropped by monsters at night are more valuable, the drop probability is still the same. On the whole, it's not worth it to kill monsters at night. And there are more than one monster at night. If you go out to hunt rashly, what if you encounter a group of monsters? After all, this is only the third day, and Big Boss Yifeng only has 50 chess pieces at most. How can it be impossible? He is a real big boss. Maybe he can easily kill monsters at night. Everyone insisted on his own opinion. No one could convince anyone else. They all thought that their point of view was correct. For a while, there was a lot of noise, but the real owner Yifeng did not bubble up. At this time, Yifeng's energy was all focused on the group of cat monsters in front of him. Although more than 10 cat demons can be cleared, they can still be solved smoothly. Yifeng did not let Amumu and Anbisa join the team. After all, Amumu was just to form an inspector bond, and Anbisa used the chess piece intelligent scroll. If it was destroyed by AoE, wouldn't he lose a scroll in vain? After dealing with these more than 10 cat monsters, 2 golden orbs and 6 blue orbs were scattered on the ground. It was a generous reward, but compared with the 2 golden orbs that were directly dropped when killing one last night, it seemed a bit dwarfed. It seems that monsters at night do not necessarily drop golden orbs, but they are just better than goblins during the day. Yifeng's tone was a little disappointed, but he still took a photo of the pile of orbs on the ground as a nostalgia. Open the golden orb loot and get Real Barracks Builder *1. Open the golden orb loot and get Golden Shovel *1. The things that the 2 golden orbs dropped were good, and they could even be called pillows for sleepy people, paving the way for Yifeng's next lineup. The 2-star Leona Barracks Builder and Riel Barracks Builder both have sentinel ties, and Riel herself is a member of Iron Blood Conqueror. The only problem is the population. Yifeng's current base level is too low, and he can't build a new barracks at all. 2 basic equipment and some useful living supplies appeared in the remaining blue magic balls. After cleaning up the cat monsters nearby, Darius's health was high, but he also suffered more than half of his health damage. Yifeng didn't hesitate to take out the rechargeable recovery scroll, and used it to restore Darius's health. After cleaning up the battlefield, Yifeng decided to check the chat interface to see if anyone could buy a golden spatula or golden pot. Now that he is famous, he dare not buy golden spatula or golden pot at will. Otherwise, if someone finds something unusual, they might really infer that these 2 pieces of equipment have special uses. The best way is to pretend to be a good person, wait for others to want to sell these useless props, and help them with a big boss attitude, and exchange certain materials. In this way, not only will everyone not have wild thoughts, but they will also think that Yifeng is a rare good person, and even remember his kindness. In the chat interface, Yifeng roughly scanned it, but did not find any relevant information. But it's normal to think about it. The explosion rate of Golden Shovel and Golden Pot is not high, and some people don't lack materials. Although they don't know what this thing is used for, they don't show it off. However, Yifeng looked around the recent chat records, and found that many people were talking about him. "Why are you talking about me?" As soon as Yifeng popped up, everyone exclaimed, "Woohoo, the boss is here! Boss, what are you doing at night if you don't chat?" "That's right, the boss hunts during the day, and we come together to brag at night." Yifeng reacted immediately. For most survivors, the forest at night is a terrifying forbidden area. They dare not step into it, so they can only chat to kill time. As for going to bed early, what era is it that still has people going to bed early? I just killed more than 10 cat monsters, and I really didn't have time to check the chat interface. Yifeng's words caused 1,000 waves, and the entire chat interface exploded immediately. Wait, cat monster? Boss went to kill cat monsters again at night? Nobody, more than 10? Boss, do you mean you killed more than 10 in one go? Is it so exaggerated? Are we playing a survival game? The boss is really the boss. Everyone is afraid to go out at night in the base, but the boss can hunt at night. No, the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between dogs. Hunting at night, if a monster more terrifying than the cat monster appears, you will be blown up, right? Everyone talked about it, and all sighed at Yifeng's strength. At this time, Yifeng was also carefully looking at those who sent messages. The chat interface did not show how many people were in this chat interface, but the messages were refreshed from morning to night every day. If you didn't check carefully, you couldn't see the content clearly. Yifeng has always had a doubt. How many people are there in this chat interface, and whether other people who were teleported to the golden shovel to survive are also chatting in other chat interfaces. But Yifeng couldn't infer these things. Just when Yifeng was thinking, a message aroused Yifeng's curiosity. Brothers, I have been walking in one direction today. Guess what I found? This paragraph not only aroused Yifeng's curiosity, but also aroused the curiosity of other survivors. What happened? Tell me quickly. Don't keep me in suspense, tell me quickly. I hate you the most when you keep us in suspense. What did you find? Share it with everyone. Tell me quickly, I have prepared the melon seeds, peanuts and benches. Under the urging of everyone, the man finally sent a follow-up. With the direction of the rising sun as the east, I walked towards the east for about 6 or 7 hours early in the morning and finally walked out of the forest. Chapter 27. Hearing this, Yifeng was also surprised. It turned out that this forest was not endless and could really be walked out. In order to survive, everyone had almost no time to explore the forest. The limited time was spent on hunting goblins, as much as possible in exchange for various supplies. If you can really walk out of the forest, can you leave this survival game? Thinking of this, Yifeng was excited, and the other survivors were all excited. What's next? What's the next step to get out of the forest? Tell us about it. Can I get out of this survival game and return to reality? I miss home. Fuck, can I really go back? Oh, golden shovel. Anyone have a golden shovel? I can exchange it with my equipment. As long as I can really get out, I exchange my equipment for a golden shovel. Can I go back? Why am I still working so hard to hunt goblins every day? Let me go back. Everyone seemed to have found a way to go back at this moment, and they all excitedly thought about it. The guy above should be calmer. If he could really return to the real world, this guy wouldn't send a message now. He would have gone home long ago. This message was like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing all the luck in everyone's hearts. Indeed, if he could go back, that person would have gone back long ago. How could he still be chatting and talking nonsense with everyone here? Seeing that everyone was silent, the previous person continued to talk about his experience. Indeed, I walked out of the forest, but there was nothing outside, just an empty area, and then I heard the prompt sound of this survival game. Since there must be a 1-minute interval between each person sending a message, this guy disappeared in the middle of his words. This guy is so anxious, can't he type more at once? I can understand the pain of readers who followed serialized novels in the past. It's really kind of the readers not to send razor blades to the author. One bag of rice can support several floors. Let the world feel the pain together. Brother, please finish your words. Urgent, urgent, I am King Gigi. What exactly does this survival game hint at? Tell me. Brother, please beg you, can you finish your words at once and type more? Amid the complaints of the crowd, a minute passed quickly, and the brother who claimed to have been to the border of the forest spoke again. This time, he finally finished the story in one breath, so that everyone didn't have to continue to be tortured by him saying half of the words. The game prompted me. Congratulations to the survivors for reaching the forest border. If you pass the border trial, you can unlock more maps. I wanted to ask what the border trial was. Unexpectedly, the game prompt sound came again, and this time it said, Survivor, your strength is still too weak, explore the area ahead later. In the end, I had to come back. This buddy typed a long paragraph this time, and finally told everyone the situation outside the forest in one breath. Yifeng touched his chin and read this paragraph repeatedly. There is a larger map outside the forest, but if you want to go there, you must have the strength to pass the trial. No one knows what the content of the trial is. And to be able to participate in the trial, you need to be evaluated by the game. People with weak strength don't even have a chance. So what exactly is this trial, and what is outside the forest? Everything is really curious. After listening to the buddy's words, the other survivors also began to digest the information in his words. Not long after, other survivors began to tag Yifeng. At Boss Yifeng, you are the best among us. Why don't you try the trial and tell everyone what is outside the forest? That's right. You are the best among us. The more capable you are, the more work you should do. You must go through this border trial. Yes, 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 Boss Yifeng, go quickly. Maybe you will get some rewards after passing the border trial. We will be envious of you. Boss, go and have a look. There must be treasures. We are waiting for your good news tomorrow. Boss Yifeng, go, go, go. Everyone's hope of returning depends on you. Boss Yifeng, go directly tomorrow. Everyone is waiting for your good news. These people didn't care whether Yifeng was willing or not. They put hats on Yifeng one by one, as if Yifeng had to go to this border trial. Faced with these words, Yifeng did not express his opinion directly. The border trial does sound interesting, but whether it is difficult or not, and what rewards it will bring still need to be considered. If the difficulty is too high and all my chess pieces are lost, it will be a big loss. Not only will I lose my chess pieces, but I will also lose a day of hunting time. And tomorrow Darius's mystic gloves will be replaced with new equipment again. If the equipment is not ideal, it will not be a good thing for Yifeng. Therefore, going to the border tomorrow is obviously not a rational decision for Yifeng. Let's see later, and I'm not that good, I'm just lucky. After responding to everyone, Yifeng met another buddy, who was selling golden spatula. Can I say something off topic? I got a gold ball today, but it turned out to be a pure gold shovel. Can I ask for a magic scroll? As soon as his message was sent out, he was immediately ridiculed by everyone. You want to exchange a useless thing for a combat item? Are you crazy? It's enough to exchange for some supplies, but you still want to exchange for a magic scroll. Brother, who would be willing to exchange for a magic scroll for you? Unless that person is not very smart. I feel sorry for you. You must be very upset to get this useless item from the gold ball. Yifeng couldn't believe his eyes. It was like a pillow was sent to him when he was sleepy. He was worried that he couldn't get the golden spatula, and now someone took the initiative to deliver it to his door. Brother, I understand your feelings. It's really uncomfortable for the golden magic ball to come out of this thing. You probably lost a lot. I have a lot of magic scrolls here. Just think of it as a good deed. I exchange with you. Anyway, I have more resources now. In order to prove that he is rich, Yifeng even posted photos of the golden magic balls and blue magic balls that were dropped when hunting cat monsters. Yifeng's words are reasonable. He behaves like a big boss who doesn't care about his own losses to help others. The photo of the magic balls on the ground proves that what Yifeng said is true. Fuck, the magic balls are all over the ground, and at least they are all blue. I'm so envious that my mouth is watering. I remember that Big Boss Yifeng just said that he hunted more than 10 cat monsters and didn't have time to chat with us. It turns out it's true. Big Boss is kind. Can you give me a magic scroll too? Chapter 28. Yifeng hunted 2 beasts today, and Anbisa could also pick up magic balls on behalf of Yifeng, and the rewards would be directly added to the material backpack interface. Before he had time to count them, Yifeng took a quick look at the magic scrolls and found that there were about 30 of them, which was already very generous. Brother, you are lucky, Master Yifeng has made another move. Hurry up and trade with the master. Someone urged the previous man to trade with Yifeng. He obviously didn't expect that someone would really be willing to trade, and immediately said, Master Yifeng, thank you so much. Any type of magic scroll is fine, just give me one, and I will trade with you right away. Survivor Yan Lingxing initiates a trade request to you. Yifeng decisively chose to accept it, and the other party directly put the golden shovel into the trading interface. Yifeng looked at the pile of magic scrolls in his backpack and finally chose to give him 2 low-level group recovery scrolls. Brother, it's not easy for you, so I give you 2 recovery scrolls. After the transaction was completed, Yifeng looked at the golden shovel that he got in exchange for 2 low-level recovery scrolls, and finally couldn't help laughing wildly. On the other side, the survivor Yan Lingxing only thought that Yifeng would give him a rubbish magic scroll at first, but he didn't expect that Yifeng would give him a recovery scroll that could restore the health of the chess piece. And not 1, but 2. Boss Yifeng is a good person. Wow, you gave me 2 low-level group recovery scrolls, I'm so touched. After the transaction was completed, Yan Lingxing praised Yifeng in the chat interface. Soon, many other people echoed, saying that Boss Yifeng had both strength and character, and that everyone was lucky to have Boss Yifeng in the survival game. Seeing that the useless golden shovel could really be exchanged for a magic scroll, some people couldn't sit still again. On the second day, Song Tianyu killed a goblin and a golden magic ball exploded. He originally thought that he could take off from this point. However, no one expected that a useless golden pot would explode from the golden magic ball. The contrast between the before and after made him so angry that he wanted to curse. You know, according to everyone's speculation, the probability of a goblin dropping a golden magic ball is 1 in 100,000. He finally got it, but this is the result, especially when he saw other people showing off their golden magic balls in the chat interface, that they exploded equipment crazy armor. The powerful attributes made him extremely envious. Besides envy, it made him feel even more uncomfortable. Why are they all golden magic balls? Others can produce all kinds of magic equipment, but he is just a useless golden pot. Boss, I have a golden pot here. You have so many resources, and you can't use them all anyway. Why don't you exchange 2 magic scrolls for this golden pot? Song Tianyu's words, in the eyes of outsiders, are no different from wanting to get something for free, and even a bit of moral blackmailing Yifeng. Originally, everyone thought that Yifeng would refuse. After all, it was okay to help 1 or 2 people. If all the people who exploded useless things asked Yifeng for help, Yifeng would not be able to withstand such a robbery even if he had a lot of resources. But no one expected that Yifeng directly agreed to Song Tianyu. No problem. How about giving you a recovery scroll and a scroll to increase chest piece armor? Song Tianyu would never hesitate. The useless golden pot could be exchanged for 2 magic scrolls, which was already a big profit for him. Without a trace of hesitation, Song Tianyu decisively applied for a transaction with Yifeng. Thank you, big boss, you are a good man. After receiving the magic scroll traded by Yifeng, Song Tianyu immediately praised Yifeng in the chat interface. But when he closed the chat interface, a mocking look appeared on his face. A few words from the big boss fooled him so much that he didn't know what to do. A useless pure gold pan was exchanged for 2 magic scrolls. It's really a good deal. Do you really think you are a big boss? I guess you just had better luck at the beginning. You are a sucker who doesn't understand the preciousness of survival game resources. When I, Song Tianyu, turn over in the future, I will make all of you beg me. What a pity, I remember that sucker also collected all kinds of useless garbage equipment. If I had it, I could also take the opportunity to make more money. Song Tianyu's mood turned from cloudy to sunny again, and he couldn't help but hum. In his eyes, Yifeng was just a sucker who was played by him. Someone spoke up to persuade Yifeng. Boss, if you want to help, you have to know your limits. It's better to keep these scrolls just in case. However, such voices were only a minority after all, and were instantly drowned out by the voices of others. Boss, are you really helping me? I have a chess piece intelligence scroll here. I remember you wanted to take it. Can you exchange it for a few combat power magic scrolls for me? Boss Yifeng. I also have a golden shovel here. Can you help me take it too? Me. Look at me. I also have a golden pot here. Thank you in advance, Boss Yifeng. After seeing that Yifeng accepted everyone, a large group of people jumped out, all hoping to exchange some useful props from Yifeng with golden shovels or golden pots. These people all called Yifeng Big Brother and acted very kindly, but privately they all believed that Yifeng was a sucker. Zhao Yuan, who had traded chess piece intelligent scroll with Yifeng before, couldn't stand it anymore and chatted with Yifeng privately. Big Brother, do you still remember me? You bought the intelligent scroll before. You gave me a combat power scroll in exchange. Thank you so much. You are now using the scroll to help those who are unlucky and get a pure gold shovel or frying pan when the golden ball explodes. What should you do? Moreover, most of these people thank you verbally, but in their hearts they will probably just think that you are a sucker. There is really no need to help you like this. Zhao Yuan was still somewhat grateful to Yifeng, and he knew how to repay his kindness. He felt that he had taken advantage of Yifeng, so he decided to remind Yifeng. Yifeng saw Zhao Yuan's private message and smiled. This Zhao Yuan is a good person. It's just too early to make a conclusion about who is the victim. Now everyone is afraid of wasting an equipment slot by equipping the golden spatula to the barracks, but as the survival game continues to develop, there will definitely be other people who try to put this thing into the barracks equipment slot. By then, it will no longer be a secret that golden spatula can be combined to transfer jobs, including 2 pieces of equipment can be combined to form finished equipment. By then, Yifeng will already have a lot of golden spatula and golden pot, and can completely create a lineup with both bond and population advantages. At that time, everyone will know who is the victim. Chapter 29. After one night of trading, Yifeng got 3 chess piece intelligent scrolls, 5 golden spatulas, and 6 golden pots. The explosion rate of chess piece intelligent scrolls is lower than that of golden spatulas and golden pots. All the survivors have exploded 4 in total. Of course, it is possible that someone used it after it exploded, but Yifeng thinks this possibility is not high. Counting the 1 golden spatulas he had left before, Yifeng now has 6 golden spatulas and 6 golden pots. Basically, you can equip each barracks with 2 or 3 job transfer emblems to make the bond explode directly, or you can synthesize all of them into crowns, so that the number of barracks that can be built will soar from the current 4 to 10. Yifeng thought about it, and suddenly remembered an Easter egg in the game of Golden Spatula War. I don't know if this Easter egg is effective in this game. If it works, then Yifeng will completely take off. This Easter egg is that in the game of Golden Shovel Battle, if a chess piece has 3 different crowns: golden shovel crown, golden pot crown, and golden pot crown. After entering the battle, gold coins will burst out crazily, achieving gold coin freedom, and 3 stars and 6 mana can be easily chased. Yifeng had a golden pot crown before, but after using the equipment recaster, it became a golden shovel crown. Later, because it can trigger the effect of adding 1 barracks without equipment, Yifeng did not equip it on the barracks. In other words, now there is still a lack of a golden pot crown and a golden pot crown, 3 golden pots, and 1 golden shovel. The only barracks without equipment slots and empty slots is the Anbisa barracks. Yifeng did not hesitate, and put the first golden pot into the equipment slot of the Anbisa barracks. Then, the second golden pot was put in. As the second golden pot entered, the 2 golden pots merged and soon turned into a new equipment golden pot crown. Well, the only thing left is the last golden pot crown. I hope the Easter egg works. If it works, it will take off completely. Yifeng excitedly put the last golden shovel and golden pot into it. Suddenly light appeared, and the 2 equipment merged into golden pot crown. The equipment slot above the Anbisa barracks was equipped with 2 different crowns, golden pot crown and golden pot crown. Then he took out the golden shovel crown from the supply backpack and equipped it directly to the Anbisa barracks. It's all ready. I wonder if the Easter egg is useful. Yifeng muttered, and his eyes swept across the dark forest outside the base, but he didn't find any cat monsters coming. If there were, Yifeng would like to find a cat monster to try and see if he could trigger the 3 crowns and unlimited gold coins Easter egg. Unfortunately, the surroundings were quiet, and no cat monsters came up to die. Just when Yifeng was regretful, the reminder sound of the survival game rang in his ears. Congratulations to the survivor Yifeng for activating the Golden Shovel Survival 3 Crowns Easter egg. Each crown will provide you with 3 extra gold coins every day. Hearing the reminder sound of the survival game, Yifeng immediately knew the answer. There really is an Easter egg. However, this Easter egg is quite different from the game. The original unlimited gold coins have been weakened to 3 extra gold coins per crown per day. That is to say, Yifeng can now get 9 extra gold coins per day. This result is not too bad. Although Yifeng felt a little disappointed, he still accepted this ending. After all, in this shovel survival game, it is not too difficult to get 3 crowns. The benefits are proportional to the difficulty. The 3 crowns that are not too difficult provide 9 extra gold coins per day, which is not bad. Currently Yifeng, who has 3 crowns, can build 6 barracks in the base. Yifeng has built a total of 4 barracks, namely Darius, Draven, Anbisa, and Amumu. There are 2 barracks left to build, and now Yifeng has 2 unused barracks builders. The real barracks builder that just popped out of the golden magic ball on the cat demon, and the 2-star Leona barracks builder obtained from the treasure chest when the conquest level reached 3,500. Yifeng took out the 2 barracks builders and chose to use them directly. Suddenly, 2 barracks rose from the ground, and the number of barracks in Yifeng's base directly reached 6. Yifeng originally planned to keep 30 gold coins to earn the interest of 3 gold coins. After collecting the 3 crown Easter eggs, Yifeng felt that the gold coins did not need to be so calculated. Riel and Leona are 2-cost cards, and the price of recruiting a chess piece is 2 gold coins. Yifeng did not skimp, and directly chose to recruit a Leona and Riel. Riel, with 3 bonds, Iron Conqueror, Prophet, and Sentinel, with 800 HP, 45 armor and magic resist, and 60 attack. Hero skill, Array Break, gain 300 shield for 4 seconds. Use the spear to deal 120 magic damage to enemies in a straight line, and steal 10 armor and magic resist from the enemy's hit. Leona, also a 2-cost chess piece, with 3 bonds, Piltover Academy and Sentinel. Since Yifeng's Leona barracks is a 2-star, Leona's attributes are also more powerful. HP, 1440 armor, 50, magic resist, 50, attack, 55. Hero skill, Eclipse, reinforces itself for 3 seconds and gains 50% damage reduction. Afterwards, deals 175 magic damage to neighboring enemies. The basic attributes of both chess pieces are not bad, and the attributes of the 2-cost chess piece are indeed much higher than those of the 1-cost chess piece. Moreover, the 2 chess pieces complete the double Sentinel bond. All chess pieces increase 12 points of armor and magic resistance, and the Sentinel chess piece gets a triple bonus. In other words, with the recruitment of these 2 chess pieces, all of Yifeng's chess pieces have gained 12 points of armor and magic resistance. And Leona's armor and magic resistance have directly reached 86 points, and her defense is definitely not bad. And with the addition of Riel, Yifeng's Iron Blood Conqueror bond has reached 5. and one more can make up 6 Iron Blood Conqueror. Either increase the population to find the remaining Iron Blood Conqueror barracks, or use Golden Shovel and Storm Sword to synthesize another Iron Blood Conqueror emblem. This question is easy to choose, and Yifeng decisively chose the latter. A Storm Sword dropped during today's hunting, so Yifeng does not need to exchange and collect it. Yifeng acted immediately, and equipped the Storm Sword directly on Leona's barracks. Chapter 30. After equipping Leona with the Storm Sword, Yifeng took out another golden spatula and equipped it, and immediately another Iron-Blooded Conqueror emblem was synthesized. So far, Yifeng has achieved 6 Iron-Blooded Conquerors. The number of conquest layers that can be obtained by killing a monster has been increased from the original 3 layers to 6 layers, which is equivalent to doubling the efficiency again. After 3,500 layers of conquest layers, 6,500 layers are required to open the next treasure chest. The reward for 6,500 layers is a random 4-cost chess piece in the Golden Spatula game, so in this Golden Spatula survival game, it is likely to be a random 4-cost barracks builder. Looking at the 3 chess piece intelligent scrolls collected, Yifeng once again had a bold idea in his mind. Holding one of the scrolls in his hand, Yifeng called the Leona chess piece to come to him. Leona is a girl with a blonde ponytail. She looks very outstanding. As a female warrior, she has a perfect figure without any extra fat on her body. The 2 peaks on her chest add a bit of heroism to her. She wears a white uniform on her upper body, which perfectly outlines her figure. The gold and red lines on the neckline on her chest make her look more luxurious. Her lower body is a white short skirt. Under the short skirt, there is a pair of high boots above the knee, which makes her slender and straight legs visible. Behind the clothes, the white swallowtail is separated to both sides, which adds a bit of aristocratic color. Leona holds a shield in her left hand. The huge shield is almost as long as a person, giving people a sense of safety and reliability. The long sword in the right hand is inlaid with gems, and it is obviously a noble item. Leona also wears a headband on her head, with a sharp top corner on each side of the headband, and the silver-white color is as cute as her ears. Looking at the beautiful blonde girl in front of him, Yifeng's heart can't help but ripple. After opening the chess piece intelligent scroll with one hand, the scroll turned into dots of light, and rushed into Leona's body. A few minutes later, Leona completely absorbed all the light of the magic scroll, and her originally empty eyes now had color. A pair of red eyes looked at Yifeng with watery eyes, and there seemed to be thousands of emotions in her eyes. "My sword and shield are willing to serve you, my master." Leona's voice is very nice, just like a lark singing. Looking at the girl in front of him, Yifeng had a different idea in his heart. "Leona, put down the sword and shield, and come to my side." Yifeng gave Leona the first task. After hearing this order, Leona did not hesitate at all. She put down her shield and sword, and slowly came to Yifeng and sat beside him. Inside the base, there was a bonfire and a bench. On the bench sat a man and a woman. The only discord was that there were a group of other chess pieces standing there in a daze. Looking at the other chess pieces around him, like light bulbs, Yifeng always felt something was strange. Chess pieces can choose to return to the barracks at night, so that they will not disturb Yifeng from doing other things. However, Yifeng thought about it. The cat demons at night were no longer a problem for him now. Darius's equipment today was really powerful. Why not take this opportunity to go out and hunt more cat demons? Thinking of this, Yifeng simply recruited 4 more Darius and 2 Draven, and turned the remaining gold coins into 20. In other words, Yifeng now has 22 Darius, 4 Draven, 1 Amumu, 1 Rel, 1 Anbisa, and 1 Leona. Anbisa, you take the other chess pieces to hunt nearby. I have a few requirements. First, try to ensure your own safety. Second, try to reduce the sacrifice of chess pieces. Third, don't go too far. Bring the team back at any time when danger occurs. The hunting time should not be too long, 2 or 3 hours will be enough. After returning, just go back to the barracks to rest. There is no need to report to me again. Okay, that's all. You lead the team to set off. After Yifeng issued these orders, Anbisa, who was originally stunned, responded and said to Yifeng, "Okay, master." With Anbisa's call, the other chess pieces lined up in battle formation under her command, and rushed to the dark forest outside the base. Seeing this, Leona stood up and prepared to go hunting with Anbisa. However, Yifeng held her down with his big hand, and did not let her leave the bench. "You won't go." Hearing Yifeng's words, Leona's eyes showed a puzzled look, obviously not understanding why Yifeng didn't let her go hunting. "Serving the master is our mission." Leona was still trying to explain something, and wanted to stand up to pick up her shield and sword. Leona, I repeat again, you don't have to go. I have a more important mission for you later. Hearing this, Leona calmed down and sat next to Yifeng obediently, like a cute kitten, sitting upright. Relax, come close to me. After hearing Yifeng's instructions, Leona really relaxed her body, her tense muscles relaxed all of a sudden, and she directly stuck to Yifeng's side. With the girl next to him, Yifeng immediately smelled a fragrance entering his nose. Reaching out to hold Leona's palm, a warmth passed from the other's palm to Yifeng's hand. These chess pieces are also flesh and blood, and they can feel each other's body temperature when they touch. Yifeng just held Leona's hand and talked to Leona about various things about himself. From childhood to college, and then to not being able to find a job after graduating from college and becoming a waste, and then to accidentally crossing into this world and participating in this golden shovel survival game. Leona just listened quietly, responding to Yifeng from time to time. After saying all his thoughts, Yifeng felt that his mood had improved a lot. He happily hugged Leona in his arms. Unexpectedly, there was a layer of light armor under Leona's uniform, which immediately hurt Yifeng. Yifeng let go of Leona and rubbed his chest that was hurt by the light armor. But the girl Leona in front of him seemed to not understand the situation, and her eyes were still looking at Yifeng curiously. Master, what is my more important mission? Hearing Leona's question, Yifeng stood up and walked towards the house in the base. After the base was upgraded to level 3, the original wooden house had become a brick house. Come with me into the house. The size of the house became larger again, and even the living room area and bedroom were divided. Yifeng also added a lot of furniture to the house in the past few days, making the whole room more comfortable. Leona, now I will tell you what your more important mission is. I order you to take off your armor and change clothes. Chapter 31. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Yifeng, holding his waist and shaking his legs, walked out of the base with the help of Leona. Anbisa and other chess pieces were already waiting outside. Seeing Yifeng walk out of the base, Anbisa walked up directly and asked enthusiastically, Master, what are your instructions today? Seeing Anbisa's question, Yifeng felt that his mind was still a little unclear, and his whole mind was a mess. He checked the number of gold coins available, a total of 41 gold coins. The 3 crowns gave 9 gold coins, a fixed 10 gold coins every day, plus the remaining 20 gold coins yesterday, and 2 gold coins of interest, a total of 41 gold coins. Last night, Anbisa led the team out to hunt, and seemed to have dropped some blue magic balls. Yifeng heard prompts from time to time last night, but he had no time to check. At this time, hearing Anbisa asking about today's arrangements, Yifeng thought about it for a while, and gave a direct answer. Just lead the team to go hunting. I'm not feeling well. By the way, try to ensure that the chess pieces are not damaged. There are no other pieces. Go ahead. After Yifeng gave the order, the chess pieces were ready to go to the forest. Only Yifeng and Leona were left in the base. Yifeng took out a few bottles of pure milk from the material warehouse, and drank them in big gulps. I have to replenish my body quickly, otherwise my body will definitely not be able to bear it. Yifeng rubbed his sore waist. He was too tired from the battle last night, and he felt a little dizzy when walking now. There were no trees in the base to block the sunlight, so the sunlight in the sky directly shone into the base, covering the entire base with a layer of golden brilliance. Although it was only a little after 9 in the morning, the sun still made people feel warm. Lying on the bench, the blonde girl next to him accompanied him so obediently, making Yifeng feel that everything was so harmonious and beautiful. This place doesn't seem bad. Chess piece intelligent scroll is really a good thing. The original chess pieces could not interact with people at all, but after using this scroll, they completely became living people. It seems that I have to collect more chess piece intelligent scroll and use it on other chess pieces next time. Who should I choose as the next chess piece? Girl Lux? Or Iceberg Beauty Morgana? Or Uniform Maddie? Akali and Zelie seem to be possible. As for the chess pieces behind, Yifeng has not considered it. After all, he is only level 3 at present, and the barracks that can be built are only 1-cost and 2-cost barracks. And the probability of a 2-cost barracks is only 25%. Thinking of this, Yifeng took the opportunity to check the 5 barracks construction options refreshed today. Vegas, Trundle, Rel, Draven, and Boom. The only useful barracks here are Draven and Rel. Yifeng clicked to buy, and then he remembered that his barracks were full. However, the reminder sound of the survival game made him suddenly realize. It is detected that the number of survivors' barracks that can be built has reached the maximum. After purchase, it will be directly converted into a barracks builder. Do you want to buy it? Hearing this, Yifeng understood the rules of chess piece star upgrade a little more. Draven is the back row output, and Rel is also the front row tank. If they are upgraded to 2 stars, their strength will naturally become stronger. Therefore, Yifeng bought 2 barracks builders without hesitation. The price of a 2-cost barracks card is 10 gold coins, which is all the gold coins for many survivors for a day. However, Yifeng is also rich and generous, and he did not care about this problem. He directly spent 15 gold coins to buy Draven and Rel's barracks. Next, upgrade Draven to 2 stars, and see if you can collect more fragments to upgrade Darius to 3 stars. A 3-star Darius can definitely resist and fight in the early stage, and his strength will not be inferior. It is not easy to collect so many Darius fragments by exchanging fragments with others. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng continued to chat with everyone. At this time, another discordant voice appeared. At Yifeng, boss, you must know about chess piece bonds. Why don't you want to tell us? I tried it with your chess pieces, and there is indeed a conquest level. You must be so powerful because of this thing. Why didn't you share it with everyone at the beginning? The sudden questioning made Yifeng a little confused, not knowing what this person meant. Brother, what are you talking about? What is the conquest level? Can you explain it more clearly? Although, everyone has to figure out chess piece bonds by groping, and boss Yifeng must not know it on the first day. That's right. If others know about this thing, they will know it. If they don't want to say it, you can't force others. The crowd did not hate Yifeng because of a sentence, but hoped that the man would make it clear. The person who sent that message was named Wang Wenbo. His first barracks were Darius, just like Yifeng. In the past few days, he has been quietly collecting information from everyone's chats, and he has confirmed what Yifeng's other barracks are through a flying axe in the corner of the photo sent by Yifeng. After he recruited Draven, he went out to hunt goblins again, and heard the prompt sound of the survival game. Conquer Layer +1. This prompt sound made him sure that he had triggered some amazing chess piece bond. It was at this time that he noticed that after recruiting Draven, Darius's attack power had increased. He then thought of Yifeng. Perhaps Yifeng became so powerful because of this bond. It must be that after this layer is increased, it will continue to provide various powerful bonuses. This is why Yifeng is so powerful. Thinking of this, he was immediately excited and felt that he also had the opportunity to become so powerful. But then he thought again, this is already the 4th day of the game. Yifeng had already accumulated many layers of conquest in the previous few days. Although he had discovered this secret now, it was too late. Yifeng didn't know how far he had come. Even if he tried to catch up now, he could only walk behind Yifeng. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He even imagined that if Yifeng had announced the secret of this bond from the beginning, he wouldn't have to work so hard every day. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He attributed all his misfortunes in the survival game to Yifeng. Especially when he thought of Yifeng dropping a lot of supplies every day and living a happy life, he was even more dissatisfied. He thought that all of this could have been his. It was because Yifeng was unwilling to disclose the chess piece bond that he couldn't have such a life. I have discovered the secret of Yifeng's strength. It's all in the chess piece bond. If he had announced it, none of us would have lived so miserably every day. Chapter 32. Wang Wenbo's words were very provocative. These days, many survivors are just struggling to make ends meet, so their lives are naturally not as good as in the real world. His words directly pointed the finger at Yifeng, threatening that if Yifeng was willing to tell everyone about his barracks bond combination, everyone would be able to live comfortably. This remark put Yifeng on the opposite side of everyone. Yifeng frowned slightly, wanting to see what this man was up to. The focus of other survivors was Wang Wenbo's words. I have discovered the secret of Yifeng's strength. Brother, what bond? You said you discovered the secret of Yifeng. Come and tell me. Add 1, bro, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us quickly. That's right, tell us quickly. Everyone was looking forward to what secret that person could tell, so that everyone's strength could be improved again. Seeing that everyone was tagging him and expecting him to reveal Yifeng's secret, Wang Wenbo was very proud. He enjoyed the feeling of being in the spotlight. Darius and Draven, 2 barracks chess pieces, have a special bond when put together. Just by recruiting 2 chess pieces, their attack power increased by about 20%. And killing monsters, the survival game prompt conquest level increased. I infer that as this level increases, the attack power bonus will definitely increase. Yifeng must have used this bond to become stronger than all of us. After Wang Wenbo said this, everyone did not believe it directly. If it was true, why did Wang Wenbo tell the secret again? Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, Wang Wenbo continued to explain, I have just completed the bond between Darius and Draven, and I am not sure how powerful it will be after the conquest layer is increased, but I am very sure that Yifeng must have used this bond to get to the front. I know you are wondering why I told you this. Because I am angry, and I am angry for everyone. If Yifeng told everyone about this bond at the beginning, everyone could increase the conquest layer in the next few days, and everyone could easily hunt monsters. Wang Wenbo's words immediately aroused the evil thoughts in everyone's hearts. Yifeng easily killed the boss, which made everyone envious, but according to Wang Wenbo, Yifeng used the bond between the chess pieces to continuously develop and become stronger, so that he could kill the boss. If Yifeng had told everyone this secret at the beginning, then the person who killed the Minotaur boss might not be them. This idea emerged, and everyone immediately had a little hostility towards Yifeng. Some people began to tag Yifeng. Boss, is what Wang Wenbo said true? Darius and Draven can infinitely stack conquest layers to become stronger? Is that true? I happen to be using Darius. If it's true, I will immediately recruit Draven. Seeing that everyone was asking him, Yifeng did not prepare to cover up anything and directly answered everyone's doubts. Indeed, these two chess pieces have a bond, and they can indeed get extra rewards by killing monsters to increase conquest layers. After hearing Yifeng's answer, although everyone did not know what reward Yifeng had received, they all subconsciously attributed the reason why Yifeng was so powerful to the reward given by the increase in conquest layers. Suddenly, dissatisfaction spread like wildfire in everyone's hearts, and everyone, like Wang Wenbo, had an idea in their hearts. If Yifeng had told everyone about the bond between Darius and Draven from the beginning, after the hunting in the past few days, everyone's conquest level must have been very high. Then now it's not just Yifeng who is so powerful, but everyone can be as powerful as Yifeng. Thinking of this, everyone became more and more angry, and felt that Yifeng was not kind enough. Boss, you are not kind enough. If you had told everyone about the bond between these two chess pieces, today, on the 4th day, everyone's conquest level would definitely be very high, and their strength would definitely be very strong. That's right. We are all Blue Starian people. In this survival game, we should help each other. It's not right to hide it, and only care about yourself. Yes, if you told everyone this secret at the beginning, maybe everyone could live a very comfortable life, right? You won't lose anything by telling everyone. Why are you so stingy? That's right. If it were me, I would definitely share this secret with everyone without hesitation, so that everyone can become stronger together. Everyone talked about it, and all began to condemn Yifeng from a moral level. Facing these condemnations, Yifeng didn't care. These people talked about morality, but to put it bluntly, weren't they just doing it for their own interests? Why should I help you? Just because I know more I should help you? What's the reason? Then those people above, give me all your equipment and barracks fragments, and I will tell everyone some other secrets about the survival game. I believe that for the sake of everyone's future, you are willing to do it, right? After Yifeng said this, the people who had been the most aggressive against Yifeng before were all silent. Just kidding, it's okay to let them talk nonsense, but it's unrealistic to ask them to pay something. Typical of a family with a cow. Seeing the previous people silent, Yifeng smiled. Okay, your silence has proved everything. If you want to get something, you have to pay something. Why should I help you for nothing? Do I know you well? Yifeng's words once again made those people speechless. At this time, Wang Wenbo, who had been at the beginning, stood up and prepared to win over a wave of people's hearts. Don't be afraid, everyone. Yifeng can become stronger by relying on the conquest level, so can we. Let's go out and hunt goblins and raise the level. By then, we may not be worse than Yifeng. After Wang Wenbo said this, he immediately attracted the support of others. That's right, Yifeng can become stronger by relying on the conquest layers, so can we. That's right, even if the progress is a little slower than his at the beginning, it doesn't matter, we can catch up. That's right, let's also switch to this line of bond, and we will definitely catch up in time. I was wondering why Yifeng dropped so many resources every day. It turns out that there are extra rewards after the conquest layers are increased. Brothers, let's switch to the Darius and Draven lineup, and let's also go and get rewards. Looking at everyone talking, Yifeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. The Conqueror bond is very strong? Think it's easy to get rewards by conquest layers? Then go and play. When you find out that the first reward requires 1,000 layers, you will definitely lose your mind after playing. Chapter 33. Yifeng did not say anything more, but such silence was seen by others as guilty, and afraid to continue speaking. Many people immediately prepared to turn around and change their chess pieces to the bond combination of Darius and Draven. As the first person to discover this bond, Wang Wenbo was also full of energy at this time. Although the progress was behind, as long as he worked hard, there was still hope to catch up. Thinking of this, he excitedly took all his chess pieces and went out to hunt goblins. Every time he hunted a goblin, he heard the prompt sound of Conquest Layer +1 in his ears, which made Wang Wenbo excited and felt that he was one step closer to becoming stronger. The only thing that Wang Wenbo found a little incomprehensible was that although the Conquest Layer had a prompt to increase, he still had no idea how many layers he had reached and how many layers he needed to reach to get the reward. However, thinking that Yifeng had so many more supplies than others the next day, he guessed that the layer would not be too high. Otherwise, Yifeng would not have been able to get so many rewards so early. Thinking of this, he became more motivated. There were many people who had the same idea as Wang Wenbo. After Wang Wenbo announced that Draven and Darius could form a conquest bond, many survivors, who originally used these chess pieces hurriedly recruited another chess piece to complete the double Iron Blood Conqueror bond. When they gathered the two chess pieces, they found that the chess piece's attack power and spell strength had indeed been increased by about 20%. It has been so much improved just after it was put together, so wouldn't the improvement after the conquest layer is increased be even more exaggerated? Thinking of this, these people felt relieved, thinking that this time, they could become big guys like Yifeng, like Wang Wenbo. They heard the prompt sound of the survival game after going out to hunt a goblin. Conquer layers +1. This prompt sounded like the sound of nature in everyone's ears. It was also like a reassurance, making them more convinced that the reason why Yifeng was so powerful was nothing more than that he had more conquer layers than them. As long as they speed up, they can catch up with Yifeng, not to mention Yifeng, at least they will not be too slow. This excitement lasted until the afternoon. After several hours of fighting, everyone killed a lot of goblins. But the sound that rang in their ears was still the mechanical prompt sound of the survival game. Conquer layers +1. Apart from this, there were no other prompts. They began to wonder, when will this conquest level end? Can this thing really drop extra rewards? Is Yifeng lying to everyone? Although they thought so in their hearts, hunting goblins was the only way for them to obtain supplies, so they continued to hunt. It was not until after 6 o'clock in the evening that the sun finally finished its work and went off work, and everyone had to rush back to their respective bases. At this time, Wang Wenbo was dumbfounded. In order to speed up the efficiency of hunting goblins, he used all the magic scrolls he had saved before. As a result, the phrase conquest level +1 was worn out in his ears, and he still did not get the so-called extra reward. When Wang Wenbo returned to the base, as soon as he opened the chat interface, he was questioned by countless people, asking him why he lied to everyone. Wang Wenbo was panicked at this moment. He thought he had mastered Yifeng's secret before, and he could gain more popularity by publishing this secret, but he didn't expect that he would go in the opposite direction and be hated by everyone. Everyone had hunted goblins for a day, but they didn't get the so-called extra rewards. They had been full of anger in their hearts, and now they all vented their anger on Wang Wenbo. Wang Wenbo suddenly had an idea, and immediately thought of a way to divert the conflict. I'm just guessing. After all, I just learned about this bond today. Blame Yifeng. Yes, it was Yifeng who told us that by killing monsters, we can increase the conquest level and get extra rewards. He lied to us. I really didn't expect such a big guy would lie to us. Wang Wenbo's words immediately pointed the finger at Yifeng, and he belittled Yifeng in his words, as if he was deliberately harming everyone. This statement successfully directed everyone's anger to Yifeng. Yifeng, why did you lie to us? There is no extra reward for increasing the conquest level. That's right, why do you lie to us? The conquest level is useless. How many people have you deceived with this sentence? How many of us chose these two chess pieces? You are so vicious. Yifeng lied to us. The conquest level is useless. Everyone was venting their anger and blaming Yifeng for all their dissatisfaction. At this time, after a day of recuperation, Yifeng felt that his waist was no longer so painful. Today, Anbisa led the team to go hunting. Although the efficiency was a little slower than that of leading the team to act separately, the harvest today was still very good. This time, a lot of living supplies and design drawings were dropped, but only 3 combat power items were dropped. I don't know whether the explosion rate of combat power items in this game has been reduced, or Yifeng's luck is not good today. Inside the base room, there is a soft leather sofa. Yifeng lay comfortably on the sofa. Leona sat beside him, and her thigh became Yifeng's pillow. Taking a grape from Leona, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder the ancient dignitaries like to be served by others. This feeling is really good. Lying on the girl's thighs, feeling the softness from the back of his head, Yifeng happily opened the chat interface. wanting to see how those who made a double Iron Blood Conqueror bond were doing. As soon as he opened it, Yifeng saw countless people in the group angrily scolding him for cheating everyone. Facing everyone's doubts, Yifeng stood up from the girl's thighs, stretched his muscles, and responded with a smile. I'm not lying. There are really extra rewards for higher levels of conquest. You can see that the 2-star Leona next to me is one of the rewards. After that, Yifeng hugged the girl in his arms, took a photo together, and sent it to the chat interface. In the photo, Yifeng was holding a beautiful woman, and the furniture in the house was almost complete, which made everyone jealous. You are lying. We brushed hundreds of levels of conquest today, and there was nothing at all. That's right, you are a liar. Facing the questioning of others, Yifeng calmly told everyone a cruel answer. You need 1,000 levels of conquest to get the extra reward for the first time. Everyone, please keep up the good work. Chapter 34. What the hell? You need 1,000 layers of conquest to get the extra reward for the first time? Wang Wenbo was dumbfounded. If it is really as Yifeng said, then it will take at least a week to get the extra reward. This is not realistic at all. If this is the case, the combination of Darius and Draven will have no advantage at all. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Wang Wenbo cannot accept this result. If according to this statement, 1,000 layers of conquest are required to get the extra reward, how can Yifeng do it? Can Yifeng kill thousands of monsters a day? This is absolutely impossible. That's right. There must be some other hidden bond combination. It must be like this. Wang Wenbo angrily asked Yifeng. 1,000 layers? Do you think we are fools? You can get so many supplies the next day. You must have received extra rewards. I will definitely find out all the secrets you are hiding. Seeing that the other party did not believe it, Yifeng spread his hands helplessly. Why don't these people believe me? Forget it. I just be a good person and tell them about the plot of the conquest reward. Believe it or not, the reward for the 1,000 floor is 2 gold coins, and the reward for the 3,500th floor is a random 2-star 2-cost barracks builder. I don't know what happens after that. Yifeng didn't deceive anyone with this. Even he had just broken through the 3,500th floor of conquest and reached the 6th Iron Blood Conqueror bond. Because of physical reasons, he did not go out hunting today. If there is no accident, the next reward should be at the 6,500th floor, and Yifeng will need to hunt more than 500 goblins. However, even with such a heartfelt truth, no one believed Yifeng. Who are you kidding? You mean you only got 2 extra gold coins and a barracks builder after grinding for so long? Do you think everyone is stupid? You boasted about a lot of things before. If the reward for the conquest level is only this much, where did you get the supplies? Yes, there must be something else that needs attention for this bond. You are just a villain. If you don't want to tell us, just say it directly. You have to make up a lie about the 1,000th floor to deceive people. I called you so many big guys before, but this is the result? Seeing that everyone still didn't believe him, Yifeng didn't continue to explain. He couldn't tell everyone that he had hex enhancement. Speaking of which, it's already the 4th day. In 3 days, he can get another hex talent enhancement. Who knows what he can get by then? Yifeng no longer paid attention to those who questioned him, nor did he want to explain anything more. He simply closed the chat interface and continued to communicate in depth with Leona. Another night passed, and the survival game had come to the 5th day. Congratulations to all survivors who have successfully survived to the 5th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. 9 gold coins have been issued for the Triple Crown Easter egg. Yifeng got up very early today. After 2 days of fighting, he felt that he still had to focus on hunting goblins. After his strength improved, he would go to see what the so-called trials outside the forest were like as soon as possible. Yifeng now has 46 gold coins. He recruited 8 more Darius and 2 Draven, plus 3 Leona, leaving 30 gold coins. So far, Yifeng's chess pieces have become larger and larger. There are already 30 Darius, and 6 Draven for back row output. In addition, there is an Amumu as a bond, a Rel, 3 Leona and an Anbisa. Anbisa, you lead 10 Darius, 2 Draven and 1 Leona to go hunting. Be careful and hunt ordinary goblins. Leona, you also lead 10 Darius, 2 Draven and Rel to go hunting. Be careful. Other chess pieces can be sacrificed, you have to come back alive. The 2 pieces of equipment that Darius Mystic Gloves randomly obtained today are Draining Sword and Aegis Oath. Drain Sword is what we often call the Bloodthirster Sword. For some unexplainable reasons, the original bright red long sword has become the current emerald green Drain Sword. Drain Sword, add 15% attack power, 20 magic resistance, 15 spell power, and 20% all-around blood sucking. Special effect. Triggered only once a day, at 40% health, a shield is obtained, and the shield value is equivalent to 25% of the carrier's maximum health. Oath of the Holy Shield. Add 30 mana and 20 armor. Special effect. Triggered only once a day, at 40% health, a shield equivalent to 25% of the maximum health, and 20 armor and 20 magic resistance. Compared with the previous Brawler armor and Sunfire cape, the two equipment are definitely inferior, but both equipment can be triggered to obtain a shield at half health, and the shield value is as much as 50% of the health, which is equivalent to providing Darius with a second life in disguise. In addition, Sword of Drainage also has an all-around blood-sucking effect. While causing damage to the enemy, it can also restore blood volume, which can also increase endurance. In short, even if Yifeng's chess pieces are divided into several teams, the strength of each team is enough to rival other survivors' teams. After seeing Anbisa and Leona each set off with a team, Yifeng also decided to lead the team. There were 10 Darius, 2 Draven, 1 Leona, and 1 Amama left. Yifeng took them all away and walked into the forest. The next treasure chest reward for the conquest level is 6,500 levels, and the reward content is a random 4-cost card. In the survival game, it is likely to be a 4-cost barracks builder. Above that, there is a 10,000 level reward, which is a random 3-cost barracks builder, and a low-level hero replicator. Yifeng now has 6 Iron Blood Conquerors, and killing a monster can increase 6 levels. So today's goal is to try to reach 10,000 levels. Yesterday, Anbisa led the team to hunt for a day, and Yifeng estimated that the current level is about 5,000. In other words, more than 800 goblins need to be hunted to reach 10,000 conquest levels. It is still easy to achieve efficiency when the 3 teams act together. Not long after walking out, Yifeng met a group of goblin teams. 6 goblins were wandering around, and no one knew what they wanted to do. Go! Following Yifeng's order, Darius stepped forward, and Draven threw a flying axe. The goblin's health has indeed become stronger again compared to the previous few days, but facing Yifeng's chess pieces, it is still vulnerable. Conquer at 6 layers. Conquer at 6 layers. Conquer at 6 layers. The prompt sound kept ringing in my ears, and soon the goblins turned into white magic balls and disappeared. Chapter 35. Yifeng picked up the white magic balls on the ground, most of which were some daily necessities. For these things, Yifeng no longer had the heart to count them. Anyway, it was enough to survive. After all, the drop rate was too high, and there was no sense of resource shortage at all. If other survivors knew Yifeng's thoughts, they would probably want to scold Yifeng for not eating meat. The game was on the 5th day, and some survivors, who did not understand the properties of the barracks chess pieces, recruited some crispy chess pieces, which made it difficult to hunt goblins. Not to mention, the drop rate of white magic balls seemed to be slowly decreasing, and the difficulty of obtaining supplies was gradually increasing. In order to obtain enough supplies for life every day, the chess pieces recruited every day would be beaten. On the 2nd day, new chess pieces had to be recruited, and the gold coins could not be retained at all. There was only a guaranteed minimum of 10 gold coins every day, and the situation became worse and worse. Wu Hao was such a survivor. On the first day of coming to this survival game, he took a fancy to the Morgana barracks with a cold appearance. So on the first day, he decisively built the Morgana barracks, and directly recruited 5 Morgana chess pieces. Looking at the cold and beautiful woman in front of him, Wu Hao couldn't help but want to do something else, but found that he couldn't touch the chess pieces at all. So these chess pieces can only be seen, but not touched, which made Wu Hao feel regretful. Afterwards, he took 5 Morgana out to hunt goblins, and found a more tragic ending. Morgana's health is not high, only 500 points, and her armor and magic resistance are only 20 points. A typical squishy player, he would suffer a lot of damage every time he went out to hunt goblins. After killing more than 10 goblins, he finally dropped a white magic ball, but one of the chess pieces was already at low health. After opening the white magic ball, he got a bottle of mineral water. Such a gap made him mentally explode. In the end, all 5 chess pieces were at low health, and he only got a few supplies, barely enough for food and drink on the first day. After knowing that there was a bond between the chess pieces, Wu Hao decided to build a new barracks. This time he chose Jyra, thinking that Jyra's appearance was somewhat similar to Morgana, and perhaps there could be some bond between them. As a result, he miscalculated again. Jyra's attributes are almost the same as Morgana's, both have only 500 health points, and armor and magic resistance are only 20 points, still a big squishy. In the next few days, he recruited chess pieces every day, and then went out to hunt goblins to consume all the chess pieces. The white magic balls that exploded could only be considered a slight surplus after meeting the daily survival needs. Every time he saw the big guys showing off how much supplies, they exploded in the chat interface. Wu Hao could only envy them. Yesterday, he heard that Darius and Draven could form a bond, and that the big guy Yi Feng also relied on this bond to be so strong. He decisively dismantled the original 2 barracks and turned them into 4 gold coins, and then used the 10 gold coins issued daily to build the Darius and Draven barracks. When he built 2 Darius and 2 Draven, he originally thought that he would be on the road to wealth. But reality once again poured cold water on him. Darius's attributes are stronger than the previous chess pieces, but only slightly stronger. In the past, he could recruit 10 chess pieces every day, but today there are only 4 chess pieces left. The efficiency of hunting goblins has slowed down again. After a day of hunting, he barely got a white magic ball, and didn't get the extra reward of conquest level increase that everyone talked about. On the 5th day, he recruited Darius with all 10 gold coins. Although he could barely hunt goblins, he became more and more desperate. Yi Feng's answer kept echoing in his mind. 1,000 levels of conquest can get an extra 2 gold coins, and 3,500 levels can get a 2-star 2-cost barracks builder. Damn it, 1,000 levels? How is this possible? Yi Feng must be lying. Everyone hunts more than 100 goblins a day at most. Even if the efficiency is fast enough, it will take many days of hard work to hunt 1,000 goblins. Thinking of this, Wu Hao's heart sank more and more, and he didn't know what to do in the future. While thinking, he exploded a white magic ball, picked it up and took a look, and immediately prompted that he had obtained 5 breads. Great! Today's food is settled. Yi Feng, who was on the other side, walked up and picked up the orb on the ground after successfully killing a group of goblins. Damn, it's another KFC family bucket. It seems like there are hundreds of buckets. I don't want to eat it all. Why is there still roast duck? Can you give me some combat power? Even barracks fragments will do. Yi Feng looked at the various daily necessities that exploded. His mouth was full of disgust, and he sighed and expressed regret. If other survivors knew about this, they would probably be so angry that they would curse. Why is the gap between people so big? During this period of hunting, Yi Feng discovered a situation, that is, the blue orb he exploded could occasionally open a 2-cost barracks fragment. It seems that the drop of this barracks fragment is also related to the base level. In the game, you must reach level 3 before there is a 25% chance of swiping a 2-cost card. It seems that it is similar in the game. Just when Yi Feng finished cleaning the battlefield and was ready to continue looking for new goblins, a pleasant reminder sound came to his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor conquest for reaching the 6,500th floor. You will get a random 4-cost barracks builder as a treasure chest reward. Do you want to claim it now? Here it comes. Finally reached the 6,500th floor, there are a total of 12 4-cost chess pieces. What Yi Feng wants most is naturally another Nbisa barracks builder. After all, he already has an Nbisa barracks and an extra Nbisa barracks builder. If he gets another Nbisa barracks builder, he can directly upgrade it to a 2-star Nbisa barracks. The combat power of a 2-star 4-cost chess piece is very strong even without equipment. Get it now! As Yi Feng finished speaking, a dark red magic ball appeared in front of him, and the magic ball opened automatically, with a flash of light inside. In the light, the figures of the 4-cost chess pieces were constantly changing. Echo, Garen, Big Head, Mouse. As the figures kept changing, Yi Feng's heart also became excited. What will he get this time? As the light stopped changing, Yi Feng finally saw clearly which 4-cost chess piece it was. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Nbisa barracks builder. It's really the Nbisa barracks builder. Now all the materials needed for the star upgrade are gathered directly. Yi Feng was very excited, and the reminder of the survival game sounded again. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Nbisa barracks. Do you want to synthesize? Chapter 36. After hearing this prompt, Yi Feng chose to confirm without hesitation. The 2 Nbisa barracks builders on the material backpack interface disappeared instantly, turning into light to upgrade the Nbisa barracks in the base to 2 stars. However, all this was completely invisible to Yi Feng, who was outside. Nbisa, who was originally leading the team to hunt goblins, was commanding the chess pieces to attack a group of goblins. She herself assisted in the attack. You guys, work harder. Fight for the honor of the master. After Nbisa said this, she suddenly felt a surge of power flowing into her body, and the original 1-star mark changed to 2 stars. Her health jumped directly from the original 1100 points to 1980 points, and her attack power also increased from the basic 65 points to 97 points. The 6 Iron Blood Conqueror bonds increase the attack power and spell strength by 40%, and each time the treasure chest is opened, the effect is increased by an additional 5%. Yifeng has opened the treasure chest 3 times. Anbisa's attack power directly reached 167 points. At the same time, the increase in spell strength made her all-around blood-sucking rate after releasing skills even higher. At this time, Anbisa was full of fighting spirit. Looking at the few lone goblins not far away, she let out a long roar and rushed up alone. Towards dusk, Yifeng prepared to return to the base with a lot of harvest. Today's harvest was good. Not only did Anbisa become 2-star, but also several pieces of scattered equipment that could be used with Anbisa were exploded. Putting them together, it was just right to make a set of godly clothes for Anbisa. Yifeng returned to the base and saw Leona coming back, but did not see Anbisa leading the team back. It looks like Anbisa is going to come back on time again. Yifeng shook his head helplessly, found the necessary equipment pieces from his backpack, and decided to equip Anbisa first. The 3 crowns on Anbisa had been taken off by Yifeng with the equipment disassembler and re-equipped on the real barracks. Storm Sword plus Negative Cape directly synthesized the first finished equipment draining sword for Anbisa. Recurve Bout plus Chainmail combined to form Titan's Resolve. Titan's Resolve. Add 10% attack speed and 20 armor. Special effect. Gain 2% attack power and 2 points of spell power when attacking or taking damage, which can be stacked up to 25 times. When full, gain 20 armor and magic resistance. This piece of equipment is a must-have for warriors in the Golden Shovel. After the special effects are fully stacked, the huge attack power and spell power bonus make the warrior's attack more fierce. At the same time, the increased armor and magic resistance can also provide a certain degree of tankiness for the warriors who attack head-on, ensuring their own safety. Especially after the full stack, combined with the all-round blood-sucking of the draining sword, if the enemy is not strong, it is enough for the chest piece to suck up the blood. For the third piece of equipment, Yifeng first put a giant belt, and then put in the storm sword again. Giant belt plus storm sword, instantly synthesized into a red gauntlet. Striker's Challenge Gauntlet. Add 150 HP limit and 15% attack power. Special effect. Limited to once a day, add 60% HP, gain 25% maximum HP, and 35% attack power. This equipment is also a piece of equipment with both tankiness and output. After triggering this special effect, plus the basic attributes, it can fully increase the attack power of the chest piece by 50%, and there is an additional 25% maximum HP bonus. Based on Anbisa's current HP of more than 2,000, when this special effect is triggered, it can add more than 500 HP to Anbisa out of thin air, and the effect is not much inferior to that of the Madan. Drawing Sword, Titan's Resoluteness, Striker's Challenge Gauntlet. The 3 warrior god armors are all in place, and placed on Anbisa's barracks. Fully armed, Anbisa can hunt alone in the forest as a chess piece without any accidents. Just when Yifeng was thinking, the reminder sound of the survival game sounded again in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 10,000 layers of conquest, and getting a random 3-cost barracks builder and low-level barracks replicator as a treasure chest reward. Do you want to claim it now? Sure enough, Anbisa is still hunting. Although she has gained intelligence using the intelligent scroll, like Leona, there are still some differences in their personalities. Anbisa followed Yifeng's orders more strictly, and never wasted a moment. Get the treasure chest reward for me. As Yifeng shouted, the shadow of the purple magic ball appeared in front of him again. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Swain Barracks Builder. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the secondary barracks replicator. Yifeng first checked the detailed properties of the secondary barracks replicator. Secondary barracks replicator. Choose a barracks or builder you own to get a barracks builder. Only available for 3-cost or less barracks. The effect of the replicator is not much different. Yifeng looked at the Swain Barracks Builder in his backpack again, his eyes full of passion. Swain, commonly known as Crow, also appeared as a 3-cost card in the version before the Golden Shovel War. 2 Archangel Staff plus 1 Dragon Claw can directly create a 10,000 blood Crow. In the latest season, his bond is Iron-Blooded Conqueror plus Mage plus Dual Warrior. Yes, another Iron-Blooded Conqueror chess piece. After the 6th level of Iron-Blooded Conqueror bond, it is 9 Iron-Blooded Conqueror, which requires at least 3 Iron-Blooded Conqueror emblems. It may be difficult in the game, but it seems very easy in this survival game. After all, Yifeng still has 4 golden shovel left. Looking at the crow in front of him, Yifeng felt it necessary to increase the population level again and get 9 iron-blooded conquerors as soon as possible. The number of conquest layers provided by each kill of 9 iron blood conquerors has reached 20 layers, and the bonus of attack power and spell strength has also increased directly from 40% to 100%, doubling. For golden spatulas can just synthesize 2 emblems, and then match them with crows, to make 9 iron blood conquerors. But in addition to this, the population problem needs to be solved, and at least 3 crowns are needed to achieve it. And 3 crowns require 6 golden spatulas, or golden pots. Yifeng only has 3 golden pots left. 1 golden spatulas, or golden pots is still missing, but the explosion rate of golden spatulas and golden pots is too low. Even if he hunts goblins with high efficiency, he may not be able to explode one. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked at the chat interface again. Go get another one. As long as there is another golden spatula or golden pot, then we can directly have a level 3 base with 9 people, and all of them will be iron blood conquerors. Isn't it a great harvest? Chapter 37. Deng Shiji spent 5 days hunting, relying on the dual sentinel bond of Aurelia and Singed, plus the Barret armor that he got. He lived a comfortable life. Deng Shiji also got 2 pieces of equipment these days, but the attributes of both were relatively poor, and the gap was too big compared to Barret armor. 1 storm sword and 1 magic resistance cloak. He initially gave storm sword to Aurelia, and magic resistance cloak to Singed, because he thought Aurelia's attack power was higher than Singed. Today, he finally got another piece of equipment, Useless Rod. Useless Rod. Add 10 spell strength, it can increase spell strength, and Singed skill Fatal Mutation can get damage reduction after it is activated, and the reduction ratio can also increase with spell strength. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji decided to equip Useless Rod to Singed as well. When Useless Rod entered the barracks equipment slot, it was actually fused with Magic Resistance Cloak. This scene scared Deng Shiji. What is going on? Could it be that his 2 pieces of equipment were going to be swallowed up? But his worry was obviously unnecessary. After the 2 pieces of equipment were fused together, they quickly became a new piece of equipment. Ion Spark. Add 15 spell power, 25 magic resistance, and 100 health limit. Special effect. Apply 30% magic resistance to enemies within 2 meters. When the enemy releases a skill, it causes magic damage to the enemy equivalent to 160% of the enemy's mana consumption. Deng Shiji was stunned when he saw the scene, and for a moment, he didn't react to what was going on. The 2 pieces of equipment disappeared, and the new equipment that appeared had an additional attribute of 100 health points on top of the attributes of the original 2 pieces of equipment, and the spell strength was increased from 10 points to 15 points, and the magic resistance was also increased from the original 20 points to 25 points. Not only the basic attributes were improved, but also special effects appeared on top of the basic attribute improvement. The enemy will receive additional magic damage when releasing skills. Wouldn't it be much easier to deal with cat demons at night? Deng Shiji reacted from his ecstasy and immediately understood the value of this new equipment. At this time, he was also thinking about why 2 seemingly insignificant pieces of equipment could be combined to form a more powerful new equipment. Could it be that equipment also has a synthesis system? No, if that's the case, Singed now has crazy armor and ion spark on him. Why didn't he synthesize them further? Or, only equipment without special effects can be combined into a new piece of equipment with special effects? Thinking of this, Deng Shiji decided to consume the barracks fragments to try his luck. Barracks fragments for all kinds of unwanted junk equipment, the price is negotiable. As soon as Deng Shiji sent out the message, someone immediately sent him a private message. In the end, he traded for 2 negative cloaks at the price of 13 barracks fragments. Deng Shiji excitedly equipped the negative cloak on the Singed barracks. Looking at the full equipment grid, Deng Shiji continued to equip the second negative cloak on the barracks equipment grid. Sure enough, this time the 2 pieces of equipment merged together again. After a few seconds, Deng Shiji found that the 3rd piece of equipment on his Singed barracks had indeed turned into new equipment that he had never seen before. Dragon Claw. Add 7/5 magic resistance. Special effect. Gain 9% of maximum health. Heal 2.5% of maximum health every 12 seconds after entering the battle. Sure enough, Deng Shiji jumped up excitedly. His guess was right. Now with crazy armor, ion spark, and dragon claw, Singed's health has reached 1634 points. And his magic resistance has reached an astonishing 176 points of magic resistance. With such resistance, it is easy to kill the cat demon that appears outside the base at night. Deng Shiji thought of Yifeng, and thought of Yifeng's ability to easily kill the cat demon at night. He also remembered that Yifeng used a lot of supplies to exchange some survivors' useless equipment for good deeds. Putting these clues together, he felt that he understood everything. The reason why Yifeng was so strong was that he discovered this secret earlier than himself. We must quickly exchange more equipment, while others don't know this secret. Deng Shiji hurriedly opened the chat interface, but found that the content of everyone's chat was a little wrong. Exchange the barracks fragments for a negative cape. I want a useless stick. The price is negotiable. Collect, collect, collect. Exchange various equipment in the barracks. Some brothers, hurry up and exchange. Why are all people collecting things? Deng Shiji was completely dumbfounded. How long has it been? Why did everyone start to buy various equipment? On the other side, Yifeng, who had just opened the chat interface, saw that many people in the chat interface were shouting to buy equipment, and became a little surprised. Many people previously thought that those useless equipment were not as good as barracks fragments. After all, putting together a barracks builder is equivalent to saving 5 gold coins, and even if it is sold, it can return 2 gold coins. However, those useless equipments have very limited improvement for everyone. Why are you all collecting equipment today? Someone asked in confusion, and this question naturally aroused the curiosity of other survivors. That's right, those useless equipments have limited improvement, not as good as barracks fragments. Why do you all think about this thing? It's strange, I traded a negative cape for 1 barracks fragment before, and now someone actually wants 3 barracks fragments. What a loss, what a loss. I should have kept those junk equipment for a few days before buying them. It's too much of a loss. Everyone is frantically buying equipment, but human nature is like this. When everyone thinks those basic equipments are useless, everyone thinks they are useless and trades them out with others. Now everyone is buying, which makes those survivors who originally wanted to sell equipment hesitate, and are unwilling to sell the equipment directly. Therefore, everyone shouted for a long time, but in the end no one received the equipment at all. At this time, everyone in the chat interface was in an uproar. Suddenly, a group of people jumped out to buy equipment. What was the reason? Everyone speculated, but no one came out to answer. Just as everyone was speculating, a survivor who had not received any equipment for a long time became unhappy, especially when he knew that some other people had received the equipment before, which made him feel even more unhappy. Seeing others make money is sometimes more painful than losing money yourself. After a little thought, he decided to expose the secret of synthesizing equipment. If he couldn't receive it, others shouldn't even think about receiving it. I tell you, because equipment can be synthesized. Chapter 38. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Originally, several survivors were about to trade their equipment to others in exchange for fragments. After hearing this, they all chose to suspend the transaction. Such an operation made several survivors, who saw the fat meat flying away in their mouths, so angry that they wanted to curse. What's wrong with this person? Why did he expose the secret directly after knowing it? After it was exposed, how can everyone find someone to buy equipment? Isn't this blocking everyone's way to become stronger? Although the other survivors understood this sentence, they still didn't understand it. At this time, they were curious and wanted to ask the man what was going on with the equipment being synthesized. Hearing that everyone was asking him, the man didn't cover it up and directly told everything he knew. Do you remember that a big guy dropped a crazy outlaw armor before? It's the awesome equipment that increases 600 health points and has a special effect of increasing the maximum health by 12%. His words naturally left an impression on everyone. After seeing the attributes of Barrett armor, everyone drooled and envied the boss's luck. How could he not remember that equipment? Of course I remember it. Such awesome equipment, I envy it to death. That's right, who would forget such awesome equipment? Then the question is, what is the relationship between that equipment and our topic? That's right, what is the connection between the two? Fuck? Equipment synthesis? Do you mean that such awesome equipment can be synthesized? When someone mentioned this guess, everyone became suspicious, as if this guess was the most likely. Soon, the man continued to speak. That's right. For example, the crazy outlaw armor can be fused into one crazy outlaw armor with only 2 giant belts. I got a giant belt at the beginning, and today I finally got another one, and then I discovered this secret. I think other equipment can definitely be fused into more powerful equipment. As soon as these words came out, a stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and this news was like a bombshell that shocked everyone. Oh my god, there is such a secret? Damn, did those big guys rely on these equipment to kill monsters before? It's possible. Otherwise, the difference between everyone's chess pieces is not big. Why are the big guys so powerful? It must be the difference in equipment. Suddenly I remembered that Big Boss Yi Feng had collected so many equipment before. Did he know these things? So he is so powerful. Absolutely, otherwise how could he kill the Minotaur boss? He must have fused a lot of powerful equipment. Damn, Big Boss Yi Feng is a bit unkind. He made a fortune secretly, and didn't tell everyone about this secret. Indeed, Big Boss Yi Feng is not kind enough. He took so many equipment by himself, and he didn't let everyone have a sip of soup when he was full. You didn't tell us about the barracks chess piece bond before, and now you don't tell us about the equipment synthesis. This is too mean. Big Boss Yi Feng is too much. If he told everyone earlier, I guess everyone would have taken off. At this time, the topic of everyone's conversation shifted to Yi Feng. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, not because they really wanted to condemn Yi Feng from a moral perspective, but because they were angry. They were angry because it was not them who got such a big bargain, but Yi Feng. At this time, someone remembered another thing. I remember that Golden Shovel and Golden Pot are also equipment that can be equipped on the barracks. Can that thing also be combined into a higher level equipment? As soon as this was said, everyone immediately had a lot of thoughts. Golden Shovel and Golden Pot are both equipment that can only be exploded by the Golden Magic Ball. If they can really fuse a higher level equipment, then the fused equipment will be more powerful. It may even be more powerful than crazy armor. Thinking of this, everyone felt even more unbalanced. We both survived with a Golden Shovel, but why can you, Yi Feng, earn so many equipments? You must have 3 pieces of magic equipment in each barracks now. If I knew, would that big guy who exploded countless supplies every day be me? Even the bull-headed giant boss that appeared that day, was it me who killed it? This thought emerged in the minds of countless people, and immediately made everyone more jealous of Yi Feng. Some people even felt resentful that Yi Feng had such important information and didn't tell everyone. These people were jealous and wanted to vent their emotions. In the end, they chose to stand on the moral high ground and judge Yi Feng in the name of morality. This is too immoral. No wonder he was able to kill the bull-headed giant boss. It turned out that he cheated so many equipments from everyone and synthesized the magic equipment. Do you really not feel guilty for doing such a deceitful thing? Scum, absolutely scum. If I knew this information, I would definitely share it with everyone, instead of hiding it like this person now. That is to say, if it were me, I would definitely announce this news to everyone. Everyone said that if it were them, they would definitely share all this information without reservation. But if they were the only ones who knew this information, would they really share it? This answer is not difficult to answer. Yi Feng opened the chat interface, and just in time someone exposed the information that equipment can be synthesized. Seeing this, Yi Feng knew that he had to put aside the matter of collecting another Golden Shovel to complete the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors for a while. Everyone knows the importance of Golden Shovel and Golden Pot, and it would be very difficult to collect them now. When seeing everyone pointing the finger at him, Yi Feng couldn't help laughing. These people said that they were pointing the finger at him for everyone, but it was nothing more than that he didn't gain any benefits from it. Earlier, there were a few people who were crazy about exchanging barracks fragments for equipment. Now they have picked up a bargain and made a fortune without making a fuss. Faced with the accusations of the crowd, Yi Feng naturally would not indulge them, and would not let them abuse him. I do know this secret, but I want to ask you, I bought all kinds of equipment, including Golden Shovel and Golden Pot. Did I really take the initiative to deceive you? Didn't you think these things were useless, and begged others to buy them in the chat interface? But no one bought them. I took action and wanted to help you, so I helped you sell those useless equipment. Chapter 39. Yi Feng's words silenced some people. After thinking carefully, they found that it was others who took the initiative to take out the items, and wanted to trade, but could not find anyone. Finally, Yi Feng helped to buy them. After buying them, many sellers were grateful to Yi Feng. Yi Feng continued to reply at this time. There are too many equipments collected, and the equipment slots in the barracks are so small, so there will naturally be insufficient space. I accidentally discovered that the equipment can be synthesized. Is there any problem with this? Yi Feng's words were reasonable, which made those who wanted to blame Yi Feng speechless, and didn't know what to say. Indeed, Yi Feng did not force people to buy or sell. Everyone took the initiative to take out the items in the hope that someone would buy them, and in the end, Yi Feng just happened to buy them. The survivors thought of the golden spatula and golden pot that were dropped from the golden magic ball, which were rarer than the giant belt. 2 giant belts could be combined into a powerful crazy armor. Wouldn't the equipment combined from 2 golden spatulas be even more exaggerated? Thinking of this, everyone was even more jealous, and the more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt. The survivor who had previously exchanged a few combat power magic scrolls with Yifeng using the golden spatula suddenly jumped out at this time. Since everyone now knows the value of the golden spatula, it's okay for me to cancel the transaction and return the items to me. This survivor had previously thought that the golden spatula had no use. After trading with Yifeng for 3 combat power scrolls, he was even more proud in his heart, thinking that Yifeng was a sucker, and he had completely played Yifeng around. The golden spatula that he had originally obtained from another person in exchange for supplies was actually obtained from Yifeng after several changes of hands. At the moment when the transaction was completed, he felt that he was simply a trading genius. By purchasing and reselling things in the chat interface, he easily earned 3 magic scrolls. Yifeng, the big boss that everyone praised, was also played by him. A useless golden spatula got a very useful magic scroll. But now, he was told that the role of golden spatula is very important, and its value is immeasurable. Such a gap almost made him want to vomit blood. If he had not made this transaction with Yifeng, he could have used the golden spatula and a giant belt that he dropped to fuse new equipment. If the combination is completed, the new equipment of golden spatula plus giant belt will definitely be more powerful than the crazy outlaw armor synthesized from giant belt plus giant belt. The survivor thought about it, and felt more and more uncomfortable, with a cold and ugly face. If he could travel through time and space, he would like to travel back to the moment before the transaction, and give himself a slap in the face at that time. So he shamelessly asked Yifeng to return the golden spatula to him. He also knew that his words were a bit shameless, but in the face of huge interests, he felt that he had to get the golden spatula back even if he lost face. Several other survivors, who had traded golden spatula or golden pot with Yifeng also jumped out at this time. That's right. Cancel the transaction. At worst, I will return the scroll to you, and you return my golden pot. Return the money. Return the money. I want to cancel the transaction. I will return your scroll to you, and give me my golden spatula back. That's right, return our things quickly. Yifeng looked at these people's shameless remarks, and couldn't help laughing. It's hard to imagine that this is what a person can say. If you want to trade, trade. Now that you know the value of golden spatula, you want to unilaterally cancel the transaction? Where in the world is such a good thing? Are these people really taking themselves as a fool? Sure, bring me a piece of equipment with special effects, and I will exchange it with you. Yifeng responded to the man casually. Hearing Yifeng's reply, the man jumped up like a cat whose tail was stepped on. A piece of equipment with special effects? Why don't you go and grab it? You successfully traded with 3 magic scrolls, and now I want to exchange it back. After the man sent this message, he also roared hysterically at the base. He was extremely angry, and wanted to get his golden spatula back. Unfortunately, no one except him could hear his anger. If the price goes up, it has to be returned at the original price. If the golden spatula is deemed completely useless, would you be willing to trade it back if I ask you? Yifeng asked the other party nonchalantly, and his meaning was very clear, that is, it was impossible to trade back with the other party. This is a survival game. How can there be so many good things for you? Some people continued to be stubborn, and continued to say that Yifeng's behavior was not authentic. But you collected so many equipment, and golden spatula and golden pot, and you must have synthesized a lot of good equipment. From the result, you made a lot of money, and you made it from everyone. Shouldn't you share some of the benefits with everyone? After this person finished speaking, someone immediately agreed. That's right, you have 1 more population than us, so you only have 3 barracks, and you can equip 9 equipment at most, but the equipment you have acquired far exceeds this number. Anyway, the extra equipment cannot be used, so can't you share it with everyone? That's right, you are so powerful, and your equipment is full. Sharing some equipment to others can also help others overcome difficulties. Giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance on your hands. Is there anything wrong with what you said? With so many equipment, what's wrong with you sharing some with us? You must have many times more magic balls than us every day. Even if you share some with us, it won't affect you much. Watching the endless speeches of the crowd, Yifeng laughed out loud. So if you have more rewards, you have to share some with them. If you have more supplies, you have to share them for free? Where is this perverse logic? If the survival game did not open the battle function between survivors, Yifeng really wanted to have some offline reality with these people who morally kidnapped him. That day, Yifeng saw a survivor offering to exchange the golden spatula for 2 magic scrolls, and he agreed to the transaction. Immediately, other survivors who had revealed the golden spatula also contacted Yifeng, wanting to exchange for some magic scrolls. Even at that time, these people said something thankful, but privately they all regarded Yifeng as a sucker, thinking that Yifeng was a complete idiot. Now that you have discovered the value of the golden spatula, you want to regret it? What a joke. It's impossible. How can a completed transaction be returned, won it, then traded with something of sufficient value? Chapter 40. Yi Feng ignored these people. The only regret was that his plan to collect the last golden spatula to make 9 people and 9 conquerors must have failed. Now the survivors with golden spatula equipment will never sell these things easily. In this case, let's collect some fragments first and see if we can upgrade the chess piece to 3 stars. Yi Feng said to himself, and ignored the various messages on the public screen. He let other survivors continue to discuss and threw out his own trading requirements. Is there any barracks fragment to exchange? After what happened today, Yi Feng also thought of another thing. When everyone explodes the extra equipment, they can find the secret of synthesizing equipment. When everyone has more barracks fragments, someone will definitely find the secret of upgrading the chess piece. Looking at the more than 60 barracks fragments in his hand, Yi Feng decided to exchange them all for Darius barracks fragments at once, and make a big one, and directly synthesize a 3-star Darius. Theoretically, there are still 4 stars for 1-cost cards, but the number of barracks fragments required is too large, and Yi Feng can't get them all at once, and there is no need to deliberately save and wait. The 2-star barracks that Yi Feng currently has are Anbessa, Leona, and Darius. Anbessa is definitely not able to continue to upgrade at this stage, and the same is true for Leona. Only the 3rd level base can drop 2-level barracks fragments. Now Yi Feng is the only one who has reached the 3rd level, and others can't drop 2-cost barracks fragments at all. The remaining 1-star barracks are Draven, Amumu, and Rel. The same is true for Rel, who cannot upgrade to a 2-star barracks for the time being. Amumu was just for the purpose of completing the supervision bond, so there was no need to invest too much. Although the remaining Draven was a back row output, he did not have enough barracks fragments to upgrade to 3 stars. After thinking about it, more than 60 barracks fragments could be exchanged for Darius barracks fragments, which would be enough to upgrade him to 3 stars and improve his attributes again. And among Yi Feng's current chess pieces, Darius has the largest number, with a total of 30 Darius. After all 3 stars, the combat power will definitely be greatly improved. More than 60 fragments, all exchanged for Darius barracks fragments. If you are willing, please privately chat with me. Yi Feng added, which immediately aroused the curiosity of some people, and everyone's eyes turned to Yi Feng, wondering what the use of Yi Feng collecting so many fragments of the same barracks was. Yi Feng was too lazy to hide it, and told everyone this thing directly. Instead of letting others discover this secret, it is better to tell everyone directly, and you can also do a favor. Everyone says I won't share some benefits with you, so I tell you now, after gathering 3 barracks with the same name, they can be upgraded to 2-star chess barracks. The recruitment price remains unchanged, but the attributes can be nearly doubled. Yi Feng's words immediately caused an uproar in the audience. No one had ever thought that the barracks could be further upgraded. Boss, are you serious? Are you kidding us? That's right, I have barely gathered 20 barracks fragments these days, and I was planning to change to a new barracks to complete the bond. If it's true, I will directly upgrade the current barracks to 2 stars, and use them until death. Damn, are you serious? If this news is true, this is the easiest way to enhance strength. Yes, is it true? If it is true, the chess pieces will be upgraded, and everyone's life will not be so miserable. Boss, you are a good person, I am touched. As expected, Boss Yi Feng is a really good person. That's right, those who said that Boss Yi Feng before were simply malicious. People's hearts are like this. When you give everyone real benefits, the voices of criticism will be replaced by praise. Not everyone has 2 basic equipment, but everyone has a lot of barracks fragments, and everyone has the opportunity to synthesize a 2-star barracks, which is a benefit that everyone can enjoy. As the person who disclosed this information, Yi Feng was naturally praised by everyone again at this moment. Soon, the topic of the crowd shifted from Yi Feng to the star upgrade of the chess pieces. Everyone said what barracks fragments they wanted, and took out their own barracks fragments to participate in the transaction. Deng Shiji originally saw that there was no chance to acquire more equipment, and was about to close the chat interface to try whether the god-equipped Singe could easily hunt the Night Cat demon. Unexpectedly, he gained something new after watching all the way. If what Yi Feng said was true, then the secret of his strength is very simple. It is the 2-star chess piece plus a lot of equipment synthesized in advance that makes him so powerful. But it doesn't matter. Now that everyone knows the secret, the gap between everyone will slowly narrow down, and Yi Feng's chess piece bond, such as the conquest layer, is definitely not as good as his own chess piece bond. How can getting extra rewards be more practical than actually increasing the armor and magic resistance of chess pieces by more than 30? when Singe reaches 2 stars, his strength will be improved again. With 3 pieces of equipment, he can quickly catch up with Yi Feng's progress, even surpass Yi Feng in the later stage. Deng Shiji was extremely excited. After counting his own barracks fragments, he also joined the exchange army and exchanged Singe barracks fragments with everyone. Yi Feng, who released this news, was also exchanging various fragments in his hand for Darius fragments step by step. After all, the news that the chess pieces he used included Darius and Draven was already known to passers-by, and there was no need to hide anything. After an hour of exchange, Yi Feng finally gathered 60 Darius barracks fragments. Yi Feng first combined all 60 Darius barracks fragments into Darius barracks builder. 6 barracks builders appeared in Yi Feng's backpack immediately. Then, the prompt sound of the survival game sounded in my ears at the right time. It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Darius barracks builder, whether to synthesize. It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 2-star Darius barracks builder, whether to synthesize the 2 prompts in a row are not repeated by the system, but that Yi Feng's current Darius barracks builder is enough to synthesize 2 2-star Darius barracks builders. Confirmed synthesis. When Yi Feng issued the command, the 6 Darius barracks merged together and became 2 2-star Darius barracks builders. The prompt sound of the survival game, a new sound came at this time. It is detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star Darius barracks builder, whether to synthesize it's finally here. 3-star Darius is right in front of you. Chapter 41. The appearance effects of the 3-star Darius are indeed gorgeous. As the 2 2-star Darius barracks builders disappeared, the Darius barracks in the base burst into dazzling golden light, and the entire barracks seemed to be made of gold. Above the Darius barracks, 3 golden stars lit up. The original barracks became larger again, standing out among many other barracks like a crane among chickens. The original 30 Darius in the base were also stained with a layer of golden light at this moment, and their bodies also became larger. In addition to the changes in appearance, Darius's attributes were also enhanced. The basic health volume soared again from the original 1080 points to 1944 points. The basic attack power increased from the original 83 points to 124 points. Under the attack power bonus of 6 Iron Blood Conquerors and Draining Sword, Darius's attack power directly rose to 200 points. With such attack power, it is easy to clean up ordinary goblins, and there is no need to worry about the cat demons at night. At this time, Yi Feng heard a reminder sound of the survival game, which made him confused for a while. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve 3-star Darius. The number of 3-star Darius is limited. 1/5. What does this reminder mean? Limit 1/5? What does this mean? Yi Feng was a little confused and couldn't figure out what this reminder of the survival game meant. His brain was working quickly, and he soon thought of something, and suddenly realized it. Damn! There is a limit on the number of chess pieces to upgrade their stars. Yi Feng reacted immediately. In the game of Golden Shovel War, each chess piece has a fixed number of card pools, especially the higher the cost of the chess piece, the less the total number of chess pieces in the card pool. Therefore, the most feared thing for the gambling dog lineup is that there are peers. And what is more fearful is that the peers are better than you. Facing a more foolish peer, you can only watch your peers deal out 3 stars at will, and you can't catch up with the 3-star chess piece you want after spending all your gold coins. And finally you are out of the game with hatred. Now the game prompts the limit of the number of 3-star Darius. 1/5, which is very likely to mean that among all the survivors, only 5 3-star Darius can be upgraded. Once this maximum limit is reached, even if the people behind continue to upgrade the star, they can only upgrade to a 2-star chess piece. After thinking of this, Yi Feng turned his eyes to Draven. Darius is now 3 stars, and if possible, Draven also needs to reach 3 stars. After all, Draven with a sheath knife will not have too bad output. Raising him to 3 stars will definitely improve the lineup. It was completely dark now, and the night monster cat demon appeared again. Yi Feng was not afraid of the cat demon outside. He held a torch and prepared to pull all the chess pieces to continue hunting. It was only 7 o'clock in the evening, which was too early. There was no problem in working until midnight, and then coming back to rest. Let's go hunting with me. Yi Feng gave an order, and took all the chess pieces out to hunt the night cat demon monster. At the same time, Deng Shiji on the other side also quickly exchanged for 2-star Singed after Yi Feng revealed the information about the chess piece star upgrade. Looking at the 2-star chess piece in front of him, and the 3 top-grade equipments of Crazy Outlaw Armor, Ion Spark, and Dragon Claw hanging on the barracks, his face was full of pride. Even Yi Feng is definitely not as good as me now. Deng Shiji was full of confidence. He now had all the 2 secrets that Yi Feng relied on, equipment fusion and chess piece star upgrade. This allowed him to directly catch up with Yi Feng's combat power. No, at this moment, Deng Shiji even felt that he was stronger than Yi Feng now. After all, his 3 pieces of equipment asinged could be regarded as the nemesis of magic monsters. Night is when the magic monster cat demon appears, and the probability of cat demons exploding higher quality magic balls is also higher than that of goblins during the day. He, Deng Shiji, only needs to seize the time at night, and he will definitely catch up with Yi Feng's progress. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji was full of confidence and walked directly out of the base with the chess pieces. In order to show off, he also took a photo before departure and sent it to the chat interface. The 2-star chess piece is ready. I will show you a stress-free night hunt. Once Deng Shiji sent out the message, other survivors were surprised. I admit that the 2-star chess piece has been improved, but it is still stressful to go out and hunt cat monsters directly. That's right, I also have a 2-star chess piece. The attributes have been improved, but at most I can withstand a few more hits from cat monsters. It is still difficult to hunt easily. I seem to remember that this is the big guy who dropped the crazy outlaw armor. So that's the case. What a pity. I only have one giant belt. If another one drops, I can also fuse a crazy outlaw armor. Speaking of which, someone said before that there are more powerful monsters outside at night besides cat monsters. I don't know if it's true or not. Can you live broadcast it to everyone in real time so that we can also see the situation of monsters at night? Looking at the many remarks praising himself in the chat interface, Deng Shiji was very proud and agreed immediately. In addition, there are many survivors who have completed the star upgrade. They have combined several sets of equipment by taking advantage of the information gap, and they are all confident to kill the monsters in the wild at night. At this moment, many survivors are all confident and think that they will be the chosen ones in this survival game. Yi Feng didn't watch the chat interface at all. He set off with a lot of chess pieces and was frantically hunting various cat monsters at night. Now most of the survivors don't have enough fragments to upgrade their barracks to 3 stars, but if it is delayed for a few days, someone may get a 3-star chess piece. If someone else takes the position of 3-star Draven first, his Draven will never be 3-star for the rest of his life. So Yi Feng just wants to hunt as many night monsters as possible. 3-star Darius is very efficient. Yi Feng led the chess pieces to hunt all the way, and walked further and further into the forest unknowingly. But due to the inconvenience of night vision, Yi Feng himself did not find this problem. The drop rate of monsters at night is really good. Most of them are blue magic balls, and the chance of golden magic balls is also quite high. After killing a group of cat monsters, Yi Feng sighed while picking up the magic ball trophies on the ground. Open the blue magic ball trophy and get a night strong light flashlight *1. Yi Feng directly took out the strong light flashlight he had just obtained, turned it on, and shone it into the depths of the forest. Through the gap between the trees, it seemed that there was a figure standing not far away. Chapter 42. How could there be a figure in this forest? Yi Feng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, and after shining a strong flashlight, he found that the figure was still nearby, seemingly wandering back and forth. What was going on? Yi Feng was confused, because it was night, and he couldn't tell where he was in the forest. The marks made in the forest during the day were also difficult to distinguish at night. I'm not afraid of a hammer, just go up and take a look. Yi Feng didn't care about anything and decided to rush directly in the direction of the figure. After 30 Darius protected him around him, Yi Feng went in that direction with confidence. As he got closer and closer to the figure, Yi Feng heard a pleasant song in his ears. If he looked carefully, it was the direction of the figure in front. Singing? Is there really someone? It can't be a haunted place in the middle of the night. Yi Feng was also a little confused at this time. In this survival game forest, Yi Feng always believed that everyone was independent. In the forest where each survivor was, there was no one else except himself. But the singing at the moment seemed to tell Yi Feng that he was wrong. Damn it, even if it is really a monster, I will take you down tonight to experience the joy of Ning Kaichen. Soon, Yi Feng brought the chess piece to the source of the sound, which was also the location of the figure. After cutting off the bushes, Yi Feng finally came to the front of the figure. It was not a person at all, but a monster that had never been seen before. The monster was more than 2 meters tall, and looked a bit like a human female. The monster's skin was dark blue and translucent, and one could even vaguely see its internal organs. What surprised Yi Feng the most was the monster's long hair, which completely violated the rules of physics and floated upright in the air, like a giant snake that was ready to bite someone. The monster was originally floating in the air, and after hearing Yi Feng's footsteps, it turned around and faced Yifeng head-on. The front of the monster scared Yifeng even more. Its face had no other facial features except a huge mouth full of sharp teeth. The song that Yifeng heard came from that huge mouth. Congratulations to the survivor for discovering a special monster. Forest Banshee. The prompt sound of the survival game sounded at the right time, letting Yifeng know what the monster in front of him was. Special monster? This was the first time Yifeng encountered it, but knowing that it was a monster in the survival game, Yifeng was no longer afraid. As long as I can kill you, no matter how powerful you are, you have to die. The Forest Banshee turned her head and saw Yifeng, and let out a shrill roar, and rushed towards Yifeng. Seeing this monster rushing towards him, Yifeng couldn't help but shudder. Darius, come on! Draven, give me the back row damage. Anbisa, you attack on your own, be careful. Yifeng arranged the orders one by one, and immediately a large group of Darius rushed up and surrounded the Forest Banshee. 6 Draven continued to damage in the back. And Anbisa, relying on her agility, jumped directly towards the Forest Banshee. Darius's attack power is very high. One axe can take away hundreds of health points of the Forest Banshee. After the monster felt the pain, the huge mouth on its face opened wide and let out a piercing hiss. Tangible white sound waves came out from the mouth of the Forest Banshee, causing damage to all the chess pieces around. -100, -70 white damage appeared on the heads of all the chess pieces. Except for Darius, who has the supervision bond to obtain damage reduction, all other chess pieces, regardless of their defense, will receive 100 points of damage. Real damage? Yifeng reacted immediately. The sound wave attack of the Forest Banshee was actually real damage, completely ignoring the damage reduction of armor and magic resistance. The damage number jumped 5 times, and before Yifeng could react, the 6 Draven in the back row were all killed because their vitality was reduced to 0. Fuck my 6 gold coins. Yifeng's face was twisted with heartache. It was the first time in so many days that he suffered such a heavy loss. But he still felt a little comforted. Fortunately, he didn't bring Amumu, Rel, and Leona with intelligence to make up the bond. Otherwise, if these 3 died, it would be a big loss. With the death of Draven, the original 6 Iron Conqueror bonds became 5 Iron Conqueror, and Darius's attack power decreased a little. At this time, Yifeng didn't have time to go home and recruit Draven to replenish the bond, so he could only continue to attack this Forest Banshee. The only thing that made Yifeng feel at ease was that Anbisa had Draining Sword and could also have all-powerful blood sucking after releasing skills, so the lost 500 health points were slowly replenished at this time. As for the other Darius chess pieces, the Draining Sword that appeared from the Mystic Gloves, plus the blood recovery from the skills, can make the life consumption not too low. After the Forest Banshee released this round of skills, she stretched out her blade-like palm and attacked the Darius closest to her. The Forest Banshee's ordinary attack damage is not high, and it only caused more than 40 points of damage to Darius. For Darius with nearly 2,000 health points, it is not a big problem. This lasted for 10 seconds, and Yifeng's pile of chess pieces caused considerable damage to the Forest Banshee. The Forest Banshee opened her huge mouth again, and the familiar sound wave attack appeared again, and the damage of -100 and -70 appeared 5 times in a row. It seems that the attack of this Forest Banshee is to release a skill every 10 seconds, and the skill causes a total of 500 points of real damage. If Yifeng Darius had not come to 3 stars, he might not be able to bear the attack of this Forest Banshee. For safety reasons, Yifeng took out 2 magic scrolls, opened them without thinking, and used them directly. These 2 magic scrolls can increase the attack power of chess pieces in a short period of time. After using up the 2 magic scrolls, Yifeng took out the rechargeable intermediate group recovery scroll and kept an eye on the health of the chess pieces to ensure their health was safe. A few minutes later, Yifeng had used 1 intermediate group recovery scroll and 3 low-level group recovery scrolls. The health of the Forest Banshee was finally consumed by more than half. Seeing the dawn of victory in front of him, Yifeng took out 4 low-level group recovery scrolls again, which were his last recovery scrolls. I hope this Forest Banshee can explode something good. Chapter 43. Yifeng's recovery scrolls have all been used up, and the Forest Banshee's health has finally reached the bottom. Finally, I see the dawn of victory. Yifeng sighed. The health of this Forest Banshee is much higher than that of the Minotaur boss. It is really exciting to see what this boss will drop after being killed. Maybe I can get extra rewards in the game like the Minotaur boss. It would be best to give myself some more gold coins, upgrade another wave of bases, and it would be best to get some continuous buffs to greatly increase my combat power again. Just as Yifeng was imagining the rewards after killing the Forest Banshee, whose health was completely at the bottom, actually released a big move. Its hair seemed to have life at this time, twisting in the air like thin snakes, and the black hair danced like snakes. Immediately afterwards, the forest banshee howled to the sky, and a more exaggerated sound wave than before poured out of its mouth. The number -200 popped up directly, 10 damage numbers in a row, a full 2,000 points of damage, theoretically enough to kill all the chess pieces instantly. However, fortunately, Darius's equipment is Draining Sword and Oath of the Holy Shieldor, both of which can provide the holder with a shield based on the maximum health value, and Anbisa also has Draining Sword, which provides her with a shield of nearly 500 health points. With this wave of shields, Yifeng managed to withstand the attack of the forest banshee without any danger, and there was no large-scale sacrifice of chess pieces. Damn, this boss is really outrageous. Yifeng spit on the ground, watching the forest banshee fall to the ground powerlessly after releasing her ultimate move, and he was not polite and directly called on the chess pieces to attack her fiercely. Finally, with an unwilling roar, the forest banshee fell. Congratulations to the survivor Yifeng for killing this special monster forest banshee and getting the following special rewards. 1. A new trial portal has been built in the base. The relevant functions can be viewed in detail in the base. 2. A reward of a B-level trial scroll can be obtained at the trial portal after the forest banshee fell and died. Her body did not disappear directly like the goblin monsters before. Instead, it slowly turned into a pool of dark blue liquid like ice and snow melting. Yifeng took a photo as a commemoration of killing the special monster. What is this? Where is my loot magic ball? Yifeng was really anxious now. He consumed so many magic scrolls and got a trial portal building of unknown content and an S-level trial scroll. Where did the loot orb go? When I killed the bull-headed boss, a colored orb was dropped. But now, this forest banshee didn't drop anything? Yifeng looked at the remains of the forest banshee on the ground. The dark blue liquid on the ground slowly gathered together and finally formed a dark blue crystal. What is this? Fearing that this thing was poisonous, Yifeng ordered Anbisa to pick up the dark blue crystal. Obtained special item, Forest Banshee Crystal Stone. The crystal disappeared instantly and entered the backpack of the survival game. Yifeng also knew the name of the crystal from the prompt of the survival game, but he still had no idea what it was used for. Yifeng opened the backpack interface, and the dark blue crystal was lying in the interface. Forest Banshee Crystal Stone contains some special powers, which may be helpful to the survivors. This is just such a confusing introduction, just like Golden Shovel and Golden Pot. Yifeng can still rely on the information he knows to understand how to use Golden Shovel and Golden Pot, but even Yifeng can't figure out the function of this crystal stone at this moment. Forget it. No matter what, it's getting late. Hurry back to the base to see what the newly appeared trial portal is. Yifeng no longer delved into how to use this thing, and decided to go back to see what the trial portal is. When Yifeng rushed back to the base, he saw the newly appeared trial portal at a glance. It was a door formed by a blue light curtain, emitting blue light to the surroundings, and sprinkled a layer of blue gauze on the entire base. Leona, who has intelligence, is now anxiously waiting for Yifeng's return in the base. When she saw Yifeng coming back with the chess pieces, she excitedly ran towards Yifeng. Master, you are finally back. This light gate suddenly appeared in the base. I was worried about you. Leona swallowed the second half of the sentence she wanted to say without saying it. Obviously, she thought that it would be bad for her to say those unlucky things since the master had returned safely. Looking at the well-behaved Leona, Yifeng felt that he had to give her a new name to distinguish her from other ordinary Leona chess pieces. Leona, nicknamed Sun Girl in the game, and the title Goddess of Dawn. After thinking for a moment, Yifeng directly pulled Leona into his arms, and in Leona's puzzled eyes, he lowered his head and kissed her soft lips. After a long time, their lips parted. Leona raised her head, her face flushed, and she looked at Yifeng with soft eyes, calling him Master softly. Yifeng felt so excited by the call of Master that he wanted to pick up the girl in front of him and do something. However, he still suppressed the devil in his heart and decided to focus on business first. Leona, I will call you Little Sun from now on. Leona blinked her eyes and seemed to be a little uncomfortable with this new name. But after all, it was Yifeng's order. Even if she was a little uncomfortable, she still accepted this name. Okay, Master, Little Sun is willing to serve you. After changing Leona's name, Yifeng walked towards the light gate. Trial portal, let me see what it is. When Yifeng approached the light gate, a series of prompts suddenly appeared in his mind, and all the relevant information about the trial portal suddenly flooded into Yifeng's mind. Trial portal, as the name implies, allows survivors to participate in various trials. This trial is not conducted in the original space, but takes the survivors and chess pieces to another space, where they defeat the designated monsters and complete the goal to complete the trial. After completing the trial, you can get various combat power props as rewards. Basic equipment, finished equipment, or artifacts, auxiliary equipment, light equipment, and various emblems may drop. Trials can be divided into S, A, B, C, D, and E according to difficulty. The trial gate can be challenged once a week, and a new trial will be refreshed 7 days after the challenge is completed. In addition, survivors can also use trial scrolls to open additional trial challenges. At present, EP1 has an additional B-level trial scroll. Chapter 44. After synthesizing a 2-star Singed, Deng Shiji went out to hunt cat monsters. The cat monsters that used to have extremely high damage now only caused a few dozen points of damage to his chess pieces. This made him extremely excited, and he commanded his chess pieces to harvest the lives of these cat monsters. After several hours of fighting, he also dropped 2 golden magic balls, from which he obtained several powerful magic scrolls. In order to show off to others, he would deliberately take photos and send them to the chat interface after each cat monster was killed, so that other players would envy him. Are night monsters powerful? Didn't I kill them all at once? Deng Shiji's remarks, coupled with the photos, made it impossible for those who originally wanted to refute him to find any reason. Even if the other survivors had 2-star chess pieces, they still had a hard time hunting cat monsters at night without good equipment and bonds. The loss of killing a cat monster could not be recovered at all. I envy you, sir. You must have 3 pieces of magic equipment in the barracks. Woo woo woo, I also want to go out hunting at night, but I'm too bad. Boss, please broadcast the whole process live to everyone. I haven't even seen what the forest looks like at night. Deng Shiji was very proud of himself when he heard the flattery from everyone. What EP1 could do before, he can do easily now. A few more cat monsters attacked his chess pieces. When the cat monster released its skills, an electric arc suddenly appeared on Singed's body, and he ran in the opposite direction to the cat monster that released its skills. This is the special effect of Ion Spark, which is simply the nemesis of these magic monsters. Deng Shiji was excited. With such a magic weapon, he was confident that he would soon become the strongest and most powerful person among the survivors. Every time he killed a cat demon, he would post a photo to show off. The praise from other survivors made Deng Shiji very happy. Unconsciously, Deng Shiji entered the depths of the forest and also discovered the existence of the forest banshee. At that time, he didn't know how powerful the forest banshee was, and he showed off to other survivors in a high-profile manner in the chat interface. I found a special monster. Forest banshee, let me show you the photo. In the photo, the terrifying appearance of the forest banshee was clearly visible, which immediately scared many survivors. There are special monsters. This is the first time I've seen them. Boss, kill them and let us open our eyes. Woohoo, I've learned a lot. Boss, show us what treasures will appear after you kill the forest banshee. I didn't see Boss EP1 kill the bull-headed monster boss some time ago. Can you live broadcast this special monster, the forest banshee? Boss, you can definitely easily solve this special monster. Deng Shiji was flattered and felt very proud. Facing this forest banshee, he didn't have any worries at all. After all, his Singed had nearly 200 points of magic resistance. These magic monsters at night could not cause much damage to his chess pieces. But reality slapped him hard. The moment the forest banshee released the sonic attack, Deng Shiji smiled even more deeply. It was indeed a monster with magic damage, so he could easily solve it. However, when the sonic damage appeared, Deng Shiji was dumbfounded. Minus 100 damage came out of his chess piece, and both Singed and Aurelia suffered a full 500 points of damage. Singed's health was only more than 1,600 points, and in such a moment, he lost about 1/3 of his health. No! Why did my Singed and Aurelia suffer the same damage? My Singed's magic resistance is so high. However, no one answered him. I don't believe this monster can use such a powerful skill again. Deng Shiji was still a little unconvinced, and took out a recovery scroll and put it in his hand, ready to restore the health of the chess piece at any time, while commanding the chess piece to attack the forest banshee again. Just after attacking the forest banshee for 10 seconds, Deng Shiji saw the forest banshee open her huge mouth again. Will she use a big move again? Deng Shiji panicked. However, the forest banshee did not stop attacking because of his panic, and launched a sonic attack again. After this round of sonic attacks, all of Deng Shiji's Aurelia pieces fell, leaving only Singed, who was in poor condition and still struggling. What the hell, what is this? The ultimate move is free? Deng Shiji panicked, and quickly released a low-level group recovery scroll to restore some of Sinch's health. Retreat, retreat quickly. Deng Shiji was dumbfounded. He had only fought for more than 20 seconds, and received thousands of points of damage. There was no way to fight hard. He wanted to escape, but the forest banshee chased him closely, floating in the air and chasing Deng Shiji. He ran away, but it chased him. Deng Shiji felt that he couldn't fly away at this moment. He rushed back to the base in the forest, hoping that the base could protect him. But the speed of the forest banshee was not slow. Every 10 seconds, the banshee would stop and release a sonic attack, causing huge damage to Sinch, who was running at the back. Deng Shiji fled in a panic, but everyone in the chat interface was guessing how he was doing in hunting the banshee. How come there has been no movement for several minutes? Logically speaking, as long as the chess piece goes up to output, it is enough, and we can just watch the show from the side. That's right. Could it be that the boss has dropped some good treasures, and has no time to pay attention to us? I don't know, but thanks to the boss Deng Shiji, I first knew that in addition to cat monsters, there are also special monsters such as forest banshees in the forest at night. Ha ha ha, special monsters. I don't know what treasures will drop. I really envy the bosses. It's a pity. Why didn't I know that equipment can be synthesized earlier? If I knew, my chess piece with a set of magic equipment would be upgraded to 2 stars, and it would definitely be able to kill the cat monster. Ha ha, then let's work hard tomorrow and strive to get equipment to synthesize stronger equipment. After half an hour of running away, Deng Shiji finally escaped back to the base. The moment he entered the base, Deng Shiji felt that he was finally safe. Sure enough, after Deng Shiji entered the base, the forest banshee who was chasing him wandered outside the base for a few seconds and chose to leave directly. Of Deng Shiji's original chess pieces, only 3 Sinch are still alive. This time, the loss was heavy. Deng Shiji's face was livid, and he felt extremely regretful and cold all over. At this time, he opened the chat interface and saw that everyone was speculating whether he had killed the forest banshee and got the treasure, but didn't want to share it with everyone, which made his face as gloomy as charcoal. Seeing that many people were tagging him, he held back for a long time and finally chose to reply to the message. Don't ask, my chess pieces were almost all destroyed by the forest banshee. The damage of this thing is simply not something that the survivors at this stage can contend with. Chapter 45. Deng Shiji's speech stunned all the survivors. They had all witnessed Deng Shiji's easy hunting of the cat demon outside at night. Such strength was definitely the top among many survivors, but such a top existence actually said that the forest banshee was completely unable to compete, and even said that his chess pieces were almost wiped out. Is this forest banshee so terrifying? Boss, you didn't kill the banshee and didn't want to tell us that you got the treasure, so you deliberately said that you couldn't beat it. Oh my god, is it that the reward for the forest banshee is very good, and the boss is afraid that others will also kill the forest banshee, so he made up such a lie to deceive people? It must be. The boss killed the cat demon before, but it was broadcast live. The cat demon's skills hit the boss's chess pieces, and there was not much damage at all. How could it be so easy to wipe out the whole team? Deng Shiji looked at everyone who didn't believe him, and he was even more depressed. How big was the pretense before, and how painful it was to be slapped in the face by reality now. He wanted to explain and tell everyone how terrifying the forest banshee was, but everyone still didn't believe him. Seeing that he only had a few chess pieces left, Deng Shiji became more and more angry. The location of the forest banshee is probably in the northeast corner of the forest. If you don't believe it, go and try it yourself. Don't blame me if you get wiped out. After sending it, Deng Shiji couldn't help but hope that others would also come up and die. His own tragedy was sad, but if there were others to accompany him in his misfortune, then his original depressed mood would be much relieved. Not long after, a few survivors really appeared. My chess pieces have gathered 3 pieces of equipment with special effects, and they have reached 2 stars. I think my strength can definitely rank among the top survivors. I will go and show you this forest banshee. Ha ha ha, I am also hunting cat demons outside now. Since you all said so, I will also kill a forest banshee to cheer you up. Forest banshee? Is it very powerful? Can it match my 2-star stirb? I will go and kill the forest banshee now, and then I will know what treasures will drop. What do you mean that the forest banshee cannot be killed by survivors at this stage? I think some people are too weak. In addition to Deng Shiji's luck, there are also some survivors who are not very good at developing. Seeing Deng Shiji say that no one can kill the forest banshee at this stage, they naturally disagreed and decided to prove to everyone that it was not the forest banshee who was too strong, but that he, Deng Shiji, was not good enough. Deng Shiji saw someone coming out to mock him, and was going to kill the forest banshee to prove himself. Not only was he not angry, but he almost laughed out loud. Okay, it would be better if more people tried it, and it would be better if everyone tried it. Then, they would all be wiped out and lose everything. An hour later, all the survivors who had said they were going to hunt the forest banshee came back, and brought back one sad news after another. Fuck, is this forest banshee really a monster that everyone can beat at this stage? 500 points of damage in 10 seconds, what a joke. Damn it, I will definitely believe in evil in the future. I didn't believe in evil this time, and I lost more than 20 chess pieces and more than 20 gold coins. It's a big loss. This is the first time I felt death. After all the chess pieces died, the monster actually aimed its attack at me. I fucking died. No, buddy, how did you send a message if you died? Yes, I died, but I heard the reminder sound of the survival game, saying that each survivor has 2 chances to revive in the base. I closed my eyes and returned to the base. This forest banshee poet's grip. The skills are too abnormal. I guess we will have a chance to kill it after the population increases in the future. I declare that the forest banshee is the most terrifying monster at night. More and more people came forward to tell everyone how terrifying the forest banshee is. Everyone finally believed that the forest banshee was really terrifying. What Deng Shiji said before was not a lie, but he was almost wiped out by the forest banshee. Seeing more and more victims persecuted by the forest banshee appear, Deng Shiji laughed out loud. Especially when he heard that others were wiped out, he felt very happy. Now you all believe it, right? The barracks are well equipped, and we barely managed to escape back to the base. You just don't believe it, and now you regret it. Deng Shiji couldn't help but hum, and watching others complain, he immediately felt that his loss was not a big deal. After all, some people lost more than him. While everyone was discussing, Yifeng also appeared. What are you talking about? After seeing Yifeng appear, Deng Shiji immediately became interested. It seems that Yifeng doesn't know about the forest banshee, so he has to trick him into going to the forest banshee to suffer a little, so he quickly suggested to Yifeng, Boss Yifeng, we are talking about the special monster forest banshee that just appeared. You are so powerful, why don't you try to kill it? As soon as Deng Shiji said this, some other survivors, who had been persecuted by the forest banshee also reacted and followed Deng Shiji's words. Yes, there is a special monster in the forest banshee. This special monster will definitely give rich rewards after being killed. Boss, why don't you kill it and show everyone what the reward is? This is the first time everyone has encountered a special monster. It must be the same as the previous bull-headed monster boss, with rich rewards. Boss, Rush, a survivor with your strength can definitely easily take down the forest banshee. Everyone's words, inside and out, hope that Yifeng will meet the forest banshee. Yifeng can naturally feel that these people's tone is not really kind. However, since the chat interface cannot view too many previous messages, he is not clear about the specific situation. But there is one thing Yifeng is very clear about. The special monster forest banshee that everyone is talking about should be the monster he just killed. It is the thing that allows him to unlock the new building trial portal. However, in order to make sure he was not wrong, Yifeng decided to confirm with everyone. Is the forest banshee you are talking about the blue humanoid monster with the skill of sonic attack? After hearing Yifeng's question, everyone immediately said yes, and then asked Yifeng if he had already encountered the forest banshee. At this moment, everyone wanted to know the follow-up with a gloating attitude, to see how many chess pieces Yifeng lost to this terrifying monster after encountering the forest banshee. However, a photo thrown by Yifeng made them all dumbfounded. So it was this forest banshee, you were talking about this corpse, right? Chapter 46. The photo shows the forest banshee falling down after her death. The invincible and terrifying forest banshee in the eyes of many survivors was killed by Yifeng. Deng Shiji was dumbfounded. Was the opponent really that strong? How is it possible? Has he tried so hard for so long, but still couldn't close the gap with Yifeng? Why is this? Deng Shiji was puzzled. After thinking about it, he could only comfort himself and said, no, even if Yifeng killed this monster, he must have suffered heavy casualties. Yes, that must be the case. He couldn't kill the forest banshee easily, and he must have suffered heavy casualties. At this moment, Deng Shiji believed that Yifeng was seriously injured, and only then could he feel a little comfort in his heart. He asked Yifeng with concern. Boss, killing this forest banshee must have caused heavy damage. Can you tell everyone how you killed it? When Yifeng saw Deng Shiji's question, he replied immediately. It's really a heavy loss. This is the first time I've lost so much. Yifeng's answer made Deng Shiji even more certain that Yifeng must have also suffered heavy losses. Maybe a lot of magic scrolls were wasted, and a lot of chess pieces were left with low health. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji felt much better and wanted to ask Yifeng how much he had lost. Not only did he have this idea, but the other survivors who had suffered heavy losses were also looking forward to hearing about Yifeng's losses. It's better to lose money together than to lose money alone. Amid the inquiries of everyone, Yifeng finally told everyone about his losses this time. I really lost a lot this time. I lost 6 chess pieces. I also used up about 10 recovery scrolls. That's 6 chess pieces? Ah, Deng Shiji was stunned. Only 6 chess pieces were lost. How could it be like the whole army was wiped out? Yifeng's heart-wrenching speech left Deng Shiji with only one thought. Is this human language? Look, only 6 chess pieces were lost. This is definitely Versailles. As for the 10 recovery scrolls that were lost, for example, Deng Shiji, he had saved up 10 recovery scrolls in the past few days, but they were all consumed by the forest banshee. And he was not able to kill the forest banshee. Yifeng is stronger, and he must have more recovery scrolls in his hand than him. Consuming about 10 magic scrolls is definitely not a big deal for Yifeng. The most important thing is that Yifeng killed the forest banshee. He must have received the reward for killing the forest banshee. Perhaps that reward is enough to make up for all the losses. If you are not a big boss, you call this a heavy loss? Deng Shiji couldn't help but ask a soul-searching question. Not only Deng Shiji, but others also expressed their opinions on Yifeng's heavy loss. This is high in Versailles. Yes, it is not tragic for others to survive, but all their chess pieces are wiped out. Boss Yifeng lost 6 chess pieces in killing the forest banshee and suffered heavy casualties. Fortunately, I know my own strength and did not touch the forest banshee at all. Other bosses who went to hunt the forest banshee and whose chess pieces were wiped out must be so angry that they vomited blood. It's fun. That's a huge loss. That's 6 chess pieces? The ridicule of the crowd made the survivors, who were previously wiped out by the forest banshee, turn pale and feel a burning pain on their faces. It's so embarrassing. At first, a group of people were ambitious and thought they could easily hunt the forest banshee. In the end, almost all of them were wiped out by the forest banshee. After the wipeout, everyone agreed that the forest banshee was not a terrifying monster that the survivors could kill at this stage. As a result, Yifeng appeared. He not only killed the forest banshee, but also lost only 6 chess pieces and 10 magic scrolls. The strong gap made everyone very depressed. However, Yifeng really felt that this loss was heavy. When he faced the Minotaur boss before, he was not too strong at that time. He used the special passive of Sunfire Cloak to lose more than 10 Darius before killing the Minotaur boss. Apart from that, Yifeng had not suffered any losses. So this time, 6 Draven were killed by the forest banshee in seconds. For him, it was simply a huge loss, and it was really hard to accept in his heart. I lost a dozen chess pieces last time I killed the bull-headed giant boss. I haven't lost any chess pieces for such a long time. Losing 6 chess pieces today is a huge loss. Yifeng's words were like another sharp thorn piercing everyone's chest, making everyone even more upset. After a while of chatting, the topic finally shifted from the horror of the forest banshee to the reward for killing the forest banshee. Okay, big brother, stop showing off. Let's show you what reward we got for killing the forest banshee this time. That's right, we got so many rewards for killing the bull-headed giant boss before, and everyone reported it. This time the forest banshee is also a hidden monster, so there must be some special rewards. Boss, let's open our eyes and see what the rewards are this time. Yes, in addition to the rewards of the survival game, the forest banshee must have also dropped a magic ball. Let's open our eyes together. Everyone shouted, wanting Yifeng to show everyone what the rewards were after killing the forest banshee this time. Yifeng did not hide it, and directly posted a photo of the forest banshee turning into a dark blue crystal stone after being killed. This monster is strange. After death, the body did not refresh and disappear, but turned into a crystal stone. Moreover, no magic ball was dropped at all. If there were no photos as evidence, others would not dare to believe that there would be a monster that did not disappear after death, but turned into a crystal stone. After all, for so many days, it has become a truth recognized by everyone that monsters disappear after death and then drop magic balls as loot. It's simply unscientific. No, it's unscientific to come to this survival game. So what is the use of that crystal stone? It must be a treasure. Boss, show me its properties. Everyone wanted to ask about the effect of the crystal stone, but even Yifeng didn't know what it was used for. Some people were secretly happy to learn that Yifeng had not found a way to use the forest banshee crystal stone. Yifeng didn't get much benefit from killing the forest banshee, so this kind of thing naturally made everyone feel more balanced. At this time, someone asked again, Boss Yifeng, did this survival game give you any special rewards for killing hidden monsters? This question is also what many people want to know. After all, such a powerful boss, the survival game should also have rewards. Everyone was looking forward to Yifeng's answer, and Yifeng did not hide it, and told the reward content again. A new building trial portal has appeared. Chapter 47. Trial Portal. When this name that no one had ever heard of appeared, everyone was immediately confused. Boss, what exactly is this trial portal? In response to other people's inquiries, Yifeng told everyone the details of the trial portal. After listening, everyone immediately understood the role of this so-called trial portal. Isn't this just an extra dungeon map? Get extra rewards once a week. Ha ha ha, this week's dungeon. I suddenly thought of this. Oh my god, isn't this our abyss dungeon? Get rewards once a week. The upstairs is smelling. This building is a good thing, but I don't know how difficult the trial is. Boss, why don't you try it now, and show everyone the rewards after you finish it? I want to see the rewards too, boss, hurry up. Everyone was talking about it, wanting Yifeng to try the trial portal now. But it was already past 11 o'clock in the middle of the night, and Yifeng was not ready to participate in the challenge of the trial portal at this moment. After all, it was late at night, and there were more important things to do. All Draven are sacrificed, so we need to replenish Draven, and at the same time, we need to use the remaining golden pot and golden spatula as soon as possible to maximize the combat power, then try this so-called trial portal. Otherwise, if this trial portal is too difficult, wouldn't it be a waste of life? Of course, these are not the most important things at the moment. Disperse, disperse, and rest. Little son, come back to my room with me. After arranging many chess pieces to disperse, Yifeng called Leona into the room again. Inside the house, the blonde girl took off her hard armor, and her delicate body was revealed in front of Yifeng. Looking at the beauty in front of him, Yifeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Little son, take off your armor and change your clothes. Tonight, I want to practice hand-to-hand combat with you. A night later, Yifeng walked out of the room with dark circles under his eyes and supported his waist. It was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. The sixth day. Looking at the sun that was already hanging high in the sky, Yifeng couldn't help but swear, Yifeng, Yifeng. How can you be so depraved? Have you forgotten the plan you made before? The word lust is like a knife above your head. You can't indulge in women like this. He rubbed his waist and thought about whether to buy some nourishing Chinese medicine such as wolfberry. The survival game was on the sixth day, and the daily gold coins had been distributed. Yifeng's gold coins yesterday were 47, and today the 3 crowns provided 9 gold coins, and then 10 gold coins a day, plus the interest on 4 gold coins. The current gold coins directly reach 70. Let's see if there are any barracks we want today. Yifeng opened the barracks construction interface, where 5 barracks options are refreshed every day. After looking around, Yifeng actually found the barracks he needed. Among the 5 barracks, there is exactly 1 Draven barracks. After spending 5 gold coins to buy it, another Draven barracks can be upgraded to a 2-star Draven. With the remaining gold coins, Yifeng directly recruited 9 Draven, and recruited a Leona and Anbisa, leaving exactly 50 gold coins. There were 2 chess piece intelligent scrolls left, and Yifeng was originally going to use 1 more Leona, but he was prompted that the same type of barracks can only have 1 intelligent chess piece. Hearing this, Yifeng had to put down the scroll. Who should I leave the remaining 2 scrolls for? You alone? Or do you want to try Nami the mermaid? Don't get me wrong, Yifeng chose these 2 chess pieces, naturally not for any other reason. He must be targeting the opponent's chess piece bond. Well, it seems that it would be good to give it to Spider Elise in the future, so that she can have a dual form. Or when the population increases in the future, it would be good to give it to LeBlanc. By the way, how about trying Snake Girl later? Yeah, I did all this just to get the 3 Black Rose bonds. I am a gentleman, so I will naturally not indulge in women. Yifeng said to himself, and he didn't make up his mind for a while, so he simply ignored these things and went out hunting first. Let Anbisa lead 10 Darius, 3 Draven, and 1 Leona to set off. Yifeng also arranged 10 Darius, 3 Draven, 1 Anbisa, and 2 other non-intelligent Leona chess pieces for Little Sun. Be careful, the chess pieces can be damaged, Don't let anything happen to you. After watching Xiaoyan lead the team to set off, Yifeng set off with the last 10 Darius and 3 Draven. As for Amumu and Rel, their role is now just to form a bond. It is the best choice to keep them in the base and not die. Yifeng also set off with the chess pieces. Today, Darius's random equipment is Giant Belt plus Adaptive Helmet. 1 piece of scattered equipment, and 1 piece of complete equipment. The equipment given by the secret gloves today is not ideal. Adaptive Helmet, add 15 mana, 20 magic resistance, and 10 spell power. Special effect, after entering the battle, if there is an enemy within 1 meter, gain 40 armor and magic resistance, and gain 1 mana after being attacked. If there is no enemy within 1 meter, gain 15 spell power, and restore 10 mana points every 12 seconds in the game. The Adaptive Helmet has different bonuses depending on whether the chess piece is placed in the front row or the back row. In the survival game, it becomes whether there is an enemy nearby. For Darius, a melee chess piece, it is equivalent to gaining an extra 40 points of armor and magic resistance, and at the same time, it can restore a little more mana when being hit. After looking at Darius's equipment, Yifeng set out again, and decided to follow the marks of last night, to see if there was anything unusual in the place where the forest banshee monster was originally, during the day. When Yifeng arrived at the place where the battle took place last night, everything was calm and there was no abnormality. If the battle had not destroyed some nearby trees, Yifeng would have doubted whether the forest banshee really appeared. Conquest Layers +6. While Yifeng was checking the situation, the team led by Anbisa and Leona had already started hunting goblins. After Yifeng carefully looked around again and still found nothing, he decided to hunt goblins first. When the hunt started, Yifeng found some differences. The game was on the 6th day, and the proportion of various frost goblins and flame goblins that could use magic increased. Basically, as long as there are more than 5 goblins in a group, there will definitely be 1 such goblin. And such goblins drop the same items as ordinary goblins. In other words, these goblins are stronger, but there is no improvement in the drop rewards. Although this does not pose much threat to Yifeng, it is a complete upgrade of difficulty for many survivors. Chapter 48. The hunting on the 6th day went smoothly. Yifeng replenished some magic scrolls again, and also dropped a piece of scattered equipment. After exchanging equipment with other survivors, Yifeng equipped Draven with Infinity Blade. Infinity Blade, add 35% attack power, and 35% critical strike rate. Special effect, skills can be critical. If the carrier's skills can already be critical, it will provide 10% critical damage instead. Draven's 2 pieces of equipment, Infinity Sheep Knife, are now qualified as a back row output. As for the drops of living supplies, anything can be dropped. Yifeng even saw someone selling blue pills in the chat interface, asking for some food and water in exchange. Now that the goblins have been strengthened, it is extremely difficult for everyone to ensure living supplies. Who would spend supplies to buy completely useless blue pills? Besides, who would buy this thing? Speaking of this, Yifeng decisively opened the person's private chat and exchanged for a bottle of blue pills. The sky had darkened, and Yifeng arranged for Anbisa to continue hunting cat monsters at night. The next day, the game came to the 7th day, and Yifeng walked out of the room holding his waist. No wonder the ancient emperors were obsessed with the harem. Cool. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 7th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV3. The current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 3+3. Base upgrade, 16 days later. Consume 4 gold coins to advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Remaining gold coins, 74 coins. Looking at the basic situation of his base, Yifeng was quite satisfied. He had 24 gold coins per day, which had surpassed all the survivors. After all, even if they collected 50 gold coins to earn interest, the maximum amount of gold coins they could get every day was only 15. In addition, Yifeng finally waited for the second Hex Deck Enhancement reward. Ding! It has been 7 days since the last Hex Deck Enhancement was issued. The second Hex Deck Enhancement will be issued to the host. Do you want to claim it now? It's coming. It's finally here. Random Hex Deck Enhancement every 7 days. The first war treasure has already made Yifeng a big step ahead of other survivors in the early stage. Next, I hope to get a combat power Hex Deck. After all, he is about to challenge the trial portal. If he can get a combat power Hex Deck Enhancement, he will be more confident in the unknown trial. Come out, my enhancement. Yifeng deliberately stretched out his hand exaggeratedly, and stretched out his palm to the void, just like a certain dildo reviving his lover. Get the enhancement for me. Congratulations to the host, This time I drew Prismatic Hex deck. Investment Strategy 2. Investment Strategy 2. Get 10 gold coins. For every 1 gold coin interest you get, the maximum health of your barracks chess piece will be permanently increased by 5 points, and your maximum interest value will be increased to 7 gold coins. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng's mouth was broken with laughter. This thing is a good thing. Double enhancement of economic and combat power. Yifeng now has 84 gold coins. As long as he keeps enough 70 gold coins, he can not only get 7 gold coins of interest every day, but also increase the health of all chess pieces by 35 points. This improvement may not seem much, but it can be improved every day. After 10 days, all the barracks chess pieces will increase their health by 350 points, which is comparable to the health provided by a finished equipment. Imagine if this game lasts for a month, then after a month, Yifeng's chess pieces will be able to increase their health by 1050 points, and a 1-star chess piece will be comparable to the terrifying combat power of a 3-star chess piece, if it is 2 months. Or a year later, how much health will it reach? Thinking of this, Yifeng felt his breathing quicken. I didn't know until I thought about it, and I was shocked when I thought about it. This Hex-enhanced combat power is completely a god in the late stage. After receiving the Hex-enhanced, Yifeng stood up excitedly and checked the equipment given by Darius today: Mystic Gloves, Razor Armor plus Draining Sword. The attributes of these 2 pieces of equipment need no further explanation. They are both relatively good equipment. Opening the daily barracks construction interface, a Draven barracks fragment was refreshed today. After consuming 5 gold coins, Draven finally reached 2 stars. However, to reach 3 stars, some barracks fragments are needed. Yifeng did not plan to continue hunting, but decided to try the trial portal today. Although the Hex Talent Investment Strategy 2 can continuously improve the attributes of chess pieces, it is definitely safer to try the trial portal later. However, the trial portal must be refreshed after the trial is completed before the countdown of 7 days is calculated. If you don't go early, it will be a waste of the trial opportunity. Yifeng recruited 2 more NPCs. The NPCs recruited with 4 gold coins were initially 2 stars. With the 3 pieces of magic equipment in the barracks, NPC's combat power is definitely better than more than 4 Darius's. Difficulty of this trial, C level. Do you want to open the trial portal now? Hearing the prompt sound of the survival game, Yifeng did not hesitate and directly chose to open it. As Yifeng made his choice, the blue light of the portal became extremely dazzling, and Yifeng could only see a piece of blue. When the blue light dimmed, the light portal had grown from more than 1 meter high to 5 meters high, and the width had also reached 5 meters, forming a square shape. The trial has been opened. Please bring your chess pieces in within 5 minutes. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng also knew a hidden message. That is, this trial also has a limit on the number of chess pieces you can bring. With only 5 minutes, if there are too many chess pieces, there is no time to enter all of them, so the possibility of using human C tactics to pass the trial in the future will not be too great. Hurry up and enter the portal, little son. You are responsible for guarding the base. In order to prevent the bond from failing to take effect due to not bringing in chess pieces, Yifeng also called over the only Amumu in Rel. Looking at his remaining gold coins of 71, Yifeng recruited another Amumu. After the 2 Amumus and Rel entered the portal, they disappeared like a drop in the ocean, and ripples appeared above the portal. Then, 30 Darius, 9 Draven, and 3 Leona also lined up to enter the light curtain. Finally, only 4 NPCs were left. Let's go. Let me see how powerful this C-level trial is. Yifeng let the 4 NPCs protect him, and he felt relieved. This was his strongest chess piece at the moment. Master, please be careful. Little son will wait for you to come back. Listening to the concerned voice of the intelligent Leona, Yifeng smiled and waved his hand. Okay, wait for me to come back. After that, Yifeng turned around and walked into the unknown trial portal. Yifeng didn't know what the trial behind the portal was, but he believed that no matter what kind of trial it was, he could win it. Chapter 49. After passing through the portal, Yifeng felt as if he had passed through a layer of water curtain. After a short period of being unable to breathe, everything returned to normal. Yifeng looked up at the sky at this time. There was a scarlet sun hanging in the sky. Looking around, the scarlet sunlight dyed the earth blood red. Where is this? Is it still the original survival game world? Yifeng didn't know the situation and didn't understand what the so-called trial was. However, there was no prompt sound from the survival game. For safety reasons, Yifeng distributed 30 Darius around for protection, and Nbisa was divided into 4 directions for exploration. Nbisa, scout the surrounding situation. The surrounding landforms are all weathered rocks, and the exposed rocks reveal the barrenness of this place. There is no soil on the ground. just bare rocks, and it looks like there is no human habitation at all. What on earth is this trial? Yi Feng was puzzled. What was the way to complete the trial through this trial portal? Just as Yi Feng was wondering, a strange sound came from the pile of stones in the distance. The sound of click, click, click sounded like a rusty switch being turned on. Soon, a large group of white skeleton monsters appeared from behind the pile of stones. The click sound heard earlier was the sound of the joints of these skeleton monsters rubbing when they moved. Oh my god, what the hell is this? Although he didn't understand what these monsters were, seeing at least hundreds of skeleton monsters rushing towards him, Yi Feng immediately ordered to meet the enemy. Darius, hold on, don't let these monsters come until you die. Draven, attack the back row. Leona, two of you. The remaining one and Amumu, Rel, stay by my side and protect me. And Bisa, you guys attack freely, come on. 3-star Darius didn't hesitate, holding a huge axe and rushing towards the skeleton army. Although the number of enemies was several times that of Darius, they were still able to withstand the attacks and fight with these skeleton monsters. Draven turned the huge axe in his hand and attacked the skeleton monster in the front. 2 Leonas holding swords and shields also went up, also attracting some firepower, reducing the pressure of the enemy for Darius. And Anbisa rushed up, switched weapons, and jumped to the back row, chain attacking the skeletons in front of her, causing good damage to these skeletons. The skeleton monsters' attacks were good, and each attack could cause more than 60 points of damage to Darius, but fortunately the skeletons' attacks were not agile, and Darius had Sword of Drainage to restore a certain amount of blood while attacking. There is also a skill called Kill All Around which can cause AoE damage to surrounding enemies, while restoring health for the player. Therefore, Darius's front line was solid as a rock, and there was no problem of the defense line collapsing. Draven in the back had a defense line formed by Darius, and he could output at ease in the back. As the number of layers of Gunsu's Rage Blade continued to increase, Draven's speed of throwing axes became faster and faster. And Anbisa's attack surprised Yi Feng even more. Anbisa, who was wearing a 3-piece set of divine equipment, directly killed into the pile of skeletons. Facing many skeletons, she could rely on her flexible skills and skills to continuously jump and attack, and soon took the life of a skeleton monster. As more and more skeleton monsters died, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards Yi Feng. Originally, each Darius had to withstand the attacks of 3 to 4 skeleton monsters on average, but now it was almost one-on-one, and the pressure dropped sharply. When all the skeleton army died, only a vast expanse of white bone fragments remained on the ground. The remains of the skeleton monsters that were killed did not disappear, nor did anything explode. But soon, these remains began to move. The bones on the ground began to wriggle as if they had life, and slowly merged together. Yi Feng was unsure of the situation, so he arranged the chess pieces to prepare for the enemy. In less than a minute, countless bones wriggled and merged together, forming a huge white bone monster more than 10 meters tall. This newly appeared white bone monster looked a bit like a spider, with messy hand bones and leg bones pieced together to form 8 long legs. The body part was countless sternums and ribs fused together. At the head, hundreds of skulls were fused together, countless bones opened their mouths, let out a terrifying roar, and then rushed towards Yi Feng. Damn, this monster has a second stage? Yi Feng quickly called on the chess pieces to attack the giant monster that had just appeared. Draven's Gunsu's Rage Blade had not dropped in layers, and now it had reached an attack speed of 5.0, which allowed him to throw 5 axes per second. Especially since Draven had Infinity Blade on him, the damage caused by the axes was not low. Darius stopped the giant monster in front, and Draven attacked from behind. And the 4 Anbisas actually jumped behind the skeleton monster and demolished the bones on the skeleton monster. Yi Feng was originally worried that the giant beast transformed from bones would cause great damage, so he took out the rechargeable recovery scroll. But when he saw that the monster's so-called attack method was to attack the chess piece with its feet, causing only about 100 points of damage each time, Yi Feng was relieved. The attack of this white bone monster was not strong, and its 8 feet could not attack at the same time, so it had to keep a few feet to maintain its body balance. So it was not difficult for Darius to resist this white bone monster. Just like that, after a siege, the white bone monster let out a shrill scream, and its huge body finally couldn't hold on and fell down. When the white bone monster fell, the bones on the ground began to wriggle again and merge towards the center area. Come again? And bring the 3rd stage? Yi Feng was a little confused. How come this monster has so many stages? Will there be a 4th and 5th stage later? What the hell? However, this time, after the bones merged towards the center, They did not form a new monster, but after continuous fusion, they turned into a bone crystal. For safety reasons, Yifeng still asked Anbisa to pick up the crystal. Obtained special items. Skeleton giant crystal stone. Another crystal stone? Yifeng suddenly remembered the crystal stone he got from killing the forest banshee. What is the connection between the two? Yifeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. At this moment, the reminder sound of the survival game finally came to his ears. Complete the sea level trial mission, and all members will be teleported back to the base. Chapter 50. Is he going to be teleported back now? Yifeng hadn't figured out what this trial site was, and was ready to continue exploring. Unexpectedly, he actually completed the trial directly. The next second, Yifeng felt a flash in front of his eyes, and the surrounding scene changed instantly, making his eyes unable to adapt. This feeling was as if the picture on his mobile phone was suddenly turned to the next page, and instantly became a completely different new picture. The original scarlet environment disappeared, and Yifeng returned to the base again. Little Sun was still waiting for Yifeng. When he saw Yifeng appear again, he excitedly walked forward and threw himself into Yifeng's arms. Master, you are finally back. Feeling the warmth from the girl, Yifeng smiled. Don't worry, I'm back. I see what rewards I got from this trial. Hearing Yifeng's words, the girl Leona separated from Yifeng's arms, with a blush on her face and eyes full of affection looking at Yifeng. Yifeng held her hand, and the two walked to the trial portal together. After completing the trial, the light curtain of the trial portal disappeared, leaving only a stone frame. There were some exquisite and mysterious symbols on the stone frame, but it was a pity that Yifeng could not recognize what these things meant. The trial has been completed, and the trial challenge will be refreshed after 7 days. Reward for this trial: a random or an artifact. Do you want to receive the trial reward now? When Yifeng just approached the trial portal, a reminder of the survival game sounded in his ears. So the reward is here. Yifeng's tone was full of excitement. There was no prompt after teleporting, and a bunch of skeleton monsters appeared inexplicably. After killing them, the trial was completed in a daze. Except for a crystal stone, no useful equipment was dropped, and no so-called trial rewards were obtained. This made Yifeng a little confused. What on earth is this? But now, after hearing the prompt of the survival game, Yifeng suddenly realized that the rewards of the trial portal can only be claimed after approaching the portal. Catch it now. Without hesitation, Yifeng decisively chose to claim it now. There are a total of 30 Orn artifacts, including tank equipment, physical output, and magic output. The basic attributes of Orn artifacts may not be very strong, but the special effects of each one are very useful. For example, the Inspiring Box Orn artifact directly led a new school in the Battle of the Golden Shovel, stimulating the frontline Big Mouth. The meatiness can only be said to be understood by those who have encountered it. It's so meaty, everyone who meets it can only shout disgusting. So which Orn artifact will be the reward? Yifeng couldn't help but look forward to it. Don't give me the mage equipment. It seems that there is no suitable chess piece at present. After Yifeng chose to receive it, a magic ball appeared in front of him. After it exploded automatically, the icons of various Orn artifacts kept rotating inside. Life Armor, Speculator's Blade, Light Shield Badge, Inspiration Box, and many other artifact equipment flashed before Yifeng's eyes, making Yifeng feel itchy. At this time, he really wanted to use an emoticon to express his feelings. That is, I want them all. JPG. The icon's rotation speed slowed down, and it was finally about to stop. Yifeng's heart also fluctuated with the changes of the icon, hoping that he could get a good treasure. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the Orn artifact. Light Shield Badge. Light Shield Badge. This is a good frontline equipment, but I don't know if the attributes in the survival game are exactly the same as in the game. Yifeng hurriedly checked the detailed attributes of this Orn artifact. Light Shield Badge. Add 5 armor and 55 magic resistance. Special effect. The chess piece equipped with this equipment will provide a shield to the 2 friendly soldiers with the lowest health percentage every 10 seconds after entering the battle. The shield value is equivalent to the sum of 70% of the armor and magic resistance of the carrier, which lasts for 15 seconds. Compared with the Light Shield Badge in the game, it lacks the special effect provided to all friendly soldiers after the carrying chess piece dies in the survival game, but the number of shields given has increased from 1 friendly soldier to 2 friendly soldiers. For this equipment, Yifeng immediately thought of Leona. After all, the shield value is related to the armor and magic resistance of the carrier, and among all the chess pieces at present, Leona has the highest armor and magic resistance. Leona's basic armor and magic resistance are both 50 points. However, with Riel, the double sentinel bond is formed, and the armor and magic resistance are increased by 36 points, directly reaching 86 points of armor and magic resistance. If the light shield badge is equipped, Leona's armor and magic resistance can directly reach 141 points. In other words, 197 points of shield can be provided to 2 chess pieces every 10 seconds, which is already very impressive. What's more, Leona is currently only equipped with one piece of equipment, the Iron Blood Conqueror emblem. That is to say, if you give Leona the light shield badge, you can continue to equip one piece of equipment, and you can further increase the shield value. If you get another Dragon Claw, the magic resistance will be increased by 75 points, then the shield value will directly reach about 250 points, and with the blood recovery ability of Dragon Claw, Leona's tankiness will not be bad. After directly equipping Leona with the light shield badge, Yifeng opened the chat interface and prepared to find someone to trade a wave of basic equipment to get the Dragon Claw to enhance Leona's magic resistance. When Yifeng popped up in the chat interface, the most common thing was that other people asked Yifeng when he would go to the trial portal to complete the trial and let everyone see it. Yifeng did not hide it, and directly told everyone the properties of the light shield badge. At the same time, he did not forget his business in the chat interface, and bought and traded negative cape with others. Deng Shiji was hunting goblins in the forest. Previously, the forest banshee had almost wiped him out, but after 2 days of playing the game, he had distributed 20 gold coins, which allowed him to put together a team of singed troops again, and he could easily hunt these goblins in the wild again. After commanding his singed chess piece to attack the goblins in front, he opened the chat interface out of boredom. When he saw the light shield badge said by Yifeng, his eyes were wide open. If this equipment was given to him, his Singe would have high armor and magic resistance, and each time the shield was increased, wouldn't it be more than 200? And high armor and high magic resistance will reduce the damage. Facing ordinary goblins, he may be able to kill them easily without consumption. Thinking of this, his eyes were red, and envy and jealousy were intertwined. If I killed the forest banshee, I should be the one who got this equipment now. Chapter 51. Deng Shiji looked at the light shield badge, and countless images of his chess pieces hunting easily after he equipped them appeared in his mind. But at the end of the picture, Yifeng took the light shield badge away, and he could do nothing. Deng Shiji felt mixed emotions, but Yifeng didn't know all this. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't pay attention to this person. Soon, Yifeng exchanged for the 2 negative capes he wanted. The moment he got the equipment, Yifeng directly placed the 2 negative capes on Leona's barracks. The 2 pieces of equipment merged together to form a new equipment Dragon's Fang. It was still morning, and there was still half a day to hunt monsters. Yifeng was not going to waste this opportunity, and decided to go hunting goblins. The sea level trial just now did not cause much damage to Yifeng's chess pieces, so Yifeng did not plan to rest and directly arranged for people to go. Still with the original configuration, Bisa led a team, Little Sun Leona led a team, and finally Yifeng led 10 Darius, 3 Draven, 1 Bisa and 1 Leona. The goblins in the wild finally did not strengthen again today, which is undoubtedly a good news worth celebrating for other survivors. Thinking of the border trial outside the forest that someone mentioned before, Yifeng decided to go and see what this so-called border trial is all about tomorrow. Yifeng was lucky in today's hunting, and he exploded 2 pieces of scattered equipment, and they happened to be Storm Sword that synthesized Iron Blood Conqueror emblem. Near dusk, Yifeng heard a pleasant reminder sound. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 15,000 levels of conquest, and getting the treasure chest reward equipment recaster and random basic equipment. Do you want to claim it now? Iron Blood Conqueror finally broke through again, directly reaching 15,000 levels, and can get a new reward again. Come now. The random basic equipment is another Storm Sword. As for the equipment recaster, Yifeng has no plans to use it. 1 more golden shovel or golden pot is needed to make up 9 people plus 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, or you can spend gold coins to upgrade the base to level 4 in advance, which can also be done. But Yifeng still needs 16 days to upgrade the base to level 4. Every day in advance, he needs to consume 4 gold coins, which means that if he wants to upgrade the base to level 4, he needs 64 gold coins. Although Yifeng has enough gold coins, he will not be able to get the interest of 7 gold coins per day, nor will he be able to get the health increase of the chess piece by the hex deck investment strategy. Let's use golden pot to increase the population first. Yifeng took out 2 golden pot, and equipped them directly on the Draven barracks. The appearance of golden pot crown increased Yifeng's population again, directly reaching 7 people. After the population reached 7, Yifeng took out the Crow Swain's barracks builder from his backpack. This is a 3-cost barracks. If you buy it directly in the store, you need 15 gold coins to buy a barracks for construction. After using it, the Swain barracks also appeared in Yifeng's base. Swain, with a base HP of 650, armor and magic resistance of 25, has 2 different forms of skills, and the skills are different in different forms. When there are no enemies within 5 meters of Swain, his skill is Crow Slaughter, which sends 8 crows to a target to chase and kill. The higher the magic power, the higher the damage. The detailed damage of 1 star is 300, and 10% of the magic power. At the same time, these crows will also cause an additional damage of 40% of the magic power to a nearby enemy. If there is an enemy within 5 meters of Swain, his skill will become Demon Sublimation, which will restore his own health of 250% of the magic power and ascend. The Ascension state lasts for 6 seconds. In the Ascension state, the health value of 75% of the spell strength is restored per second, and 40% of the spell strength of magic damage is caused to all surrounding enemies. If the enemy is killed during the Ascension period, the Ascension duration will be extended by 2 seconds. This card is very good as a front row or a back row. For Yifeng, he prefers to use Crow as a front row. After the construction of Swain's barracks, Yifeng did not plan to recruit Swain today. After all, it takes 3 gold coins to recruit a Swain, and he doesn't have extra gold coins to squander now. After using 2 golden pots to synthesize a crown, Yifeng still has 1 golden pot and 4 golden spatulas. Take out another golden pot and golden spatulas. This time, Yifeng placed the 2 pieces of equipment on the Swain barracks and synthesized them into golden pot crown. This time, the population reached 8 people, but Yifeng did not have extra gold coins to build a new barracks and recruit chess pieces. I'd better wait until tomorrow to collect the interest. Yifeng now only has the last 3 golden spatulas left. If he synthesizes a golden spatula crown, the population can reach 9 people, but there are not enough Iron Blood Conqueror emblems, and he can't make 9 Iron Blood Conquerors. But if all 3 golden spatulas are left to synthesize the emblem, then Yifeng's population will not reach 9 people, unless he sacrifices the current gold coins to force the population to level 4. But this operation method is still a blood loss for Yifeng. Damn, it's a pity that I collected too few golden spatulas before. If someone had exploded a few more at the beginning, it would be great. Before, Yifeng could still harvest these equipments by relying on the information gap, but now everyone treats them as treasures. Even if they don't know the specific synthesis formula, they are unwilling to trade them. Thinking of this, Yifeng sighed helplessly. At the same time, Wen Jiahao, who had previously exchanged information with Yifeng for Storm Sword, followed Yifeng's instructions to combine Strub and Trundle, and indeed the health of the chess piece was improved. Relying on the 2 fighter bonds, Wen Jiahao's life was very comfortable, and later he discovered the secret of equipment synthesis and also secretly acquired some equipment. As for the golden spatula equipment, he also acquired 2 pieces. Previously, he tried to combine golden spatula and chain mail to synthesize an equipment he had never seen before Law Enforcer emblem. This reminded him of what Yifeng told him about Strub's bond being Law Enforcer and Fighter. He immediately understood that golden spatula was used to synthesize various bond equipment. He was extremely excited at the time. Yifeng told him that Matty was also a Law Enforcer, so he could combine 3 Law Enforcers, and even synthesize the remaining golden spatula into an emblem, and in the future after level 4, he could reach 4 Law Enforcer bonds. But he thought again. Boss Yifeng said that the maximum number of enforcers can reach 10 enforcers. What should he do after he reaches 4 enforcers? Could it be that the subsequent chess pieces all rely on golden spatula to synthesize bonds? But where can I get so many golden spatulas for myself? After thinking for a moment, he opened the chat interface and sent a private message to Yifeng. Boss, do you remember me? I am Wen Jiahao, who exchanged equipment with you for information last time. Can I ask you to exchange golden spatula for some more information? Some information about enforcers. Chapter 52. When Yifeng saw this message, he was stunned for a moment, but after a moment, he realized that this was the high school student who had given him a storm sword and asked to exchange some chess piece information. Before, he had given him the bond information of Sturb and the details of the chess pieces that could form the bond. It seemed that he was doing well. The fact that he could get the golden spatula showed that he had also gained a certain advantage by using the bond. But this kid got the golden spatula, but he didn't want to keep it for himself, but took it out to exchange information with him. You know, now everyone thinks that the golden spatula and golden pot that were exploded by the golden ball, these equipments, when combined together, can definitely become very strong god-level equipment. Now everyone keeps these things as treasures for themselves. and it is impossible for them to be willing to trade them. This kid directly took out a golden spatula and said he wanted to trade information, which surprised Yifeng a little. No problem, but I'm a little curious. After you got the golden spatula, why didn't you think about synthesizing it yourself? How come you were willing to give it to me? Yifeng agreed to the transaction request, but he was really curious about why this high school student of Wenxiaohao was willing to directly take out the golden spatula to exchange information. When Yifeng asked about the reason, Wenxiaohao didn't intend to hide anything and openly told all his thoughts and considerations. Boss, I actually got 2 golden spatulas, one of which was fused with chain mail to create a law enforcer emblem. I remember you told me that Steb and Maddie are both law enforcer bonds, and theoretically, the maximum number of law enforcer bonds can reach 10. I can now rely on the golden spatula to get 4 law enforcers for myself. But what should I do in the future? This survival game will surely continue to develop, and we can't ignore the future for a small profit. Most importantly, I think you are very powerful, Brother Yifeng. You will definitely become the strongest in the survival game. Taking the initiative to exchange golden spatula with you can also be regarded as getting familiar with you in advance. You must take care of me when you become successful in the future. Yifeng smiled embarrassedly. This kid has a wide path. If I take off in the future, it is not impossible to help him. Okay, you give me the golden spatula first, and I will tell you all the relevant information about law enforcers. I will definitely not treat you unfairly. If it were anyone else, they would probably hesitate, fearing that Yifeng would get something for nothing. But Wenxiaohao did not hesitate at all, and applied for the transaction with Yifeng with a smile. Wenxiaohao was very happy with the deal. After the deal was completed, he sent a message to Yifeng teasing, "Boss, you have to protect me in the future. Whether I can have a good life depends on you." Yifeng was in a good mood after receiving the golden spatula, and naturally had a better impression of Wenxiaohao. This guy really knows how to behave. Yifeng did not keep it to himself, and directly told the other party all the relevant information about the enforcer chess piece. There are 7 enforcer chess pieces in total, ranging from 1-cost barracks to 5-cost barracks. Last time I told you about the 1-cost barracks of Sturbo and Maddie. When you reach the 3rd level base, you will have the opportunity to spawn a 2-cost barracks. Camille is a 2-cost enforcer chess piece. Among the 3-cost chess pieces, there are 2 enforcers, namely Loris in the front row and Drizzt, who is a magic output in the back row. Then, there are the 4-cost enforcer chess piece Wei, and the 5-cost enforcer chess piece Caitlin. After talking about the enforcer bond, I will also tell you about the other bond attributes of these chess pieces. Another bond of Maddie is Sniper. In the future, when you have a level 3 base, Zeely will share the Sniper bond with her. The farther away from the enemy, the more damage she will cause. Another bond of Camille is Ambush. Expert, the skill can crit and increase the crit rate, and the low-level chess piece has the same bond with him. Loris is a Sentinel, which increases armor and magic resistance for the whole team, and Sentinel has more attributes. The Sentinel bond is triggered when 2, 4, and 6 are played. In addition to him, there are low-level Aurelia, Singed, Rel, and Leona. Okay, I think this information is enough for you to get through the early stage safely. After Yifeng told the other party the basic situation of the law enforcement officer, he also told the other party some additional chess piece bond information. After reading Yifeng's information, Wenxiaohao was full of sighs. He didn't lose money on this deal. Yifeng's information is enough for him to avoid a lot of detours, and it also means that Yifeng knows a lot of information and knows the attributes and bonds of these chess pieces. As long as he holds on to the thighs well, maybe he can hold on to the thighs and get better than others in the future. After sending the message to Wenxiaohao, Yifeng directly closed the chat interface. At this moment, he was extremely excited, as he had finally gathered all the equipment. 9 population plus 9 iron conquerors are right in front of us. Yifeng took out 2 golden spatulas and put them all into the equipment grid in Swain's barracks. Immediately, the golden spatula's crown was fused out, and Yifeng's population increased again, this time to 9 population. Finally 9 population. Yifeng looked at the remaining 2 golden spatulas and was very excited. As long as these 2 golden spatulas were fused with 2 storm swords, 2 more Iron Conqueror emblems would appear. Then 9 population and 9 Iron Conquerors would be achieved, but when Yifeng looked at the 5 barracks refreshed today, he couldn't help but frown. Ziggs, Step, Boom, McDie, trundle these 5 chess pieces. Ziggs is a 2-cost chess piece, with the bond of Geek and Commander, and has nothing in common with Yifeng's lineup. The remaining 4 chess pieces also had no bonds at all, and none of them were the bonds that Yifeng wanted. Looking at these chess pieces, Yifeng closed the barracks construction interface in disappointment. Forget it, I just wait until tomorrow to earn interest and have extra gold coins. If tomorrow's chess pieces are not ideal, I just build 2 barracks to make up the bonds. At worst, I can tear down the barracks and build new ones later. Yifeng decided to make plans tomorrow. Looking at the chess pieces on the barracks now, he felt that he urgently needed an equipment disassembler. After all, Swain already had golden spatula crown and golden spatula crown in his equipment slot. As long as he got another golden spatula crown, he could get a new Easter egg. Urgently get an equipment disassembler, and some brothers will pay for it. Chapter 53. Yifeng wanted to collect an equipment disassembler, dismantle the golden pot crown on Draven, and put it on the crow barracks. After all, this way, he could get 9 more gold coins every day. That's 9 gold coins. So Yifeng was anxious to receive an equipment disassembler tonight. After all, if he received it tonight, he could get 9 more gold coins, enough for Yifeng to buy 2 more NPCs. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but think of some nig jokes in his mind. The black people who used to be very cheap, I didn't expect that they would need 4 gold coins in this survival game. That's 4 gold coins. After Yifeng sent this message, someone replied soon, but this person didn't have an equipment disassembler, just wanted to chat with Yifeng. Boss, why do you collect equipment disassembler? Is there any equipment that doesn't match when it is synthesized? Someone took over the topic soon. I guess so, but it's hard to collect equipment disassembler now. When people try to synthesize equipment, they often synthesize equipment that is not suitable for chess pieces. They can only be disassembled with equipment disassembler. Yifeng didn't expect this situation, but he was relieved after thinking about it. Originally, equipment disassembler is very rare. I only had one before, which I used to disassemble the 3 crowns on Nbisa and put on Riel. Nowadays, everyone knows that basic equipment can be synthesized into finished equipment, but no one knows the specific synthesis formula. Naturally, some people will synthesize equipment that is not suitable for chess pieces. At this time, the importance of equipment disassembler is reflected. Therefore, most of the equipment disassemblers were bought by people with various props, and very few remained. Thinking of this, Yifeng was a little worried. If he couldn't get it, he would lose 9 gold coins, which would be worse than killing him. If he couldn't make the money he could have earned, he would lose money. Urgent, which brother still has an unused equipment disassembler? What do you want to trade with us, so we can discuss it? Yifeng ignored the messages from others. At this moment, the only thing in his eyes was the equipment disassembler, just like a gambler who sold all his chess pieces to gamble out the last 5-cost card. He only had that one thing in his eyes, and could not tolerate anything else. But a large group of people passed by with various messages, and no one said that they had an equipment disassembler. Maybe some of them had it, but they were not ready to trade it. Just when Yifeng was disappointed, a reply made Yifeng's eyes light up and saw the dawn of hope. At Yifeng, I have an equipment disassembler here, but I synthesized an unsuitable equipment pearl gauntlet, which I originally planned to disassemble and trade with others. I can trade it to you, but can you give me a matching front row finished equipment? After this person said this, Yifeng couldn't help but frown. Equipment disassembler is indeed very practical, but wanting to exchange it for a finished equipment is too much of a robbery. If it was just a piece of scattered equipment, Yifeng might be able to take it out for exchange. After all, it was related to 9 gold coins. But a finished equipment, really think of himself as a sucker? Yifeng smiled. Maybe he was too anxious, really let these people think he was a big sucker who could be slaughtered at will. 1 equipment recaster, 10 barracks fragments, 1 piece of equipment or a magic scroll. Any of the above can be exchanged for equipment disassembler. If you are willing, please contact me. Yifeng ignored the person, who wanted to take advantage of the situation, and directly stated his bargaining chips. This is my bottom line. If there is more, even if I need it urgently, I can't let these guys who take advantage of the situation get it cheap. After all, in this kind of thing, as long as you give it once, when you want to acquire other things in the future, everyone will think you are weak and incompetent, and will be more unscrupulous and raise the price to sell things. So what Yifeng wants is to curb this unhealthy trend. After Yifeng sent this message again, no survivor contacted Yifeng, as if everyone's equipment disassembler had been squandered. Seeing that no one replied, the survivor who was ready to take advantage of the situation became more fearless, and typed a long paragraph confidently in the chat interface. Boss, you are in a hurry to use the equipment disassembler, and for you, a finished piece of equipment is not a difficult thing. Let's complete this deal, which is good for both of us. This man recognized that Yifeng was in a hurry to get this equipment disassembler, and had enough resources, so he wanted to slaughter Yifeng. In fact, he didn't have any pearl gauntlet. He hadn't gathered a piece of finished equipment yet. He just made up a reason to cheat a piece of finished equipment from Yifeng. Although I don't know what Yifeng, the boss, wants to do by needing the equipment disassembler so urgently, it doesn't stop him from asking for a higher price. At this moment, he crossed his legs, waiting for Yifeng to agree to his exchange conditions. When he thought that Yifeng had to give him a finished equipment for an equipment disassembler, he was even more excited, and he couldn't help but hum. He even beautified his own price-raising behavior, thinking that he was robbing the rich to help the poor, and a rich man like Yifeng should be severely cheated. However, he waited for more than 10 minutes, and Yifeng still didn't take the initiative to find him. This made him a little anxious. If he missed the big fish of Yifeng, he wouldn't be able to sell the equipment disassembler at such a high price later. He added a sentence in the chat interface. Boss Yifeng, you've been asking for so long, but no one has replied to you. I guess I'm the only one who has the equipment disassembler now. I'm not in a hurry. If you don't have this thing, you delay your important things, and that's a big loss. Although he was a little panicked, seeing that Yifeng had been persistently sending and receiving the equipment disassembler, he was sure that Yifeng was in urgent need of this thing. But he was afraid that the other party would be angry, and would rather not have this thing than end up losing with him. However, Yifeng still ignored him, and half an hour passed. The buddy holding the equipment disassembler finally couldn't stand it anymore, and decided to lower his requirements at this moment. Boss Yifeng, let's make friends with each other. If you give me any finished equipment, I trade this equipment disassembler to you, just as we make friends. Faced with this person's proposal, Yifeng just glanced at it, and then replied with a word. Climb. Chapter 54. Yifeng's answer was simple, but he expressed his attitude directly. At this time, the other survivors also watched the fun, and teased the guy who wanted to raise the price. I'm happy. An equipment disassembler is not a good treasure. Why do you have to raise the price? It's usually difficult to exchange an equipment disassembler for a basic equipment. The conditions given by Big Boss Yifeng are already very generous, and even various treasures can be chosen. As a result, you insist on raising the price. That's right. If my equipment disassembler hadn't been sold today, I would have wanted to trade with Big Boss Yifeng. I have only exploded one piece of scattered equipment so far, and I have never touched the complete equipment. Don't say it. I sold it for the price of a low-level group recovery scroll more than 10 minutes before Big Boss Yifeng appeared. Now I think I have lost 100 million. Although I haven't exploded an equipment disassembler, I saw that you didn't make much money after you exploded it, and my heart was instantly balanced. Everyone talked about it, and all reprimanded the buddy just now for being too greedy. Looking at the discussion of the crowd, and Yifeng's word climb, the survivor who originally wanted to make a living from the rare goods suddenly panicked. Originally, he could earn a basic equipment, but because of his greed, he lost even the basic equipment. Except for big guys like Yifeng who have abundant resources, the exchange items that others can give are definitely not as precious as what big guy Yifeng gave. Thinking of this, he wanted to slap himself twice. Why was he so greedy right from the start? Boss Yifeng, even a basic equipment is fine. Let's trade now. At this moment, he just wanted to stop the loss as soon as possible. If he sold the equipment disassembler with a basic equipment, he would still make money. However, he overestimated his face and underestimated Yifeng's disgust for him. I told you to crawl, don't you understand? You should keep your equipment disassembler as an heirloom. I don't want it even if it's given away for free. Yifeng's words completely cut off the man's idea of getting benefits from Yifeng. At this time, the onlookers cheered. Okay, Boss Yifeng is character, I admire him. 666. Profiteers like this should be severely hit. Boss Yifeng is awesome. Everyone seemed to be praising Yifeng, but in fact they were more happy that the man couldn't take advantage of him. Seeing others take advantage while they get nothing is simply a psychological torture for everyone. Especially those survivors who once had equipment disassembler. If that person really exchanged for a finished equipment from Yifeng, they would probably regret it and slap themselves a few times. Now seeing this guy being defeated, they naturally felt very relieved. Seeing that everyone was mocking him, the survivor holding the equipment disassembler did not dare to continue to bubble up, for fear of being mocked by everyone again. The person left, but Yifeng still wanted to collect equipment disassembler. Yifeng still bubbled up every few minutes in the chat interface, and sent out the news of purchasing equipment disassembler. While Yifeng was out hunting night monsters with his chess pieces, he also sent a message in the chat interface that he wanted to buy a disassembler. Time soon came to more than 11 o'clock in the evening, and still no one responded to him. I should have bought a few more disassemblers before, but now I can't find them when I need them urgently. But that person just now actually wanted to raise the price. I would rather take 9 gold coins less than be a sucker, otherwise these people will have to double the price when they sell their own things in the future. Yifeng sighed, and after killing a group of cat monsters, he walked forward and picked up the fallen magic balls, shouting excitedly, "Give me a disassembler." Unfortunately, Yifeng's shouting did not play any role. The fallen magic balls opened some daily necessities and equipment, and there was no equipment disassembler he wanted. After killing this wave of cat monsters, Yifeng opened the chat interface again, and sent the message he had sent before again, just as a needle in a haystack to see if anyone had extra equipment disassemblers. Everyone was still discussing, but no one claimed that they had the equipment disassembler. Yifeng was about to close the chat interface to start a new round of hunting, when he found a new message in the private chat. He opened it, and saw that it was none other than Wen Jiahao, who had previously exchanged the golden spatula with Yifeng. Why did this guy send him a message? Yifeng curiously opened the private chat content, and the content inside immediately made him laugh. The content in the private chat was very simple. "Brother Feng, I just went out to hunt a few cat monsters, and when I came back, I saw the message you sent in the chat interface. Hey, guess what? I just killed a cat monster, and it just dropped an equipment disassembler. Isn't that a coincidence? Anyway, I don't have any equipment to dismantle. I just give it to you, Brother Feng. Let's trade now." After revealing the equipment dismantler, Wen Jiahao was ready to find a big guy in the chat interface to sell it. He knew that the equipment dismantler had become a popular consumable in recent days. However, when he saw the message sent by Yifeng, he asked other survivors about the whole story, and he decided to give this equipment dismantler directly to Yifeng. Adding icing on the cake is far less than sending charcoal in the snow. Although I don't know why Yifeng wants this consumable, he is anxious to get it. If I can help, I will definitely be able to brush up a wave of favorability. Although Wen Jiahao is a high school student, his thinking is very active. Everyone who was teleported to the survival game has no idea about the chess piece bonds. Why can Yifeng know the bonds of these chess pieces, and even the future high-level chess piece bonds? Yifeng must have had some adventures. Although he didn't have any adventures, as long as he held on to this thigh, he would not suffer too much. With this idea in mind, he sent a private message to Yifeng, and changed his address from Yifeng to Brother Feng, unconsciously bringing him closer to Yifeng. After seeing the content of Wen Jiahao's private message, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although he didn't know what Wen Jiahao's purpose was, he was willing to give him the equipment disassembler instead of asking him to exchange for the corresponding resources. This was enough to make Yifeng look at him with new eyes. As a high school student, Wen Jiahao is really smart. He has really taken a wide path. Chapter 55. Wen Jiahao took the initiative to ask Yifeng for a trade. When he saw that Yifeng agreed to the trade, he did not hesitate and directly put the equipment disassembler on the trade column. He did not wait for Yifeng to confirm it, but confirmed it first. Yifeng would not really take the other party's things for free. After looking at the remaining scattered equipment, he put a useless stick on Wen Jiahao. He took a look at the few pieces of Matty Barracks and Sturbo Hero fragments he had, and put them all on to give to Wen Jiahao. Trade completed. Useless stick, Matty Barracks fragments *4, Sturbo Hero fragments *5 have been obtained from the other party. Listening to the prompt sound of the survival game, Wen Jiahao was a little unresponsive, and hurriedly contacted Yifeng to explain. "Brother, I said it was a gift for you. Why did you give so many things?" Faced with Wen Jiahao's inquiry, Yifeng smiled and replied to Wen Jiahao directly. "If you are asked to take it, take it. By the way, try to collect another recurve bow later. Combine it with useless rod, it will be a good equipment for Matty. In addition, Strub can be combined with Tears of the Goddess and Giant Belt, and the resulting equipment is absolutely suitable. Also, collect as many Strub Barracks fragments as possible. If it is above 2 stars, it can be combined into a 3-star barracks." Yifeng told Wen Jiahao this information and directly closed the system interface of the survival game. Now he has more important things to do. After getting the equipment disassembler, Yifeng took it out directly. It was a prop that looked a bit like a wrench. Yifeng walked to the front of Draven's barracks and raised the equipment disassembler in his hand. Suddenly, the equipment disassembler turned into a stream of light covering the Draven barracks. The 3 pieces of equipment originally on the barracks, after emitting a burst of light, fell directly with a crisp sound and returned to Yifeng's supply backpack. Gins's Rage Blade and Infinity Edge, these 2 back row output equipment Yifeng still equipped for Draven. And the disassembled Golden Shovel Crown, Yifeng equipped it to Swain's barracks equipment. Now, Swain's 3 equipment slots are Golden Shovel Crown, Golden Pot Crown, and Golden Pot Crown. After collecting them, it can provide an additional 9 gold coins every day. Now both Riel and Swain's barracks have collected 3 crowns, which means that Yifeng can get 18 gold coins every day by relying on the 3 crowns. Even if other survivors get the interest of 50 gold coins, they can't even get this amount. After finishing the 3 crowns, Yifeng was satisfied and prepared to rest. When I wake up tomorrow morning, I will see if there are any good chess pieces to directly collect 9 Iron Blood Conquerors. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 8th day, and the daily gold coins have been issued finally. It came to the 8th day, and Yifeng excitedly checked his remaining gold coins. Yesterday, there were 70 gold coins. Because the investment strategy increased the interest limit, the maximum interest can be earned by 7 gold coins. In addition to the daily distribution of 10 gold coins, the 2 3-crown barracks each gave 9 gold coins, and Yifeng's gold coins jumped directly from 70 to 105. 35 gold coins a day. Investment strategy Hextech enhancement has taken effect, and the health of all barracks chess pieces has increased by 35 points. After hearing this prompt, Yifeng checked the existing chess pieces again, and sure enough, the health of all of them increased by 35 points. According to the introduction of this bond, the chess pieces recruited in the barracks will also enjoy this buff bonus. So Yifeng decided to give it a try and recruited a Swain. After spending 3 gold coins, Yifeng decisively recruited a Swain, and at the same time looked at the health value of this chess piece. 695 points. Compared to the initial 1-star Swain, the health is indeed 35 points more. It seems that as long as the barracks are built, the subsequent chess pieces can get this bonus. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but be overjoyed. According to this bonus, it only takes half a month for his chess pieces to have more than 500 health points. It's time to get 9 Iron Blood Conquerors. Yifeng opened the barracks construction panel and prepared to see what was in the barracks refreshed today. Looking at the 5 chess pieces on the panel, Yifeng smiled. Not bad, not bad. The chess pieces this time are very good, even beyond Yifeng's expectations. Vander, Vladimir, Viola, Lux, Zyra among them. Vander and Vladimir are 2-cost barracks. Yifeng's luck is quite good. After all, the probability of spawning a 2-cost barracks at level 3 is 25%. Generally speaking, only 1 2-cost barracks will appear among the 5 barracks. Yifeng's luck is already very good with 2 2-cost barracks this time. Not only that, the bond of 2 2-cost barracks is a perfect match for Yifeng's chess lineup. Vander's bond is Overseer and Family. Vladimir, also known as the Vampire, has bonds with Overseer, Mage, and Black Rose. That's right, both chess pieces have the same Overseer bond. The damage reduction of the double Overseer bond is 15% and 30%, and when the health is above 50%, it has a high damage reduction of 30%. If it reaches 4 Overseers, then the damage reduction ratio will be 25% and 45%, that is, when the health is above 50%, the damage reduction can be increased by 15%, almost half of the damage reduction. As for the remaining 3 chess pieces, especially looking at Lux, although Yifeng is very tempted, no matter how beautiful you are, your temptation is still not as great as 4 Overseers. After kicking Lux out of the selection with tears in his eyes, Yifeng did not hesitate at all, and directly spent 20 gold coins to build the 2 barracks of Vander and Vladimir. 82 gold coins remaining. 2 more gold coins were spent to recruit a Vander and Vladimir. The 4 supervisory bonds were formed. Darius, Amumu, Vander, Vladimir, the 4 supervisory chess pieces are Yifeng's strongest wall. No, there is no hero called a wall. It should be said to be the strongest line of defense. After gathering 9 people and 9 barracks, the highlight finally kicked off. Yifeng took out 2 between storms and placed them in the equipment slots of the Vander and Vladimir barracks respectively. Then he took out 2 golden spatulas, holding 1 in each hand, and walked up with excitement. Next, it was time to witness the miracle. The 2 golden spatulas were equipped on the barracks respectively, and they immediately merged with the storm sword to become the Iron Blood Conqueror emblem. 9 Iron Blood formed. Chapter 56. With this, Yifeng collected the first color level bond 9 Iron Blood Conqueror. The attack power and spell strength bonus of Iron Blood Conqueror directly increased from 40% at 6 Iron Blood Conqueror to 100%. And each time you open the Conquer treasure chest, you can increase it by 5%. Yifeng has now opened the treasure chest 5 times, and this increase has directly reached 125%. Taking Bisa as an example. The 2-star basic attack is 97 points. Counting the equipment blessing and the current 9 Iron Blood Conqueror bonus, and Beast's normal attack power has reached 250 points. If the special effect of Striker's Challenge Gauntlet is triggered to increase the attack by 35%, and the special effect of Titan's Resoluteness is fully stacked to increase the attack power by 50%, and Beast's strongest attack power can reach about 340 points. With such attack power, it will take no more than 5 seconds to kill a goblin monster with just a normal attack. If Anbisa switches to the gloves to attack, the damage of the skill is 5 times the physical attack power, which means that one punch will directly cause 1,700 points of damage. With this punch, no monster outside the forest will survive. In addition to the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror bonds, Yifeng also activated a new small bond. Swain's bond has a mage bond, and the vampire's bond also has a mage bond. The dual mage bond is also formed, which can provide 10 points of spell power for all team pieces, and the mage itself will increase spell power by 20 points. That is to say, now without any spell power equipment blessing of Yifeng's pieces, the spell power of Crow Swain and Vampire has directly reached 245 points. The other chess pieces have also reached 225 points of magic power. What does 225 points of magic power mean? Let's take 2-star Leona as an example. Her skill is to obtain 50% magic power damage reduction for 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds, she will cause 175% magic power magic damage to all nearby enemies. In other words, after opening the skill Eclipse, Leona with 225 points of magic power can directly reach 100% damage reduction, and she will be in an invincible state. After this state ends, she will also cause nearly 400 points of magic damage to surrounding enemies. Enriel's skill Broken Formation obtains a shield value of 300% of magic power for 4 seconds, and uses a spear to cause 120% magic damage to enemies in a straight line, and steals 10 points of armor and magic resistance from each enemy hit. In other words, after Riel releases the skill, she can obtain a shield with more than 600 health points, and cause more than 200 magic damage to enemies in a straight line. The vampire's skills also need spell strength bonus to deal damage to the enemy, and restore its own health. Now it can directly restore 490 health points, and cause more than 340 magic damage after releasing the skill. For the Crow Swain, the main damage of the back row skill Crow Slaughter has reached more than 700. Such horrible damage is enough to kill a goblin monster in 1 second, and the 8 crows will also cause more than 80 additional damage to the surrounding enemies. As for his front row demon sublimation skill, the health recovery directly reached 612 points, that is, as long as he is not dead, the crow's health will be fully replenished with 1 skill, and in the subsequent ascension state, 180 health points are restored per second, and 100 magic damage is caused to surrounding enemies per second. A single crow, thrown into a pile of monsters, can extend the ascension time by killing monsters as long as it can withstand it, and easily kill all monsters. In this wave, the strength of the chess pieces related to skills and spell strength is greatly improved. Similarly, the great increase in attack power is also a huge improvement for Yifeng's current main back row output Draven. 2-star Draven's basic attack power is 83 points, Infinity Blade increases by 35%, and 9 Iron Blood Conqueror increases by 125%. Draven's attack power directly reaches 215 points. Because Guns's Rage Blade brings 10 points of spell strength, Draven's spell strength has also reached 235 points. And Draven's skill Spinning Axe causes damage that is the sum of 1.4 times the attack power and 0.15 spell strength. In other words, the damage of Draven's Flying Axe directly reached more than 360 points. Draven with full attack speed of Sheep Knife can hit 5 times in 1 second, which means that he can deal thousands of terrifying damage in 1 second. Killing a goblin in 1 second is also not a dream. Seeing the great improvement of chess pieces, Yifeng felt very happy. This is the strength of the Color Bond 9 Iron Blood Conqueror. In addition to the enhancement of attributes, after reaching the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror, the number of Conquer layers provided by killing a monster directly reached 20 points. In other words, from the 15,000th layer to the 20,000th layer, only 250 monsters need to be killed to get the next reward. Yifeng's efficiency before was enough to kill nearly 1,000 goblin monsters every day. Now that the properties of the chess pieces have been greatly improved, it is easy to kill 1,000 every day and obtain 20,000 conquest points. Yifeng took a look at the remaining gold coins, 78 gold coins, and 8 disposable gold coins after keeping the required 70 gold coins. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided not to recruit new chess pieces for the time being, but to use all 8 gold coins to upgrade the level. Every 4 gold coins can advance the upgrade time by 1 day. After Yifeng pulled twice, there are only 13 days left before the next upgrade. Survivor, Yifeng. Base level, LV3. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 3 plus 6. Base upgrade, 13 days later chest lineup, 33-star Darius, 2 Amumu, 9 2-star Draven, for 2-star Leona, 1 Rel, 1 Swain, 1 Vladimir, 1 Vandal, for 2-star Anbisa. With the blessing of 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, these chess pieces of Yifeng are enough to sweep all the goblins in the forest. Yifeng did not leave chess pieces in the base. After all, with the current strength of chess pieces, the probability of getting injured in the forest is almost impossible. Yifeng glanced at the time. It was only a little after 8 in the morning, which was a good time to go out hunting. After dividing the chess pieces into 3 teams, Yifeng set off again with 10 Darius, 3 Draven, 1 Anbisa and Swain. Not far from the base, they encountered 7 goblins gathered together. They were the ones. Yifeng decided to test Swain's attributes. He did not order other chess pieces to attack, but let Swain rush into the group of monsters alone. Seeing Swain's health being reduced by the siege of goblins, it soon dropped to about half of his health. With a roar, Swain released his skill Demon Sublimation, and his health immediately returned to full. Chapter 57. The magic resistance of goblins is not high. After Swain activates Demon Ascension, he causes more than 80 points of damage to the surrounding goblins every second. And although the goblin's attack looks fierce, the damage is restored by Swain's blood as soon as it is caused. The 6 seconds are coming soon, and the skill of Demon Ascension is about to end. However, as a goblin falls, it adds another 2 seconds of duration to Swain. This additional 2 seconds of duration is like the first domino to fall, and the scene falls completely to one side. As goblins fall one after another, Swain's Demon Ascension is still continuing, but all the goblins have fallen. Yifeng is very satisfied with this combat power test, which means that with Yifeng's current strength, any chess piece can easily kill a group of goblins. The only regret is that these chess pieces need someone to command them. If they can move freely, Yifeng's team will be enough to sweep the entire forest. After testing the combat power of the chess pieces, Yifeng started the forest sweep plan. As long as goblins appear in sight, the chess pieces will swarm up and solve these goblin monsters in a few seconds. At this time, Yifeng only hopes to quickly release a one-click sweep function, otherwise for Yifeng, killing goblins is too boring. The prompt sound of Conquest Layer plus 20 kept coming to his ears. Yifeng knew that it was Anbisa and Xiao Yang who were frantically hunting goblins. Thinking of this, Yifeng felt that he had to get busy. The efficiency of the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors was very fast. In less than a while, Yifeng heard a new layer of reward prompts again. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 20,000 levels of conquest, and getting a random 4-cost barracks builder, and a random 5-cost barracks builder, as a treasure chest reward. Do you want to claim it now? Now that the population is full, there is not much point in getting a 4-cost barracks, and a 5-cost barracks, so Yifeng simply ignored it, and continued to work hard to kill the goblin monsters in the forest. No matter whether it is ordinary goblins or various types of frost goblins, flame goblins, etc., they are as fragile as a piece of paper in front of Yifeng, and they can be harvested as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. By the afternoon, Yifeng's level had soared to more than 34,000 levels, and he got a new treasure chest reward again, a random 2-star 5-cost barracks. At this time, Yifeng discovered a problem. The goblins in the forest seemed to have been emptied by himself. Yes, I'm not kidding, it's really emptied. In the beginning, you could see a group of goblins after walking 100 meters, but now you can only see a few after walking for half a day. This forest doesn't spawn monsters anymore? Yifeng muttered in confusion. If this goes on, how can he kill goblins quickly, and get the maximum reward for the conquest level? Just when Yifeng was confused, 2 prompts came to his ears again. Conquest level plus 20. This prompt was normal, and Yifeng didn't think much about it, but the second prompt immediately dispelled Yifeng's idea of continuing hunting. All the goblins that spawned in the forest every day have been killed, and the goblins will be refreshed tomorrow. Oh my god! It turns out that there is really an upper limit to the goblins in the forest? Before, it felt like this forest was boundless and big enough, and everyone thought that the goblins in it were also endless. But now the survival game has told Yifeng that there are a certain number of goblins in this forest, and they can all be killed. Yifeng looked at the time. It was only 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and there were nearly 2 hours before dark. There was no choice but to go back to the base first and make plans. Back to the base, Yifeng's base has expanded a lot now, and it is brand new compared to when he just crossed over. The shabby wooden fence outside the base has become much stronger after Yifeng upgraded the base level to level 3, and the base's territory area will increase with each upgrade. At the entrance of the base is the newly appeared building trial portal. Beyond the trial portal, there are 9 barracks tents scattered around, like stars surrounding the moon, guarding the houses in the base in the center. Among the barracks, Darius's 3-star barracks with golden light is the most eye-catching. Now Anbisa and Leona have not returned with the chess pieces. They probably don't know that the goblins in the forest have been completely cleared. Yifeng walked into the base room. The decoration inside the house is now very luxurious. There are soft carpets on the floor and various decorations on the wall. The only regret is that there are no electronic devices in this survival world. Yifeng lay on the leather sofa in the living room, and his body was completely immersed in it. The number of levels of Iron Blood Conqueror has reached more than 34,000, and the rewards of 20,000 and 33,000 levels have been obtained again. Yifeng only checked the treasure chest rewards of these 2 times at this time. The reward of 20,000 levels is a random 4-cost barracks builder, and a random 5-cost barracks builder, and the reward of 33,000 levels is even more exaggerated, directly a random 2-star 5-cost barracks builder. After receiving it, Yifeng estimated that the strength of 2 stars and 5 mana alone was enough for any survivor to sweep the forest. Is this a bit too exaggerated? Yifeng sighed to himself. But this is not exaggerated. If he did not know the chess piece bond and equipment synthesis of the golden spatula, the survivors can only form a double Iron Blood Conqueror bond at most, and each monster will increase the conquer layer by 1 layer. It will take a long time to reach 33,000 layers. When the survivors reach 33,000 layers of conquer in the later stage, the 2-star 5-mana barracks at that time will still be powerful, but it will definitely not be too exaggerated. Get all the magic balls for me. With Yifeng's order, 2 purple magic balls appeared in front of him. The phantom exploded instantly, and icons of various chess pieces appeared and kept rolling. I don't know what kind of barracks will be available this time. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the Wei Barracks Builder. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the Malzahar Barracks Builder. Congratulations to the survivor for getting the LeBlanc Barracks Builder. 3 consecutive reminder sounds of the survival game sounded, which was like the sound of nature, and made Yifeng feel comfortable all over. The 3 barracks given were all very good. Yifeng stood up from the sofa and walked out of the house excitedly. At this time, Anbisa and Leona also returned to the base with chess pieces. Looking at the chess pieces in front of him, Yifeng was in trouble. The new chess pieces were very good, and he wanted to take them all. However, the population was so small that he didn't know what to do for a while. Chapter 58. 4-cost Barracks Wei, a 1-star chess piece has 1100 HP, 50 armor and magic resistance, and 75 attack power. As a 4-cost barracks chess piece, Wei's attributes do not seem to crush the 1-cost chess piece much, but in fact, the biggest difference between low-level chess pieces and high-level chess pieces is the difference in skills. Wei's skill destruction team gains a shield value of 280% spell power for 3 seconds, then stuns the target for 1.5 seconds, hits it downward to cause 600% attack power physical damage, and triggers a shock wave to cause 180% attack power damage to other enemies in a row and knock them away briefly. In other words, the ultimate damage of a naked 1-star Wei can have a high damage of 450 points. Her bonds are Enforcer and Brawler. The bond effect of Enforcer is to gain shield and damage amplification, but Yifeng currently does not have other Enforcer chess pieces. The bond effect of Brawler is to gain 15% all-round lifesteal and cause additional true damage, and restore some health when the health is below 50%. Draven also has the Brawler bond, which means that if the Wei Barracks is built, Draven and Wei will enjoy the bond bonus of double Brawler, gaining 15% all-round lifesteal and 6% true damage, and can also restore 10% of health after half health. If Wei is included in the existing lineup and given the Iron Conqueror job transfer, then how thick Wei's output and shield can be is simply unimaginable, and the 2 5-cost barracks chess pieces are also not simple. Malzahar, commonly known as Grasshopper, is a back row output. His basic attributes are not particularly eye-catching, but his skill damage is very explosive. Skill Mechanical Summon summons a 5-meter door. Enemies hit by the door will receive 80% magic damage of spell strength and 20% magic resistance for 4 seconds. At first glance, this skill is not very powerful, but the power is yet to come. Malzahar's skill will spread 5 layers of infection effect after hitting the enemy. Each layer will cause 15% magic damage of spell strength, which will last until the end of the battle, and the effect can be stacked infinitely. If the infected enemy dies, the number of layers will spread to other nearby enemies. In other words, as long as the front row is strong enough, Malzahar can continuously stack the number of infection layers on the enemy, and there is no upper limit to the damage. In the game of Golden Shovel War, many people are obviously weak in combat power. If they get a 1-star Malzahar, as long as the front row can hold up, they can turn defeat into victory. Malzahar's bond is Hex Deck and Profit. The effect of Hex Deck is to gain a crystal when causing damage. At 20 crystals, they will shock their current target, causing magic damage plus 25% of the damage caused since the last shock, and then reset, and the chess piece with Hex Deck can also gain additional armor and magic resistance. The bond of Profit is that when they gain mana, they can gain more mana, which also allows them to release skills faster. And among Yifeng's current chess pieces, Amumu also has the bond of Hex Deck, and Rel has the bond of Profit. That is to say, if the Malzahar barracks is built, then both bonds will be perfectly activated. As for the 2-star LeBlanc, or Enchanter, Yifeng is even more excited. As a 2-star 5-cost character, LeBlanc's base health has reached 1620 points, and the initial attributes are very good. As for LeBlanc's bond, Black Rose and Mage, Yifeng has already gathered 2 mages for these 2 bonds, and the next bond upgrade requires 4 mages. As for the Black Rose bond, Xiaon can be summoned to assist in combat, and the more bonds there are, the stronger Xiaon will be, but to activate this bond, at least 3 Black Roses are required. Among Yifeng's current chess pieces, only 1 vampire has this bond. However, as a 2-star 5-cost character, LeBlanc's skills are very eye-catching. The skill Fate Chain uses chains to lock the 4 nearest enemies together for 5 seconds, evenly sharing 975% of the spell strength of magic damage. And every time one of them is hurt, 25% of the damage will be shared as additional real damage to the other 3 enemies. And LeBlanc's next 3 general attacks will cause an additional 240% magic damage, and this value will increase by 50% for each enemy killed by the initial damage. What is the concept? If LeBlanc is equipped with Iron Blood Conqueror Job Transfer, the spell strength can directly reach about 255 points. One skill is enough to cause about 2,500 points of damage, and each enemy will share more than 600 points of magic damage. And the damage to these enemies will be shared by others, which can also cause good damage to the enemy. If she is equipped with 2 more mage equipment, then Yifeng dare not think about how exaggerated her combat power can be. The most important point, that is, LeBlanc's appearance is also high enough. If the construction is completed, and the smart chess piece magic scroll is used, then Yifeng may be able to. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but smile. LeBlanc's appearance and figure are definitely not bad. It's time to change the barracks. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided to dismantle the Vander and Vladimir barracks and replace them with the Malzahar and LeBlanc barracks. In this way, the loss of the bond is only the 4 supervision to the double supervision bond, but the 2 new bonds of Hex Machinery and Profit are activated. In general, it's not too bad. As for the 4-cost Way Barracks Builder, keep it in the backpack for the time being, and wait until the base level is upgraded to level 4 and the population is increased again before building the Way Barracks. Just do it. Yifeng walked to the 2 barracks of Vander and Vladimir and chose to demolish them directly. Only part of the gold coins will be returned if the barracks are demolished with gold coins. Do you want to demolish them? Yifeng did not hesitate and chose yes. The 2 barracks suddenly turned into a white light and disappeared, leaving only the bare ground, as if nothing had ever existed. Demolish the Vander barracks and return 4 gold coins. Demolish the Vladimir barracks and return 4 gold coins. The 2 barracks cost 20 gold coins to build, and now only 8 gold coins have been returned. But Yifeng did not care about these losses. After all, more gold coins means more willfulness. As for the Iron Blood Conqueror emblem on the 2 barracks, it was now back in Yifeng's backpack interface. Taking out both the LeBlanc Barracks Builder and the Malzahar Barracks Builder, Yifeng decisively chose to use them. The 2 barracks suddenly rose from the ground. Chapter 59. After the 2 barracks appeared, Yifeng equipped the original Iron Conqueror emblem to the Malzahar and LeBlanc barracks. After looking at his 78 gold coins, Yifeng decided to spend 10 gold coins to recruit a Malzahar and LeBlanc to ensure that the bond was not lost. Now Yifeng's barracks lineup is Darius, Draven, Amumu, Rel, Leona, Swain, and Bisa, LeBlanc, Malzahar. And in terms of bonds, there are also quite a lot of bonds. First and foremost, of course, is the 9 Iron Conquerors, but Yifeng has not recruited Malzahar and LeBlanc yet, and this bond is not activated for the time being. In addition, Darius and Amumu have formed a double supervision bond, which can provide damage reduction for these two front row pieces. Amumu and Malzahar activated the double hextech bond, and every 20 attacks on the enemy, they will cause 150 points of shock damage to the enemy plus 25% of the damage caused by a shock, and at the same time increase the armor and magic resistance of these two pieces by 25 points. Rel and Leona's double sentinel bond provides 12 points of armor and magic resistance for the whole team, while they themselves gain 36 points of armor and magic resistance. At the same time, Rel and Malzahar also activated the new bond Prophet. The double Prophet bond allows the Prophet chess piece to gain an additional 25% of mana when gaining mana. Swain and LeBlanc reformed the double mage bond, which increases the spell power of the whole team by 10 points, and the two mage chess pieces increase it by 20 points. In addition, in theory, Nbisa's diplomat bond should also be activated. Diplomat bond will only be activated when there are 1 or 4, and each diplomat chess piece can provide a unique bonus. In the game of Golden Shovel, Nbisa's diplomat bonus is that every time an opponent is defeated, the whole team's chess pieces can gain 2 points of armor and magic resistance. The upper limit in the game is to increase armor and magic resistance by 14 points. But Yifeng hunted so many goblins, and never triggered Nbisa's diplomat bonus. In other words, many monsters in the forest are not treated as enemies. So what is an enemy? Yifeng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. He currently has no answer to this question. In addition to these activated bonds, Yifeng's unactivated bonds include LeBlanc's Black Rose, Swain's Dual Warrior, Leona's Piltover Academy and Draven's Brawler. After sorting out the bond of his current chess piece, Yifeng took out a chess piece intelligent scroll, directly recruited LeBlanc, and then used the scroll on her. As the scroll took effect, LeBlanc, who had originally had a blank expression, became lively and had human emotions. "It's a pleasure to serve you, my master." Looking at LeBlanc's exposed white shoulders, her delicate face, and her tall and elegant figure, all attracted Yifeng's attention. Unlike Leona, a warrior wearing light armor, LeBlanc's temperament made Yifeng's heart feel like a feather constantly teasing. Yifeng directly called LeBlanc to come over to him, and took her into his arms. There was a hint of cunning in LeBlanc's eyes, and no one knew what she was thinking. She had blonde hair that looked like satin, and she wore a tuxedo with black and gold interwoven, which made her look even more luxurious. Her white arms were like lotus roots, and a pair of black gloves made her arms vaguely visible like gauze. She wore translucent black stockings on her lower body, and through the stockings, you could vaguely see her delicate skin. Looking at LeBlanc in front of him, Yifeng turned his gaze to the little son Leona next to him. Compared with the two, it was the difference between a girl and a queen. Seeing Yifeng's eyes looking at her, Leona seemed to have not reacted yet, and looked at Yifeng with a smile and asked, "Master, do you have any instructions?" Looking at the innocent Leona, Yifeng felt that she didn't understand at all, and he needed to give her more popular science. "Nbisa, take the other chess pieces out to hunt. The goblin monsters are gone during the day. Wait until the cat monsters appear at night, and hunt as soon as possible. Come back later." After arranging Nbisa to go, Yifeng hugged the two women of different styles on the left and right, and walked into the house. "Leona, put down the sword and shield. LeBlanc, you also put the staff aside." It was not until midnight that Yifeng dragged his tired body out of the door, with the support of Leona and LeBlanc. It was indeed a physical job for these two women to eat rice. At this time, Nbisa had been back with the chess pieces for a while. She took the chess pieces to the night forest, and she was also like a whirlwind, brushing the number of conquests to about 38,000 layers, and it was not far from the next 44,000 layer treasure chest reward. What made Yifeng most happy was that the crowns carried by Riel and Swain, although the probability was low, still dropped 3 gold coins, which means that Yifeng now has 71 gold coins, and he can still get the full interest the next day. Yifeng looked around the remaining scattered equipment. 2 useless rods, 2 tears of the goddess, 1 gloves, and 1 recurved bow. I don't know why the drop rate of basic equipment seems to have dropped in the past few days. Looking at his remaining basic equipment, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. If other survivors heard his words, they would probably be so angry that they wanted to curse. Do you think this is still human talk? Now most survivors can only get 1 to 2 finished equipment, which means that in a full 8 days, most people have only got 2 to 4 pieces of basic equipment. Not to mention that some non-Africans are so unlucky that they have not been able to get 2 basic equipment to get 1 finished equipment. If they knew that Yifeng had revealed 6 basic equipment in the past 2 days, they would probably be envious. "LeBlanc, I equip you with 2 pieces of equipment," Yifeng said gently to LeBlanc beside him. Now he understood why so many men said that Haisi was the only true god. Useless rod plus tears of the goddess. As these two pieces of equipment were placed in LeBlanc's barracks, they immediately became the finished equipment Archangel staff. Increases spell power and mana, and can infinitely stack spell power after entering battle. Useless rod plus gloves. Another new finished equipment appeared on LeBlanc's barracks. Pearl gauntlets increase critical hit rate and spell power, and can also allow the skills of the carrier to crit. Chapter 60. After equipping LeBlanc with two pieces of equipment, LeBlanc will be the most powerful back row mage output in Yifeng's team, and the special mechanism of the chain will also have a good effect against the enemy in the future. For 2 consecutive days, Yifeng didn't pay much attention to what everyone was talking about in the chat interface. At this moment, Yifeng only felt that his body was hollowed out, and he had no worldly desires at all. Now he couldn't sleep, so Yifeng decided to open the chat interface to see what everyone was talking about at night. With 2-star chess pieces, hunting is indeed much easier. If nothing else, at least basic food and clothing are guaranteed. Ha ha ha, thank you for sharing, otherwise it wouldn't be so easy. Speaking of which, Yifeng hasn't been active recently. Is he preparing to do something big? Seeing this comment, Yifeng couldn't help but think in his heart. If Leona and Leona are considered big things, this buddy's remarks are not wrong. Yifeng lurked, didn't speak, and just continued to watch everyone chatting. Although the strength is strong, the novice protection period will soon end. What should we do if monsters invade and attack the base? Another person asked a question. Many people have not thought about this question carefully, but now that they think about it, many people are scared and sweating. Everyone can deal with goblins during the day, but for some survivors with weaker strength, it is very difficult to face one cat demon at night. If the novice protection period will end in 10 days, and a few cat demons attack the base, when the monsters invade, then everyone is likely to be defeated. According to other survivors, once all the chess pieces are dead, the monster will directly attack the survivors themselves, and the only ending is death, and everyone has only 2 chances to revive, that is, 3 lives. The third time is really a glitch. In today's chat interface, almost no one takes out various combat power props to exchange things. After all, no one knows what will happen after the novice protection period ends, so more strength means more sense of security. In today's chat interface, Yifeng can hardly pick up anything, just watch the fun. While everyone was chatting, suddenly someone broke a piece of news, which immediately aroused everyone's interest. Brothers, it's worth my painstaking recording for 8 days. I finally found something. It is definitely very important for our future. Hearing his words, everyone's interest was aroused, and they all asked what they had found. I hate people who leave things on suspense. If you're not my friend, can't you just send out all the information at once? Do you have to keep people on suspense? What's the big deal? Tell me. Yes, tell me now. Stop spamming, wait a minute for this guy to continue. A minute later, this guy finally spoke again. There are too many people on the chat screen, and it doesn't show how many people there are. I initially thought that all the people in Yin country were dragged into this survival game, but then I found something wrong. After 8 days of observation and private chats, and asking many other survivors, I found that everyone is from Tianyuan province. After this buddy came up with his conclusion, everyone was immediately surprised. Fuck, what? Dude is really from Tianyuan province. I am also from Tianyuan province. From Taoza City, are there any fellow villagers? Really, but what's the point of discovering this? Although this conclusion was reached, everyone still didn't understand what this had to do with everyone's future. Everyone was waiting silently, waiting for the previous buddy to continue to say the next conclusion. Do you still remember the first day? The prompt of the survival game. Think carefully about the prompt at the time. Dear Blue Star people, congratulations on being selected into the world of Golden Shovel Survival and officially becoming a survivor. In other words, all the people of our entire Blue Star have been pulled into this survival game, but at present, our chat channel only has people from Tianyuan province, which means that there must be other chat channels. Maybe in the future, we will meet survivors from other chat channels. After being reminded like this, everyone suddenly realized and remembered the original prompt of this survival game, as if it really addressed all the Blue Star people. This is just my personal guess. Someone said before that there was a so-called border trial at the edge of the forest. Passing the trial can unlock more maps. I suspect that more maps in the future will be public maps. At that time, perhaps this survival game will become even more cruel. If according to what this person said, when the survival game reaches the later stage, the area where everyone is located will be a public area, then it can be imagined that billions of survivors on the entire Blue Star will inevitably compete for resources in a public area. At that time, What everyone will face is not only various monsters, but also the struggles between people. Just like the primitive jungle, every step is dangerous. However, there are still people who want to refute this person's views and speculations. What you said is just a guess. Without any evidence, how can you be sure that the future will be a public area? That's right, maybe even if a new map appears, everyone will be separated by each other, and there will definitely be no problem. That's right, don't guess without evidence, it's scary. Compared with other survivors who don't believe this speculation, Yifeng is much calmer. He actually has a half-belief and half-doubt attitude towards this view. After all, the existence behind this survival game brings everyone together. There must be a purpose and motive. You can't lock everyone in the forest to brush goblins for a lifetime. At this time, the survivor who first proposed the conjecture also continued to refute his conjecture. You think the existence that can capture all the people of Blue Star to play this survival game must be more powerful than our civilization? Such an existence must have a purpose after capturing us, for research? Or use us as guinea pigs? But I am more inclined to believe that they want to raise survivors who meet their requirements, like raising goo. The guess of this survivor made the originally calm lake surface ripple, and everyone started to discuss and guess what was behind this survival game. Seeing everyone's guessing, Yifeng bubbled up and decided to try what was outside the border tomorrow. I go to the border trial tomorrow to see what the new area looks like after passing it. Chapter 61. When Yifeng popped up, the chat interface became much more lively. Many survivors took the initiative to take over the topic and asked about Yifeng's current combat power. Boss finally popped up. Long time no see. Is this boss's godly equipment? The person above is talking nonsense. I guess you already have 3 2-star barracks, all 3 finished equipment. With your strength, you will definitely pass the level easily. Remember to show everyone what rewards the border trial has. Ha, boss, go and try to see what the new map is. You will know whether your inference is right or wrong. Boss, can you reveal your third chess piece? That is, the chess piece besides Darius and Draven. Someone asked about Yifeng's lineup. Yifeng did not hide it, and sent a photo directly. In the photo, Yifeng was sitting on the sofa, with Leona and LeBlanc serving him on both sides. When the photo was sent out, everyone was stunned. Ah? Aren't there only 2 people? Boss, you only level up 3 more times after killing the Minotaur boss. How come there are 4 different barracks chess pieces? No, boss, what kind of chess pieces are these? Why do I feel like I've never seen them before? That's right, I've also inquired about a lot of chess pieces these days, but I've never seen these 2 chess pieces. Wait, we risked our lives to take the chess pieces out hunting, but you hugged them left and right? I don't want to say anything more about what's between people. I've said the word indie countless times, and I won't repeat it again. Yifeng did not explain why he had 4 different barracks chess pieces, nor did he explain that Leona and LeBlanc were higher cost chess pieces. He just posted a photo and let everyone guess. Lying on the bed, feeling the warmth from a delicate body on each side, Yifeng slept very soundly. Congratulations to all survivors for successfully surviving to the 9th day. Daily gold coins have been issued. Investment strategy Hex Deck enhancement has taken effect, and the health of all barracks chess pieces has increased by 35 points. With the gold coin rewards of 2-3 crown barracks every day, interest rewards, and daily minimum living allowance gold coins, Yifeng received another 35 gold coins. Now the number of gold coins is 106. Yifeng recruited another LeBlanc, leaving 101 gold coins. Yifeng spent another 24 gold coins to upgrade the base 6 times. Now there are only 6 days left before the base is upgraded to level 4. Looking at the remaining 77 gold coins, Yifeng glanced at the barracks construction options refreshed today. Coincidentally, there was an Amumu barracks, and Yifeng's barracks fragments could be used to make an Amumu barracks fragment, which could upgrade Amumu to 2 stars. Yifeng did not hesitate to spend the 5 gold coins, and directly bought an Amumu barracks, and directly upgraded Amumu to 2 stars. Because the conquest level was increased again yesterday, and 2 new treasure chests were opened, the original bonus was increased by 10%. The combat power of the chess pieces was increased again, and another day passed. The Hex-enhanced investment strategy increased the maximum health of all chess pieces by 35 points. The equipment given by Darius today, Mystic Gloves, is not bad. Ion Spark and Thorn Vest. 1 magic resistance equipment, and 1 physical resistance equipment are more versatile. Yifeng's goal today is nothing else but the border trial that someone mentioned earlier. Yifeng was also a little curious about what the map outside the forest was. It was already past 10 in the morning, and Yifeng got up a little late. According to the survivor who had previously revealed the border trial, he walked for about 6 hours before he walked out of the forest and reached the border. In other words, if Yifeng sets out now, he may not be able to return to the base before dark. However, for the terrifying night of other survivors, is there really a threat to Yifeng? So Yifeng didn't worry about this problem at all. Even if it was dark, the worst thing would be to kill all the way back to the base. Could it be that with his current lineup, he's still worried about these monsters? Yifeng walked all the way to the east, and when he encountered goblins in the forest, he solved them all. After 3 hours of travel, Yifeng walked out of the forest, and came to the so-called border. As the survivor said, when they walked out of the forest, the ground turned into bare rocks, and there was nothing around. It was like a blank area where the game had not yet loaded the materials. The survivor said that it took 5 or 6 hours to reach the border, so why did it only take him 3 hours? Yifeng couldn't help but wonder, but he immediately figured out the key. The survivor's chess pieces were not very strong. It would take a lot of effort to clean up the goblins he encountered along the way. How could he move forward non-stop like Yifeng? That person said that some border trial was triggered nearby. Where is it? Yifeng remembered that the survivor said that he got a hint of the survival game after he came to the border, but why didn't he get any hint at all now? Yifeng looked into the distance. There was nothing else in the endless rock and soil. At the end of his sight, the horizon was still endless rock and soil. Let's take a look around first. Yifeng decided to keep moving forward and take a look around. Just when Yifeng had just taken a few steps, the reminder sound of the survival game finally came. Congratulations to the survivor for coming to the border of the forest. If you pass the border trial, you can unlock more maps. Detecting the number of survivor barracks. The number of barracks has reached 4 or more, meeting the conditions for opening the border trial. Do you want to open it now? 3 reminder sounds came in a row. Hearing this reminder sound, Yifeng suddenly relaxed a lot about this border trial. The condition for opening is 4 barracks. I think this border trial is not a very strong trial. With the lineup of 9 barracks and 9 Iron Blood Conquerors, it is definitely a sure win. Open now. As Yifeng finished speaking, the reminder sound of the survival game sounded again. The basic level of the trial is D. You can get higher authority rewards by opening higher levels. Do you want to open a higher challenge level? Hearing this reminder, although I don't know what the so-called higher authority rewards are, it must not be a bad thing. Open a higher challenge level. More challenge levels S, A, B, C, please choose to open them by yourself. In other words, the trial level is a total of 5 levels from S to D. It seems that different challenge levels will give different authorities. So what is there to hesitate about? Open the S level challenge for me. Chapter 62. As Yifeng chose the S level challenge, the originally barren border area was surrounded by light curtains, surrounding Yifeng in the center. The area in the middle was a square field with a length and width of 100 meters. Just as Yifeng was wondering, a crack about 10 meters long appeared in the sky. In the crack, a 10-meter-tall dragon man slowly fell from the crack. The dragon man's skin exuded a silver-white luster, holding a spear that was almost the same height as it, and slowly fell from the air. There seemed to be thunder surrounding it. When it fell to the ground, the entire ground was shaken and splashed with dust, and the crushed gravel splashed around, and sand and stones flew for a while. The dragon man looked around, and seemed to be still confused, not knowing why he suddenly appeared here. But soon it saw Yifeng and his group not far away, and immediately roared, holding a spear and attacking Yifeng. Roar. A deep and majestic voice came out from the dragon man's mouth, and a bolt of lightning struck down instantly. The lightning landed on Darius, and immediately dealt more than 500 points of magic damage. Damn, this damage is a bit outrageous. Yifeng hurriedly called the chess pieces forward to attack. After all, there was no escape route around. If they wanted to survive, they could only kill the huge dragon man monster in front of them. 30 Darius were arranged by Yifeng to attack the dragon man from 4 angles, and Draven dispersed and attacked the dragon man freely. Amumi Yifeng was worried that the bond would be lost, so he left him by his side. For 2-star NPCs also attacked the dragon man at this moment. In addition to the intelligent Leona, the remaining 3 Leonas also stepped forward to assist in the attack. Malzahar and Leona also joined the battlefield and began to attack the dragon man. The dragon man saw that the ant in his eyes actually took the initiative to attack him, and a trace of anger appeared on his face, which seemed very dissatisfied. He waved the spear in his hand at the 8 Darius in front of him, and suddenly a large area of -200 damage appeared. However, 8 -70 magic damage values also appeared on the dragon man's body. Yifeng immediately reacted. This is the special effect of Thorn Vest. When hit by any attack, it will cause 100 magic damage to all enemies in the immediate area, and the cooling time is 10 seconds. In other words, after this wave, the Dragon Man himself also suffered more than 500 damage. At this moment, Draven's axes were all chopped towards the Dragon Man. Among a large number of more than 100 points of damage, 2 of them had more than 160 points of damage. This triggered a critical hit. Darius's axe also chopped at the Dragon Man, causing considerable damage to the Dragon Man. Yifeng couldn't see the health of this Dragon Man, but he guessed that it would definitely not be too little. Although both LeBlanc and Malzahar were in the back row, LeBlanc was equipped with Archangel Staff and had more initial mana, so she was the first to throw out her ultimate move. The 2 LeBlancs each threw a chain that appeared above the Dragon Man's head, and 2-3,108 damage values suddenly appeared on his head. Because there was only one enemy, all the damage from LeBlanc's skills was taken by the Dragon Man alone, so the damage seemed particularly high. After a moment, Malzahar finally released his skills. A 5-meter-wide portal appeared on both sides of the Dragon Man's body, and then linked together, causing some damage to the Dragon Man and weakening his magic resistance. At the same time, 5 layers of infection effects appeared on the Dragon Man's body. Each layer could cause more than 30 points of magic damage per second. These damages seemed not high, but they could be stacked infinitely. The Dragon Man felt pain and directly inserted his spear into the ground. With a roar, countless thunders appeared out of thin air in the sky, constantly falling down, hitting Darius and Leona in the front row. The lightning struck Darius, causing hundreds of points of terrifying damage, but the Dragon Man also had bursts of explosions on his body, emitting a large number of magic damage. This is the special effect of Ion Spark. When the enemy releases the skill, it can also cause magic damage to the enemy. 30 Darius carried Ion Spark on their bodies, and immediately blew the most gorgeous fireworks on the Dragon Man's body. The lightning that originally attacked randomly seemed to gather together at this time, focusing on attacking 3 of the targets. But when Yifeng saw the target of the lightning attack, he could no longer hold back his laughter. The 3 lightnings that gathered together struck at a speed of almost 10 per second, and all struck Leona. However, at this time, Leona had just released all the skills Eclipse, and with the blessing of the spell strength of the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror, she directly obtained 100% damage reduction. In other words, this lightning had no effect on Leona at all. The terrifying lightning lasted for 2 seconds, which means that in just 2 seconds, it caused 20 strikes. If it hit other chess pieces, it might cause the loss of chess pieces. 3 seconds later, Leona's enhancement disappeared, and the Dragon Man was hit with hundreds of magic damage. The battle soon lasted for 10 seconds, and Leona's light shield badge began to take effect. 3 Leonas can provide shields for 6 chess pieces, and a layer of white shield suddenly lit up on the 6 Dariuses. Malzahar has now released 2 skills, and the infection on the Dragon Man has reached the 10th level, and he suffers more than 300 magic damage per second. Seeing that his lightning attack did not work, the Dragon Man was angry, opened his dragon head, and opened his mouth, and actually spit out countless lightning at the chess piece in front. -1,000. -1,000. The exaggerated number appeared on the head of the Darius chess piece, and immediately beat all 8 Dariuses in front of him into residual blood. Seeing this, Yifeng did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out his rechargeable recovery scroll, and used it once to bring the health of the chess piece in front back to the healthy line. After releasing this skill, the Dragon Man seemed very tired. The whole dragon used the spear as a crutch to support the body and gasped heavily. However, while it was breathing, Yifeng did not stop. The chess piece's attack still flew towards the Dragon Man like a rainstorm. In 3 seconds, the Dragon Man lost tens of thousands of health points again, but still did not fall down. After 3 seconds of recovery, the Dragon Man seemed to have recovered. At this moment, it once again made a piercing hissing sound, which was as sad as a wail. As this sound rang out, the Dragon Man grabbed the spear and raised it above his head. The lightning on the spear flowed, and endless thunder burst out towards all the enemies around. Fuck, this S-level trial is really intense. Yifeng quickly distanced himself from them, unable to help but complain. Chapter 63. While retreating, Yifeng took out several recovery scrolls that had exploded in the past few days. Seeing that the chess piece's health was reduced after being hit by the thunder, he quickly used a scroll to increase the health of the chess piece. Soon, the thunder ended, and Yifeng also consumed 4 recovery magic scrolls, which ensured the health of the chess piece. As the battle continued, Draven's attack speed was already full, and the flying axe kept slashing at the Dragon Man like a meteor, drawing beautiful arcs in the air. Malzahar's infection was still stacking, and the magic damage the Dragon Man received per second was getting higher and higher. Although Darius suffered a lot of damage, he could recover nearly 500 health points every time he killed 4 people with high spell strength, and the light shield badge carried by Leona also enhanced Darius's tankiness in disguise. After several minutes of fighting, Darius finally died, and Yifeng had caused at least 100,000 damage to the Dragon Man. LeBlanc's Archangel staff continued to increase the spell strength, and now the damage of one of her skills was extremely terrifying. And after rounds of Malzahar's infection layers, the Dragon Man's infection damage per second has reached 4 digits. However, looking at the state of the Dragon Man, it seems that the state is still very healthy, which makes Yifeng a little numb. Is this S-level challenge really played by humans? His strength is definitely very strong, but the chess piece died, and the Dragon Man has no signs of dying. Suddenly, a blue arc appeared around the Dragon Man, and he flew into the sky. As it flew, many chess pieces suddenly lost their targets. Even Draven's flying axe could not attack such a high enemy. The Dragon Man circled and roared in the air, but did not attack Yifeng's chess piece. It seemed very anxious, looking for something. After circling a circle, it rushed to the light curtain on the side, as if it wanted to break out of the light curtain of the border trial. However, it miscalculated. When the Dragon Man's body touched the light curtain, it seemed to touch the hardest thing in the world. The whole body was squeezed on the light curtain, making a huge collision sound. The Dragon Man fell from the sky and fell to the ground with a loud bang, shattering the entire ground, and the gravel splashed out. The original ground was directly smashed into a huge pit by the Dragon Man. When the Dragon Man climbed out of the pit, he looked at the light curtains around him, and let out an unwilling roar. After the roar, he looked at Yifeng and a row of chess pieces, his eyes full of resentment like a human, and rushed towards Yifeng with a spear in hand. Looking at the rich changes in the Dragon Man's expression, Yifeng couldn't help but mutter, "Does this monster have wisdom?" However, before the Dragon Man could make any moves, Yifeng's front row of chess pieces had already rushed over first, and Draven's flying axe followed closely, throwing at it like a rainstorm. Malzahar's mana was full, and after the Dragon Man fell, another mechanical door opened, adding 5 more layers of infection to the Dragon Man. The chains of the Enchantress hit the Dragon Man again, and this time the damage caused directly exceeded 5 digits. Does this Dragon Man have 1,000,000 HP? Yifeng was a little confused. Although he could kill the Dragon Man even if he had 1,000,000 HP, it would inevitably lead to the death of the chess pieces in the front row, which was not the outcome Yifeng wanted. There are still too few recovery scrolls. It would be great if I could make recovery scrolls myself. Yifeng no longer had recovery scrolls, and he could only rely on the chess pieces to survive. Looking at the shield continuously provided by the light shield badge on Leona, Yifeng regretted why he didn't recruit more Leona. At this moment, the Dragon Man faced the attack launched by the chess piece, but he didn't care at all. He held the spear with both hands and stuck it into the ground, then his eyes widened, and a large piece of black thundercloud gathered above his head. It was obvious that he was going to release a big move. The surrounding light curtain not only blocked the Dragon Man, but also blocked Yifeng's escape route. In other words, in this S-level trial, one of the Dragon Man and Yifeng had to be killed. Output hard. Yifeng couldn't do anything else at this moment. He had used all kinds of buff scrolls at the beginning. Now he could only hope that the chess pieces would be more powerful. Soon, the thunderclouds became thicker and thicker, and the whole sky became gloomy. In the sky, thunder roared, as if it was destroying the world. Soon, the Dragon Man's big move seemed to have finished charging, and endless thunder in the sky struck down. Each thunder was several meters wide. A Darius was hit, and the terrifying data of -3,000 appeared directly on his body, and he fell directly to the ground. Looking at this scene, Yifeng panicked. Such exaggerated damage was enough to kill all the chess pieces instantly. However, the next scene shocked Yifeng's jaw. After the thunder struck, the remaining 20 or so Dariuses all triggered their ion sparks, which directly caused a large number of -4,000 damage. It seems that the Dragon Man's ultimate skill consumed a lot of mana. This wave of explosions directly caused the Dragon Man to suffer more than 100,000 damage. Then 2 more chains appeared on the Dragon Man's head, -15,000 and -21,000. One of LeBlanc's skills had a critical hit. These damages hit the Dragon Man, and the Dragon Man let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground. The thunderclouds in the sky disappeared after losing the control of the caster, and everything was clear. The huge body of the Dragon Man fell to the ground, and a big hole was smashed into the ground again. Soon, the Dragon Man was dead, and the infection layer left by Malzahar's skill disappeared completely after sensing the Dragon Man's breath dissipated. It seems that this S-level trial is also completed. The Dragon Man's body fell to the ground, but it did not disappear. Instead, it kept shrinking. From the initial height of 10 meters, it became 3 meters, and then slowly became 1 meter. Finally, the Dragon Man's body shrank into a silver-white crystal stone, lying quietly on the ground. Looking closely, there are still some arcs flowing inside this silver-white crystal stone, beautiful and mysterious. Another crystal stone? Yifeng walked up and picked up the crystal stone, and immediately received the reminder sound of the survival game. Obtained special item. Thunder Dragon Crystal Stone. Sure enough, it was another crystal stone. Hearing this sound, Yifeng also confirmed that this thing was the crystal stone he had obtained before. There are already 3 crystal stones, and I don't know what they are used for. Congratulations to the survivor for completing the S-level trial. Chapter 64. Finally done. What exactly is the new map? Yifeng was confused and excited at this time. He didn't know what rewards he would get after completing the border trial. After the Dragon Man was killed, the light curtain around him slowly dissipated. Yifeng also counted his chess pieces at this time. A total of 4 Darius and 1 Leona were killed. The other front row chess pieces were not in good condition either. We can only use the recovery magic scroll to slowly pull back the health later. In this trial, Malzahar and LeBlanc made the greatest contributions. Especially the infection layers superimposed by Malzahar's skills had no upper limit at all, and in the later stage, the Dragon Man lost thousands of health points every second. Every minute, it could cause 60,000 to 70,000 damage to the Dragon Man. When the light curtain around him completely disappeared, Yifeng finally heard the prompt sound of the survival game. Congratulations to the survivor Yifeng for passing the S-level border trial, unlocking the new world map, obtaining S-level permissions, and unlocking various buildings in advance. The New World Teleportation token has been bound, and the holder can carry the chess piece to switch between the 2 map bases at any time. After passing the level, there was no combat power reward, but a so-called S-level permission reward. Yifeng didn't know what this S-level permission meant. After the survival game prompt sound ended, a beautiful and small token appeared in Yifeng's hand. Is this the teleportation token? According to the prompt of the survival game, it seems that you can only go to the new map after returning to the base, and there is also a similar base on the new map. Yifeng looked at the time, and it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It was only a little after 1 p.m. when we arrived at the border area, and the battle with the Dragon Man only lasted a few minutes. Why did the time suddenly come to more than 4 p.m.? Yifeng was puzzled, but he could not get an answer. After the border trial ended, Yifeng did not leave this place directly, but still looked around to see if there were other things. But when Yifeng did not walk far, he was stopped by an invisible wall, and could not move forward. After changing several directions, he could still touch the invisible wall. Well, it seems that there is really nothing. Is this the so-called air wall? Yifeng tried to no avail. It was already 5 p.m., and he was ready to go back to the base. There was still about an hour before dark, and it was definitely unrealistic to rush back to the base before dark. Traveling at night might be dangerous for other survivors, but for Yifeng, it was like a picnic without any danger. Now the cat demon at night can be easily solved with his chess piece strength. Yifeng walked and stopped along the way, and he cleared out the goblin groups he encountered. It was soon past 6 o'clock, and it was finally dark. It was the first time that Yifeng saw the monsters in the forest at night. When the sun completely set, the goblins that were in front of Yifeng suddenly disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. Such a change made Yifeng's eyes widen. Then, a crack appeared in the space where the goblins were originally located. In the space crack, several cat demons walked out. So this is how the monsters at night came from. After seeing the origin of the cat demon, Yifeng did not hesitate to call the chess pieces forward and cleaned up the cat demon again in no time. Tomorrow is the 10th day, and the novice protection period of the survival game is about to end. Perhaps for many survivors, tonight is their last peaceful night. After all, no matter how powerful the monsters at night are, they will not take the initiative to attack them in the base. But after tomorrow, everything will be hard to say. If the chess pieces can withstand the battle, it will be fine. If the chess pieces can't withstand the battle, then every night will be a nightmare for them. Yifeng sighed that after losing the novice protection period, the cruelty of this game will soon be revealed to everyone. While clearing all kinds of cat demon monsters that appeared at night along the way, he went back to the base. Finally, at around 9 o'clock in the evening, Yifeng returned to the base with a full load. Lying on the outdoor sofa in the base, Yifeng embraced LeBlanc and enjoyed the fruit he fed him. He felt relaxed. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng found that many survivors did not rest, and were talking about the end of the novice protection period. There will be no novice protection tomorrow night. Although I can hunt cat monsters, if more cat monsters attack the base, I feel that I will still suffer heavy losses. I am really panicking. I am panicking too. This base upgrade takes the 11th day, or it costs 4 gold coins to upgrade for an extra day. It feels like the game is deliberately blocking everyone and forcing everyone to upgrade the base. Ha ha ha, Buddy has saved more than 20 gold coins and earned interest. Tomorrow I will directly spend 4 gold coins to upgrade to level 3, and then find a new barracks to form a bond. The strength will definitely be improved. It's good that these cat demons are attacking the base at that time, so we don't have to go hunting everywhere at night. We can just wait for them to come to our door at home. Some people are worried and some are happy. Some survivors have good combat power, and have saved a lot of gold coins to earn interest every day. Compared with other survivors, who are still struggling every day, they can get more resources every day, so naturally they have no worries about the end of the novice protection period. Yifeng scanned it, and didn't find any useful information. Just as he was about to close the chat interface, a message caught his attention. Yifeng, didn't you say you were going to the border trial today? Why haven't you posted for so long? Can you tell everyone what the so-called new map is like after passing it? As soon as this person spoke, it immediately resonated with other survivors. Everyone tagged Yifeng, all curious about what the so-called border trial was like. That's right, and Yifeng, tell us something quickly. Has the boss already gone to the new map? That shouldn't be the case. If he goes to the new map, will he be unable to use the chat function? Logically speaking, the boss should have cleared the trial soon. Everyone started talking, all discussing things related to the border trial. Seeing that everyone was curious, Yifeng happened to see the chat interface again, so he was ready to tell everyone. The so-called border trial can only be opened when there are 4 or more barracks. After clearing the level, you will get a token that can be teleported to the new map. I haven't had time to go yet. Other than that, I don't know anything else. Chapter 65. After Yifeng explained briefly, everyone became curious and urged Yifeng to go to the new map to check out the situation. Everyone was curious about what the so-called new map looked like, and what could be found on the new map. In fact, without everyone urging him, Yifeng himself was also very curious about what the so-called new map looked like, and what the so-called S-level authority was. After taking out the token, Yifeng heard a prompt. Do you want to teleport to the Scarlet Land now? The Scarlet Land? Is this the name of the new map? After confirming the teleportation, Yifeng was prompted again to decide which chess pieces to take to the new map. Is this even worth considering? I must take all of them just in case. After taking all the chess pieces, Yifeng felt a trance in front of his eyes, and when he came to his senses, he had appeared in a new area. All he saw was scarlet, and Yifeng looked up and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky. Yifeng looked around. The forest base also looked like a forest base. 9 barracks were standing quietly in it. The trial portal was also here. In addition, there were 2 more wooden buildings whose names were unclear. Outside the base, there was no longer an endless forest, but a vast plain. Looking over, a river could be seen flowing in the distance. The river also appeared scarlet. It was unknown whether it was dyed red by the moonlight, or it was originally like this. Welcome survivors to the Scarlet Land. As the first survivor to come to the Scarlet Land, you will obtain S-level permissions, unlock the Magic Scroll Manufacturing House and Equipment Manufacturing House in advance, increase the upper limit of a single barracks chess piece to 200, and unlock the map of the nearby area within a radius of 50 miles in advance. The Magic Scroll Production House and Equipment Production House can be understood literally, but the upper limit of chess pieces in a single barracks makes Yifeng a little confused. Is there an upper limit to the number of chess pieces that each barracks can recruit? I don't know how many chess pieces this upper limit is. The last reward is the most attractive to Yifeng. Now in the forest, there is no map at all. Everyone has to make their own marks to facilitate identification when they go out to explore. Now that we have come to this Scarlet Land, there is finally a map, which allows everyone to find the location more conveniently. Sure enough, there is an additional map option on the interface of the survival system. After opening the map, a map like the satellite map in the mobile phone map appears. You can zoom in and out, and you can clearly see 2 lakes not far away, as well as mountains in the distance, etc. When Yifeng tried to pull the map to a place 50 miles away, a black area appeared, and nothing was displayed. It seems that these areas have to be explored by yourself to know. Yifeng decided to go forward to check the specific situation of the Magic Scroll Production House. Magic Scroll Production House. You can arrange for the chess pieces bound to the mage to bind to the production house. The bound chess pieces can make unlock magic scrolls for free every day. The number of productions is related to the chess pieces level and star rating. The Magic Scroll Production House can bind up to 5 chess pieces. Consume magic essence to make more magic scrolls. Each magic scroll consumes different essences. Currently unlocked magic scrolls. Low-level group recovery scroll, low-level group damage amplification scroll, low-level group armor scroll, low-level group magic resistance scroll. Use the magic scroll design to unlock more magic scrolls. 4 basic scrolls. Group blood recovery, group damage increase, group armor increase, group magic resistance increase. According to the introduction of this house, more magic scrolls can be obtained to unlock in the future. In addition, Yifeng was a little confused about what the magic essence mentioned was. He had never encountered it after brushing for so long. Suddenly, Yifeng had a flash of inspiration in his mind and thought of something. Opening the backpack interface, Yifeng took out the crystal stone that appeared after the death of the forest banshee. Sure enough, when Yifeng took out the crystal stone, he immediately heard the prompt sound of the survival game. It is detected that the survivor holds the forest banshee crystal stone, which can be converted into 100 points of magic essence. Do you want to convert it now? Hearing this prompt, Yifeng finally understood what these special items crystal stones are used for. It turned out that they are used to convert into magic essence. Convert it for me. After the conversion, Yifeng took out the skeleton behemoth crystal stone obtained behind the trial portal, and the thunder dragon crystal stone that was still warm after killing the dragon man before, and sure enough, he received the prompt sound of the survival game again. The crystal stone of the skeleton beast was converted into 100 points of magic essence, while the crystal stone of the thunder dragon man was converted into 1,000 points of magic essence, which was 10 times the former. However, thinking of the strength of the dragon man, Yifeng was relieved. After finding the source of magic essence, Yifeng prepared to check the details of the magic scroll production. The construction house has not yet bound the mage bond chess piece and cannot be used. Please bind a mage bond chess piece as soon as possible. At present, Yifeng has 2 mage bond chess pieces in his hand, Swain and LeBlanc. According to the construction house, the star level and level of the chess piece will affect the number of magic scrolls produced, so naturally the higher the level and grade, the better. Swain is a 3-cost card, and currently only a 1-star chess piece. And LeBlanc is not only a powerful 5-cost card, but has also reached 2 stars. So without hesitation, Yifeng bound the non-intelligent LeBlanc to the magic scroll production house. After choosing to bind, the LeBlanc instantly entered the production house, and seemed to be busy with something. Bind chess piece. 2-star LeBlanc can produce 20 low-level magic scrolls per day. Please select a specific magic scroll in the selection items. It is the 4 magic scrolls that have been unlocked for free. A 1-cost chess piece can produce 2 magic scrolls per day, a 2-cost chess piece can produce 4 per day, and so on. After the chess piece is upgraded, it can be doubled on this basis. If LeBlanc reaches 3 stars, 40 magic scrolls can be obtained every day. Yifeng directly chose the low-level group recovery magic scroll. Each scroll can restore 50% of the health of the chess piece with the lowest health value. 10 magic scrolls can be regarded as the second or even third life for the chess piece. After the selection is completed, you can receive the magic scroll of the previous day after 6 o'clock tomorrow, and you can accumulate magic scrolls for up to 5 days. Although the construction house is a building, Yifeng cannot enter it. Just like the chess piece barracks, he can only observe from the outside. After Yifeng finished his selection, he could see LeBlanc in the house through the window, and began to get busy, and began to make magic scrolls seriously. Chapter 66. After binding the chess pieces to the magic scroll production house, Yifeng continued to check its other function, consuming magic essence to produce additional magic scrolls. Yifeng currently has 1,200 magic essence points, and he doesn't know how many magic scrolls he can produce. When Yifeng checked the additional production, he was shocked. A low-level magic scroll only needs 5 magic essence points to produce one. In other words, Yifeng's 1,200 magic essence points can be exchanged for 240 magic scrolls. 240 magic scrolls. One by one, Yifeng feels that he can't use up all these magic scrolls. Low-level group recovery scroll. After use, it will restore 50% of the health of the 10 chess pieces with the lowest health. Production requires 5 magic essence points. Low-level group damage amplification scroll. After use, it will increase the damage bonus of 10 chess pieces of the specified type by 5%, which lasts for 3 hours. This effect cannot be stacked. Production requires 5 points of magic essence. Low-level group armor scroll. After use, it will increase the armor value of 10 designated chess pieces by 30 points, which will last for 3 hours. This effect cannot be stacked. Production requires 5 points of magic essence. Low-level group magic resistance scroll. After use, it will increase the magic resistance of 10 designated chess pieces by 30 points, which will last for 3 hours. This effect cannot be stacked. Production requires 5 points of magic essence for different magic scrolls have different effects. The most practical one is naturally the group recovery scroll. First, consuming 1,000 points of magic essence, Yifeng directly exchanged for a full 200 low-level recovery scrolls. With the remaining 200 points of magic essence, Yifeng exchanged for 20 damage amplification scrolls, 10 armor scrolls, and 10 magic resistance scrolls. As for where to get the other magic scroll production diagrams, Yifeng has no idea yet, but according to his guess, there is a high probability that they will be exploded in this new map. However, Yifeng is not going to go out hunting now. After all, according to the situation in the forest, the monsters at night are much stronger than those during the day, so it is better to be safe. Thinking of this, Yifeng opened the chat interface again. It was already late at night, and many survivors had fallen asleep, but there were still some survivors who were still worried about what would happen after the novice protection disappeared. Is there any brother willing to exchange a few magic scrolls for barracks fragments? The chess pieces have been upgraded to 2 stars, and I don't think there are enough fragments to upgrade to 3 stars. I want to exchange some magic scrolls to feel more at ease. Brother, you don't need barracks fragments at 2 stars, so guess who else needs barracks fragments? No one can get 3 stars, and most of them have reached 2 stars, so magic scrolls must be more important. That's right, magic scrolls are definitely more important. I don't know what will happen tomorrow without novice protection. Just as everyone was sighing, someone appeared. Zhao Jinqian was a profiteer before he crossed over, and he was doing well in reality by various unfair means. After crossing over to the world of Golden Shovel, he rarely went out hunting. Relying on his business sense, he made all kinds of transactions with other survivors in the chat interface. After buying low and selling high for a few days, he lived a very good life. From the initial low-price purchase of barracks fragments, to the barracks being able to be upgraded to 2 stars, after the price of barracks fragments skyrocketed, he took the opportunity to sell them and exchanged for a large number of magic scrolls. Now he has more than 40 low-level magic scrolls in his hand. Tonight, he saw the right opportunity and kept exaggerating the dangers that everyone might encounter after losing the protection of novices, making everyone pessimistic. It was late at night, and those who had not slept yet must be survivors who were pessimistic about tomorrow and couldn't sleep at all. Late at night is also the time when people's minds are not clear, and now is the time for him to harvest. He took out all the more than 40 magic scrolls in his hand, took photos, and sent them to the chat interface. Selling various magic scrolls, 6 barracks fragments can be exchanged for 1 magic scroll. Zhao Jinqian's words were sent out, and immediately attracted a lot of scolding. Swindler? Zhao Jinqian? It really fits your name. Before, everyone exchanged 3 barracks fragments for 1 magic scroll. Are you crazy about money? You are so shameless to say that you are selling it at double the price. You can obviously go and rob, but you are so kind. After robbing 6 barracks fragments, you give us a magic scroll. Everyone boycotted it. No one wanted to be the sucker to buy the magic scroll. Zhao Jinqian was not in a hurry to see this situation. He continued to exaggerate the monster invasion that may occur after the novice protection period ends tomorrow. Don't forget that, after the novice protection period ends, not only monsters may attack the base, but there will also be monster invasions once a week. And will this invasion start a week after the novice protection period ends, or will it start the first invasion after tomorrow? If it invades tomorrow, how will you face the monster invasion with the useless barracks fragments at present? I believe everyone has seen how powerful the cat demon is at night. Only by strengthening your own strength can you ensure your own safety. Just spending 3 more barracks fragments can buy myself a combat power insurance to ensure my safety. Is this really a loss? In the current situation, besides me, who else can take out so many magic scrolls to sell? Zhao Jinqian's words really hit the point that everyone was most worried about. And it was indeed as Zhao Jinqian said, most of the other people who now have magic scrolls are unwilling to sell them. And if there is a monster invasion tomorrow, then the barracks fragments in hand cannot be converted into any combat power, and a magic scroll may be of great help to the battle situation. Finally, after thinking again and again, someone looked at the few barracks fragments he had left and decided to buy a magic scroll from the other party. Forget it, give me a recovery scroll, 6 barracks fragments will do. Once the first person spoke up, others naturally couldn't help but want to buy, so a group of people spoke up and expressed their desire to buy magic scrolls. Seeing this, Zhao Jinqian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Everything was just as he expected. However, you still want 6 barracks fragments to exchange for a magic scroll? That's too unrealistic. Hey, 6 barracks fragments were the price just now, and now you need 7 fragments to exchange. As soon as this was said, everyone immediately cursed at him, but no matter how much they cursed, except for Zhao Jinqian, who had the magic scroll to sell, no one else was willing to sell it. Therefore, even though everyone knew that Zhao Jinqian was asking for a higher price, they finally held back and replied to Zhao Jinqian in frustration. Okay, 7 barracks fragments is 7. Chapter 67. Zhao Jinqian couldn't help laughing wildly as he watched people keep initiating trade requests. Even if these people were not happy, they had to come to him to buy magic scrolls in order to ensure their own safety. Looking at the chat interface, a group of people were madly spraying him, and they kept initiating trades with him privately. Zhao Jinqian couldn't help but snort in his heart. He liked the way others were unhappy, but had to bow to him. He checked the private chat messages. Brother, I'm sorry for offending you just now. Can you leave me a magic scroll? Brother, I spoke too loudly just now. I have 13 barracks fragments here. Can you give me 2 magic scrolls? Looking at these people's private chats, Zhao Jinqian was in a good mood. After replying one by one, he was ready to initiate a trade with one of them. The other party has rejected the trade request. Hearing this prompt, Zhao Jinqian was stunned and immediately sent a message to the other party. What's wrong, brother? You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. The 7 barracks fragments will never let you suffer a loss. However, after receiving his message, the other party actually started to scold him directly. Fuck you, you dead profiteer, take your magic scroll and die with you. Zhao Jinqian looked unhappy, not knowing what was going on. However, he didn't care and continued to open the private chat message of another person. You dead profiteer, I hope you can't explode any magic balls in the future. Another private chat with insults. Zhao Jinqian's face was a little embarrassed. What happened to these people? Zhao Jinqian was a little confused at this moment, and couldn't figure out what happened. He continued to open several private messages. Dead profiteer, I wish you will have children without assholes for the rest of your life. You are worse than a profiteer, I wish you will die in the forest sooner. You and your magic scroll will rot in the forest together. Zhao Jinqian was completely stunned, feeling that the current development was completely beyond his expectations. What happened? He hurriedly opened the chat interface, wanting to see what happened to make everyone's attitude suddenly change by more than 180. When he opened it, he saw a message sent by Yi Feng 2 minutes ago. Don't worry, I will give you some cheap magic scrolls. 100 low-level group recovery magic scrolls only require 4 barracks fragments per one, and Darius and Draven barracks fragments are given priority. For the sake of fairness, everyone is limited to 1 purchase per person. After Yi Feng sent this message, it was followed by praise and flattery from many survivors. Damn, Master Yi Feng is so generous. 100 pieces, I never dreamed that I would have so many. Is this the master? He just gave me 100 pieces. Woo woo woo, thank you Master Yi Feng for the 4 barracks fragments. This is much more conscientious than that profiteer just now. Master Yi Feng, it's a good thing you showed up in time. I almost bought it from the profiteer just now. Let me scold the profiteer first. Ha ha, wait for me upstairs, I almost bought it too. I scold him right now. Zhao Jinqian now understood why so many people suddenly came to scold him. Zhao Jinqian was immediately filled with anger. Damn Yi Feng, why did he come to mess with him at this time? At this time, Zhao Jinqian was so angry that his face was twisted, veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with anger. Looking at the message sent by Yi Feng on the chat interface, he wished to destroy Yi Feng. If anger could burn, the forest where Zhao Jinqian was would have been a sea of fire. He had been busy for so long, waiting to get enough barracks fragments today to upgrade both of his chess pieces to 3 stars, and there would be remaining barracks fragments. After using gold coins to upgrade to level 3 tomorrow, he would build a third 3-star barracks. By then, with 3 3-star barracks chess pieces, he was confident that he would soon surpass Yi Feng and become the most powerful among all the survivors. Now all this was broken by Yi Feng. He was extremely angry, but even more confused. How could Yi Feng have so many magic scrolls to sell, and they were all very useful group recovery magic scrolls. He didn't have 100 magic scrolls at all. As soon as this thought came up, Zhao Jinqian patted his head and felt proud of himself for guessing Yi Feng's behavior. This Yi Feng must be bluffing. How could he have so many magic scrolls? He must have some magic scrolls in his hands, and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to sell the 4 barracks fragments to make a fortune. Thinking of this, Zhao Jinqian was no longer panicked, and even showed a colder smile. Dare to scold me? I have collected so many magic scrolls these days. There must not be many on the market. Yi Feng can only take out more than 20. Those who haven't bought them by then, wait for me. I must continue to raise the price. Seeing everyone enthusiastically praising Yi Feng in the chat interface, and expressing their intention to buy magic scrolls from Yi Feng one by one, Zhao Jinqian looked at them coldly. Buy it, you guys, buy it. When the time comes and it's not enough, all of you come back crying and begging me. Seeing that many people were scolding him in the chat interface, Zhao Jinqian sneered and replied directly. What a joke. Do you really think Yi Feng can have so many magic scrolls? Do you really think he is a wholesaler? I guess he only has more than 20 magic scrolls, which is a lot. When he sells out, you all cry and beg me to sell them to you. After Zhao Jinqian's message was sent out, some survivors calmed down and seriously thought about the truth of what Zhao Jinqian said. Indeed, Zhao Jinqian made various purchases every day, and only saved more than 40 magic scrolls in these days, and these scrolls were not all recovery scrolls. Even if Yi Feng is better than everyone else, where can he get so many magic scrolls? After thinking of this, the survivors who were looking for Yi Feng to trade became more anxious, fearing that they would run out of stock if they fell behind for a moment. For a while, the survivors who got the scrolls were overjoyed. Holding the magic scrolls seemed to hold a hope, and they felt more confident about losing the novice protection in the future. Panic will spread. At this moment, the survivors who did not buy the magic scrolls were even more anxious to frantically initiate transactions with Yi Feng. Some of them decided to contact both sides and tentatively asked Zhao Jinqian if he could sell the magic scrolls a little cheaper. The entire chat interface was completely messed up. Yi Feng, who had just traded a magic scroll and got 4 Darius barracks fragments, looked at the messy chat interface and immediately comforted everyone. Don't worry, I will definitely not have less magic scrolls here. I have more than 100 magic scrolls. Hearing this, Zhao Jinqian smiled. What a joke. You definitely can't have so many magic scrolls. If you want to take advantage of this opportunity to raise the price of some magic scrolls, just sell them. Why do you have to pretend to be rich? Chapter 68. After Zhao Jinqian said this, some other survivors hesitated. Although they had no good feelings towards Zhao Jinqian, and even disliked him, what Zhao Jinqian said was very likely true. Yi Feng was powerful, but could he really drop so many magic scrolls? Many survivors looked at each other in dismay, and did not dare to refute Zhao Jinqian directly in the chat interface for a while, fearing that Yi Feng really did not have so many magic scrolls, and that they would not be able to buy anything from Yi Feng, and would offend Zhao Jinqian, and would not be able to buy magic scrolls at all. Zhao Jinqian saw the change in the tone of the chat, and the corners of his mouth were raised, almost like a crooked dragon king. He was confident that he must have exposed Yi Feng's lies, which made Yi Feng so embarrassed that he did not dare to refute at all. Wait, if there is no magic scroll, wait until the beast tide invades tomorrow. If you die, don't regret not exchanging the useless barracks fragments for magic scrolls. Zhao Jinqian's words were like a sharp sword piercing everyone's heart, making everyone worried. This panic spread, especially when Yi Feng did not reply, which made them assume that what Zhao Jinqian said was true, and they panicked even more. At this time Yi Feng, who had just completed a transaction, stretched and yawned. There were too many people who came to him to apply for transactions. He had just completed the transaction applications of more than 20 survivors. He decided to relax himself first. When Yi Feng saw everyone's comments on the chat interface, a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Doubt that you don't have enough magic scrolls? It seems that it's time to shock everyone with a magic scroll. Don't panic, I'm helping you out by selling 100. If you don't have enough later, I can bear the pain and sell more. After this message, there was a photo. It was Yi Feng who took out all 200 magic scrolls and piled them on the ground, stacking them up like a small hill. After seeing this photo, everyone's glasses almost popped out. The image of magic scrolls piled on the ground was too shocking to them. It was just like the image of tens of millions of cash piled up before crossing over, which made people imagine. Oh my god, where did you get so many magic scrolls? Oh my god, there must be hundreds of them. All these magic scrolls can be exchanged for barracks fragments, which is enough to equip all 3-star barracks. I'm drooling. So many magic scrolls. If they were all mine, I could sweep the goblins and be myself again. After seeing Yifeng post the photo, Zhao Jinqian and the others were really shocked and didn't know what to say for a while. What's going on? How could Yifeng have so many magic scrolls? Yifeng released this wave of magic scrolls with 4 barracks fragments. Even if some people didn't buy them, after the idea of 1 magic scroll for 4 barracks fragments was deeply rooted in people's hearts, many people might not want to buy the high-priced magic scrolls in his hands. Everyone asked Yifeng where the magic scrolls came from, and Yifeng didn't hide it, and told everyone the answer directly. I passed the border trial, and indeed opened a new map. Magic scrolls can be made on the new map. After hearing Yifeng's words, everyone's minds became active. According to Yifeng, as long as you go to the new map, you will not lack items such as magic scrolls. In other words, magic scrolls are at most an early stage item. If you spend a high price to buy them in the early stage, you will lose a lot of resources in the later stage. Thinking of this, the survivors had no intention of buying the magic scrolls sold by Zhao Jinqian for 8 barracks fragments. Boss, is the border trial difficult? What level do you need to pass it? This question is what other survivors want to know. Previously, some people were prompted that they were not strong enough to start the trial at level 2. But now everyone is about to reach level 3. Whether they can go to the trial makes everyone a little excited. If it is possible, then there will be no shortage of magic scrolls. After all, Yifeng can easily take out hundreds of magic scrolls when he just finished the trial. I think they can get fewer magic scrolls than Yifeng after passing the border trial and going to the new map, but they can easily get hundreds of them every day. The magic scrolls bought with barracks fragments now may be worthless after completing the border trial. Seeing someone asking questions, Yifeng directly told everyone the minimum standard of the border trial. According to the prompt, it seems that you need 4 people, that is, you can challenge it after you have 4 barracks. After hearing the standard, everyone began to calculate. If you reach level 3 and have 3 barracks, how long will it take to reach level 4? But it won't take too much time. After all, Yifeng is only 1 level ahead of everyone. He can upgrade from level 3 to level 4 in just a few days. Each upgrade requires 4 gold coins per day. Seeing that Yifeng didn't spend too many gold coins, I think the 4th level won't be too far away. Maybe it will only take more than 10 days. Yifeng just used gold coins to advance it a little. Otherwise, Yifeng wouldn't have challenged the border trial until now. Thinking of this, everyone's thoughts became more and more divergent. Suddenly, they felt that as long as they could hold on and withstand the first round of Beast-Tide Invasion, they would definitely reach the 4th level base before the second round of Beast-Tide Invasion. By then, they would pass the border trial like Yifeng, and they would have as many magic scrolls as they wanted. They didn't have to worry about the next round of Beast-Tide Invasion. Soon, Yifeng sold all of his 100 magic scrolls and harvested 400 barracks fragments, of which about 200 were Darius barracks fragments. Yifeng synthesized 180 of the fragments into 18 Darius barracks builders. At the moment when the 18th was synthesized, Yifeng heard the prompt sound of the survival game. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star Darius barracks builder, whether to synthesize. Detected that the survivor can synthesize a 3-star Darius barracks builder, whether to synthesize. Yifeng decisively chose yes. After the choice, the original 18 1-star Darius barracks merged into 2 3-star Darius barracks builders. When the 2 3-star Darius barracks builders were synthesized, Yifeng finally waited for the prompt sound. Detected that the survivor can upgrade the Darius barracks to 4 stars, whether to upgrade. Here it comes. In the Battle of the Golden Shovel, generally speaking, the upper limit of the chess piece can only be 3 stars, but for 1-star chess pieces, it can be upgraded to 4 stars. Now Yifeng has gathered 3 3-star Darius barracks, and it is indeed like in the game, it can be upgraded to 4 stars. Chapter 69. The color of the 3-star barracks is gold, while the color of the 4-star barracks is diamond. The 3-star barracks builder in Yifeng's backpack turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Darius barracks. This time the light was colorful, and when the barracks absorbed and integrated all the light, the barracks that were originally golden turned into turquoise, which was even more beautiful. The original Darius chess piece, the layer of gold that was originally covered on its body, was also replaced by this turquoise, which made it look more solid. This is the 4-star Darius. The barracks fragments required to go from a 3-star barracks to a 4-star barracks are 180 pieces, and 18 1-star barracks are synthesized to merge step by step into the highest level 4-star barracks. Yifeng sold so many magic scrolls just for this moment. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve a 4-star Darius. The number of 3-star Darius is limited to 2/0. Hearing this prompt, Yifeng was stunned at first, but he reacted immediately. According to the tips of the survival game, once one person upgrades a chess piece to 4 stars, no one can upgrade it to 3 stars. Thinking of this, Yifeng looked at the Draven barracks. He had to hurry up. If someone else made a 4-star Draven first, his Draven would never be able to upgrade. The Draven barracks is currently only 2 stars. If you want to upgrade it to 4 stars, you need 240 barracks fragments. After Yifeng exchanged 100 magic scrolls, he only got 187 pieces of Draven barracks fragments. After deducting the synthesized Darius barracks fragments, there were still 33 pieces left. Not enough. Although Yifeng had sold all 100 magic scrolls, there were still a small number of survivors who wanted to buy magic scrolls but couldn't. Zhao Jinqian, who had been afraid to say anything before, finally spoke out all the words he had been holding back after seeing Yifeng continue to sell magic scrolls without speaking. It's already 1 o'clock in the morning, and tomorrow is coming soon. If the beast tide invades at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, can you resist it? In my opinion, you should come to me to buy peace with 8 barracks fragments. There is no need to make trouble for your own life. Barracks fragments and the like are all external things. If there was not a 1-minute interval between each message, Zhao Jinqian would have wanted to sell to these hesitant people like crazy at this moment, so that these people would quickly buy out all the magic scrolls in their hands. However, these people still did not take action in the face of Zhao Jinqian's words. After hesitating again and again, Zhao Jinqian decided to lower the price. In fact, his combat power was not too strong, and he was also worried that he would not be able to resist the beast tide invasion after losing the novice protection period. That's why he went to so much trouble to get enough fragments tonight, and after upgrading to the 3rd level base tomorrow, he would pull out 3 3-star barracks chess pieces. The plan was disrupted by Yifeng before, and now everyone is no longer interested in buying the expensive magic scroll in his hand. After Zhao Jinqian hesitated for a moment, he made a difficult decision with a bleeding heart. Forget it, we are all survivors. I won't make it difficult for you. 6 barracks fragments for 1 magic scroll. Although 6 barracks fragments for 1 magic scroll are still profitable for Zhao Jinqian, after all, the price a few days ago was only 3 barracks fragments. But for him, the reduction from 8 barracks fragments to 6 barracks fragments means 2 less barracks fragments, which is a loss. This time, he lost dozens of barracks fragments. And the culprit of all this is Yifeng. After hearing Zhao Jinqian's price reduction, some survivors immediately became interested and wanted to ask Zhao Jinqian if he could reduce the price further, or negotiate in private whether he could buy more at a discount. Finally, someone pinched his nose and spent 6 barracks fragments to buy a magic scroll from Zhao Jinqian. After seeing someone buy it, Zhao Jinqian was even more proud and began to show off in the chat interface. Many people have already come to me privately to buy it. You guys should be slower. If you miss this opportunity, it will be too late. After Zhao Jinqian said this, whether it was true or false, it made others feel urgent. Now they all came to Zhao Jinqian, hoping to buy a magic scroll for peace of mind. However, Yifeng appeared again at this time. He had just completed the 4-star Darius barracks. After calculating the number of barracks required to make a 4-star Draven, he returned to the chat interface again. 20 more recovery scrolls, still 4 barracks fragments per scroll. This time, only Dravens are needed. Friends who don't have them can exchange them with others. A small amount of Amumu's barracks fragments are also acceptable. After Yifeng's message was sent, Zhao Jinqian almost bit his back teeth to pieces. This Yifeng, is he deliberately trying to make things difficult for him? The people who had originally wavered in their thoughts and decided to bite their teeth and buy 1 or 2 magic scrolls from Zhao Jinqian for emergency use, suddenly felt that the magic scrolls in Zhao Jinqian's hands were not so attractive. Soon, Yifeng's 20 magic scrolls were sold out again. Looking at the backpack full of Draven's barracks fragments, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to Zhao Jinqian, if he hadn't raised the price this time, I would have been embarrassed to sell 4 barracks fragments at a time. After collecting all the barracks fragments, Yifeng sold a few more magic scrolls, and then closed the chat interface. Although Yifeng clearly stated that he would no longer sell magic scrolls, everyone in the chat interface still had a glimmer of hope in their hearts. What if Yifeng wanted to sell it again later? With this plan, everyone didn't even want to look at Zhao Jinqian's magic scrolls that cost 6 barracks fragments. In the end, Zhao Jinqian sold all of them at the price of 5 barracks fragments at a time. He exchanged for 200 barracks fragments, and his heart was full of resentment towards Yifeng. After receiving the fragments, he traded the barracks fragments privately to various places, and finally exchanged them for the barracks fragments he wanted. Darius and Draven. That's right, he also chose 2 Iron Blood Conquerors for his chess pieces. The bond between these 2 chess pieces is now well known, and Zhao Jinqian also chose the combination of these 2 chess pieces. It's a pity that the extra rewards for the so-called conquest layer later were not as good as expected, but fortunately, both chess pieces have reached 2 stars, so his basic survival is still guaranteed. At this moment, he has collected enough barracks fragments to upgrade Darius and Draven to 3 stars, and naturally he can't wait to upgrade the 2 chess pieces to 3 stars. However, when he synthesized 2 2-star Darius, he didn't get a prompt to synthesize a 3-star Darius barracks. Synthesize a 3-star Darius barracks for me. Zhao Jinqian roared, but got a reminder sound from the survival game. The holding of 3-star Darius barracks has reached the upper limit, and cannot be synthesized and upgraded. Zhao Jinqian almost vomited blood when he heard this. Chapter 70. This is the first time that Zhao Jinqian knows that there is a limit on the number of 3-star barracks. If others have priority in synthesizing, then others will not be able to continue synthesizing 3-star. As for how much this number is, Zhao Jinqian is not sure. Suddenly, he remembered that Yi Feng sold magic scrolls today, and all the barracks fragments he asked to exchange were Draven and Darius. At that time, he did not know that there was a limit on 3-star barracks, because he did not feel much about Yi Feng's behavior. Now he suddenly realized that Yi Feng wanted to synthesize a 3-star barracks as soon as possible. It's broken. Yi Feng also collected a lot of Draven barracks fragments. Zhao Jinqian was anxious at this time, and quickly synthesized the Draven barracks fragments into a builder. Sure enough, even if he collected 3 2-star Draven barracks builders, he still did not get the prompt to upgrade to a 3-star barracks. The number of 3-star Draven barracks has reached the upper limit, and it cannot be synthesized and upgraded. Hearing this, Zhao Jinqian spat out a mouthful of blood. He lost money. This time he lost a lot. Once the barracks fragments are synthesized into a builder, they can no longer be traded. In other words, his Draven barracks builder and Darius barracks builder can only rot in his hands. Or, after the level is upgraded, all these extra barracks will be built, and then the gold coins will be returned after they are dismantled. However, the gold coins obtained after the barracks built by the barracks builder are dismantled are very few, and each one is only guaranteed to be 1 gold coin. This time, Zhao Jinqian really lost a lot. Yi Feng on the other side was completely unaware of this. After receiving enough Draven barracks fragments, he did not hesitate and directly synthesized a 4-star Draven. Congratulations to the first survivor to achieve a 4-star Draven barracks. The number of 3-star Draven barracks is limited. 1/0, that is to say, only one person synthesized a 3-star Draven barracks before Yi Feng. That person also became the only 3-star Draven barracks. For all survivors in the future, the upper limit of Draven barracks is only 2 stars. After the chess piece is upgraded to 4 stars, the attack power and health value have been greatly improved, and the skill damage has also been further improved. Take Draven as an example. The original 3-star basic attack power is 124 points, and the health is 1,620 points. After upgrading to 4 stars, the basic attack power is directly increased to 165 points, and the health is 2,640 points. In terms of health alone, it is enough to be comparable to some people's front row chess pieces. The number of conquest layers is now close to 40,000 layers. After opening 7 treasure chests, the attack power and spell strength are increased by an additional 35%. In other words, the attack power and spell strength brought by 9 Iron Blood Conquerors alone are a full 135% increase. Adding Draven's Infinity Edge, Draven's attack power has now reached 445 points. With such attack power, after activating the skill Spinning Axe, it is enough to kill a goblin with 1 axe. Draven's output increase is exaggerated, and Darius's health increase is also surprising. He can be used as a strong frontline tank. The basic health has increased from 1944 points to 3,343 points. If Darius is prepared with a few suitable frontline meat suits in the future, his health will definitely exceed 5,000 points. Darius's attack power is the same as Draven's, with a base of 165 points, but due to equipment, Darius's attack power is only 387 points. However, with such attack power, the damage of the skill Massive Kill is also more than 900 points, and it will cause bleeding damage to the target, and the target will continue to lose blood within 4 seconds, and the amount of blood lost is also more than 700 points. In other words, the damage that Darius's skill can currently deal is also more than 1,600 points, and it is group damage, Both Draven and Darius's barracks have reached 4 stars, and there is no way to continue to improve their attributes. However, Yifeng still has a 1-cost barracks chess piece of Mumu, but Yifeng is not prepared to spend a lot of money to purchase Amumu's barracks fragments. Whether he can make a 3-star or even 4-star Amumu depends on fate. After all, Amumu's biggest role at this stage is to form a bond. Just put an Amumu in the barracks, let Darius eat the supervision bond, and let Malzahar eat the Hextech machinery bond, then it will be Amumu's greatest contribution. Amumu's 1/3 of the rewards obtained from hunting are credited to him. Yifeng was already exhausted at this time. He looked at the time, and it was already past 2 o'clock in the morning. After the initial brain excitement of synthesizing the 4-star barracks, Yifeng now also felt tired. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, making him just want to have a good rest. Back to the base in the forest world, Yifeng spent the extra 2 gold coins and recruited 2 more Darius. And Bisa, there may be a beast-tide invasion tomorrow. You should be well protected. I'm going to take a rest. If there is anything important, wake me up quickly. After arranging for Anbisa to take precautions, Yifeng felt that he could no longer hold on. He pulled LeBlanc and Leona into the house, and without doing anything, he just fell asleep with the 2 beauties in his arms. When Yifeng woke up the next day, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and his stomach was gurgling. After taking out some food to fill his stomach, Yifeng found that the survival game had issued several prompts in succession today. Yifeng quickly opened the panel of the survival game, opened these prompts one by one, and read them carefully. Congratulations to all survivors for making it to the 10th day. Daily gold coins have been distributed. Novice protection has ended. The first round of beast invasion will start at 1800 hours today. Survivors, please be prepared. Novice protection has ended. In addition to the weekly beast invasion, there will also be sporadic monster attacks on the base. Survivors, please equip the base with a certain number of chess pieces to ensure the safety of the base. 10 days later, the Battle Zone Challenge will start. Survivors, please go all the way and strive to become the strongest survivor. The higher the ranking, the higher the reward. Yifeng got 2 important messages from it. First, the first beast invasion will come at 6 o'clock this afternoon, and it is unknown how strong the beast invasion will be. For Yifeng, although he is not worried about the beast invasion, if the difficulty is too high, it is likely that many survivors today will not be able to survive today. I hope the difficulty is not too high. The second message is the so-called Battle Zone Challenge. Although I don't understand the specific meaning, from the literal meaning, the so-called War Zone Challenge should be a competition between survivors. So the previous survivors' speculation that the survivors were divided into many zones has been confirmed. The idea that the people behind the survival game want to create the strongest survivor lineup, like raising insects, seems to have a little evidence. Chapter 71. Yifeng opened the chat interface, and there were actually quite a few people chatting. After thinking about it, Yifeng understood why. For many survivors, they don't know how strong the beast-tide invasion is. Going out to hunt now, and damaging the health of the chess pieces is actually a weakening of strength. Most people think that they should conserve their energy, and wait for the beast-tide invasion in the best condition. Of course, there are also some survivors who have developed well. They don't worry about the beast-tide invasion at all, and they still go out hunting when they should. As long as they rush back to the base at 1800 hours, and clear the invading beast-tide, there will be no problem. Up to now, most survivors have upgraded to level 3, and can build a 3rd barracks. But everyone is a little hesitant about what to choose for the 3rd barracks. Masters, can anyone reveal something? I'd be grateful. Wow, I feel like there is no bond between the current barracks Turbo and Vigus. Can anyone tell me which barracks can have a bond with these two? Oh, I'm at a loss. I don't know what to do. There is no information at all. Everyone was talking about it, but no one was willing to reveal any useful information. After all, this information is the basis for the survivors to survive and grow. Many survivors, who have been speculated to have chess piece bonds, have gone through some trial and error. Who would be willing to share the information they have worked hard to get with others for free? In the forest, Deng Shiji, who had previously had a double sentinel bond, was very proud. He used gold coins to increase the base upgrade progress by 1 day a day ago, and when the 10th day came, he directly reached level 3. After reaching level 3, he was pleasantly surprised to find that a 2-cost barracks appeared among the barracks that were refreshed daily. Compared with other barracks, this barracks required 10 gold coins to build. Fortunately, Deng Shiji had so many gold coins, so he finally chose the 10 gold barracks, Leona Barracks. After the construction was completed, Deng Shiji discovered that it actually took 2 gold coins to recruit a Leona chess piece. Perhaps being expensive has its benefits. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji chose to recruit a Leona. After seeing Leona's health, Deng Shiji couldn't help but frown. Only 800 points? At twice the price, the chess piece's health is only 150 points more than the basic health of a 1-star Singed. This is obviously not worth it. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji felt that he had lost a lot. I wonder how the armor and magic resistance of this chess piece are. It's okay, 10 points more than Aurelia. Wait, 10 points more than Aurelia. Deng Shiji was excited all of a sudden. Aurelia and Singed have a bond, which can increase armor and magic resistance, which is 36 points more than other chess pieces. And this 2-star chess piece actually has 10 more armor and magic resistance than Aurelia after the bond. There are only two possibilities. The first is that the values of these 2-star chess pieces are so exaggerated, but this is obviously not realistic. The strength of a 2-cost chess piece should not crush a 1-cost chess piece. Then, there is only another possibility. Leona, Singed, and Aurelia all have a common bond. In other words, this 2-cost chess piece Leona only has a little more health and 10 points of armor and magic resistance than Singed and Aurelia in terms of basic attributes. At the beginning, two chess pieces could form the same bond and obtain high armor and magic resistance improvement. Now I have found another chess piece with the same bond. If I can find another one and get 4 pieces, then the bond will be further improved. Thinking of this, Deng Shiji is full of confidence. He will definitely show his talents in the War Zone Challenge in 10 days. In the entire War Zone, there are still many survivors with good combat power, all of whom are determined to win, and believe that this War Zone Challenge will definitely take the highest place and get more extra rewards. At this moment, Yi Feng is also preparing to improve his strength. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV3. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 3 plus 6. Base upgrade. 5 days later it only takes 5 days to upgrade to level 4, which means 20 gold coins can directly upgrade to level 4. After reaching level 4, Yi Feng can build a new barracks. And Yi Feng has already chosen a candidate for this barracks. Yi Feng's daily gold coin income is 35 gold coins, and the current number of gold coins is 105. After spending 20 gold coins, Yi Feng's base level finally reached level 4. Survivor, Yi Feng. Base level, LV4. Current maximum number of barracks that can be built, 4 plus 6. Base upgrade, 30 days later. Consuming 4 gold coins can advance the upgrade time by 1 day. Remaining gold coins, 85. The next upgrade will take 30 days. After reaching level 4, in addition to being able to add an extra barracks, the more important thing is that the probability of daily refreshed barracks has also changed. There is a 55% chance of a 1-cost barracks, a 30% chance of a 2-cost barracks, and a 15% chance of a 3-cost barracks. If you are lucky, another Crow barracks will appear, and with a low-level barracks replicator, the Crow can be upgraded to 2 stars. Now there is a vacant position in Yi Feng's barracks, and Yi Feng took out the 4-cost Wei barracks builder from the previous conquest treasure chest from his backpack. After using it, another barracks rose from the ground, and there are now as many as 10 barracks in Yi Feng's base. Wei's bonds are Enforcer and Fighter. What Yi Feng needs is the Fighter bond at the back. After spending 4 gold coins to recruit a Wei, Yi Feng's chess pieces once again formed a new bond. Dual Brawler Bond. Brawler chess pieces gain 15% all-around lifesteal, and deal an additional 6% true damage. Limited to once a day, at 50% health, they will continue to heal themselves for 10% of their maximum health in 2 seconds. 15% all-around lifesteal is enough for a 4-star Draven to achieve 0 consumption every day. Even if he loses health, he can just find a few goblins to slowly pull up his health. And the 6% additional true damage will also be able to fight against monsters with high defense in the future. Finally, the blood recovery once a day, although the value is not high, can also be used as a bonus to increase the health of the chess pieces in disguise. After 3 consecutive days of 7 gold coins in interest, investment strategy hex enhancement increased the health of most of Yi Feng's chess pieces by 105 points. Among them, LeBlanc and Malzahar, because they were replaced later, only increased their health by 70 points. Yi Feng looked at the remaining 81 gold coins and recruited 11 more Draven. At this point, Yi Feng's strength has increased again. Dealing with the beast tide is no problem. Chapter 72. Yi Feng's current main chess pieces are 4-star Darius and 4-star Draven. Draven's equipment is already luxurious enough. Gunsu's Rage Blade is matched with Infinity Edge. But Darius's equipment is still a little bit insufficient. In the early stage, in order to improve the combat power as soon as possible, Yi Feng chose Mystic Gloves. But up to now, the upper and lower limits of Mystic Gloves are too unbalanced, and Yifeng also feels that he has enough ability to collect 3 finished equipment for Darius. Yifeng's eyes move to the trial portal. After the last clearing of the trial portal has not been restored. But when killing the forest banshee before, in addition to unlocking the trial portal, there was also a B-level trial scroll that had not been used. If the current Yifeng were to deal with the skeleton beast that appeared in the C-level trial, it would be easy to take it down. Yifeng counted his current chess pieces. 4-star Darius, 28th, currently equipped with Mystic Gloves. 4-star Draven, 20th, currently equipped with Ginsa's Rage Blade, Infinity Edge. 2-star Amumu, 2, currently equipped with Iron Conqueror Emblem. 2-star Leona, 3, one of whom is an intelligent chess piece, currently equipped with Iron Conqueror Emblem, Light Shield Badge, Dragon Claw. 1-star Rel, 1, currently equipped with Golden Spatula Crown, Golden Spatula Crown, Golden Spatula Crown. 1-star Swain, 1, currently equipped with Golden Spatula Crown, Golden Spatula Crown, Golden Spatula Crown. 1-star Wei, 1, currently equipped with Nun. 2-star Mbisa, 4, one of which is an intelligent chess piece, currently equipped with Draining Sword, Titan's Resolve, Strucker's Gauntlets of Challenge. 1-star Malzahar, 1, currently equipped with Iron-Blooded Conqueror's Emblem. 2-star LeBlanc, 2, one of which is an intelligent chess piece, and the other is bound to the Magic Scroll Maker, currently equipped with Iron-Blooded Conqueror's Emblem, Archangel Staff, Pearl Gauntlets. In the current lineup, the best tanks in the front row are Leona and Darius, while Draven carries the big chess piece of physical output. As a warrior and assassin, Mbisa can also play a good role in charging monsters, while Malzahar and LeBlanc are the core mage output in the lineup. As for the remaining chess pieces, most of them exist to form bonds. The B-level trial should not be too difficult, and it should not require a full-scale attack. Yifeng muttered to himself, calling Mbisa and Leona over. You each lead 5 Darius and 5 Draven to go hunting, and be sure to rush back to the base before the beast tide invades. There are not too many chess pieces for the 2 teams, because the attributes of the current 4-star Darius and Draven are enough to roam the forest. Not to mention that Darius's random equipment room today is Hand of Justice and Redemption. With all-round blood-sucking and periodic blood recovery, it is impossible to overturn. After Mbisa and Leona led the team to leave for the forest hunting, Yifeng also walked to the trial portal. I want to get the B-level trial scroll to use. After the voice fell, the trial portal that had originally stopped working, a magic scroll flew out from somewhere. After the magic scroll was torn, it turned into countless energies and poured into the trial portal. Soon, the trial portal was activated, and the light gate formed by the blue light curtain appeared in front of Yifeng again. B-level trial has been opened. Please bring the chess pieces in within 5 minutes. After hearing the prompt, Yifeng did not hesitate too much and directly summoned the chess pieces to pass through the trial portal. The chess pieces Yifeng brought this time were 18 Darius, 10 Draven, 3 Mbisa, 1 Leona, 1 LeBlanc, and 1 Malzahar. As for the remaining chess pieces, they were thrown at the base. After all, survival games say that monsters will occasionally appear and destroy the base. Although the goblins pose no threat to him, there is no one in the base. If it is destroyed by the goblins, it will be a loss. After passing through the trial portal with the chess pieces, he really came to the world of the Scarlet Land again. Yifeng looked up at the scarlet sun in the sky, and it was a bit dazzling. Is this place independent, or is it the same map as the Scarlet Land I just unlocked? I really don't understand. I feel that this survival game is not as simple as I imagined. Yifeng sighed and began to look around to check the surrounding situation. This time he appeared next to the lake, with soft mud and sand under his feet. Not far ahead was a rectangular lake. The lake is more than 200 meters long and nearly 100 meters wide. Where did the monster come from this time? Yifeng looked around. There were no plants living on the lakeside, and there was no sign of any creatures. This is unreasonable. After all, water is the source of life. Generally, there must be creatures living next to such a lake. Just like the last time, there was no prompt after being teleported, and you had to find the monster yourself. Yifeng was preparing to explore the surroundings to find out where the monster of this trial was. The originally calm water's surface suddenly surged. The water surface was boiling, as if it was boiling water. As the lake water was surging, Yifeng seemed to see something lurking under the water. Splash. The lake water was splashed, soaking the ground by the lake. A monster emerged from the lake, and a pair of eyes were staring at Yifeng, as if ready to capture Yifeng, the uninvited guest, underwater. The true appearance of this monster also completely appeared in front of Yifeng. This is a huge octopus-like monster, which looks more than 20 meters long. The smooth and round head in the middle, a pair of scarlet eyes are like two lanterns, giving people a sense of horror from the heart, and its eyes are staring at Yifeng. Under its body, there are 12 tentacles, each of which is more than 10 meters long. The tentacles are waving like pythons, dancing in the water, splashing countless waves. The surface of the tentacles is covered with suction cups, which are extremely sharp. They open and close as if they are going to swallow Yifeng. This huge monster swam over from the center of the water, and seemed to be ready to go ashore and tear Yifeng to pieces. Good, good, go ashore on your own initiative, right? Yifeng sneered, and going ashore on his own initiative saved himself a lot of trouble. Attack, attack! Looking at the octopus monster rushing over, Yifeng commanded his chess pieces to take the initiative and attack the octopus monster first. Chapter 73. The octopus monster's attack was the 12 tentacles, and Darius quickly pushed forward and blocked the tentacles' attack. With the increase in equipment and hex deck enhancement, the health of the 4-star Darius has reached 3,700 points. The octopus monster's tentacles swung and landed heavily on Darius. -200. The damage appeared, which was not high, especially for Darius' current equipment. Hand of Justice and Redemption can restore health. Hand of Justice, add 20% critical hit rate and 15 mana. Special effect, add 15% attack power and 15 spell power, 12% all-around blood sucking. When the health value is higher than 50%, the attack power and spell power double. When the health value is less than 50%, the all-round blood-sucking effect is doubled. That is to say, Darius now has 30% attack power and 30 points of spell strength, and has 12% all-round blood-sucking. If he causes 100 points of damage to the octopus monster, he can restore 12 points of his own health. The crit rate of Arcane Gloves and the crit rate of Hand of Justice that appear randomly are superimposed, which increases Darius's crit rate by 40%, bringing his crit rate to 65%, and he can hit a critical hit almost every 2 normal attacks. Darius's axe also chopped at the tentacles of the octopus monster. The damage of Darius with more than 400 panel attack power hit the tentacles of the octopus monster, causing only more than 100 damage. At the same time, the all-round blood-sucking effect of Hand of Justice restored more than 10 points of health for Darius. Damn, this octopus monster's armor is so thick. The physical damage reduction is probably 80%. Having said that, Yifeng would not give up just because the monster's armor was too high. However, Yifeng looked carefully and found that among the many Darius, 8 Darius were in a dizzy state and were knocked unconscious by the octopus monster's tentacles. If a person was hit by a 10-meter-long tentacle, he would probably be knocked dozens of meters away on the spot. As for the chess pieces that Golden Shovel was trying to survive, some of the so-called laws of physics seemed to be somewhat inapplicable to them. In other words, even Newton's coffin lid could not hold them down in this world. After being attacked by a terrifying attack, the chess pieces would not be repelled, etc., but would have debuffs such as bleeding and dizziness on their bodies. The 3 NPCs aimed at the same tentacle, and the chains in their hands kept attacking the tentacle. Draven's attack was not bad. With Guns' Rage Blade, he could stack the attack speed to 5 swords per second sooner or later. Each attack of Draven can also deal about 160 points of damage, and this damage also comes with 10 points of true damage. And when Draven triggers a critical hit, this damage can be increased again. At this moment, LeBlanc also threw out her skill Fate Chain, a chain in the void locked the 4 tentacles together, and at the same time, a magic damage value of more than 200 exploded on the 4 tentacles. LeBlanc's damage will be shared by the enemies trapped by the chain, so this damage is not too high. However, this is not the most important thing. The important thing is that when an enemy trapped by the chain is damaged, 25% of the damage will also be transmitted to the other 3 enemies. After LeBlanc released her skill, the next 3 normal attacks would carry an additional 240% of her spell power magic damage. Sure enough, after releasing her skill, LeBlanc's next normal attack hit the tentacle, causing more than 200 points of damage to the tentacle. And the other 3 tentacles also had dozens of points of real damage on their heads. Following closely behind was Malzahar, who also released his skill Mechanical Summoning. With the appearance of a mechanical portal, he attacked 3 tentacles at the same time. Although the damage was not high, it added 5 layers of infection to one of the tentacles, and caused a certain amount of magic resistance reduction to the tentacles. Draven's flying axe had a critical hit this time, with damage reaching more than 200 points, hitting the tentacle connected to LeBlanc's Chain of Fate, causing more than 150 points of real damage in total. The HP of these tentacles was not high. After one of the tentacles suffered about 20,000 points of damage, it exploded, causing certain damage to several chess pieces around it. 12 tentacles, each is an independent unit. It seems that as long as all the 12 tentacles are removed, this octopus monster can be completely solved. Soon, one tentacles after another exploded, and soon only the last 2 tentacles were left. And these last 2 tentacles were quickly taken down by the combined output of all chess pieces. After all the tentacles exploded, the originally arrogant octopus monster was left with only a huge head on the ground, which looked a little funny. The originally ferocious octopus monster actually had a look of fear in his eyes at this moment. It seemed to want to escape, but after the octopus monster on the shore lost its tentacles, its huge head was wriggling, but its movements were very slow. It didn't take long for Yi Feng to easily take down the octopus monster, without losing any chess pieces. After the octopus monster died, it also turned into a crystal stone, which looked a bit strange and dark brown. Obtained special item, giant octopus monster crystal stone. When Yi Feng picked up the crystal stone, it also meant that this B-level trial was completed and he was about to return to the base. Complete the B-level trial mission, and all members will be teleported back to the base. Hearing this prompt, Yi Feng looked at the lake. Such a huge lake, such an octopus monster, how powerful it could be. But it was just a useless monster with a strong appearance. However, Yi Feng never thought that if it were someone else, this giant octopus monster would be enough to become a nightmare for other survivors. Just as he was about to be teleported back, Yi Feng looked at the bottom of the lake and found that there seemed to be something swimming under the water, and it seemed to be several times larger than the giant octopus. Is there anything else at the bottom of the lake? Yi Feng was confused and wanted to check, but was forcibly teleported back by the survival game. But at the last moment of teleporting back, the thing at the bottom of the water rushed out of the lake, allowing Yi Feng to take a glimpse and barely see the appearance of the thing. It was a creature that looked like a dragon, without wings, but could jump out of the water. After it rushed out of the lake, the entire lake was frozen into ice. Yi Feng only had time to look at the creature, and was instantly teleported back to the base. What on earth is that? Is it the dragon in ancient mythology? Yi Feng had no chance to explore all this, and could only sigh. B-level trial scroll mission completed. Rewards distributed. Chapter 74. Random auxiliary equipment is rewarded in this trial. Do you want to claim it now? Yi Feng, who had just teleported back, smiled as brightly as a flower when he heard the reward prompt of the trial portal. The last C-level trial allowed Yi Feng to get an Orn equipment. The reward of this B-level trial is a random auxiliary equipment. There are 18 auxiliary equipment in the Golden Shovel, which are basically equipment with aura effects that can bring collective benefits to the whole team. Martyrdom Virtue, Moonstone Regenerator, Useless Big Gem, and other equipment emerged from Yi Feng's mind. It seems that each piece of equipment is very good and each piece of equipment makes Yi Feng want it. It is said that if the hand speed is fast, you can take all. Can anyone show me how to take all 18 pieces of equipment? However, even if he complained, Yi Feng naturally knew that it was a bit unrealistic to want all the equipment. Come and claim it! After shouting to claim it, a shadow appeared above the trial portal. The shadow was a blur at first, and then the icons of auxiliary equipment rolled. Watching the auxiliary equipment jump one by one, Yi Feng's mood changed accordingly. The icon changed several times per second at first, then changed once a second, and then changed once every few seconds. Every time the icon changed, the expression on Yi Feng's face changed accordingly. When auxiliary equipment that was extremely helpful to the current lineup appeared, Yi Feng could not hide the smile on his face. But when the icon changed to auxiliary equipment that was not very helpful to the current lineup, Yi Feng's face would become gloomy again, just like the sky before a summer rainstorm, terribly gloomy. Congratulations on receiving the reward, Eternal Flame. Eternal Flame. Add 150 HP. Special effect. When the carrier is alive, all enemies will be severely injured by 33% after entering the battle, and all friendly forces will receive an 8% damage increase. This effect is refreshed every minute. This auxiliary equipment, from the basic attributes alone, only increases the HP by 150 points, which is exactly the same as the HP provided by the giant belt as a piece of equipment. However, the most important thing about auxiliary equipment is not its basic attributes, but various special effects. After entering the battle, applying the severe injury effect to the enemy will be a good means of restraint when facing an enemy with recovery means. The most eye-catching thing is the 8% damage increase. In other words, Eternal Flame can allow all of Yi Feng's chess pieces to obtain an 8% damage bonus, which is equivalent to increasing the output of the chess pieces by nearly 1/10 in disguise, and the damage increase will not be reduced like the attack power increase and spell strength increase. Currently, there are not many remaining equipment slots in Yifeng's 10 barracks. Draven, Amumu, Malzahar, Wei. These 4 barracks are the only ones with remaining equipment slots. According to the equipment description, the effect of this equipment can be directly triggered as long as the carrier enters the battle, so it seems that it doesn't matter who it is. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided to equip Eternal Flame on Amumu barracks. Barracks Draven and Malzahar are both core outputs in the future, so the equipment prepared for them is naturally the most suitable output equipment to suit them. Since the effect can only be triggered after entering the battle, the chess piece carrying this equipment cannot be placed at home as a pendant. One Wei needs 4 gold coins, while one Amumu only needs 1 gold coin, and he will not feel bad even if he dies after entering the battle. After comprehensive consideration, Yifeng still chose to put this auxiliary equipment on the Amumu barracks. At 5:40 p.m., Anbisa and Leona each returned to the base with their chess pieces. It was already more than 3 p.m. when Anbisa and Leona were arranged to lead the team to hunt goblins, and Yifeng asked them to come back before the beast tide invaded at 6 p.m. Therefore, the two teams did not hunt too many goblins. There were only more than 500 heads, which just brought the conquest level to 44,000, and obtained another treasure chest reward. The treasure chest reward at the 44,000th level is a finished equipment Mystic Gloves. This treasure chest reward is somewhat useless for Yifeng. Although Mystic Gloves can often play the role of 2 pieces, the equipment given is too random, and is only suitable for the transition in the early and middle stages. In the later stages, it is definitely more effective to have 3 perfect matching equipment, and it needs to occupy 3 equipment grids. Among Yifeng's current chess pieces, only Wei can equip it. Take it out later to see if you can exchange it for something else. There are still 20 minutes before the beast tide invasion. Most of the survivors have returned to the base and are waiting for the beast tide to arrive. Yifeng opened the chat interface and found that it was already very lively. The speed of message refresh even made him a little overwhelmed. Nervous, the beast tide is about to invade, and I don't know what will happen. I hope the beast invasion is not too difficult, otherwise my current lineup will definitely not be able to withstand it. Please give me some combat power props, urgent. Woo woo woo, I'm really panicking now. How difficult is this beast invasion? Humans are afraid of the unknown. If a group of people are afraid of it, then this fear will continue to spread, making everyone panic, and at a loss about the next unknown event. The chaos in the chat interface now proves this point. For the unknown beast invasion, under the rendering of everyone, it seems like a natural disaster. I will give you a Mystic Glove, and I need a finished equipment plus equipment disassembler or equipment recaster to exchange. The attribute effect of Mystic Glove, after these days of exploration, everyone has also understood its detailed attributes. It can be randomly transformed into 2 pieces of equipment every day, and it also has some basic attributes. For many survivors, it is a good choice. Therefore, among many scattered equipment, fist gloves have become a hot commodity in everyone's mind. Facing the upcoming beast invasion, most survivors hope to further improve their strength. Seeing that Yifeng is willing to exchange arcane gloves, many people are so excited that they quickly chat with Yifeng privately. Boss, I have a spear of Shoji here. Do you think I can exchange it with you? Do you like Morello's secret book? I don't have a disassembler or a recaster, but I can give you 2 extra fragments of a Amumu barracks. Boss, I have extra disassemblers, but I don't have finished equipment to exchange with you. Why don't you buy the disassembler in my hand? Just 1 piece of scattered equipment will do. Yifeng's private messages quickly increased by 99, and a large number of private chat messages made him a little overwhelmed. Chapter 75. After searching through many private messages, Yifeng finally saw a private message that satisfied him. Boss Yifeng, look at me. I trade you the spear of Shoji. I also have 2 equipment disassemblers here. How about giving them to you? Survivor Wang Chong? That's it. Yifeng did not reply to the other party, but directly initiated a trade request to the other party. On the other side, the survivor Wang Chong, who had just sent a message to Yifeng, shook his head without hope after sending the message. The special effect of the equipment spear of Shoji is to increase the extra mana obtained by normal attacks, which can allow chess pieces to release skills as soon as possible. However, many chess pieces have a relatively high mana, and the attack speed of chess pieces is not fast, so the equipment spear of Shoji does not improve the chess pieces much. This equipment is defined by many survivors as a relatively useless equipment, which can only be said to be inferior to the best, but better than the worst. Wang Chong didn't have high hopes for such an equipment to impress Yifeng, but out of reluctance, he decided to give it a try. Just when he was disappointed, a transaction request popped up. Survivor Yifeng initiates a transaction request to you. Do you agree? Seeing the transaction request popped up on the interface, Wang Chong couldn't wait to choose to agree. Looking at the transaction box that appeared in front of him, Wang Chong quickly put the Spear of Shoji and 2 equipment disassemblers on the transaction box. When he saw the other party put the mystic gloves that he had been thinking about into the transaction box and clicked to confirm, Wang Chong was afraid that Yifeng would regret it, so he quickly clicked to confirm. Transaction completed. As the reminder sound of the survival game sounded, Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief, and happily picked up the mystic gloves and prepared to equip them to the barracks. Yifeng, who just got the Spear of Shojin, couldn't help but sigh. The opponent is really fast. Spear of Shojin. Add 15% attack power, 15 mana, and 15 spell power. Special effect. Provide 5 extra mana for each general attack. This equipment may not be too strong in the hands of others, but once it is in Yifeng's hands, it will shine. Malzahar's basic mana is 30 points, and the energy required to release skills is 95 points. After having Spear of Shojin, Malzahar will gain an extra 5 mana for each general attack, and most importantly, Malzahar and Rel formed a double profit bond, and they will gain an extra 25% mana when gaining mana. That is to say, Spear of Shojin in Malzahar's hand can obtain 6 mana points for each general attack, and the speed of releasing skills will be greatly improved. And among the remaining basic equipment of Yifeng, there are 5 pieces of scattered equipment: Recurve Bow, Tear of the Goddess, Chain Mail, Gloves, and Useless Rod. Recurve Bow plus Tear of the Goddess just combined to form another piece of equipment: Static Electric Blade. Static Electric Blade. Add 15% attack speed, 15 mana, and 15 spell power. Special effect. Every third attack causes 35 magic damage to 4 enemies and 30% magic resistance shatter for 5 seconds. Static Electric Blade is commonly known as the Electric Knife. Its basic attributes are very average, with a little attack speed, a little mana, and some spell power. But its special effect is very important for mages. 30% of the magic resistance can greatly reduce the magic resistance of monsters with high magic resistance, and LeBlanc and Malzahar's skill damage can also be higher. Malzahar's basic attack speed is 0.8, which means he can attack 0.8 times per second, and he can attack 4 times in about 5 seconds. Static Lightning Blade only needs 3 attacks to trigger the effect, which can basically be said to be seamless throughout the process. So far, Malzahar's equipment has reached 3 pieces of magic equipment. Iron Conqueror Emblem, Spear of Shojin, Static Lightning Blade are 3 pieces of equipment. The emblem provides Malzahar with a high spell strength bonus of 9 Iron Conqueror, and Spear of Shojin accelerates the release of Malzahar's skills. The last Static Lightning Blade weakens the enemy's magic resistance, which can make his and LeBlanc's skills gain high benefits. Yifeng's remaining scattered equipment now includes Chain Mail, Gloves, and Useless Rod. If Malzahar's equipment slots were not insufficient, he really wanted to use Gloves and Useless Rod to make a Magic Explosion equipment Pearl Gauntlets. After replacing the equipment, Yifeng took out 5 copies of low-level group damage amplification scroll, low-level group armor scroll, and low-level group magic resistance scroll, and placed them at his feet. Although he felt that the Beast-Tide invasion would not be too difficult, at least not too difficult for Yifeng himself, he still took out the magic scroll and placed it by his side just in case. The Beast-Tide invasion will arrive in 3 minutes. All survivors please prepare for battle. The reminder of the survival game sounded, and everyone was ready to welcome this Beast-Tide invasion. When the time came to 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the Beast invasion finally came. Amidst everyone's nervous waiting, a portal formed by a light curtain appeared in the sky. The portal was 10 meters long and wide, as if a skylight had been opened in the sky. The world behind the portal could be vaguely seen, a scarlet world. Is it the world of the Scarlet Land? Yifeng couldn't help but mutter. Soon, a large group of monsters teleported down from the portal in the sky, and landed in the forest with a scarlet light. These were all monsters that Yifeng had never seen before. The Minotaur monster was about 2 meters tall, with horns on its head like 2 sharp scimitars and skin as dark as ink. There were 2 Minotaur monsters like this. In addition, next to the Minotaur monster, there was a monster that was more than 1 meter long, with a strong body and a hound-like appearance. Unlike hounds, their pair of fangs were exposed outside their mouths, adding a bit of ferocity out of thin air. There were 8 hound monsters. Monsters in this beast invasion, 2 ordinary minotaurs, and 8 red hounds. Eliminate the monsters, and you will be considered to have passed this beast invasion. Pass this beast invasion, and you will get a random basic equipment *1 after killing 10 monsters. You will get a basic equipment as a minimum. After hearing this prompt, many survivors looked at these monsters with no fear, but more excitement. Usually, you may not get a basic equipment from the magic ball that explodes after a day of hunting, but now it is just a beast invasion, and you can get a basic equipment as a minimum after passing the level. Kill! Countless survivors shouted, calling their chess pieces to actively rush towards these monsters. Chapter 76. Lu Ren is one of the many survivors. His luck has always been bad. The first barracks he chose was a fragile barracks chess piece, which made it very difficult to hunt goblins in the early stage. Later, Singed, who chose the second barracks, was unable to form any ties with Jyra of the first barracks. The only consolation is that Singed, as a frontline tank, barely managed to gain a foothold. Later, as the equipment synthesis and barracks upgrades were exposed, he also successfully synthesized a finished equipment for his Singed. And Singed and Jyra both reached 2 stars, so it was no problem to hunt goblins during the day to get supplies for himself. Facing the first beast-tide invasion, he had never seen monsters before, so he didn't know how strong these monsters were. He currently has 30 Singed and 10 Jyra, and there are 14 gold coins left. When Singed stepped forward, he quickly fought with the Minotaur monster and the Crimson Hound monster, while Jella in the back kept accumulating mana waiting to release skills. The attack power of the Crimson Hound monster was not high. Each time it hit Singed, it only caused about 50 points of damage, which made Lu Ren feel relieved. The damage was not high. The Minotaur monster held a giant axe and attacked very slowly. It took several seconds to chop down an axe, causing more than 200 points of damage to the chess piece. Fortunately, this Minotaur monster attacks very slowly. I still have a few magic scrolls, so there will be no problem. Lu Ren couldn't help but feel relieved. Sure enough, everything was as he expected. The attack of the hound was not a big threat, and although the Minotaur monster had a high attack power, it was very slow, so Lu Ren could hold on. Soon the 8 red hounds died, and their bodies did not disappear after death, but turned into a ground of crystal stones with a little red. The health of the 2 Minotaur monsters was also gradually decreasing, and soon only half of their health was left. Lu Ren originally thought that he had won, but the 2 Minotaur monsters suddenly bent down, pointed their horns on the top of their heads at the chess pieces coming forward, kicked their legs, and rushed out, hitting several chess pieces along the way. The chess pieces that were hit appeared dizzy on the top of their heads, and the damage value of -400 appeared on their bodies. Such damage made Lu Ren feel painful. After all, the health of his 2-star Singed chess piece was only more than 1,100 points. The 2 Minotaur monsters collided with each other, and several chess pieces were hit hard in succession, and they lost all their health and fell down. My chess pieces? Lu Ren was heartbroken, and the Minotaur monsters continued to charge. After 3 rounds of charging, the 2 Minotaurs stopped, stood there in a daze, panting heavily, and did not move. Lu Ren had already sacrificed 8 chess pieces, and he was already distressed. Now he saw the Minotaur monster stopped and shouted at the chess pieces, "Hit! Hit hard!" In the end, Lu Ren solved all the beast invasions at the cost of sacrificing 9 chess pieces. Damn, this first beast invasion is a bit outrageous. I don't know what to do with others. Other survivors, some of whom were weaker than Lu Ren, suffered heavy damage to their chess pieces under the charge of the Minotaur monster, and in severe cases, all of their chess pieces were destroyed, and they could not withstand this beast invasion. The price of the failed beast invasion was watching the Minotaur monsters dismantle the barracks in the base, and then disappear after killing the survivors once. On Yifeng's side, after watching the monsters appear, they were swarmed by Yifeng's chess pieces before they could show off. In less than a minute, all 10 monsters were killed. They didn't even use their skills, and were beaten to death. Looking at the 10 crystal stones on the ground, Yifeng went forward and picked them all up. I don't know how much magic essence I can get, and I can't tell how strong these monsters are. I don't know what the others are like. After clearing the invading beast monsters, the teleportation-like curtain in the sky gradually disappeared. Yifeng also received a reward for the survival game. Congratulations to the survivor Yifeng for passing the beast invasion test, and rewarded with a random piece of equipment *1. This reward, chainmail, a piece of chainmail piece of equipment, is not very attractive to Yifeng now. He curiously opened the chat interface to see how other people dealt with the beast invasion. It's over, it's over. How could the last charge of those 2 Minotaurs be so fierce? They killed more than 10 of my pawns. What a loss. Only more than 10 pawns died? I had more than 40 pawns, and only 20 were left. This is how we managed to resist this round of beast invasion. Is this reasonable? In this river? This is not in the river. I admit that I am weak, but after these minotaurs killed all my pawns, they even demolished the barracks. Now my man has been killed once, and all the barracks are gone. Everything has to start from the beginning. I was also torn apart. All the barracks were gone. I had to start all over again. What should I do? While many survivors were crying miserably, some survivors easily solved this beast invasion. Is it so difficult? I feel it is quite easy. I only lost a chess piece and got a giant belt. It is quite worthwhile. That's right. You said it was so difficult that I almost suspected that we were not playing the same game. I won it easily without losing a single chess piece. But after these monsters died, they did not explode magic balls, but instead exploded some crystal stones. What are they used for? Ha ha ha, it's easy, it's really easy. I wish there would be a few more beast invasions, and I could easily get a basic equipment. It's a free gift. If there are more, I will definitely have all my equipment. These words are true for some survivors with stronger strength, but they are so harsh and noisy in the ears of other survivors, making them feel uncomfortable. Although some survivors were not very strong, they managed to survive by relying on magic scrolls. Ha ha ha, fortunately I saved 3 magic scrolls, and bought a recovery scroll from Big Boss Yifeng last night. I barely solved the problem with the loss of 8 chess pieces. As expected, the magic scroll is still powerful. Indeed, I also bought a magic scroll from Big Boss Yifeng last night. With this magic scroll, my losses have been reduced a lot. Thank you so much. Speaking of which, I don't know what the situation is like over there. Nonsense, Big Boss Yifeng must have solved it easily. I guess the charge of the Minotaur monster did not cause too much damage to his chess pieces. After all, he still has so many magic scrolls in his hands, so he doesn't have to worry about the death of his chess pieces. At this time, Yifeng just opened the chat interface and happened to see everyone discussing him. Minotaur monster charging? What is that? Why does he feel like he has no impression of it at all? What on earth is this Minotaur monster charging you're talking about? I've never seen it before. Chapter 77. When Yifeng sent the message, everyone was stunned and expressed surprise at Yifeng's answer. Ah? It's the ultimate move of the Minotaur after half of its health. It charges 3 times in a row, and the chess pieces that are charged will be stunned. Each time the damage is as much as several hundred. Yes, this skill is really too insidious. I was killed by more than 10 chess pieces by this skill. It is impossible to defend against it. This is the first beast-tide invasion. I dare not imagine how insidious the beast-tide invasion will be after it continues to be strengthened. Boss Yifeng must be Versailles in disguise, expressing his disdain for the ultimate move of the Minotaur monster. Listening to what everyone said, Yifeng couldn't help muttering in his heart. What's the connection? I really didn't see any skills of the Minotaur monster. This time, the monsters of the beast-tide invasion didn't even last a minute in front of Yifeng's many chess pieces and fell directly. No skills were released at all. I really don't know what skills they have. These monsters died in a few hits. I didn't even see them use any skills. What Yifeng said was the truth, but it sounded like Versailles to others. My heart was chilled by what you said. We fought hard to resist the invasion of the beast-tide, but you are talking like a child playing house. You have never seen a Tauren use a charge skill? Wrong. The Tauren didn't have time to use a skill. Correct. Is Yifeng here? How about we change bases, so that I can also experience the joy of killing the beast-tide in seconds? Is this the difference between you and us? Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Deng Shiji, who was also checking the chat interface, felt jealous. He also easily survived this beast invasion. His chess pieces had high armor and magic resistance, and only suffered a little damage from the Minotaur monster and the Hound monster. And these injuries were only replenished by a low-level group recovery magic scroll. He originally thought that he was definitely one of the top survivors. But now, after hearing what Yifeng said, it seems that he is still very far away from Yifeng. After the beast invasion ended, Yifeng teleported to the base in the Scarlet Land. The monsters just killed all exploded crystal stones, all of which can be converted into magic essence. Red Hound Crystal Stone can be converted into 5 points of magic essence. Do you want to convert it? Towering Crystal Stone can be converted into 15 points of magic essence. Do you want to convert it? Listening to the prompt from the Magic Scroll Production House, Yifeng did not hesitate and converted all these crystal stones into magic essence. A total of 70 points of magic essence can be used to make 14 low-level magic scrolls. Yifeng did not make any magic scrolls. He had not used up any of the magic scrolls he had exchanged before. Apart from exchanging for barracks fragments, there seemed to be no monsters worth using for Yifeng. Since today was another new day, the Bound LeBlanc contributed another 20 recovery magic scrolls to Yifeng. Looking at the large stack of recovery magic scrolls in his backpack, Yifeng changed the scroll that LeBlanc would make tomorrow to low-level group damage amplification magic scroll. After finishing all this, Yifeng looked at another building next to him. Equipment Production House. This is a special building unlocked together with the Magic Scroll Production House. But Yifeng has not had time to check it out. Now that he has time, Yifeng decided to check what this Equipment Production House can make. Can it directly make various finished equipment? Equipment Production House. Invest in magic essence to obtain various random equipment, and the production cycle of each equipment is 7 days. If you have an equipment design, you can consume magic essence to directly specify the production of the design equipment. Currently unlocked design. None. Sure enough, the effect of this equipment production house is basically the same as the magic scroll production house. You can make what you want by investing magic essence. But this equipment production house does not need to bind chess pieces, which means that you can't get anything for free. Yifeng checked the magic essence investment rules. Each time you make equipment, you need to invest at least 1,000 magic essences. The more magic essences you invest, the higher the level of the equipment you make, and there is even a chance of some special surprises. 1,000 magic essences. Yifeng doesn't have them at all. However, he soon thought of a way to quickly obtain magic essence. After the Beast Tide invasion, all the survivors had crystal stones that were exploded by the Beast Tide monsters. However, for them, these crystal stones could not be used at all. They were just special items with unknown effects. Purchasing these crystal stones from many survivors, although each person only had 70 points of magic essence, as long as the number was sufficient, the magic essence purchase would definitely not be too little. A crystal stone of a red hound can be exchanged for 5 points, which is just enough to make a magic scroll. The crystal stone of a minotaur monster can be exchanged for 15 points of magic essence, which can be made into 3 magic scrolls. Of course, as the only one who currently owns a magic scroll production house, Yifeng naturally cannot give it to others for free. Purchase the crystal stones dropped by monsters after the Beast Tide invasion. 2 red hound crystal stones can be exchanged for 1 magic scroll, and 2 minotaur crystal stones can be exchanged for 3 magic scrolls. You can specify low-level group recovery scroll, low-level group damage amplification scroll, low-level group armor scroll, low-level group magic resistance scroll. In other words, the crystal stones from this Beast Tide invasion can be exchanged for a total of 7 magic scrolls. As soon as Yifeng's words were sent out, they immediately aroused everyone's interest, but not the interest in trading with Yifeng. This crystal stone was dropped by the Beast Tide, but the survivors who got it only found that the hint of this thing was a special item. No one knew what it was used for. Such a useless thing can be exchanged for 4 magic scrolls, and you can also customize the types yourself. It looks very tempting. However, since Yifeng had previously acquired many basic equipment and golden shovel and golden pot, everyone was a little worried about Yifeng. What if this thing is another treasure, and Yifeng took the magic scroll and fooled it away? Wouldn't everyone lose a lot? Boss Yifeng, can you tell us what this thing is used for? Since you bought this thing, you must know its use. Yes, Boss Yifeng, can you share some information with everyone so that everyone can know the effect of this thing? Some people were unfriendly and directly mocked Yifeng in a sarcastic tone. I guess I won't tell everyone. At the beginning, the equipment can be synthesized. Some people knew about it but didn't tell everyone, and secretly made a fortune. Haha, I will never trade these crystal stones. This thing must be very valuable. Don't be fooled by Yifeng. That's right, it looks good now. After knowing the effect of this thing later, you will regret it. Listening to everyone's doubts about him, Yifeng didn't get angry. It doesn't matter if he tells everyone the use of crystal stones. After all, it will probably take until later for others to be able to use crystal stones. For now, among the survivors in this chat channel, only Yifeng can use crystal stones, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Chapter 78. Yifeng did not hide the use of crystal stones, and told other survivors straightforwardly. Anyway, even if they reached the 4th level base, they would definitely not be able to pass the S-level border trial. Even if they went to the Scarlet Land, there was no magic scroll production house. The production machine was in his hands, so there was no need to worry about anything. The crystal stones invaded by the Beast Tide can be exchanged for a total of 14 magic scrolls. Yifeng gave everyone 7 and earned 35 magic essences for himself. Yifeng took half, so that other survivors could also get half of the reward. Yifeng thought he was fair enough. After all, if the so-called capitalists of Blue Star can monopolize something, they will squeeze the marrow out of their bones, and may not be willing to share even a layer of profit. Yifeng exchanged crystal stones for magic essences, and told everyone that there would be buildings in the new map to make magic essences into various magic scrolls, and he did not even hide the price. After Yifeng told everyone everything, he did not expect to attract some people's ridicule. Ha ha, 1 red hound crystal can make a magic scroll, but you charge us 2 crystals for 1 magic scroll. You are so greedy. That's right. You can unlock the new map at level 4. Even if you don't spend gold coins, you only need to wait for 20 days at most. Yes, you just unlocked the new map 20 days in advance, and you took advantage of this time difference to take away half of everyone's profits. You are more cruel than the capitalists. That's right. You just help with the conversion, but you charge so much. I think you should charge a 10% handling fee. Yes, all the crystal stones invaded by the beast tide have 70 points of magic essence, which can make 14 magic scrolls. You should at least give us 12. Yes, you keep 2. With so many of us, it is enough for you to earn. The most important thing for a person is to be content. If it were me, these things would be free anyway. I would only take 1 magic scroll from each person. After all, giving roses to others will leave a lingering fragrance on your hands. These people did not express their gratitude for what Yifeng said. Instead, they all felt that Yifeng was too greedy. They felt that Yifeng was just a middleman. The raw materials for making magic scrolls were the crystal stones in their hands, so they should take the lion's share. One by one, they even imagined how they would distribute the profits if they had a magic scroll production house. They would never be as excessive as Yifeng. What's more, some even doubted the authenticity of what Yifeng said. Ha ha ha, we haven't been to the new map. How do we know if what you said is true or not? That's right, you told us that a Crimson Hound crystal stone can only be converted into 1 magic scroll. Who knows if it's true, maybe 1 crystal stone can be converted into 2 magic scrolls. Ha ha ha, you probably made a lot of money by collecting golden shovel and golden pot before. Who knows how much you actually made by collecting these crystal stones this time? Maybe the actual value of a crystal stone is much higher than you said. That's right, who knows how much this crystal stone is worth? If you deceive us with so many people, do you want to make a fortune by yourself? There are also some people who are skeptical about Yifeng's statement that one needs to reach 4 barracks before challenging the border trial. Maybe the saying that you need to have 4 barracks before you can go to the border trial is also false. Today, everyone is busy dealing with the beast tide and has not verified the truth. Maybe reaching the 3rd level base and having 3 barracks can open the border trial. Yes, the border trial is something that you have passed alone. You said that 4 barracks will be opened. So does that mean that 4 barracks will be opened? Ha ha, maybe you just want to take advantage of the information gap. While everyone has just dealt with the beast tide and it is dark now, no one can go to the border area. Quickly cheat everyone out of the crystal stones. Yes, it is very likely. Yifeng just wants to deceive everyone. I just reached level 3 today. I will go tomorrow to see if level 3 can open the border trial. Ha ha, I am afraid that someone will go there tomorrow, and some people's lives will be exposed. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Yifeng laughed. He took half of it. But if he doesn't help, the crystal stones will always be special items that cannot be used. It would probably take several months for them to be able to use the crystal stones themselves. After all, with the strength of the 4th level base, they could only open the lowest level of border trials at most, and they certainly didn't unlock the production house directly after going to the Scarlet Land. It would probably take several months to unlock the production house all the way. The value of a few crystal stones at that time might not be too high. Now exchanging for a few magic scrolls might save their lives at a critical moment. Those survivors who think Yifeng is lying and that they can unlock the border trial at level 3 will know whether he is right or wrong tomorrow after a day of hard work. It all depends on what others choose. If they don't want to exchange, Yifeng won't force anything. There must be more than one way to obtain magic essence. There must be other ways to obtain it in the new map, Scarlet Land. Yifeng doesn't want to make any excuses. He doesn't want to exchange it, and he won't ask others to exchange it. At worst, he will start exploring the new map tomorrow. Do you think I'm asking a high price? Then you can just keep the crystal stone in your hands. After saying this, Yifeng stopped checking the chat interface and waited for someone to initiate a transaction application. After a while, someone still came to Yifeng. Boss, I trade all 10 crystal stones. This way I can get 7 magic scrolls, right? Give me 5 recovery scrolls, and 2 damage amplification scrolls. After sending this private message, the other party directly initiated a transaction application to Yifeng. A total of 10 crystal stones were placed in the transaction box, and the other party did not choose to keep any crystal stones. This beast-tide invasion has made him realize that his strength is still lacking. Although he resisted this wave of attacks, the next wave of beast-tide will come again in 7 days, and his strength will be further improved, and in 7 days, he is not sure that he can improve his strength to a too high level. After thinking about it, he exchanged these crystal stones for magic scrolls to reduce the loss of the next beast-tide invasion. Moreover, crystal stones can be dropped in this beast-tide invasion, so they can definitely be dropped in the next beast-tide invasion. At that time, if he keeps some crystal stones, he will not lose much. With this idea in mind, the survivor decisively sent a transaction application to Yifeng. Chapter 79. The transaction went very smoothly. When Yifeng saw that the other party had put all the crystal stones on the table, he gave the other party 7 magic scrolls according to the other party's request. After getting the crystal stones, Yifeng transformed them into magic essence. There were not many people who applied to Yifeng for transactions, but there were more than 10 transaction requests. Each request was accompanied by a message, stating how many crystal stones they wanted to exchange and what magic scrolls they needed. Yifeng agreed to the transaction applications one by one and got the crystal stones from these survivors. Before he knew it, it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng had received more than 8,000 points of magic essence during this period. After deducting the part of exchanging magic scrolls, Yifeng finally received 4,015 points of magic essence. Brother, do you want to take the crystal stones? I have some here, haha. 7 of them will give me 3 damage scrolls, 2 recovery scrolls, and 1 armor and 1 magic resistance scroll each. This was the message sent by Wen Jiahao. Wen Jiahao, who accidentally synthesized the Law Enforcer emblem, after reaching level 3, his lineup also followed Yifeng's recommendation, and formed a lineup of Strub, Matty, and Trundle. In terms of bonds, in addition to the 2 fighters, all members activated the Law Enforcer bond. When the base reaches level 4, as long as he finds the blue steel shadow, he can gather 4 Law Enforcer bonds. After Wen Jiahao's Strub had reached 3 stars, he realized that there were restrictions on upgrading the barracks to 3 stars, and he couldn't help but collect Matty's barracks fragments everywhere. Unfortunately, he was still a little slow in the end. Matty and Trundle were beaten by others, and could not reach 3 stars at all. Even so, his chess pieces were quite strong, and there were no casualties in the face of this beast invasion. He took advantage of the night to hunt cat demons in the forest for several hours. After returning to the base, he happened to see everyone discussing Yifeng's acquisition of crystal stones. That's why the message just sent came. Looking at the message sent by Wen Jiahao, Yifeng initiated a transaction application to the other party. This kid is quite good, give him a few more magic scrolls. Yifeng originally planned to give Wen Jiahao 14 magic scrolls, and this transaction was nothing to do as a favor. But when Wen Jiahao saw that Yifeng had put up 14 magic scrolls, he actually cancelled the transaction directly. Brother Feng, we agreed on 7 magic scrolls. Why did you give me so many? I don't want to take advantage of you. Just give me as much as you should. Seeing that Wen Jiahao insisted on not taking more, Yifeng didn't say anything more. It wasn't like giving out red envelopes for New Year's money, and he had to argue with his elders. Okay, then trade according to 7 cards. After completing the transaction with Wen Jiahao, Yifeng gradually acquired some crystal stones, and soon the number of magic essences reached 5,000 points. With 5,000 points of magic essence, I don't know what equipment I can make. Yifeng did not continue to purchase. In this survival game, every transaction needs to be done by himself, which is actually a bit tiring. After closing the system interface of the survival game, Yifeng went directly to the base on the Scarlet Land. The equipment production house is also a wooden house, and the wooden roof is decorated with models of knives, swords, armor, etc. Please select the number of magic essences to be injected, the minimum injection amount this time. 1,000 points. Hearing the prompt sound from the equipment production house, Yifeng did not hesitate to use the magic essence, and decided to go all in at once to see what would appear. Inject 5,000 points of magic essence into me. As the voice fell, the magic essence returned to 0. In the weapon production house, a craftsman's table can be seen through the window. At this time, the craftsman's table emitted a little light, as if it was shrouded by some invisible force. Soon, the unmanned craftsman's table made a sound, and started to operate automatically. The equipment production has started, and the equipment can be collected after 7 days. After sorting out the situation in the equipment production house, Yifeng looked at the scarlet blood moon in the sky and decided to go out to find out. In the forest, Yifeng left some chess pieces to guard the base, so the chess pieces carried by the Scarlet Land were only 20 Darius, 15 Draven, 1 Amamu, 3 Mbessa, 1 LeBlanc, and the grasshopper Malzahar. According to the map, there is a lake about 6 kilometers away from Yifeng's base, and Yifeng decided to start exploring from here. The location of this world base is a plain, and there is no sign of the existence of any creatures on the plain. The grass on the plain was very low, but it was not emerald green, but scarlet grass like this world. The endless scarlet grass looked a little uncomfortable. Yifeng stepped on the grass and headed towards the nearby lake. The lake was not big. According to the map, it was estimated to be about 50 meters long and 20 meters wide. Yifeng opened the map function of the survival game, and a virtual map appeared in front of him. No monsters along the way. Yifeng was a little confused. He didn't encounter any monsters along the way. When Yifeng walked out of the base 1 kilometer, there was a rustling sound on the grass, as if something was rubbing against the ground. Be on guard. Yifeng gave an order and protected many chess pieces around him, while LeBlanc was protecting him beside him. Soon, Yifeng found the source of the strange sound. The red grass on the ground not far ahead seemed to have life, and kept twisting. Soon, the ground trembled, and the grass in front suddenly bulged. The surrounding soil clods splashed, and Yifeng noticed that these soil clods were also stained with a layer of scarlet. It seemed that everything in this world was scarlet, and this color seemed to be the main color of this world. When the ground was completely raised, Yifeng finally saw clearly what it was. It was a sandworm about 5 meters long. The red grass on the ground grew on the head and back of the sandworm. Yifeng observed carefully and realized that it was the fluff on the body of the sandworm monster. The sandworm monster had no eyes or nose, only a huge mouth on its head. When it opened its mouth, you could see layers of sharp teeth inside. The sandworm roared and rushed towards the nearest Darius, using its body as a weapon and hitting it hard. Yifeng's chess pieces also began to attack. The moment the sandworm rushed over, Draven's axe also chopped down the sandworm. A group of Darius also surrounded it, preparing to surround the sandworm. When the sandworm rushed over, it caused 80 points of damage to the nearest Darius, which was not high. And a round of attacks by many chess pieces directly solved the sandworm. Chapter 80. This sandworm looks powerful, but in fact, it has no deterrent power except for its large size. After the sandworm died, it turned into a crystal stone and was collected by Yifeng. After the sandworm died, the huge deep pit on the ground continued to exist, looking pitch black. The ground was constantly dug by the sandworm monster, becoming extremely fluffy, and the soil was much more fertile. This sandworm monster is somewhat like an earthworm. After dealing with this sandworm monster, Yifeng continued to set off and encountered more than 10 such sandworms along the way. However, these sandworms were just some insignificant episodes for Yifeng, and they did not cause any trouble to him at all. After finally arriving at the lake near the base, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. I feel that I still need a means of transportation. I don't know if the loot magic ball can explode some means of transportation. The lake in front of him and the environment by the lake made Yifeng feel familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen it for a while. Suddenly, Yifeng reacted. It's the place where the B-level trial scroll was teleported to. That's right, the lakeside environment of this lake is almost the same as the environment where the previous B-level trial was teleported to. Generally speaking, only one place will produce the same landform. Could it be that the place where the B-level trial scroll is located is not far from his base? If this is true, then the place where the trial portal is teleported to is also in the Scarlet Land. Thinking of this, Yifeng had more and more thoughts in his mind, and countless speculations and ideas emerged. Yifeng shook his head and suppressed his thoughts for the time being. There might be some monsters at the bottom of this lake. Yifeng commanded a Darius to approach the lake. As Darius walked to the front of the lake, and even walked into the lake little by little, the change really happened. As Darius walked into the water, the originally calm water surface was stirred up by Darius to form a ripple. The ripple was very weak, but soon there was a violent fluctuation from the depths of the lake. The lake water was boiling as if it was boiled, and it seemed that something was about to come out. Sure enough, there was something at the bottom of this lake. As the water surface continued to boil, the monster in the water finally revealed its true appearance. It was a monster that looked like a giant crab. Unlike a crab, the monster's 8 legs were like steel, like a sharp weapon that could pierce everything. and the pair of giant claws in front of it looked like a huge pair of scissors, which could easily cut even a boulder. The crab tread on the water and rushed towards Darius, the nearest one, ready to kill the enemy who dared to enter its territory. Unfortunately, when the giant crab rushed to the lakeside, all of Yi Feng's chess pieces were ready to rush forward. What was waiting for this giant crab monster was not its killing show, but Yi Feng's ruthless suppression of it. The strength of this crab was not strong, and it was quickly solved by Yi Feng. When the giant crab monster died, its body fell down with a bang and turned into a black-brown crystal stone. What a pity! Such a big crab, if the body was left, it would definitely be delicious as steamed. After the giant crab died, Yi Feng did not leave. In the previous B-level trial, he saw a creature that seemed to be shaped like a dragon at the bottom of the lake. Is there really only one giant crab monster in this lake? Before Yi Feng could investigate, the lake water started boiling again. This time, the lake water seemed to be torn apart by something, and was completely divided into two halves. 6 giant crabs crawled out from the bottom of the water in one breath, rushing towards Yi Feng with their claws and teeth bared. Looking at the 6 giant crabs rushing out, Yi Feng's mouth was full of joy. Is this the crab version of Calabash Brothers? No, at least these 7 crabs came out in full force after knowing that one of them died, and they didn't line up like Calabash Brothers to send one by one. 6 giant crabs. If it is a survivor who has just reached the lowest level of the border trial with 4 people and came here, it is undoubtedly a horrible nightmare. This group of horrible monsters is enough to destroy all the chess pieces of many survivors now. Even if some survivors are strong, they have to pay a painful price to defeat this group of crabs. Unfortunately, their opponent is Yi Feng, who has turned on the cheat. The strength of the 9 Iron Blood Conquerors has made Yi Feng's strength far surpass that of the survivors of the same period, reaching a point that they cannot catch up with even if they try their best. The 6 crabs came out together, which caused some confusion to Yi Feng's lineup. But this was only a little confusion. In less than 5 minutes, these 6 giant crabs, like the previous giant crab, turned into crystal stones one after another. Taking all 7 crystal stones in his hand, Yi Feng gently tossed them up and shook them repeatedly. It's better for the family to be together. All the giant crabs died, but the divided water surface in the lake did not return to its original state. Is there something else? Looking at the lake that seemed to be divided into 2 sides by a mysterious force, Yi Feng fell into deep thought. Just as he was thinking, the reminder sound of the survival game rang. Congratulations to the survivors for clearing the D-level monster base. The treasure chest of the base has been unlocked. Please search and check it yourself. Huh? What kind of monster base is this? It's just a D-level base. Thinking of this, Yi Feng was a little stunned. Although this group of giant crabs is not strong, it is terrifying enough for other survivors. But such a base is only a D-level base in the mouth of the survival game. Then what strength will the C-level, B-level, A-level, and even S-level above it get? Yi Feng suspected that if he really encountered an S-level base, he might have some difficulty fighting with his current combat power, and he might even be unable to defeat it. However, these are not what Yi Feng should consider now. Now that the group of giant crab monsters have been killed, the most important thing is to search for the treasure chest. Looking at the lake water that has not yet recovered, Yi Feng roughly guessed the location of the treasure chest. The bottom of the lake is more than 20 meters deep. If you go down to look for the treasure chest, once the water surface recovers halfway, the scene is simply too beautiful to imagine. After thinking for a while, Yi Feng decided to let Nbisa go to the bottom of the lake to find the so-called treasure chest. Nbisa went to the bottom of the lake alone, and Yi Feng waited for Nbisa's return with other chess pieces. More than 10 minutes later, Nbisa's figure finally slowly came up from the bottom of the lake. From a distance, you can see that in Nbisa's hand, there is a beautiful treasure box about 40 centimeters long and 10 centimeters wide. I guess this is the treasure chest of this D-level base. Master, I have found the treasure chest. Nbisa knelt on one knee, holding the box in both hands, and handed the thing to Yi Feng. Chapter 81. The treasure chest is an exquisite wooden treasure chest, carved with various symbols that have never been seen before, adding a bit of mystery. Yi Feng took the treasure chest from Nbisa's hand, and felt it was very light. Holding it in his hand, it was as if he was holding a piece of paper, and he could hardly feel the weight of the treasure chest. Isn't this thing empty inside? Yi Feng muttered softly, holding the treasure chest in his hand, to see where to open it. The entire treasure chest was tightly closed, as if it was a hole, and there was no place to open it. After thinking about it for a long time, Yi Feng finally found the mechanism to open it. As the mechanism turned, a sound of mechanism opening came from inside the treasure chest, and the box slowly opened, revealing the contents inside. Congratulations to the survivor for opening the D-level base treasure chest and obtaining the design drawing of the low-level group damage reduction scroll. After the treasure chest was opened, it gradually disappeared, leaving only a parchment-like design drawing inside. When the treasure chest was opened, the lake surface that had been separated began to heal slowly. The two sides of the lake that were separated gradually moved closer to the center, and in just a few seconds, they were completely restored to their original state. Damn, it's over after opening the treasure chest. If anyone saw the treasure chest and opened it directly, I'm afraid they would be buried at the bottom of the lake. After cleaning up the lake this time, Yifeng had no intention of continuing to explore. After all, it was already late, and it was time to go back and rest early. In the world of the Scarlet Land, due to the existence of the blood moon in the sky, even at night, there is light to see everything around. After Yifeng put the design back into the backpack of the survival game, he rushed back to the base with a group of chess pieces. On the way back to the base, sandworms still appeared from time to block Yifeng's journey. Although they did not pose a threat, they suddenly emerged from the ground and could still scare people. When he returned to the base, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Yifeng took the low-level group damage reduction scroll design in his hand and walked to the magic scroll production house. Detected that the survivor holds a new magic scroll design. Do you want to use it to unlock the design? When Yifeng chose yes, the parchment scroll in his hand moved automatically without wind, as if someone had opened it and spread it flat in the air. There were many symbols drawn in the parchment scroll that Yifeng could not understand at all. After unfolding it, the symbols on the parchment scroll seemed to come alive, emerged from the parchment scroll, and then flew into the magic scroll production house. When there was no trace on the parchment scroll, the entire parchment scroll burned, and finally turned into stars, and merged into the production house. Unlock low-level group damage reduction magic scroll. Low-level group damage reduction magic scroll. After use, it can reduce 20% damage to 10 target chess pieces, and the effect lasts for 10 seconds. It takes 10 points of magic essence to make this magic scroll. Getting 20% damage reduction is good for chess pieces, but the effect lasts only 10 seconds, and the price of making one is twice that of other low-level magic scrolls. It seems not very cost-effective, but Yifeng can think of the value behind this magic scroll. Many big bosses' killing moves do not last long, but the damage is extremely terrifying. If you use this magic scroll, you can be more calm when facing some boss's big moves. Take the Tauren monsters that invaded the Beast Tide as an example. Most of the survivors were injured by the two Tauren monsters charging like crazy, causing many survivors to lose chess pieces. But if there is such a magic scroll, the damage is reduced by 20%, and everyone's losses will be much better. And compared with the armor scroll and the magic resistance scroll, perhaps when the chess pieces have low armor and magic resistance, using these magic scrolls can definitely reduce the damage better than this damage reduction scroll. But when the armor and magic resistance reach a certain value, the benefits of armor and magic resistance will be much smaller. And who said that these two magic scrolls can't be used at the same time? When facing a powerful boss, first add the armor magic scroll and the magic resistance magic scroll to all the chess pieces, and then add a damage reduction magic scroll when the boss uses a big move. Wouldn't it be easier? After unlocking the new magic scroll, Yifeng took out all the crystal stones of sandworms and 7 crab brothers that he hunted along the way, ready to exchange them all for magic essence. 1 crystal stone of sandworms is only enough to exchange for 1 magic essence. After the crystal stones of the 7 crab brothers are neatly arranged together, a total of 210 magic essences are exchanged. The crystal stone exploded by a giant crab is worth 30 magic essences. Yifeng exchanged 21 low-level group damage reduction magic scrolls in one go. After taking out these magic scrolls and arranging them together for inventory, Yifeng was satisfied. Now the family is really complete. After the inventory, Yifeng put the magic scroll back into the supply backpack. He casually checked the basic attributes of the chess pieces displayed on the Draven barracks, but found something different. Draven's basic armor and magic resistance are 15 points. The double sentinel bond is activated in the chess piece, providing 12 points of armor and magic resistance for all chess pieces. However, Draven's equipment does not have any equipment that can increase armor or magic resistance. In other words, Draven's armor and magic resistance should be 27 points. But now Yifeng found that Draven's armor and magic resistance have reached 29 points. Increased by 2 points, Yifeng was puzzled. Why did Draven's armor and magic resistance suddenly increase? Yifeng then looked at LeBlanc barracks and found that the values of this barracks had also increased. LeBlanc's basic dual resistance is 40 points, and with the sentinel bond bonus, it should be 52 points, but now it has reached 54 points, which is also an increase of 2 points of armor and magic resistance bonus. Then, Yifeng looked at other barracks chess pieces. After some investigation, Yifeng was surprised to find that the armor and magic resistance of his 10 barracks chess pieces were all increased by 2 points. Strange, what is going on? The additional attributes given by Hex Deck Enhancement? It's impossible. After all, War Treasure only obtains additional loot, and investment strategy only increases health. Is it some kind of Halo equipment? This is not right. After all, I know what equipment my barracks chess pieces are equipped with. No equipment can increase the armor and magic resistance of all members by 2 points. Which link is wrong? Yifeng squatted on the ground, his hands were almost scratching his scalp, but he still couldn't find the answer. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed through Yifeng's mind, and he immediately thought of a possibility. Yes, it's Nbisa. It must be Nbisa. Chapter 82. Yifeng's guess now is that Nbisa's bond has taken effect. In addition to the Iron Blood Conqueror bond, Nbisa also has 2 other bonds, Swift Strike Warrior and Diplomat. The effect of Swift Strike Warrior is to gain additional attack speed, and the bond is activated when there are 2, 3, or 4 Swift Strike Warrior chess pieces. But the Diplomat bond is a bit special. The Diplomat bond will only be activated when there are exactly 1 or 4 chess pieces in the lineup. If there are 2 or 3 Diplomat chess pieces in the chess pieces, the bond will lose its effect. There are a total of 4 Diplomats in the Golden Shovel battle, and there is no corresponding emblem transfer. These 4 are Canon, Nami, Garen, and Nbisa. Each Diplomat has a unique bond. Tristana's Diplomat special effect gives her own chess piece 6% X-star attack speed. For example, if she is one of her own chess pieces, she can provide Draven with 24% additional attack speed. Nami's Diplomat special effect provides 2 extra mana points for all her chess pieces, which is like adding a small Spear of Shojin to all chess pieces. Garen's Diplomat special effect increases his maximum health by 12% for himself and the chess pieces on both sides after entering the battle. And Garen's own bond is Supervision and Diplomat. As a 4-cost card, his skills are also strong enough. In the game of Golden Shovel War, even if you don't want it, you have to take a few Garens as a backup or to block others. The special effect of Nbisa's Diplomat bond in the game is that every time a different opponent is defeated, the chess piece gains 2 points of armor and magic resistance. The sudden increase in armor and magic resistance now is most likely caused by Nbisa's Diplomat bond effect. Thinking of this, Yifeng couldn't help but feel confused again. I killed so many monsters in the forest base before, but why have I never seen Nbisa increase armor and magic resistance for chess pieces? Why did I directly trigger the Diplomat effect to increase armor after killing a wave of monsters in the Crimson Land? This is unreasonable. Is there any essential difference between the monsters in the forest base and the monsters in the Crimson Land? Countless thoughts emerged in Yifeng's mind, but he couldn't think of a specific reason. Seeing that it was already late, Yifeng decided to put it aside for the time being. Now that things have come to this, let's go to sleep first. It is the 2nd day. After the beast invasion ended yesterday, everything seems to have returned to its original state. All the survivors are busy hunting for the daily loot orbs. If there is a difference, it is that some survivors think that their strength is also not bad. After they are free today, they all go to the border and prepare to pass the border trial to go to the new map Scarlet Land mentioned by Yifeng. Yifeng also woke up at more than 8 o'clock in the morning. The game is on the 11th day, and investment strategy Hex Deck Enhancement has provided Yifeng with 35 health points again. The more important thing in the near future is that after the 14th day, the trial portal will unlock another trial, and at the same time, I will get the 3rd Hex Deck Enhancement. On the 17th day, the 2nd Beast Tide will come again, and on the 20th day, the so-called War Zone Challenge will also be unveiled. For Yifeng, the most important thing at the moment is to set out for the Scarlet Land and find out whether the armor upgrade is related to the Nbisa Diplomat bond. After the 35 gold coins are issued every day, it will take 29 days before the next upgrade, which means 116 gold coins are needed to immediately upgrade to the 5th level base. Yifeng doesn't want to spend so many gold coins to upgrade the level now. With 35 gold coins, Yifeng first recruited 2 LeBlanc and 2 Malzahar again, so that the magic output chess pieces in the back row can be improved again. However, this also consumed 20 gold coins of Yifeng. With the remaining 15 gold coins, Yifeng chose to recruit 7 Darius, bringing the number of Darius to 35. The last 8 gold coins were used for upgrading, increasing the remaining upgrade days to 27 days later. There were no monsters approaching the base in the Crimson Land, so Yifeng did not plan to deploy too many chess pieces in this base, leaving only 1 Swain, 2 Darius, and 1 Draven to guard the base. At the forest base, Yifeng arranged Leona and Anbisa to lead the team, each with 5 Darius and 5 Draven, to hunt in the forest. With the current strength of Yifeng's chess pieces, although each team has only 10 chess pieces, the combat power can be comparable to the strength of dozens, or even hundreds of other survivors. After the arrangement, Yifeng led the remaining chess pieces, and walked out of the Crimson Land in a mighty manner. He wanted to verify his conjecture about Anbisa's diplomat bond, and also to explore the nearby map to see if there were any strongholds similar to the previous lake. A D-level stronghold can explode a magic scroll design, which is completely a treasure waiting for people to mine. Today, Yifeng did not go in the direction of yesterday, but changed the direction and explored the big river shown on the map in the southwest. Along the way, the sandworm still interfered with the route forward. Although it was easily solved, Yifeng also felt a little annoyed. These sandworm monsters did not explode magic balls, but the magic essence was still at least 1 point. After a period of progress, Yifeng finally arrived at the nearby river. The mud and stones on the river bank also showed a hint of scarlet. The river water was extremely calm, and there was no trace of any biological life. But the scarlet and viscous appearance of the river water made Yifeng think of the appearance of blood. This long river is like a human blood vessel, with scarlet blood rushing and flowing. I don't know if there will be new monsters here. If Anbisa can really kill the monsters in the Scarlet Land to increase the armor value and magic resistance value, then it is likely that only the first kill of each monster is effective. Yifeng came to the river to see if he could find new monsters to verify his guess. Just as Yifeng sighed, the river water began to change, and it was obvious that something was about to emerge from the river. Here it comes! Finally, the monsters are coming! A group of black shadows appeared on the river, making it difficult to see what was underneath. Splash! The scarlet water splashed everywhere, and the monster under the river finally revealed its true appearance. Chapter 83. Black dots appeared one after another, more than 40 in total. Looking closely, these so-called black dots turned out to be skulls one after another. It was not quite appropriate to call them skulls. On the white bones, there were still a few pieces of rotten meat that had long lost their human form. After these heads emerged from the water, they all twisted their necks and looked at Yifeng. The joints made a crackling sound, which sounded a bit creepy. Soon, the whole body of this group of skeletons rushed out of the water. Although they were bones, these monsters still had some rotten meat on their bodies. The monsters stepped on the water and rushed towards Yifeng. The rotten meat on their bodies seemed to fall off at any time while running fast. As these skeleton monsters surfaced, a fishy smell came into Yifeng's nose. Damn! What the hell is this thing? Kill them all! Yifeng commanded the chess pieces to move forward, while he retreated. There was no way. The smell of these monsters was too strong, and my nose couldn't stand it at all. The smell was strong, no need to say more. When these monsters ran, the joints of their bodies made a not very flexible turning sound, and it sounded that the speed of these monsters was not too fast. But in fact, these skeleton monsters ran more agilely than monkeys. There were more than 50 monsters in this group, and they quickly rushed into Yifeng's chess piece camp. The two Amumu carried by Yifeng also entered the battle. After all, the eternal flame carried by Amumu needs to enter the battle before triggering the damage increase for the whole team. But in the current situation, the two Amumu happened to be surrounded by a group of monsters. Amumu is only 2 stars, and his health is not much. The basic health is only 1,080 points. Counting the 120 health points given by investment strategy in the past few days, the health just reached 1,200 points. The attack damage of this group of monsters is not high, and each damage to Amumu is only 30 points. However, these monsters attack very quickly, causing damage twice per second, and there are as many as 10 monsters besieging the two Amumus. In other words, each Amumu will receive 300 points of damage per second, and will die at most after 4 seconds. This is not okay. If Amumu dies, the equipment effect of Eternal Flame will be invalid. In addition, the bond of the two Amumus happens to be Supervision and Hex Mechanics. If they die, the combat power loss of the chess pieces will be relatively large. As the saying goes, rich people can do whatever they want. Yifeng directly took out several magic scrolls, and used one immediately. Suddenly, the Emerald Green Life Recovery special effect appeared on the 10 chess pieces with low blood volume, and the blood volume of the two Amumu chess pieces was also replenished. This group of monsters attacked quickly, but the defense was not very good. After Yifeng used 3 magic scrolls to raise the health of the chess pieces again, the more than 50 monsters also fell completely, leaving a dark crystal stone on the ground. Yifeng checked Draven's attribute values at this time, and found that Draven's armor and magic resistance had indeed increased by 2 points again. Here it comes. As expected, the Nbisa Diplomat bond in the game requires defeating different enemies, while the Nbisa Diplomat bond in this Golden Shovel survival requires defeating different stronghold monsters. Yesterday, the 7 Crab brothers killed in the D-level stronghold because they were all the same monsters, so the armor and magic resistance were only increased once, that is, by 2 points. Now it has been increased by 2 points again, which means that this group of monsters are also stronghold monsters. Thinking of this, Yifeng was overjoyed. This time, not only did he solve the problem of how to improve the Diplomat bond of Nbisa, but he also found another stronghold. I don't know what level this stronghold is, and what it can explode. If there is only this group of corpse monsters, it is estimated that it is only a D level like the previous 7 Crab brothers, or even worse than the 7 Crab brothers, perhaps just an E level stronghold. In any case, it will be a major gain to identify whether there is a stronghold nearby by improving the magic resistance of chess piece's armor. Nbisa's Diplomat bond can have a detector function in disguise. Just as Yifeng was thinking randomly, the river water surged again, and the river water continued to gather towards the center. Soon, the water in the entire stream was at the bottom, and only a little water was left flowing on the riverbed. And the gathered river water formed the appearance of a giant, which was tens of meters high. The appearance of this giant reminded Yifeng of the genie in Aladdin's lamp. The upper body is the same as that of a human, but the lower body of this giant waterman is getting thinner and thinner, and the place where it connects to the riverbed is only 5 meters wide. Damn, this monster's appearance special effect is so cool. Yifeng sighed, and quickly commanded the chess pieces to attack the giant waterman. Draven's flying axe was the first to chop at the giant waterman. After the flying axe hit the giant waterman, it only caused a -1 damage value on the giant waterman's head. Seeing this scene, Yifeng widened his eyes. What a joke, Draven has hundreds of attack points. Even if the damage reduction is 99%, he should be able to deal quite a few points of damage. Darius also came to the giant waterman along the dried-up riverbed at this time, like a little man standing in front of a giant. Even so, Darius still swung his axe and chopped it hard on the giant waterman. -1. Darius's damage to the giant waterman also caused only a little damage. Nbisa also rushed up at this time, and the fist attack hit the giant waterman, but it still only caused a little damage. What is this? Yifeng was dumbfounded. This waterman has such a high defense? How can we play this? Is this an S-level stronghold? If we really play this way, these chess pieces of ours can't hold on. Yifeng's heart was filled with doubts, and he began to consider whether to run away. After all, the Nbisa Diplomat bond has been figured out how to trigger, which is the most important gain. Everything else can be discussed later. Just when Yifeng was considering whether to run away, Amumu also stumbled to the side of the Slark. Amumu's skill Abandon Technology does not consume any mana, and deals 15% of the spell power magic damage to the surrounding enemies every second, and reduces all damage received by 15 points. After Amumu approached, his skills also began to cause damage to the giant Slark. -38. Amumu's passive skill caused relatively good damage to the Slark. This scene stopped Yifeng's steps just as he was about to run away. After a little thought, Yifeng immediately figured out everything. Damn, this monster has high armor and no magic resistance. LeBlanc, Malzahar, hit it hard. Chapter 84. Yifeng originally thought that the boss of this stronghold was an S-level stronghold, so powerful that even though Yifeng had 10 people at present, he still couldn't defeat such an existence. However, when the magic damage caused by Amumu was not reduced at all, Yifeng finally put his mind at ease. It turned out that this thing just didn't take physical damage, and it was not the so-called invincible. Yifeng roughly calculated that the magic resistance of this waterman was basically 0, which means that the spell strength and skill damage of the chess piece on paper can be as much as it can be. Thinking of this, Yifeng's confidence increased greatly. This time, he brought 3 LeBlanc and 3 Malzahar. These two are powerful magic output chess pieces, and Malzahar's equipment has also reached the level of god equipment. After possessing the 2 pieces of equipment Spear of Shojin and Static Lightning Blade, Malzahar's skill release speed is not slow, and he released the skill Mechanical Summoning before LeBlanc released his skill. A door appeared and hit the giant waterman directly. The damage was not high, but the 5 layers of infection effect had appeared. The infection effect was the most important thing. The 3 Malzahars released their skills together, and instantly superimposed 15 layers of infection effect on the giant waterman. Each layer could cause more than 30 points of damage, which was equivalent to more than 400 points of magic damage to the Waterman every second. The only regret was that the magic resistance of the giant Waterman was 0 points, and the magic resistance reduction effect of Mechanical Summon and Static Electric Knife did not take effect. The giant Waterman without any magic resistance was simply the best live target for Yi Feng's back row magic output. Following closely, LeBlanc threw out Chain of Fate, and a magic damage of more than 4,000 points exploded directly on the giant Waterman's head. This triggered the critical hit of Pearl Gauntlet, and the damage was considerable. Yi Feng's back row chess pieces caused huge damage to the chess pieces, and the giant Waterman also attacked the chess pieces. It waved its hands, and the Scarlet River water on its body split into countless swords and attacked all dozens of chess pieces. The damage of this giant Waterman boss was actually group AoE. The river water turned into swords and hit Darius in the front row, causing only more than 200 points of damage. But Draven, LeBlanc, and Malzahar in the back row suffered more than 300 points of damage. For Malzahar, he only had a health of more than 1,000 at 1 star, so he naturally couldn't bear this terrible damage. Yi Feng took out dozens of low-level group recovery magic scrolls from his backpack in one breath, and scattered them at his feet. Yi Feng sat on the ground, looking at the health of the chess piece. Once there was any danger, he would directly release a magic scroll. Fortunately, the attack frequency of this Waterman was not too high, and it took about 3 seconds to launch a round of attack. Yi Feng was able to consume it easily. Unconsciously, Yi Feng wanted to reach out and continue to grab the magic scroll under him, but he didn't expect that this grab was empty. Damn, more than 30 magic scrolls are gone. It only lasted a few minutes. I thought there were enough magic scrolls before, but now Yi Feng found that fighting a boss is simply a bottomless pit. It's all about logistics. When can you get some blood-sucking for all the chess pieces? Otherwise, if they all eat magic scrolls, even the rich can't handle it. As the giant Slark continued to take damage, its size was shrinking. From the initial tens of meters tall giant, it is now only more than 20 meters tall. With both sides consuming each other, this giant Slark will definitely not be able to hold on for too long. After all, Malzahar's infection layer has accumulated more than 300 layers, and it can explode nearly 10,000 points of damage per second. And the Archangel Staff of LeBlanc is also constantly accumulating magic power, pushing LeBlanc's magic power to a terrifying value. Not long after, the Slark's body was only 10 meters tall, and it seemed that victory was a foregone conclusion. Unexpectedly, at this time, this giant Slark actually opened the big. The Slark's body gradually turned into a huge water ball jumping in the air, and then slowly differentiated into a 2-meter-tall normal-sized Slark, and the remaining water balls turned into huge long swords. The target of the long sword was very precise, pointing directly at Malzahar and LeBlanc, who were outputting in the back row. Yi Feng was also a little panicked. The giant Waterman's previous attacks could cause hundreds of points of damage to the back row. This time, he directly released a big move, and the 1-star Malzahar's health might not be able to hold up. If he was killed directly, he couldn't use the recovery scroll to pull back the health, unless the recovery scroll turned into a dead resurrection. In a hurry, Yi Feng quickly took out the damage reduction scroll, opened one quickly, and selected the target as several chess pieces in the back row. Minus 1,000. The huge long sword chopped Malzahar, hitting an exaggerated 4-digit damage. Looking at the damage number that appeared on the chess piece's head, Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't die. The damage reduction magic scroll provides 20% damage reduction for the back row, otherwise the damage value would not be 1,000 points, but 1,250 points. Similarly, the extra health provided by the Hextech Enhancement investment strategy for the chess pieces also contributed greatly. The health of a 1-star Malzahar is 950 points. After several days of investment strategy, Malzahar's health is close to 1,100 points. Without this Hextech Enhancement, even if the damage reduction scroll is used, Malzahar will still be killed in one hit. In the sky, not all the long swords fell, and there was another round of attacks waiting for Yi Feng. Looking at the back row chess pieces with low health, Yi Feng didn't care about wasting magic scrolls. He used several recovery scrolls at once as if they were free, so that the health of the back row chess pieces always remained in the healthiest state. Another round of long swords fell, and this time, the attack did not work. Yi Feng calculated the duration of the damage reduction, and when it was about to disappear, he added another magic scroll. And the recovery scrolls were released crazily as if they were free, ensuring that the back row chess pieces were always in full health. Soon, this round of attack ended, and the giant-like Waterman was only 2 meters tall. I don't know if it was Yi Feng's illusion. He felt as if he saw a trace of fear on the face of the waterman, just like a human. However, Yi Feng didn't see clearly that Malzahar's infection damage on him was constantly stacked, and he completely took away the giant waterman. Congratulations to the survivors for clearing the B-level monster base. The treasure chest of the base has been unlocked. Please search and check it yourself. Just a B-level base made Yi Feng a little embarrassed. It seems that I still have to hold on. My strength needs to be further improved. Looking at the dry riverbed, you can guess where the treasure chest is hidden without thinking. Yi Feng led the chest pieces and searched towards the riverbed. Chapter 85. After the river dried up, the riverbed was full of mud, and your shoes would sink into it if you walked on it. After picking up the crystal stone that the giant waterman dropped after his death, Yi Feng walked towards the riverbed. Standing on the riverbed and looking around, he did not see the so-called treasure chest. The entire riverbed was only a layer of scarlet mud. Where is the treasure chest? Where is the treasure chest dropped by my buddy after beating the boss? Where is the treasure chest of such a large B-level stronghold? Yi Feng was completely dumbfounded. He could not see where the treasure chest was at a glance. Feeling the sticky feeling coming from the soles of his feet, a thought flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Isn't this treasure chest under this mud? Yi Feng thought of this possibility. As far as the current situation is concerned, this seems to be the most likely answer. Damn, the treasure chest of the B-level stronghold. Grit your teeth and eat it. Yi Feng did not care about the mud under his feet, and staggered forward in the mud step by step, and came to the position where the giant waterman stood. The waterman's feet were not wide, and he had not left this area. Maybe the treasure chest was here. Thinking of this, Yi Feng reached out and groped in the mud, and finally touched a treasure chest. This time the treasure chest looked almost the same as the treasure chest in the previous D-level base, but it had a faint glow on it. Although the treasure chest was found in the mud, it was very clean. Yi Feng did not dare to open the treasure chest. After all, he was still in the riverbed. If the river water returned to normal after opening the treasure chest, it would be a disaster. When he returned to the shore, Yi Feng sat down on the ground and began to count the losses and gains of this battle. In this battle, the most lost items were magic scrolls, especially recovery scrolls. Yi Feng consumed all the remaining dozens of low-level group recovery scrolls. In addition, no chess pieces died. Although some chess pieces' health was not healthy, they could recover their lives as long as they went back to get some magic scrolls. As for the harvest, Yi Feng laid out all the harvests in front of him. First, the small monsters that appeared at the beginning, each of which exploded a crystal stone, and there were dozens of them. Then, there was the crystal stone exploded by the giant water man. Yi Feng estimated that this crystal stone must have more than 1,000 magic essences. After all, according to Yi Feng's feeling, this giant waterman is more difficult to deal with than the dragon man in the previous S-level border trial. And Beast's diplomat bond also provided 4 points of armor and magic resistance for the whole team again, and now it has provided a total of 6 points of armor and magic resistance. 2 different monsters appeared in this B-level base, the small corpse monster at the beginning, and the giant water monster at the end. Both different monsters improve the attributes of the diplomat bond. I don't know if there is an upper limit to Beast's diplomat bond. If not, you just need to keep killing the base monsters. Then one day, the armor and magic resistance that Beast's diplomat can provide will reach a terrifying level. However, Yi Feng doesn't know the answer to these questions yet. Yi Feng shook his head and turned his eyes to the B-level base treasure chest in his hand. The highlight is here. The biggest gain this time is the treasure chest of this B-level base. The treasure chest in the previous D-level base gave Yi Feng a magic scroll design. So what can be dropped this time in the B-level base, which is 2 levels higher? Thinking of this, Yi Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. If there is no incense in the dropped materials, Yi Feng wants to burn incense and pray to learn metaphysics before opening the treasure chest. As the treasure chest was opened, an emerald green light lit up inside, shining on Yi Feng, making his whole body reflect a different color. Congratulations to the survivor for opening the B-level base treasure chest and obtaining the Fountain of Life building manufacturing plan. New things again. Building construction plan? From the literal meaning, it should be possible to build new buildings and unlock different functions. Just like the Magic Scroll Production House and Equipment Production House that Yi Feng unlocked in the S-level border trial. I don't know what this Fountain of Life building is. Building diagram of Fountain of Life. Consume 2,000 points of magic essence to unlock Fountain of Life building at the base. It requires 2,000 points of magic essence, but it is not clear what effect it will have. Let's go back and see if we can unlock this new building. I hope to give you a surprise. Yi Feng rushed back to the base and prepared to exchange all the crystal stones in his hand for magic essence. The monsters in the B-level base each have 10 points of magic essence, a total of more than 50, which exchanged for more than 500 magic essences for Yifeng. And the crystal stone of the giant waterman brought a surprise to Yifeng, which was worth 2,000 points of magic essence. This is just enough magic essence to unlock the Fountain of Life building. The design is really a coincidence. Unlock the Fountain of Life for me. As the voice fell, Yifeng chose an open space in his mind for the so-called Fountain of Life. Countless spiritual lights flew towards the open space. In the spiritual light, Yifeng clearly saw something being built inside. A few minutes later, the Fountain of Life was built. From the outside, the Fountain of Life looks like a pool of spring water, with a diameter of about 5 meters. At the edge of the spring water, there is a frame built with white jade. In the center of the spring water, new spring water is constantly emerging from the spring eye, endlessly and endlessly. According to common sense, this spring water will soon overflow, but in reality, the water level has always maintained a depth of about 1 meter. Above the spring water floats the light dust like broken gold and flowing jade, which makes people feel relaxed and happy like fairy air. The Fountain of Life can restore the health of all chess pieces, consuming 100 points of magic essence, limited to once a day. This is a good thing. 100 points of magic essence can be exchanged for 20 low-level group recovery magic scrolls. 2 low-level group recovery magic scrolls can restore 10 chess pieces to full health. 100 points of magic essence are enough to restore 100 chess pieces to full health. It seems that the Fountain of Life is not cost-effective. But if the number of chess pieces of the survivor exceeds this number, it will be more cost-effective, and the use of magic scrolls takes time after all, while the use of the Fountain of Life can be released instantly with just one thought. Yifeng looked at the water of the Fountain of Life, which seemed to be steaming. Walked forward and touched the water with his hand, and a warm feeling came from his hand. This spring water is actually a hot spring. Yifeng looked down at the mud on his body, then looked at the pool of the Fountain of Life. He took a quick step, took off his clothes and jumped in. Chapter 86. Stepping into the spring water, Yifeng immediately felt that all the fatigue in his body was dispelled. Even if the Spring of Life does not have the special effect of restoring the health of all chess pieces, Yifeng feels that it is worth it just for the effect of the hot spring. After all, during the days when he traveled to the survival world, he usually washed himself with various bottled water, and never had the opportunity to wash so freely. The dirt on his body was washed and quickly purified by the spring water, and no dirt was left in the spring water. It seems that this spring water has a self-cleaning function. Yifeng soaked himself in the spring water, and enjoyed a rare leisure time. Yifeng soaked himself in the water, and rested for half an hour. He felt that his whole body was almost white, and he was willing to walk out of the Spring of Life. After walking out of the hot spring, Yifeng also heard the reminder sound of the survival game in his ears. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for reaching 55,000 levels of conquest, and receiving a treasure chest reward of a forging tool. Do you want to claim it now? The intelligent chess pieces at the forest base were not idle either. They helped Yifeng reach 55,000 levels of conquest. The next reward is 65,000 levels, which is a divine forging tool. Yifeng walked to the sofa in the base with a somewhat frivolous step and laid down on it comfortably. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng found that there were a lot of private messages in his backstage. Boss, do you still want the crystal stones? I sell them all to you. How about 7 recovery magic scrolls? Boss Yifeng, my tone was not right before. Do you still need the crystal stones? Most of the private messages were the same, and they only came back to Yifeng to trade crystal stones now. In addition, there were some garbage private messages that had no nutrition. Yifeng couldn't help but feel a little confused. Most of these people thought he was a profiteer before, and only a few were willing to trade with him. In such a day, a large number of people suddenly came to privately chat with him. When Yifeng opened the chat interface and looked through the chat interfaces of everyone, he finally figured out the reason. Today, many people went to the border area and wanted to try the so-called border trial. As Yifeng said, even if they reached level 3, they were also reminded that their strength was not enough to participate in the border trial, and these survivors were asked to explore later. Such a result disappointed many survivors, and some survivors began to recall what Yifeng said, thinking that Yifeng might not have really lied to everyone. It takes 20 days to increase the strength to 4 barracks. Even if you spend gold coins, you may not have extra gold coins to reach it when the second wave of beasts hits on the 17th day. Crystal stones are just useless special props when facing the second wave of beasts. In order to be on the safe side, some survivors woke up and decided to trade the crystal stones with Yifeng. After the transaction, they can wait until the next beast invasion to reduce losses and harvest crystal stones again. It is for this reason that Yifeng has received a lot of new private messages at this time. Yifeng cleared these private messages with one click. Monsters in the Scarlet Land can explode crystal stones. He wanted to purchase crystal stones at that time, but he just wanted to try the situation of the equipment production house first. For Yifeng now, it doesn't matter whether he accepts these crystal stones or not. After all, in order to earn some crystal stones, he has to trade them one by one, which is a bit troublesome. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng saw that everyone was talking about him. I didn't expect that what Yifeng said was true. You really have to reach level 4 before you can start the border trial. I don't understand. Even if Yifeng killed the bull-headed boss, and was promoted to level 3 and given 20 gold coins, it takes 80 gold coins to upgrade from level 3 to level 4. Even if there is a natural upgrade in the middle, it still requires a lot of gold coins. Where did he get so many gold coins? That's right, I'm also wondering, doesn't he save gold coins to earn as much interest as possible? And the extra gold coins are not used to improve his own strength first. He has so many chess pieces, and the level is higher than ours. Where does he get so many gold coins? I don't understand. I really don't understand. The most discussed thing among the people is why Yifeng can build a new barracks and recruit so many chess pieces while upgrading the level. In everyone's opinion, even if Yifeng got 20 extra gold coins when he killed the bull-headed boss, after so many days, he only got 40 more gold coins than everyone else, which was not enough to support Yifeng to recruit a strong army while pushing the base level to level 4. However, they could not imagine that Yifeng's population increase was not based on gold coin upgrades, but on various crowns synthesized from golden shovel and golden pot. Similarly, Yifeng can have so many gold coins, all thanks to the 2 3-crown Easter eggs that provide him with 18 gold coins every day, and Yifeng's interest limit is not 5, but a full 7. Of course, these secrets, as Yifeng's biggest reliance for becoming stronger, naturally will not be shown off. These days, I have basically not seen anyone explode golden spatula or golden pot, and I don't know if the explosion rate has become lower or what. This also led to the fact that although some survivors use golden spatula or golden pot with other basic equipment to combine various emblems for job transfer, and also had guesses about the bonds of some chess pieces, no one has ever combined a crown. Yifeng couldn't help but muttered, "Is there a limit to the number of golden spatula and golden pot? It exploded before, but now it can't be exploded at all." Of course, this is just Yifeng's guess. There is another possibility, that is, the survivors who exploded the golden spatula will not show it off at all, and all make a fortune in silence, and figure out how to synthesize the desired bonds by themselves. Yifeng continued to look at the chat interface, and now someone sighed. "What do you think of this survival game? I used to work like a slave, leaving home early and returning home late every day. Now I have to leave home early and return home late every day to get supplies for myself. It seems that I have to work like a slave even after traveling to another world. Now that you mention it, it seems a bit, but what can I do? The monsters will become stronger and stronger. Now I should kill as many monsters as possible to save more supplies, and I will be safer in the future. Speaking of which, I haven't taken a hot bath for many days. Now I basically use the bottled water that exploded to wash my body. I miss hot baths." "Ah, you are really particular. What if there is not enough water one day? I just wet a towel and wipe it every day." Seeing that everyone was talking about this topic, Yifeng directly threw a photo on the chat interface. "Why are you so hard? It's so fragrant to soak in a hot spring when you are tired." Chapter 87. The content in Yifeng's photo is nothing but the steaming fountain of life. Everyone looked at the content in the photo, their eyes widened, and they couldn't believe what they saw. It's water, and it's a whole big pool of water, and it's like a hot spring. If you take a bath in it, I don't know how comfortable it would be. This is impossible. A survivor directly refuted. Obviously, everyone has the same base. Why can there be an extra hot spring in Yifeng's base, and it still looks so warm? If the interface of the survival game didn't have the function of photo editing, he would definitely directly accuse Yifeng of photo editing to deceive everyone. "Oh my god, big brother, you are a bit of a hater. Everyone can take a bath. Why do you just take a hot spring?" Another survivor sighed. Although he collected a lot of supplies, he always used supplies frugally with the mentality that it's always right to save more. He only wiped his body with a little water when he felt really uncomfortable. The pool in Yifeng's hot spring is enough for him to take countless hot baths. This inevitably made him feel uncomfortable. What the hell is this? Is it that the Crimson Land has unlocked something new? I also want to upgrade to the 4th level base as soon as possible, and then go to the Crimson Land to unlock the hot spring first. This survivor is quite strong. He has been playing steadily these days, and has developed quite well. One of the 3 barracks has reached 3 stars, which has greatly increased his confidence. And his gold coin deposit has reached 40 coins, and he can get an extra 4 gold coins in interest every day, which makes him full of confidence. What Yifeng can do, he can do sooner or later. After tomorrow, he will be able to earn 5 gold coins in interest every day, just like Yifeng in terms of daily gold coins, and then reach level 4, go to the border trial to unlock the new map. Then it will be a good opportunity to overtake. Can the new map really unlock so many extra things? Is our current forest base really just a novice village? I'm so envious. I also want to quickly reach level 4, hot springs. That's a hot spring that belongs to me alone. Who doesn't want to have it? Where is one? Ha ha ha, so you guys talk so much. I just went out hunting and fainted because of the shit drop rate. I just woke up. Hot springs. I want to take a hot spring bath too. Woo woo woo, no more talk. I continue to move bricks and fight goblins. Tears wet the pig's feet rice. Swear to make 10 million. Woo woo woo, I'm going to continue to work hard, and try to get me some more basic equipment. Boss, can you let me take a bath in your base? Amid the teasing of the crowd, some people mention the trading of crystal stones again. Boss, you see, in at most 10 days, there will definitely be other people who will unlock the new map, and the crystal stone will be exchanged for the magic scroll. Can you give more? This person's meaning is very clear, that is, he wants to tell Yifeng that in just 10 days, there will definitely be other stronger survivors who will reach the 4th level base and then start the border trial. By that time, Yifeng will no longer be a monopoly, and it will be difficult to buy everyone's crystal stones at the current price. Yifeng naturally understood what this person meant, but what they didn't know was that passing the border trial might not necessarily unlock these 2 buildings. According to Yifeng's guess, the initial D-level border trial is probably the most suitable difficulty for most ordinary survivors, and the reward is likely to unlock the new map of the Crimson Land directly. Only the C to S level trials above this can unlock additional new buildings. In order to unlock the Magic Scroll Production House, Yifeng initially estimated that at least the A-level border trial is required. However, it is estimated that it is very difficult for other survivors to pass the A-level trial without intelligence support and Hextech technology enhancement. Yifeng ignored the words of this survivor and chose to refuse directly. Clearly marked the price, refused to talk nonsense, and I don't like this crystal stone recently. Collecting this thing is also mutually beneficial. Yifeng was telling the truth. Collecting crystal stones wastes a lot of time for trading. It is better to take the chess pieces to the Crimson Land to hunt more monsters. Even the lowest level Sandworm monster can provide a little magic essence for yourself. If you can sweep another stronghold, the reward you can get will definitely be much more generous than the reward for purchasing crystal stones. Yifeng was telling the truth, but others thought that Yifeng was going to raise the price. Humph, what do you need? If you collect one person's crystal stone, you can earn 7 magic scrolls. That's 7 magic scrolls. Wouldn't you be tempted? That's right, and it's mutually beneficial? If you really want to help us, why don't you help us convert the crystal stone into magic scrolls for free and don't charge the difference? That's right, it's obviously a monopoly, but you still have to pretend that you are helping everyone. It's really funny. Isn't it just that the upgrade speed is a little faster than ours? Why are you pretending to be a gentleman? Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Yifeng ignored it. He didn't want to deal with these people now. It was just a waste of his time. However, in the chat of a group of people denouncing Yifeng, one person's message was a little special. Woo woo woo, Yifeng, please let me go to your hot spring to take a bath. I just want to take a bath. Boss, I give you a crystal stone, how about you let me take a bath? This person sent a message every minute, and the content of the message was almost the same. Some other survivors didn't like it, and directly scolded this person. You are really good at licking. What are you begging for? Our bases can't communicate with each other. Why are you still embarrassing yourself here? You are still licking this kind of person. You are really spineless. Yifeng is a pure profiteer. Yifeng was also a little confused. What exactly did this person want to do? Yifeng noticed that there seemed to be a lot of private messages in his backend. Just as Yifeng was about to clear these private messages, he found a familiar sender name. Survivor Yongbin. This is the survivor who kept tagging Yifeng in the chat interface, saying that he wanted to take a bath at Yifeng's house. What does this guy want to do? Curious, Yifeng opened the private message sent by the survivor Yongbin. Boss, let me take a bath at your house. I'm not kidding, I have a teleportation prop in my hand, which can teleport others to my base, or teleport myself to someone else's base, but it requires the other party's consent. Can you let me teleport here? I just want to take a bath, and leave after taking a bath. Chapter 88. Seeing this message, Yifeng became interested. It turned out that this guy was not joking, he really had something. Yifeng couldn't help but become curious. What kind of prop could allow people to teleport between different survivors' bases? This thing sounds good, so he asked this guy where he got it. Yes, I want to ask you where you got this teleportation prop first, and what the specific effect of this thing is. Yifeng replied to the message. On the other side, the survivor Yang Bin, as a college student, his brain is quite active, and he is doing well in this survival game. At the beginning, he guessed that the golden shovel and golden pot that exploded from the golden ball really had no effect. So when he saw someone selling the golden shovel, although he didn't have much supplies, he still sold his pots and irons to collect supplies and bought one privately. Although he didn't know what it was for, he still equipped the golden shovel to his vital barracks at that time. Later, he got another Tears of the Goddess, and he directly placed Tears of the Goddess on the Wei Ally barracks. The result was beyond his expectation. Golden shovel and Wei Ally merged into a new equipment family emblem. And this equipment was directly ejected from the Wei Ally barracks and returned to the supply backpack. When Yang Bin wanted to continue to put this equipment on the Wei Ally barracks, he heard the reminder of the survival game. The Wei Ally barracks already has family bond, and cannot be equipped with family emblem. Soon, Yang Bin figured out the effects of these things. Golden shovel can be combined with equipment to form bond equipment, adding an extra bond to the barracks. And now the bond he has put together is the family bond. In other words, as long as he builds another barracks and equips the family bond, he can put together the family bond for his chess pieces. He chose Baku for his second barracks. When he was about to equip Baku with the family emblem, he got a prompt that Baku was also a family bond, and could not be equipped with the family emblem. He had already put together 2 family bond chess pieces, but Yang Bin did not find any changes in his chess pieces. Does it mean that the family bond requires a family of 3? Thinking of this, Yang Bin did not pursue more chess pieces while stabilizing his combat power, but saved the gold coins to upgrade to a level 3 base. After building a Trundle barracks, he placed this family emblem equipment on the barracks. This time, he gathered 3 family bonds, and finally found the difference of the chess pieces. The blue bar of his chess piece became shorter. This means that he can release skills faster, especially Trundle's skills, which can not only cause damage, but also restore health for himself. And he also found that in addition, the damage suffered by the chess piece has also become lower, and the damage has been reduced. What surprised Yang Bin even more was that the basic equipment originally placed on Trundle's barracks would automatically become a finished equipment after entering the battle, and a small shield would appear on Boom and Trundle. Although he didn't know the specific situation, Yang Bin could roughly guess that there was some bond between Bakugo and Trundle, relying on the bond formed by the 3 barracks of Bakugo, Violet, and Trundle. Yang Bin's strength has improved well. He happened to have 3 family and 2 geek bonds, which can be regarded as a stable foothold. On the 10th day after the end of the novice protection period, he easily dealt with the beast-tide invasion without too much loss. That night, he did not rest, but continued to go out to hunt night monsters. This time, he actually found a cave in the forest. After entering, he found a small teleportation array. When he approached, it activated and summoned several monsters he had never seen before. After killing these monsters, he got a special reward teleport emblem. Teleport emblem. After use, you can teleport to the opponent's base, or summon the opponent to your base, which lasts for 1 hour. It will be forced to return after 1 hour, and each function can only be used once a day. Yang Bin told Yifeng many of his situations in detail, without hiding anything. After that, he continued to ask more questions. Boss Yifeng, I'm telling you so sincerely, can you let me take a bath at your house? Yifeng smiled, this kid is quite interesting. However, Yifeng is even more curious about the special item teleport emblem. According to Yang Bin, this thing can teleport between 2 survivors, and can also carry 10 chess pieces. The biggest advantage of this thing is that it can support others, or ask for help from others. To be honest, Yifeng was also a little tempted by this equipment. However, such a good thing, generally no one would be willing to trade it. It's nothing wrong to just teleport here to take a shower. However, when Yifeng looked up at the 10 barracks at his base, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. If the other party came, he would definitely see that there were 10 barracks in his base. If he took a look at the equipment on the barracks, he would most likely know the synthesis and effect of the crown. These are things that Yifeng doesn't want to make public at the moment. Sorry, I thought about it. It's not convenient for outsiders to come to my base. I hope you understand. It's like if I ask you to buy this teleport emblem, you will definitely not be willing. Everyone has some inconveniences. Yifeng still responded politely to the other party. After all, the other party did not hide his experience these days, and how to obtain the teleport emblem directly. He told him all of it, which was considered to be a lot of information. Yifeng even thought about whether to give the other party some information in return, so that he could choose Vandal in the new barracks after level 4 to make up the 4 family members. But Yifeng never expected that the other party's reply to Yifeng was completely beyond his expectations. Ha ha ha, brother Yifeng, you want this emblem? No problem, anyway, this thing is useless to me now. I only have one request, you have to let me take a shower in your base every 2 or 3 days. As for the secret, don't worry, I will keep it absolutely confidential, and will not leak it out. This reply almost made Yifeng unable to react. For a moment, Yifeng didn't know how to evaluate the other party. Should he say that this is a clear-headed college student or complain about this kid? Yifeng suddenly fell into a brief silence. Chapter 89. Yifeng made this request in a joking manner. He had too many secrets, and it was not convenient for him to let the other party come. He used the analogy of asking for the other party's teleport emblem to tell the other party that it was inconvenient and hoped that the other party would give up. As a result, the other party was so willing to give it to him. After Yifeng was silent for a moment, he sent a message to the other party. No problem, you trade the thing to me. After you get it, I will teleport you to my base. Yifeng didn't know whether the other party was really so simple, or just said something nice. Just let the other party trade the thing to him first. If the other party just said something nice, he would definitely back down in the face of Yifeng's request, or find other reasons to refuse him. In this case, he would also look for the cave location mentioned by Yongbin at night, and in return, reveal some information about the chess piece bond to him. If the other party can really trade things to you, it means that the other party is not pretending, but is really so innocent, then you can make friends again. If the other party has any difficulties in the future, you can also help. After Yifeng sent the message, there was no reply from the other party. Yifeng shook his head. It's just talk. Since you gave me some information, I will give you some information too. After saying this, Yifeng prepared to edit the private message to reply to the other party. When the private message was half-edited, Yongbin sent another message. Brother Yifeng, I'm sorry, I was just arguing with each other in the chat interface just now, and I didn't notice the private message. I will trade it to you right away. When Yifeng received this private message, he also received a trade request from the survivor Yongbin. Survivor Yongbin initiated a trade request with you. Do you agree? Agree to the trade. Yifeng chose to agree, and after agreeing to the trade box appeared. The other party directly put the teleport emblem on the trade box, and then directly chose to confirm. Brother Yifeng, please summon me over quickly, I can't wait to take a hot bath. Congratulations to the survivor for obtaining the special item teleport emblem. Yifeng took the thing in his hand. It was a palm-sized emblem, outlining a magic array pattern he had never seen before. How to use the teleport emblem, Yifeng knew at the moment he got it. A thought came to mind, and the teleport emblem floated from Yifeng's hand, then fell to an open space on the ground, and continued to grow into a circular teleportation magic array with a diameter of 8 meters. Waiting for the summoner to agree to this summon a few seconds later, the teleportation array lit up with white light, which became brighter and brighter, making it difficult for Yifeng to look directly at the array. Yifeng subconsciously blocked his sight with his arm, which made his eyes feel more relaxed. The white light quickly dissipated, and the original teleportation array turned into a palm-sized emblem again, flying back to Yifeng's hand. And in the direction of the original teleportation array, a person appeared. The person looked about 1.7 meters tall, only a head shorter than Yifeng. He wore a short-sleeved t-shirt on his upper body, and a pair of sports trousers on his lower body. The whole person looked like a clear college student. The pattern on the t-shirt was a head-touching emoticon. Looking at this emoticon, Yifeng suddenly realized that the other party was a villager. No wonder he spoke so directly and frankly. Is this the teleportation array? It's my first time to ride it, and it's really exciting. Yongbin complained with some excitement in his tone. He turned his head to look at Yifeng, and said with a hint of surprise on his face, Damn, brother Yifeng? I feel that you are more handsome than in the photo. Hearing this, Yifeng smiled. This kid really knows how to talk. Yongbin was holding a suitcase in his hand, which must be the strange monster supplies dropped by the ball. After all, The supplies dropped by the ball can really drop anything. Some people even exploded small adult balloons, female massage sticks, and other strange things from the ball. In the world of the Scarlet Land, everything is dyed red. Young Ben did not express any opinion on this, but just stared at the fountain of life not far away. Brother, this is the hot spring, right? I leave for a while, and come to say hello to you after taking a bath. After saying this, Young Ben ran directly to the fountain of life. He placed the suitcase beside the spring, and jumped into the fountain of life. Oh my god, it feels so good. It's much better than taking a shower with a towel. If it doesn't feel good, I just eat Tsunade's big thunder. Hearing this, Yifeng was more certain that this kid must be a villager. After washing up, Young Ben opened the suitcase and took out a series of things such as shower gel, shampoo, and facial cleanser. Wow, this kid really knows how to enjoy himself. Half an hour later, Young Ben finally finished washing up, changed his clothes, and reluctantly came out of the hot spring. Yifeng took out 2 chairs and a small tea table from his backpack and placed them near the fountain of life, inviting the other party to come and sit. Young Ben didn't act pretentiously, and sat down directly. Brother Yifeng, we have agreed that you have to call me to take a hot bath every 2 or 3 days. You can't break your promise. After saying this, Young Ben licked his tongue. He was thirsty and dehydrated after taking a hot bath for too long. He looked at Yifeng carelessly and asked Yifeng, Brother, do you have any drinks? Can you buy me a bottle? Hearing this, Yifeng took out 2 bottles of different Coke from his backpack. Choose it yourself. Young Ben picked up the Coca-Cola on the table and opened the bottle in his hand. Suddenly, the sound of bubbles sounded, which sounded so pleasant. Gurgle gurgle. Young Ben drank most of the bottle of Coca-Cola in one breath, and then burped with satisfaction. Huh, I feel comfortable. The only regret is that the Coke is not iced. Yifeng half-jokingly asked, this teleport emblem may be a good thing in the future. Why give it to me directly? Young Ben spoke his mind directly. All I can think of is that if I encounter a powerful boss in the future, I can ask for help or help others. But for me now, it doesn't seem very practical. After all, I can only carry 10 chess pieces to teleport together. Whether others bring 10 chess pieces to help me, or I bring 10 chess pieces to help others, it doesn't seem to make much sense. Then I might as well give this thing to you, Brother Yifeng. It's much more comfortable to take a hot bath every few days. Hee, and if I give this thing to you, Brother Yifeng, you will definitely not stand by and watch me die if I have difficulties in the future. Young Ben's words were very frank, and Yifeng had to nod in agreement. Indeed, if Young Ben needs his help in the future, he will definitely be willing to bring his chess pieces to help him. Chapter 90. After saying all this, Young Ben smiled. He believed that Yifeng's chess pieces must be very strong. If he encountered any trouble in the future, he could let Yifeng bring 10 main chess pieces to solve the trouble. Lying on the chair, his eyes were just right on Yifeng's Nbisa barracks. Looking at the 3 pieces of equipment equipped on the Nbisa barracks, Young Ben exclaimed in surprise, Brother Yifeng is awesome. The barracks are equipped with 3 pieces of equipment. It's amazing. I have never seen this barracks in a one-cost barracks. It must be a higher level barracks. Brother Yifeng, if you want to help me in the future, why don't you bring the chess pieces of this barracks here? Then he continued to look around, his eyes widened, and he jumped up from the chair. Looking at the center of Yifeng's base in disbelief, he only noticed that there were 10 barracks in Yifeng's barracks. 1, 2, 3, 9, 10. Young Ben counted them one by one, and his mouth opened a little wider with each barracks he counted. When he finished counting 10 barracks, his jaw almost dropped in shock. 10? Brother Yifeng, where did you get so many gold coins to upgrade the base to level 10? After asking this, Young Ben felt incredible. He shook his head vigorously, and overturned his guess. Impossible, it takes 20 days to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and 80 gold coins are required to upgrade. More gold coins will definitely be needed later. Unless there is unlimited gold coins, it is impossible to reach 10 barracks. No matter how hard Young Ben thought, he could not think that when golden shovel and golden pot were fused into crown equipment, the population could be increased. Young Ben was looking at the equipment on the barracks. It would be fine if he didn't look at it, but he was so surprised that he didn't know what to do. Among the 10 barracks, except for the Wei barracks, which had nothing on it, the other barracks had at least 2 or more pieces of equipment. Archangel Staff, Dragon Claw, Mystic Gloves, Infinity Blade. One familiar piece of equipment after another dazzled Young Ben. He had seen others show off these equipment, but he didn't have so many pieces of equipment. And the number of equipment owned by Yi Feng's 10 barracks reached more than 20 pieces, and none of them were scattered equipment. This was not the most amazing thing for him. What surprised him even more was that there were many pieces of equipment on Yi Feng's barracks that he had never seen before. It seemed that there was no information about these equipment in the intelligence information shared by everyone. Brother, what are these equipments? I feel like I have never seen them before. What is the equipment that looks like a ball of fire? And what are those equipments that look a bit like golden shovel and golden pot? At this time, Yang Bin was so surprised that he had 100,000 questions in his mind, and he was looking forward to Yi Feng to answer them for him. Yi Feng was not prepared to hide it from Yang Bin, so he explained to Yang Bin one by one the equipments that he didn't know. The equipment on the Amumu barracks is called Eternal Flame. It is an auxiliary equipment. It cannot be synthesized. You have to get it through the task reward behind the trial portal. Then the equipment on the Leona barracks that you have never seen is called Light Shield Badge. It is an artifact equipment. It cannot be synthesized. You have to pass the test of the trial portal to get it. Besides that, you should know those emblems. I heard you said that you also combined a family emblem. After reaching level 4, you can get a Vandal, which can make your family bond stronger. Yang Bin listened to Yi Feng's introduction seriously, like a student who was listening to the class seriously. When Yi Feng proposed to build a Vandal barracks after his base reached level 4, and told him that it could make the family bond stronger, this sentence was deeply engraved in Yang Bin's mind. This trip was not wrong. It was just a teleport emblem, which not only exchanged for the right to take a long-term hot water bath, but also learned so much intelligence information from Yi Feng. The most important thing is that he has established a good relationship with Yi Feng, a real boss. If he really encounters difficulties in the future, I think Yi Feng will definitely help him. After Yi Feng introduced these, he paused because of thirst. This pause immediately made Yang Bin feel a little anxious. What he was most curious about was the equipment that looked like it was fused together by golden spatula and golden pot. He used golden spatula and a basic equipment to fuse together a bonded equipment, so these equipment were most likely two golden spatulas fused together. How amazing would their properties and effects be? Thinking of this, Yang Bin wanted to know the answer immediately, looking at Yi Feng who was drinking water, but he could only wait patiently for Yi Feng to tell him the answer after drinking the water. As for the equipment that you saw that looked like golden spatula and golden pot fused together, that's even more amazing. Yi Feng said this, leaving Yang Bin in suspense, making Yi Feng even more eager for Yi Feng to tell him the answer. These things are called crowns. They require two golden spatulas and golden pots to synthesize. They are the same no matter how you pair them. They only have one special effect, which is to add an extra barracks to the buildable barracks. After hearing Yi Feng's explanation, Yang Bin suddenly realized. He counted the various crowns on Yi Feng's barracks, a total of 6, which can just increase the number of barracks built by 6. In other words, Yi Feng's base level is level 4, and it is only with the special effects of the crown that he has reached 10 barracks. This answer is obviously more acceptable to Yang Bin than Yi Feng's base reaching level 10. Yang Bin couldn't help but sigh at this time. Brother, you are a good person who gets good rewards. When everyone is worried about daily necessities, you are willing to take out supplies to exchange for golden shovel, golden pot, which is to help everyone. Now it is a good person who gets good rewards. It was discovered by chance that golden shovel, golden pot has such a wonderful use, and it took off directly. In Yang Bin's eyes, everyone is a survivor who entered this survival game, and everyone's intelligence is all based on exploration. Yi Feng was willing to take out supplies to trade for golden shovel, golden pot that everyone thought did not exist at the beginning, which shows that Yi Feng is a particularly good person. Such a good person was finally rewarded, which is simply the most perfect ending. Thinking of this, Yang Bin's eyes were shining, and he looked at Yi Feng with admiration. Seeing Yang Bin's eyes, Yi Feng was a little embarrassed. What is this kid thinking? He was so quickly. Brother is really not that noble. Chapter 91. Objectively speaking, Yi Feng did help these people. However, subjectively speaking, Yi Feng was willing to exchange the golden shovel and golden pot because he knew the value. But outsiders did not know, so in Yang Bin's eyes, Yi Feng was rewarded for his good deeds and got such a generous reward. It was almost an hour now, and Yang Bin was about to be teleported back to his base. There was no time to say anything more. After Yi Feng asked Yang Bin about the cave where he found the teleport emblem, the time had reached exactly 1 hour. Yang Bin, who was still talking to Yi Feng the last second, had a light on his body the next moment, the same light that was teleported before. The next moment, the light dissipated, and he disappeared. This teleport emblem is quite interesting. After sending Yongbin away, Yifeng decided to return to the forest base with the chess pieces and wait for the night to fall. The forest bases where everyone was located were basically the same, and even the things refreshed were roughly the same. For example, if a forest banshee appears directly, everyone can kill her, and after killing her, they can unlock the trial portal. However, most survivors cannot withstand the real damage of the forest banshee, so no one has been able to unlock the trial portal so far. Yongbin discovered the cave of teleport emblem, but Yifeng has never found it before. It is just right to explore it tonight to see if there are any special rewards in his map. Time soon came to night, and the chess pieces that went out to hunt goblin monsters on their own also returned. Today's hunting was quite smooth, allowing Yifeng's conquest level to break through 55,000 levels, and obtained a finished equipment forging device, and it will not be too far away from the 65,000 level artifact forging device. Looking at the dark forest outside, Yifeng did not move immediately, but first received the finished equipment forger. Finished equipment forger. After using it, you can open a treasure house with 3 finished equipment, and choose one from it. After opening the forger, the phantoms of 3 finished equipment appeared in front of Yifeng. Morello's Secret Codex, Last Whisper, Heart of Determination. Of the 3 pieces of equipment, Morello's Secret Codex is a mage equipment. While increasing magic power and life, the special effect can cause serious injury and percentage burning effects. The function is somewhat similar to Sunfire Cape. Last Whisper is a fusion of recurve bow and gloves. The basic attributes increase attack power, attack speed, and critical strike rate. The special effect is to cause physical damage to the enemy, while causing armor shattering to the enemy, which is the so-called armor-breaking equipment. The last Heart of Determination is also commonly known as the Steel of the Heart. Increase armor, health, critical hit rate, and special effects to gain additional damage reduction. This damage reduction will be higher when the health of the chess piece is higher than 50%, which is basically similar to supervision. Yifeng thought about it. The first piece of equipment is quite good. The percentage burning is a good thing. The Minotaur boss was defeated by the burning effect of Sunfire Cloak. But now the chess piece's equipment slot is a bit stretched. If Morello's Secret Codex is taken, the only thing that can be adapted is a Mumu Barracks. Last Whisper is a physical output equipment, which is just right for Draven Barracks. The armor reduction effect can also benefit physical output chess pieces, such as Anbisa and Darius. If Darius is equipped with the last Heart of Determination, Darius's damage reduction will be increased again. The only regret is that the damage reduction bonus is not calculated by addition, but by multiplication. For example, when Darius is at full health, the double monitor gives 30% damage reduction, and 100 points of damage are reduced to 70 points. Then the 15% damage reduction of Heart of Determination is 70 times 0.85 is equal to 59.5 points. In the end, the damage reduction of the 2 equipments can only reach 40.5%, not the cumulative 45%. But even so, the damage reduction is still very considerable. Faced with these 3 equipments, Yifeng was a little hesitant, and didn't know what to choose. After thinking again and again, he decided to take Morello's secret book first. The percentage of burning effect may play a miraculous role at a critical moment. The only pity is that the equipment slots of Malzahar and LeBlanc are full, otherwise, Yifeng really wants to give this equipment to these 2 barracks. Yifeng counted his chess pieces. There are more than 60 chess pieces in total, and the largest number is Darius and Draven. 4-star 1-cost chess pieces are definitely the most cost-effective in the early stage. After giving the newly obtained Morello's Secret Codex equipment to Amumu, Wei, Swain, Rel, Amumu and Anbisa were left in the base to guard the home. Yifeng led the other chess pieces to the forest in a mighty manner. Walking in the dark forest with a strong flashlight, Yifeng did not feel afraid. This mighty team of chess pieces is the greatest confidence. All fears come from insufficient firepower. When the firepower is strong enough, all fears will no longer exist. The monsters at night are still mainly cat monsters. However, among these lightning cat monsters and poisonous cat monsters, a new type of cat monster with green fluorescence has appeared. The attack power of this fluorescent cat monster is not high, but it never appears alone. Its special skill is to restore blood to other cat monsters. And when this fluorescent cat monster releases skills to restore blood to other cat monsters, it is still in a 50% damage reduction state. It is not easy to quickly clean it up. The difficulty of hunting at night will increase again. Of course, these are only for ordinary survivors. For Yifeng's chess piece troops, what is the difference between 50% damage reduction and no damage reduction? Anyway, they are all taken away by the roadside in a few hits. Following the direction mentioned by Yang Bin, Yifeng searched all the way. After more than an hour of groping, Yifeng finally found the cave mentioned by Yang Bin. Strangely enough, Yifeng had been to the place Yang Bin mentioned more than once during the day, and there were even marks left by him nearby. But after coming here so many times, he didn't find any cave nearby. I didn't expect that there would be such a cave when I came here at night. It seems that there are many secrets in this forest at night. The forest banshee before, and the cave now. Is this game hiding so many things in the forest at night to screen the strength of the survivors? If you don't reach the corresponding strength, you won't even have the chance to find these. Yifeng couldn't think of the result, so he simply stopped thinking about it, picked up the flashlight, and shone it towards the cave. The cave extended downwards. According to Yang Bin, it was dozens of meters long to reach the end. Let's go into the cave and find out. Chapter 92. According to Yang Bin, although the cave is dark, there are no monsters along the way. Monsters will only appear in a huge space at the end of the cave. Yifeng held a flashlight and stood in the middle of the chess pieces to move forward into the cave. The cold wind blew, making Yifeng shiver. The cave slowly extended downwards, as if going all the way to hell. The stone walls in the cave were very clean, with stalactites hanging above the head, and the scenery along the way was almost exactly the same. After walking for several minutes, Yifeng still did not reach the stone cave room at the end of the cave that Yang Bin said. Will this kid not fool me? Yifeng muttered casually. He naturally knew that Yang Bin would not lie about this. After all, in order to fool Yifeng, he gave away the teleport emblem, and the price was too high. He continued to walk for a full 10 minutes. According to Yifeng's estimation, he had walked at least 1,000 meters, but still could not see the end. This cave won't go straight to the center of the earth. Just as Yifeng was complaining, a faint light appeared in the depths of the cave in front of him. Although the faint light was very weak, it was a message that the cave was finally coming to an end. When Yifeng rushed all the way towards the faint light, he finally came to a cave hall. Looking around, there was no other way out except the cave entrance. This was the end of the cave. This cave hall was more than 20 meters high. Countless stalactites hung upside down on the top of the cave, like a bunch of sharp swords. If they fell, they would be enough to pierce people through. The cave hall is rectangular, about 100 meters long and 40 meters wide, covering an area of more than 4,000 square meters, which is wide enough. On the ground, there is a huge magic circle with a diameter of 20 meters. Yang Bin, that kid, cares about this small teleportation magic circle. Looking at the huge teleportation magic circle in front of him, Yifeng couldn't help but want to complain. Yang Bin told himself that the cave entrance was only a few dozen meters deep, but it turned out to be 1,000 meters deep. The small magic teleportation array originally mentioned has now become a huge magic circle with a diameter of 20 meters. How to activate this thing? According to Yang Bin, after activating this teleportation magic circle, several monsters appeared, and finally got the reward teleportation emblem. Yifeng walked forward and carefully looked at the pattern on the magic circle. Although he couldn't understand it, it was quite beautiful from an aesthetic point of view. Just as Yifeng was absorbed in studying the magic circle on the ground, the magic circle lit up. First, every line of the magic circle lit up with a trace of fluorescence, and then the fluorescence became brighter and brighter, turning into a blazing red. Every line on the magic circle seemed to be burning, and from a distance, it looked more like a sea of fire. The magic circle was completely lit up, and a terrifying breath passed through it, making Yifeng subconsciously retreat. This magic circle is about to be activated. I want to see what monsters will come out. The light continued to rise, and rushed straight to the top of the cave. In the magic circle, Yifeng saw that something seemed to be slowly emerging. A terrifying roar came from the formation. Here they come. It seems that after the magic circle was activated, the monsters really came. According to Yang Bin, only a few monsters came out, and the strength of these monsters was not very strong. Although the size of the magic circle is a little different from what Yang Bin said, the monsters should not be too different. The light of the magic circle gradually dimmed, and Yifeng finally saw the situation in the magic circle clearly. There were 6 monsters in total, 1 big and 5 small. It seems that at least Yang Bin was reliable in the number of monsters. The 6 monsters looked like humans, but they were hunchbacked, with long limbs and protruding joints, and supported on the ground with their limbs. The monster's skin was dark purple, and sharp bone spurs grew on their backs and limbs. Unlike humans, these monsters had horns on their heads, and their pupils were scarlet like snake pupils. And the small monsters were more than 2 meters tall, and the big one was 5 meters tall. These monsters held sabers in their hands, and prepared for defense. They seemed to be confused about why they were teleported here. When the monsters turned their heads and looked at Yifeng, the big monster showed an angry expression on his face. Then he shouted a few words that Yifeng didn't understand, and rushed towards Yifeng with his saber in hand, and the 5 small monsters also rushed towards Yifeng. Although these monsters looked ugly, they moved very fast. After just one encounter, they instantly rushed into Yifeng's chess piece camp. Darius in the front row quickly fought with the 5 small monsters. At the same time, several Darius surrounded the big one. However, the big monster seemed to have wisdom. It actually jumped up and jumped directly to a height of more than 10 meters, then landed heavily, and jumped out of Darius's encirclement. The monster held a saber, and stared at Malzahar in the back row with scarlet eyes. Seeing this, Yifeng was also a little surprised. This thing actually knew to prioritize cutting the back row. Among Yifeng's chess pieces, there were no control skills. The only ones with control skills were the skill destruction team of the Forecast Way, and the ability of Nbisa to stun the enemy for a short time when switching gloves to attack. Only then did Yifeng realize how important it was to have control. Nbisa, little son, stop it for me. LeBlanc, you retreat. Yifeng had to quickly command these artificial intelligence chess pieces to stop the monster, and let the enchantress retreat at the same time. As for those chess pieces that were not artificially intelligent, they would not pull at all after entering the battle, but would only output blindly. Even if Yifeng wanted to issue a retreat order, these chess pieces would not obey the order at all. After hearing the order, Nbisa and Leona immediately changed the direction of attack and ran towards the big monster, trying to stop the opponent's advance. Then the opponent was faster. The 3 Malzahars had just released their first skill, and 3 mechanical gates hit the big monster, adding 15 layers of infection buff to it. The big monster also approached a Malzahar. It waved its saber, and swung at Malzahar. -800. The damage immediately put the injured Malzahar into a state of residual blood. -100, -100. Not only that, a bleeding mark appeared on the head of the Malzahar, and it was losing blood madly with 100 points of damage. Fuck my 5 gold coins. Yifeng was anxious at this time. A Malzahar was 5 gold coins. He had not suffered such a big loss so far. As a result, he almost killed a 5-cost chess piece in a face-to-face encounter. This monster is different from the few not-so-strong monsters mentioned by Yang Bin. It is a bit tricky. Chapter 93. Yifeng took out the magic scroll for recovery. He had exchanged some magic crystals for the crystal stones in the previous B-level base, so he still had some magic scrolls left. At this time, he tore open a magic scroll with his left and right hands, and 2 rays of recovery light suddenly appeared on Malzahar's body, pulling back the health of the dying Malzahar. Seeing Yifeng's operation, the monster actually stopped attacking for the time being, and turned its head to look at Yifeng with a degree of twisting that a human could not do. The scarlet eyes were filled with murderous intent, which made Yifeng feel a chill in his heart. The monster only paused for a moment, and then attacked Malzahar in front of him again. This time, he swung the saber in his hand, slashed it, and cut out -640 damage again. That's right, Yifeng hurriedly used the damage reduction scroll to temporarily increase the damage reduction for the back row chess pieces by 20%. After doing all this, Yifeng was not idle. He continued to take out the low-level group armor scroll, and increase the armor of these back row chess pieces by 30 points again. The monster continued to attack. This time, he did not use the saber in his hand to attack, but turned his head on the spot, and attacked Malzahar with his limbs and the bone spurs on his back. -400, -380, -390, -390, -369. 5 numbers appeared from Malzahar's head in a row. Yifeng didn't even have time to use blood, and just watched Malzahar die. This Malzahar only had time to release 2 skills, and he died on the spot. Seeing that a chess piece was solved, the monster looked up to the sky and howled, showing great excitement. He turned his gaze to the other Malzahar beside him, ready to attack again. Fortunately, Nbisa and Leona finally arrived at this time. The 2 of them blocked the monster on the left and right, preventing the monster from approaching the nearby Malzahar. Roar. The monster roared, with a fierce look in his eyes. He glanced at Leona and Nbisa as if thinking, and attacked the 2 chess pieces directly. Nbisa and Leona's defense is naturally much higher than Malzahar, especially Nbisa also has a blood-sucking effect, and can recover part of the damage received. -400, -530. This is the damage to Leona and Nbisa. Yifeng has taken out the damage reduction magic scroll, a total of 10. When the monster was about to attack, he applied this state to Nbisa and Leona. Yi Feng looked at the battlefield on the other side. LeBlanc's attack was still focused on a few monsters, and the output of other chess pieces was the same. Those monsters seemed to not last long, and would be dealt with by Yi Feng. Wait until I clear the monsters, then you will be the only target. I will see where you can run. Yi Feng made a ruthless statement. As long as this group of monsters was finished, the back row chess pieces would focus on attacking this big boss. If he wanted to cut the back row, there were so many front row chess pieces chasing him all the way, and it would not be so easy to cut off Yi Feng's back row. Obviously, this big monster seemed to understand the current situation. He opened his mouth wide, showing his fangs, looked at the Draven army in the back row, and actually jumped again, gave up the current target, and jumped towards the center of the Draven chess piece. Draven's armor is lower than Malzahar's, with an initial armor of only 15 points. Therefore, the first encounter directly caused more than 900 points of damage to the nearest Draven. Fortunately, Draven has reached 4 stars, and his health has reached 2,640. With the addition of investment strategy, his health is about 2,800 points. This attack only knocked out about 1/3 of Draven's health. Anbisa also jumped up, followed closely, and jumped towards the monster, throwing out the chain to make a semicircular attack. This is Anbisa's skill, Unremitting Huntress. In the game, this skill is often used for fake games. After jumping to the back row and hitting the enemy's back row chess pieces with residual health, it suddenly turns around and jumps back to the front row to fight. But at this moment, Anbisa's skills have played the best effect. Instantly caught up with the big monster, making it impossible for it to take any further action. When the monster saw Anbisa rushing over, it showed a trace of surprise on its face, but it ignored it and continued to attack Draven in front of it. Although his attack was fast, Yi Feng's hand speed in releasing the recovery scroll was also fast. After several attacks, the monster was ready to use the bone spurs all over its body to attack again. If this monster hits, Draven's health will definitely be greatly reduced. If Yi Feng does not raise his health in time, he may die if he is hit by another knife. At this time, Anbisa's mana is full again. She swung her gloves to attack, and a punch stunned the monster on the spot, just in time to cut off the monster's attack. The skill was interrupted, and the monster showed anger. It turned around and attacked Anbisa regardless of anything. His attack was indeed very high, but Anbisa in the boxing state had more than 60% of all-round blood sucking, and the draining sword on the equipment could also provide 20% all-round blood sucking. The monster slashed down and caused more than 800 damage to Anbisa, but Anbisa's attack could also cause more than 700 points of damage each time. With more than 80% of blood sucking, one punch restored more than 500 points of damage, and the actual damage was only about 300 points. And Anbisa's attack speed was obviously faster than this monster, enough to pull with this monster. After the monster fought with Anbisa several times, Leona also rushed to the battlefield again and joined the battle. Seeing this situation, the monster actually jumped again and jumped towards the direction of the intelligent LeBlanc. This time, he miscalculated again. Intelligent chess pieces have wisdom, not the kind of brainless chess pieces that wait for him to cut them. Seeing that the monster was about to jump over, LeBlanc quickly stepped forward and rushed towards the dozens of Darius in the battle group. The monster jumped this time and missed directly, so it set its sights on the other 2 LeBlanc chess pieces. However, at this time, a shrill scream came from the battlefield of several monsters. It was the 5 monsters that finally couldn't stand the damage and fell down. The big monster was also attracted by this sudden change. It stopped for a moment. After seeing what happened clearly, it roared and rushed towards the nearest LeBlanc chess piece at a faster speed. 2-star LeBlanc has 1620 health points. Counting the increase in Hex deck enhancement in the past few days, the health has reached 1760 points. But this monster seemed to be crazy at this moment. The saber in his hand waved 5 times in a row, and quickly chopped the LeBlanc chess piece. Each slash caused more than 600 damages. Although Yi Feng opened a recovery magic scroll in the middle, it was still useless, and he watched the chess piece die again. Chapter 94. After killing the small monsters, Darius and other chess pieces in the front row finally turned around, and set their sights on the only remaining monster. And the flying axes of 20 Draven also attacked the monster. But all this could not stop the monster from killing a LeBlanc chess piece. 5 more gold coins were lost, which made Yi Feng even more heartbroken. These were all golden coins, and it was a sin to waste them like this. A round of attack by 20 Draven's flying axes caused nearly 10,000 points of damage to the big monster. And Draven's attack speed has been superimposed to the upper limit of 5 swords per second. Including the critical damage that occurred, It can cause about 50,000 damage to the monster in 1 second. As for the remaining 2 Malzahars, their previous skills were released on the 5 small monsters, and the infection layers were stacked up a lot. Now that the small monsters died, all the infection layers instantly spread to the big monster. The big monster seemed to have sensed something, and magic damage continued to appear on its head. Damn it, I lost 10 gold coins. Selling you to KK Park is a bargain for you. Yifeng used several low-level group damage amplification scroll and low-level group armor scroll to enhance all the chess pieces in the team. And low-level group damage reduction scroll and low-level group recovery scroll were placed at Yifeng's feet. Once he was ready to attack a chess piece, low-level group damage reduction scroll would be used, and then the recovery scroll would be used to ensure the health of the chess piece. The monster finally showed an urgent expression when he saw his men died. Although the cave space is relatively large, all the chess pieces are now targeting him, so it is not so easy for him to cut the back row again. Especially as Malzahar's infection layers continue to stack, it seems to have realized that something is wrong. However, 3 Nbs have come to him, and Darius is constantly chasing and attacking him, and the output of Draven's troops is also a bit overwhelming for him. The blood volume of this monster is decreasing very quickly, especially the infection layer of Malzahar. In 10 seconds, the damage suffered by this monster is more than 900,000. In less than a minute, this monster will definitely die. Obviously, this monster also foresaw its own end. It roared, but was powerless. It wanted to rush up and kill Yifeng directly, but was blocked by a mysterious force, and could not cause any damage to Yifeng at all, wasting some time in vain. The monster looked at Yifeng with a resentful look, opened his mouth wide, and recited a few words that Yifeng could not understand at all. It seemed to be some kind of language, but it didn't matter to Yifeng. Who would care what the monster said? As long as there is a health bar, as long as it can explode something, even if it is a god, it must be killed to add to the fun. The monster jumped for the last time, aiming directly at the Draven crowd. Its body swelled up, and became much larger again, and the several bone spurs on its body all emitted a faint purple light. Looking at this posture, it seems to be charging up some big move. Yifeng has no chess piece to interrupt the opponent's release, so he can only quickly add damage reduction to the nearest Draven chess piece, and at the same time take the intermediate magic scroll that can be charged to restore 75% of the health value in his hand in case of emergency. Swish, swish, swish. The bone spurs on the monster flew out of its body with a lavender glow, like a deadly blade after another, rushing towards the nearest Draven. The speed was very fast, and Yifeng had to predict and use the magic scroll quickly. However, the damage this time was beyond Yifeng's expectations. Minus 5,000. The terrifying value burst out, directly killing the 8 nearest Draven instantly. Moreover, after killing Draven instantly, these bone spurs did not disappear, but penetrated the body of the chess piece and continued to fly towards the chess piece behind. Minus 2,500. After penetrating the chess piece, the damage of these bone spurs was reduced, which means that Yifeng's Draven reached 4 stars, which allowed Yifeng's Draven to survive with residual blood. The bone spurs did not stop yet, and continued to fly to the periphery. This time, the chess piece that was touched exploded with a terrifying damage of minus 1250 points. Fortunately, except for Malzahar, the health of other chess pieces exceeded this value, and no one died, but they were all injured. Finally, 8 bone spurs hit the wall of the cave, and sank directly into it, leaving large holes on the wall. After releasing this big move, the monster became weak, and even standing seemed a little difficult. It was difficult to hold the saber to prevent itself from falling. It looked at Yifeng with unwillingness in its eyes. However, Yifeng did not indulge it. Hit me. Hit hard. This time, Yifeng lost 8 Draven chess pieces, which was a heavy casualty. Not long after, the monster finally fell. After falling, the monster turned into a crystal stone. Yifeng stepped forward and picked up the crystal stone. Special item. Elite Yiksha crystal stone. It turned out that the monster was called Yiksha. He also picked up the crystal stones of the 5 monsters, and Yifeng also got a name. Special item. Ordinary Yiksha crystal stone. After killing the monster, the cave returned to peace, and the original magic circle on the ground had now completely disappeared, as if nothing had ever existed. The cave was empty, as if nothing had happened, except for the deep pit on the ground and several large holes on the wall, proving that a big battle had indeed taken place just now. Congratulations to the survivors for killing the Yiksha troops. Rewards are being distributed. Reward survivors with 40 gold coins. Reward survivors with 1 random emblem. Reward survivors with 1 chess piece abnormal mutation device. Rewards have been distributed. Please check for yourself. There are 3 rewards in total, and 40 gold coins can help Yifeng recover his losses, and even earn more than 20 gold coins. However, in this battle, in addition to the lost chess pieces, the consumption of various consumables and magic scrolls is also a huge number. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. When this survival game reaches the later stage, I'm afraid that every boss battle will be fought with the stock of magic scrolls. No wonder it is said that fighting is a waste of money. This time, so many magic scrolls are enough for other survivors to use for several months, but they were consumed by Yifeng in one battle. The second reward is a random emblem, which is also a good reward, but I don't know what emblem it is. Yifeng didn't have time to open his backpack to check it now. As for the third reward, it made Yifeng excited. In the game of Golden Shovel, when it reaches the 4th to 6th round, the abnormal mutation will be enabled, and you can choose a chess piece to get an additional enhancement. And consuming gold coins can refresh the abnormal effect. If you have enough gold coins, you can refresh the chess piece you are satisfied with. I don't know if the reward chess piece abnormal mutator is this thing. Chapter 95. Yifeng opened his backpack and checked the reward chess piece abnormal mutator, and immediately understood the effect of this thing, which was exactly as expected. Chess piece abnormal mutator. Select a barracks. You can start an abnormal mutation to strengthen the barracks chess piece, consume 2 gold coins, and you can refresh this abnormal mutation. Sure enough, it is the same as the abnormal mutation in the game. The only difference is that the gold coins required for a refresh are doubled. This is not a big problem. Yifeng wanted to rush back to the base right now, and use this thing immediately. At this time, Yifeng found something different. After the previous elite Yiksha died, his body turned into crystal stone, but the saber in his hand did not disappear. The saber became only more than 30 centimeters long and scattered on the ground. Yifeng was busy picking up the crystal stone just now, and he almost missed this thing. Can the monster's equipment be left behind? Yifeng went forward and picked up the saber. The saber was not exquisite, but the blade looked extremely sharp. Obtained special equipment. Yiksha saber. Yifeng was stunned when he heard the prompt of the survival game. Special equipment? What is this? It doesn't have any attributes. Could it be the equipment created by this survival game? Although he didn't know what was going on, Yifeng felt that the most important thing to do now was to go back first. At this time, Yifeng was eager to go home. After coming out of the cave, he breathed in the fresh air in the forest and felt extremely comfortable. After returning to the base, all the chess pieces guarding the home were there, but seeing that their health was a little less, it seemed that some blind monsters wanted to attack the base, and were easily taken down. Yifeng first tried to take out the special equipment Yiksha saber, and wanted to equip it on the way barracks. But he got a prompt that the survival game could not equip it. It was not an item equipped on the barracks, so what was this thing for? Unable to figure it out, Yifeng was not going to think about it too much, and now there were more important things waiting for him. Holding the chess piece abnormal mutator in his hand, it was a mess of colorful props. Which barracks should this thing be given to? Yifeng couldn't make up his mind for a while. After all, this thing had to choose the chess piece first, and then the abnormal mutation. Yifeng was afraid that he would choose a chess piece but spend a lot of gold coins, and not get the abnormal mutation he wanted. There are more than 60 abnormal mutations in total, which can be divided into 9 categories according to type: energy, magic damage, function, attack power, damage increase, tank, mana value, critical strike, and attack speed. Among them, the abnormal mutation types of the 3 categories of function, tank, and attack power are relatively more. Among these abnormal mutations, the most popular one is the initial miniaturization, which is commonly known as alchemy. Camille of various elixirs, one kick after another, makes the enemy dare not say a word. It is also the existence of miniaturization that has started a national alchemy craze in the game. In addition, Thousand Blades Big Mouth, several supervisors in the front row push forward, and then Big Mouth sprays wildly, with physical damage, magic damage, and real damage, and the damage is fierce. Continuous kill Big Head. The skill is like setting off firecrackers, and can't be stopped at all. One by one, powerful abnormal mutations flashed in Yifeng's mind, and he was a little undecided about which chess piece to give this abnormal mutation to. In his mind, only Draven, Malzahar, LeBlanc, and Nbisa are worthy of using this item. As for the other chess pieces, they are just pendants who are not worthy of using such precious items. Yifeng's ideal abnormal mutations suitable for Draven are Thousand Swords, Dragon Soul, and Strength Training. Thousand Swords causes real damage to the enemy when attacking, and this value can be infinitely superimposed. When facing boss, it can make it easier for Yifeng to solve the battle. The same is true for choosing Dragon Soul. When damaging a new target, it can cause 20% of the enemy's maximum health value to the enemy. The real damage is equivalent to leaving the enemy with only 80% of the health at the beginning. It may not be effective enough when facing small monsters, but if it is a big boss with millions of health, it is equivalent to causing hundreds of thousands of additional damage. Strength training is to gain 20% attack power, and after entering the battle, the abnormally mutated chess piece will increase the attack power of the whole team by 4% every 3 attacks. Facing these boss, it can also become stronger and stronger and destroy the enemy faster. As for Anbisa, the abnormal mutations that Yifeng considered were Dive into the enemy formation, Wrath of the Berserker, and Titan Strike. Dive into the enemy formation allows the chess piece to jump to multiple enemies and stun nearby enemies when releasing skills for the first time in each battle, while gaining 25% attack speed and 20% all-around blood sucking until the end of the battle. This abnormal mutation can slightly make up for Yifeng's lack of control, and also allow Anbisa chess pieces to have better output. Wrath of the Berserker simply increases attack power and spell strength, especially when the chess piece's health is less than 70%. This value can be tripled, which is also a very good abnormal mutation for Anbisa. The last Titan Strike makes the chess piece's attack have an AoE effect, which can cause an additional 50% attack damage to the target and other nearby enemies. As for LeBlanc and Malzahar, the 2 5-cost back row magic output, Yifeng can think of the adaptive abnormal mutations of Magic Training, Magic Expert, and Magic Power Absorption. Magic Training, the chess piece gains 15 points of magic power, and every 20 points of mana consumed can provide 2 points of magic power for the chess pieces of the whole team. Based on the total mana of LeBlanc and Malzahar of about 90, each skill release can provide nearly 10 points of magic power for the whole team, and Magic Expert directly increases the magic power of the chess piece by 40%, which is simple and rough. Magic Power Absorption gains 30 points of magic power, and when the chess piece of your side dies, it can absorb 8% of its magic power. Take the 9 Iron Blood Conqueror chess pieces as an example. Each chess piece has a magic power of more than 200 points. Once one of them dies, it can provide nearly 20 points of magic power to this chess piece. Of course, in addition to this, there are a lot of abnormal mutations that make Yifeng excited, but there is only one chess piece abnormal mutator, so Yifeng doesn't know how to choose for a while. After thinking again and again, Yifeng decided to give this only chance to Malzahar. After all, as an output, Malzahar's infection effect can play a miraculous effect in many cases. As for LeBlanc, although I also want her to be stronger, I have to sacrifice her and wait for a chance in the future. Use chess piece abnormal mutator on Malzahar's barracks. Chapter 96. After Yifeng chose to give it to Malzahar, the chess piece abnormal mutator in his hand took off and flew towards Malzahar's barracks. Suddenly, the chaotic material that flashed with various lights wrapped Malzahar's barracks. Stone Skin gained 225 points of armor and magic resistance at the beginning of the battle, and this bonus decreases by 10 points every 3 seconds. A line of text appeared on Malzahar's barracks, which was the content of the abnormal mutation. Do you confirm this mutation? Spend 2 gold coins to refresh the abnormal mutation once. Hearing the system prompt of the survival game, Yifeng naturally would not confirm it. This abnormal mutation was obviously a tank mutation, and it was not very useful to give it to Malzahar. Killing the Yaksha troops earned 40 extra gold coins. At this time, Yifeng was also rich and powerful, thinking that he would not stop until he refreshed the best mutation. Refresh for me. The 2 gold coins disappeared just like that, and in exchange, the text on Malzahar's barracks changed. 1000 Blades. Attack causes 30 points of additional real damage, and each time the target is damaged by this effect, the real damage will increase by 12 points. This abnormal mutation is definitely a good thing. The physical output of the back row has Ginsa's Rage Blade, which can basically be easily stacked to the highest attack speed of 5 swords per second. Calculated at 5 swords per second, the accumulated real damage caused in 1 minute will be more than 500,000. And it only takes 1 minute, the value of this additional real damage will reach more than 3,600 points per sword. Such damage is terrifying enough. It's a pity that the abnormal mutation chess piece chosen by Yifeng is Malzahar, which is not suitable for 1000 Blades at all. If it was Draven, Yifeng would definitely choose this abnormal mutation without hesitation. You have to keep refreshing. After spending 2 gold coins again, Yifeng refreshed the abnormal mutation again. Dual Blade Flow. Get 2 pieces of equipment that match the positioning of this chess piece. Yifeng's side, another rubbish abnormal mutation. There is no point in getting 2 finished equipment. After all, The equipment will be maxed out sooner or later, and the additional improvement of abnormal mutation will not be limited by the equipment slot. You still have to keep refreshing. Terminator. The attack and skills of this chess piece will execute enemies with a health value of 15% or less. To be honest, this new abnormal mutation made Yifeng a little excited. Once Malzahar's infection is infected, it is basically a situation of life and death. And the infection effect will not be invalid throughout the whole process. As long as the enemy's health is less than 15%, it can be directly executed, which is equivalent to reducing the health in disguise. Most importantly, many monsters will use their ultimate skills when their health is low. If they have this abnormal mutation, some monsters may not even be able to use their ultimate skills, and will fall directly. However, this thing is not what Yifeng wants most. What Yifeng wants most is the abnormal mutation of magic training and other enhancements. Yifeng looked at his remaining 106 gold coins. He can still randomly select many times. If he wants to choose, he will try to choose the best one. Thinking of this, Yifeng continued to spend gold coins to refresh this abnormal mutation. Underground Boxing Champion. Gain 15% attack power. The next attack after releasing the skill gains 35% critical hit rate and causes 90% true damage. Yifeng felt like he almost vomited a mouthful of blood. 2 golden coins were wasted again. This thing is not as good as the Terminator just now. There is no choice. Yifeng had to continue to refresh. Stone Skin. Gain 225 points of armor and magic resistance at the beginning of the battle, and this bonus decreases by 10 points every 3 seconds. Damn, it's been repeated after just a few refreshes. How come this survival game is the same as the game in this regard? Yifeng couldn't help but think of the bet on a 3-star Big Mouth, and then more than 50 gold coins were used up in 4 to 6 to swipe 1,000 swords. In the end, the gold coins were used up, and he still couldn't find it. He could only force other chess pieces to match according to the effect of abnormal mutation. Thinking of these memories, Yifeng felt cold in his heart. I wouldn't be like this too. Last chance. After the first death, revive with full health, gain 50% attack speed and 20% all-round blood sucking, but lose 12.5% health per second. It's still useless. I have to keep refreshing. Yifeng just glanced at the text on the barracks and immediately spent gold coins again to choose to refresh. Heavyweight Striker, Business Card, Really Crab, Armor Landslide. One after another abnormal mutations flashed in front of Yifeng, but there was still no abnormal mutation that suited his taste. In fact, the more he flashed, the worse it got. Not as good as the original Terminator. Yifeng looked at the remaining 82 gold coins, and couldn't help but regret it. If I had known this, I would have directly chosen Terminator at that time. At least it was somewhat practical. After refreshing 3 times, there was still no abnormal mutation that could be used, and Yifeng only had 74 gold coins left. Brother, please give me a usable one. I don't ask for so much, just give me a usable one. Give me a useful abnormal mutation, Xiao Ni Gao. Yifeng shouted, refreshing this abnormal mutation again. Frost Touch. The skill causes a 20% cold effect on the enemy, reduces attack speed and movement speed, which lasts for 8 seconds and cannot be stacked. When the enemy affected by the cold effect dies, it will cause a 1-second stun to the nearest enemy. Yifeng looked at this abnormal mutation and thought seriously. Compared with the game, the Frost Touch effect in the survival game not only reduces the attack speed, but also reduces the movement speed. This is a functional abnormal mutation that can impose a certain debuff on the enemy. With the efficiency of Malzahar's skill release, this freezing effect can almost be seamlessly connected throughout the process. The last freezing effect has not disappeared, and the next freezing effect has continued. The only regret is that this freezing effect cannot be stacked. Otherwise, as long as the release skill is fast, the enemy's speed can be directly reduced to a snail. Or should I choose this? Yifeng fell into deep thought. This abnormal mutation is good for Malzahar. It can reduce the enemy's movement speed and attack speed, which is equivalent to weakening the enemy's attack in disguise. For example, if the elite Yiksha encountered earlier can reduce his movement speed and attack speed by 20%, perhaps the loss of chess pieces will not be so great. Yifeng comforted himself in his heart, but he was still a little unwilling. However, looking at the remaining 72 gold coins, Yifeng hesitated. If he continued to brush, who knows how many gold coins he would spend to get what he wants. If he spent too many gold coins, not only would he have to eat less interest, but he would also have to eat less extra life points provided by investment strategy for a few days. Yifeng suddenly laughed. Why did he bother so much? One more abnormal mutation has already surpassed most survivors, and he just said that as long as he can give a usable one, why should he be greedy for perfection? Thinking of this, Yifeng directly chose to confirm. Chapter 97. After selecting the abnormal mutation, Yifeng breathed a sigh of relief. After finalizing the abnormal mutation's attributes, he didn't have to worry about it so much. He didn't have to get so angry that he almost turned into a red-hot Rambo, because the abnormal mutation refreshes were not ideal. Only then did Yifeng remember another reward, the random job transfer emblem. He didn't know which emblem it would be. Yifeng opened his backpack and searched, and soon found the target. It was an emblem pattern formed by 3 petals and 3 leaves, and the background of the emblem was a combination of black and red. That's right, the job transfer emblem Yifeng obtained was the Black Rose emblem. Currently, among Yifeng's chess pieces, only LeBlanc has the Black Rose bond. And to activate the Black Rose bond, at least 3 Black Rose chess pieces are required. That is to say, even with this Black Rose emblem, it has no significant effect at present, unless you get another Black Rose emblem, or upgrade the level by 1 more level to get an extra barracks, and then build a barracks with Black Rose bond. However, these 2 options are a bit difficult to achieve now. After all, Golden Shovel is almost impossible to get now. And if you want to raise the level to level 5, it will take 27 days, and more than 100 gold coins will be needed directly. Even if all the extra gold coins are used for upgrading, it will take 3 or 4 days to reach it. And after reaching level 5, building a barracks also requires extra gold coins. The Black Rose bond effect is to summon a bound Shaun. In the 3 Black Rose states, when the Black Rose chess piece releases 5 skills or Shaun's health is less than 65%, it will break free and start fighting. And as the number of Black Rose bonds increases, Shaun and Black Rose pieces will become stronger, and each Black Rose piece star can increase Shaun's strength. Black Rose in addition to LeBlanc, the remaining pieces are Morgana, Vampire, Snake Lady, and Spider. The most suitable for Yifeng's lineup is naturally Spider. After all, as a 4-cost card, Spider itself has considerable strength, and can also form a double-double warrior bond with Crow Swain. It's a pity that the probability of brushing a 4-cost card at level 5 is only 2%, and even if you reach level 5, you may not be able to find Spider. Let's do it this way for now. Black Rose emblem will be put aside for later. Now that things have come to this, sleep first. Yifeng glanced at the time, and refreshed the mutation again after returning from the cave. Unknowingly, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to rest. When I woke up the next day, the survival game had already reached the 12th day. Unknowingly, it was almost 2 weeks. Yifeng is also about to usher in his 3rd hex deck enhancement. Looking at the number of his gold coins, he almost used up all the rewarded gold coins yesterday to refresh the abnormal mutation. Today, he ate various gold coins, and the number of gold coins reached 107. Darius did not lose any casualties, so he did not need to be replenished for the time being. Draven lost 8 people yesterday, and Yifeng simply replenished 18 people in one go, bringing the number of Draven to 30. Then there was the loss of Malzahar, and now there are only 2 left. Yifeng spent 10 gold coins and replenished 2 more. After such a simple replenishment, only 79 gold coins were left. Yifeng couldn't help but sigh. I finally understand what it means to spend money like water. With the remaining 9 gold coins, Yifeng still chose to upgrade the base once, and then the remaining 5 gold coins were used to replenish 5 Amumu. After all, Amumu, who now has Eternal Flame and Morello's Secret Codex, is quite strong. As long as he upgrades his star once more, he can become one of the main battle chess pieces. After the gold coins were used up, only 70 gold coins were left, and these gold coins needed to be saved for interest and blood supplement from investment strategy. After doing all this, Yifeng decided to act separately and divide the chess pieces into 4 teams. The number of his conquest layers is roughly estimated to be close to 65,000 layers, and then he can get another artifact forging tool. If you reach the 85,000 floor, you can get another golden shovel crown if nothing unexpected happens, and then you can increase your population again. The 4 teams act separately to clear all the goblins in the forest as soon as possible, and then concentrate on exploring the Crimson Land. But before that, Yifeng decided to collect the fragments of Amumu Barracks first, and try to raise Amumu Barracks to 4 stars directly. This plan should have been implemented before, but I have been busy all the time, and there is no chance to achieve it. At this moment, Yifeng opened the chat interface and indicated the news of collecting Amumu Barracks fragments. I don't know what's going on. The probability of everyone dropping fragments has also decreased in the past few days. Yifeng learned from everyone's conversation that Draven or Darius Barracks fragments are rarely dropped now. This made Yifeng have a guess in his mind. Could it be that when a barracks reaches 4 stars, the survival game will reduce the explosion rate of this barracks fragment? It seems that I have to hurry up and collect more barracks fragments. Yifeng quickly collected enough barracks fragments to upgrade Amumu to 3 stars through trading. I want to continue collecting to make Amumu 4 stars, but I find that no one has many Amumu barracks fragments. Yifeng is not in a hurry, and decides to upgrade Amumu's barracks to 3 stars first. As the barracks fragments were combined into barracks builders, the 1-star barracks builders were combined into 2 stars, and 2 2-star barracks builders were combined into the Amumu barracks, achieving a 3-star Amumu barracks. Congratulations to the 5th survivor for achieving a 3-star Amumu barracks. The number of 3-star Amumu barracks is limited to 5/5. The number of 3-star Amumu has reached the maximum. The 4-star Amumu barracks will not be able to be synthesized through barracks upgrades, and the drop rate of Amumu barracks fragments will be reduced in the survival game. Hearing this voice, Yifeng was a little stunned. He didn't expect that after the 3-star Amumu was full, no one could reach 4 stars. This made Yifeng's plan a little frustrated, but on second thought, this was not bad. At least the people in front didn't think of continuing to upgrade to 4 stars, so Yifeng also had the opportunity to upgrade Amumu to 3 stars. Led by Anbisa, they took away 1 Amumu, 7 Draven, 8 Darius and 1 Malzahar, and set off in one direction of the forest. Then Leona led the team, also with 1 Amumu, 7 Draven, 8 Darius and Malzahar, and set off in another direction. Then it was LeBlanc, who was given the same equipment, and set off in another direction. Finally, Yifeng set off with 2 Amumu, 7 Draven, 8 Darius, 2 Anbesa and Malzahar. There were also several Draven, Amumu, Darius, Leona, Anbesa and other chess pieces left at the base. It was easy for these chess pieces to stay at the base, and clean up the goblins that occasionally stepped into the base. After making arrangements, everything was ready, and we set off. Chapter 98. Not long after setting off, Yifeng discovered that among the goblins, there was a special goblin whose skin was no longer green but cyan. This goblin can release ice cones, each with more than 80 points of damage, and can last 1 second longer than other goblins before falling. Being able to hold on for 1 second longer under the output of Yifeng's chess pieces is already very strong. This forest base is also constantly improving, and it is estimated that other survivors will be in trouble. However, Yifeng only sighed, and did not think about it carefully. After all, his goal today is to clear the monsters in the forest as soon as possible. After clearing them, he should be able to make his conquest level reach about 85,000. If it is not enough, he can get some cat demon heads to make up for it at night. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Yifeng received a prompt that the goblins in the forest had been completely cleared. There are only about 1,000 layers left to conquer from 85,000 layers, which means 50 monsters. With 1,000 monsters, including the Hex Deck enhancement of War Treasure, Yifeng only dropped 2 basic equipment. This probability made Yifeng want to curse. The novice protection period is over. Has the drop rate also been reduced? Back to the base, Yifeng began to count his remaining equipment. The remaining equipment now includes chain mail, gloves, useless rod, recurve bow, storm sword, and black rose emblem. In addition, there is also the artifact forge given at the 65,000th layer, and the auxiliary equipment forge given at the 75,000th layer. Currently, the only equipment slots left are Wei, Draven, and Darius's mystic gloves. If there is a chance, they can be replaced. Let's start with the rewards. Get the artifact forge and the auxiliary equipment forge. Yifeng shouted, and the survival game immediately distributed the rewards of the 65,000 and 75,000 levels. Yifeng held the artifact forge in his left hand, and the auxiliary equipment forge in his right hand. He opened them all at once. Inspiring Box, Life Armor, Ascension Amulet, these are the 3 artifacts that appear in the artifact forge. Yifeng can choose one of them. Inspiring Box. Add 150 HP and 15 mana. Special effect. Every time the carrier is hit by an attack, he will gain 2% of his total mana. After each skill is released, it will continuously restore 20% of the maximum health of the carrier within 3 seconds. Seeing this equipment, Yifeng recalled the fear of being dominated by the Box of Stimulation Big Mouth. A 2-star Big Mouth equipped with Box of Stimulation and 2 pieces of meat equipment, thrown in the front row is simply too meaty. It is basically impossible to beat without 3 stars and 5 mana. If the opponent chases out a 3-star Big Mouth, Abnormal Mutations, and Box of Stimulation, it will be desperate. You can't get past the wall of Big Mouth even if you fight for 10,000 years. Even if the opponent kills all your chess pieces, he is still in full health. This equipment makes Yifeng a little tempted, but he still looks at the 2 equipment behind. Life Armor. Add 400 health limit, 20 magic resistance, and 20 armor. Special effect. Heal 3.5% of maximum health per second after entering the battle. The equipment effect is simple and rough, and it is considered a relatively versatile tank equipment. Life, armor, magic resistance, all the necessary attributes are available, and the special effect is also simple, which is to continuously restore health per second. As long as the opponent is not seriously injured and the damage is not high enough, the health can be slowly pulled back. This equipment is also used by the frontline tank, and the effect looks very good. The last piece of equipment is Ascension Talisman. Ascension Talisman. Add 300 health limit, 20% attack power, and 20% spell strength. Special effect. After entering the battle for 60 seconds, gain 100% maximum health and 120% damage increase, which lasts until the end of the battle. This equipment is most suitable for some tanky warriors in the game, which can allow them to hold on in the battle until the special effect is triggered, directly doubling the health and damage to reverse the overall situation. The survival game has changed the trigger time of this equipment to 1 minute, so it is basically only useful when facing the attrition war of the boss. After all, ordinary monsters can't even last a minute in front of Yifeng. Looking at the 3 pieces of equipment, Yifeng hesitated, thinking again and again, not sure which one to choose. After hesitating again and again, Yifeng decided to choose life armor. Although he also wanted the other 2 pieces of equipment, he could only choose one after all. Instead of entangled, it is better to choose the one that looks the most practical. Choosing life armor, you can take off the mystic gloves on Darius and replace them, and match them with a few meaty clothes. When investment strategy increases Darius's health to the later stage, it will definitely be exaggerated. After choosing, a green armor equipment appeared in Yifeng's backpack. Without rushing to equip the equipment to the barracks, Yifeng continued to open the auxiliary equipment forger. Useless big gem. Add 150 HP. Special effect. All chess pieces gain 5% damage increase. After entering the battle, for every 2 seconds the carrier survives, all chess pieces will gain an additional 1% damage increase, up to a total of 20%. Obsidian Cutter. Add 150 HP. Special effect. Damage causes 30% magic shattering and 30% armor shattering for 15 seconds. All members of the team gain 8% attack power, and 8 points of spell power. Auxiliary Gloves. Add 150 HP and 20% critical hit rate. Special effect. 2 auxiliary equipment are randomly equipped every day. Requires 3 equipment slots. The basic attributes of auxiliary equipment are not very good, but the effects are different. Useless Big Gem. Although it is called Useless Big Gem, it can provide 20% damage increase to the whole team. The effect is very impressive. An Obsidian Cutter causes double armor penetration to the enemy's armor and magic resistance, and obtains some attack power and spell strength bonus. The last Assistant Gloves is completely an upgraded version of Mystic Gloves. Yifeng is not going to consider it for the time being. Then the final choice is between Useless Big Gem and Obsidian Cutter. One is for all members to increase damage, and the other is for double armor penetration. After thinking about it, Yifeng decided to choose Obsidian Cutter. After all, providing damage enhancement will be available sooner or later, but double armor penetration will not be bad for the improvement of all members' chest pieces. In the end, the rewards of the 2 treasure chests became Obsidian Cutter and Life Armor. Yifeng took out the equipment disassembler that he had collected from others before, dismantled the Mystic Gloves on Darius, and replaced it with Life Armor. The Obsidian Cutter is equipped on the Draven Barracks. Chapter 99. Draven has Obsidian Cutter, so the original plan to synthesize Last Whisper for him is no longer necessary. There are quite a lot of unused equipment in the backpack. Chain Mail, Gloves, Useless Bludgeon, Recurve Bow, Storm Sword, Mystic Gloves, Black Rose Emblem. Yifeng took out Gloves and Chain Mail, and directly synthesized a Heart of Determination. Heart of Determination. Add 200 HP, 20 armor, and 20 critical hit rate. Special effect. Gain 8% damage reduction. When HP is above 50%, it will provide 15% damage reduction. Instead, Yifeng directly equipped this equipment to Darius. Darius's current equipment is Life Armor and Heart of Determination. The 2 pieces of equipment provide a total of 600 health points, and the game has been going on for 12 days. After taking the investment strategy for 5 days, the health has increased by an additional 175 points. The basic health of the 4-star Darius is 3,343 points. Now, it has directly reached 4,118 points. The armor has reached 98 points, the magic resistance is 78 points, and the critical hit rate has reached 45%. 98 points of armor can reduce physical damage by about 49%, and the double monitor provides 30% damage reduction, and Heart of Determination provides 15% damage reduction. In other words, Darius's linear superposition of physical damage reduction has reached about 70%. That is to say, 100 points of physical damage on the panel hit Darius, and only 30 points of damage were caused. Life armor restores 3.5% of the maximum health per second. With Darius' current health of 4,118 points, the health restored per second is 144 points. If the Forest Banshee that everyone feared before appears in front of Yifeng again, Darius alone can easily deal with it. After all, the damage caused by the Forest Banshee is not as much as the damage restored by Darius's life armor. What's more, Darius also has the skill Destroy All Sides to restore his own health. Conquest has opened 10 treasure chests. Each time it is opened, the attack power and spell power provided to Iron Blood Conqueror will be increased by an additional 5%. Now it has directly reached 150% attack power and spell power increase. There is also the double mage bond of Swain and LeBlanc, which also provides 10 points of spell power for the chess piece. In other words, the basic spell strength of most chess pieces has reached 260 points, and Darius's Kill All can restore 225% of the spell strength of the health value. That is, one skill can restore nearly 600 points of health value. With life armor, it is difficult to die. Thinking of the Forest Banshee, Yifeng thought of the teleport emblem in his hand, and suddenly a plan to make a fortune came to his mind. Opening the chat interface, Yifeng sent a message. Help others brush the Forest Banshee. The price is golden shovel, golden pot or other special props. As soon as Yifeng's words were sent out, they caused a wave in the chat interface. Ah? What do you mean? This thing can also be brushed? Boss, can you bring your own chess pieces to Airborne? I'm shocked. Can someone else farm this thing for you? Although I heard the reward is great, the price is a prop like golden shovel, golden pot, which is a bit too expensive. Ha ha, I heard the golden shovel, golden pot can be used to synthesize various bond emblems. Those who have these things don't need to farm them for others, and those who want to farm them probably can't get them. Ha ha, that's right, that trial portal, it sounds good, but even if it can be unlocked, you can't even beat the Forest Banshee. How can you fight the subsequent trials? What are the other special props? I'm a little curious. What special props can catch the eye of Master Yifeng? Let me open my eyes too. I'm more curious. What means does Master Yifeng have to come to other people's bases? Is this also a function of the new map? I wish I could reach the 4th level base immediately. Everyone was discussing this, but no one was willing to take out something to exchange for this. I provide frontline damage resistance and output. You only need long-range output chess pieces to supplement some damage. The rewards are all yours, and you won't suffer any loss. You can also private message me for various special props. If there is anything I am interested in, I will reply to you. Yifeng sent another message to supplement the situation, which made everyone guess how powerful Yifeng's chess pieces are, and not to withstand the Forest Banshee's real damage attack. College student Yang Ben also saw this message, and he immediately reacted. Yifeng was going to use teleport emblem to make money. Sure enough, the same thing is different in the hands of the big boss, but I didn't lose anything. I got some chess piece information from big boss Yifeng, and I could take a free hot spring bath. However, the teleport emblem can only carry 10 chess pieces. Are big boss Yifeng's 10 chess pieces really enough to clean up the Forest Banshees? Yifeng looked at his private chat messages at this time, and many survivors had already started to chat with him privately. Big boss Yifeng, can you really come to my base? If you can, how about you help me kill the Forest Banshees? As long as I can finish the work, I have whatever postures you want, and I will definitely satisfy you. You know, I used to start with 5 figures for each airborne drop, and I couldn't get it in, but for big boss Yifeng, getting in doesn't matter. Seeing this message, Yifeng's face darkened. This was the weird girl who said that she would exchange her original stockings with Yifeng for supplies. A 5-digit amount dropped from the sky? Do you really think you are a princess after being praised by cyber slickers on the internet? No matter how beautiful such a girl is, he dare not make a move on her if she is sent to Yifeng. After all, it's a pity. After deleting this private chat message, Yifeng simply blocked this girl and continued to check the private chat messages. Boss, I don't have a golden shovel or golden pot, but I can exchange a piece of scattered equipment for you. Do you think it's okay? Perhaps for many survivors, a piece of scattered equipment is already a treasure, but for Yifeng, scattered equipment has no appeal at all. After opening more than 10 private chat messages in a row, the conditions offered by the other party are all things that they think are very precious. It's a pity that these precious things don't mean much to Yifeng. Just when Yifeng was disappointed again and again, a private message suddenly brightened his eyes. Boss, I have a golden spatula in exchange, but after I defeat the forest banshee, I will probably not be able to defeat the trial. I hope you can help me conquer a trial later. Chapter 100. Yifeng thought about it. If it was a sea-level trial, it would be the huge white skeleton at the beginning. It should not be too difficult to deal with Darius's attack power. After all, Darius's attack power is already more than 400 points. The damage of 1 skill plus bleeding damage is nearly 1,800 points of panel damage. The damage of 10 Darius is also very considerable. And Darius's critical hit rate has reached 45%. Basically, he can critically hit once every 2 normal attacks, which will make his output faster. This deal is not a problem. As long as the trial given by the other party's trial gate is not particularly difficult, Yifeng can easily deal with it. Thinking of this, Yifeng decisively agreed to the other party. No problem, but the difficulty of the trial gate, the sea level is almost the same as the strength of the forest banshee. If the difficulty goes up. The other party saw Yifeng's reply and immediately asked, if the difficulty goes up, can't even you, the boss, solve it? You know, the difficulty is divided into ST levels from high to low. Every time it is upgraded, the difficulty will increase several times, and the dangers will naturally increase. Even facing the highest S level, even I may not be sure to win. After reading Yifeng's reply, the other party was silent for a while, and then continued to answer, I understand, then if the difficulty is too high, I won't make it difficult for you, boss Yifeng. Yifeng smiled. It seems that the other party didn't understand what he meant at all. No, you misunderstood. I mean, if the difficulty is too high, you have to pay more. Soon, Yifeng and the other party reached an agreement on the price. If the difficulty of the trial gate is sea level or below, then Yifeng can make a move, but the crystal stone of the monster belongs to Yifeng. If the difficulty reaches B level, Yifeng can also make a move, but the B level trial scroll obtained by killing the forest, which needs to be given to Yifeng as a reward. After the negotiation, Yifeng began to select the chess pieces to bring over. Darius must be brought over. After all, this is Yifeng's current strongest front row, and it is no problem to resist the attack of the forest which without injury. In addition to Darius, Yifeng has to consider speeding up the output. After all, there is only 1 hour, and the time to kill the forest which and pass the trial portal trial must be considered. After thinking for a while, Yifeng decided to bring 5 Darius, 2 Draven, 1 LeBlanc and 2 Malzahar. With the front row, physical and magic output are also available, and LeBlanc's role is to use Fate Chain to speed up output efficiency in case of group monsters. The two parties reached an agreement. According to the agreement, Yifeng asked the other party to trade Golden Spatula to him first. The other party did not doubt anything. After all, Yifeng is now the strongest boss in the Golden Spatula survival. Such a boss would not completely disregard his face for a Golden Spatula. The survivor Fang Chung, after trading Golden Spatula to Yifeng, was still a little uneasy. Although he was sure that Yifeng would not blackmail himself with a Golden Spatula, he was still a little nervous and uneasy. It was not easy to wait until dark. Just when Fang Chung was still wondering how Yifeng could get to his base, the prompt sound of the survival game came to his ears. Survivor Yifeng requests to start teleporting to your base. Do you agree? Fang Chung was stunned when he heard the prompt tone, then he immediately reacted and chose to agree. After choosing to agree, a magic circle appeared on the ground of Fang Cheng's base, and a dazzling white light lit up, making it difficult for Fang Chung to see the situation inside. When the white light faded, a handsome man appeared in his base with 10 chess pieces. Boss Yifeng? Fang Chung asked tentatively. Yifeng was teleported immediately after the other party agreed. Looking at the other party's base, Yifeng couldn't help but sigh that it was still a bit shabby. But this is normal. After all, most people think that the base is enough for living, and working hard to improve combat power is the real thing. No one will spend a lot of energy to tidy up the decoration in the base. Looking at the fat middle-aged man in front of him, this must be his employer Fang Chung. Stop talking nonsense. I told you that we only have 1 hour. Let's go to the forest banshee. After saying that, Yifeng took the chess pieces and ran towards the forest banshee with a flashlight in his hand. Seeing that Yifeng only brought 10 chess pieces, Fang Chung showed a trace of worry on his face. Can these few chess pieces really do it? He originally thought that Yifeng would bring a large number of chess pieces to deal with the forest banshee directly with a crushing attitude, but he didn't expect that he would only bring 10 chess pieces. But the golden shovel had already been given to him, and he had no other choice but to take his dozens of chess pieces and chase in the direction of Yifeng. More than 10 minutes later, Yifeng arrived at the place where the forest banshee appeared. Sure enough, in the maps of other survivors, the forest banshee still exists. Without hesitation, Yifeng directly commanded the chess pieces to attack the forest banshee. Later, Fang Chung rushed here breathlessly, and saw Yifeng's chess pieces fighting with the forest banshee. Big boss. You're 10 chess pieces. Fang Chung swallowed a mouthful of saliva to moisten his throat, and continued to ask, really? Can you really hold on? Yifeng did not answer. His mind was focused on the battle in front of him. Seeing that Yifeng did not answer, the fat man Fang Chung also came up. When he saw the detailed battle situation in the field, he was completely stunned. The sonic damage of the forest banshee is still real damage, which can ignore the armor and magic resistance of the survivor's chess pieces, but it only causes 60 points of damage to Darius, the front row of Yifeng. How is this possible? Fang Chung was stunned. Why could Yifeng's chess piece reduce the real damage of the forest banshee? This is not over yet. What shocked him even more is yet to come. The forest banshee's attack frequency is very fast. Fang Chung originally thought that even if the boss suffered less damage, he still needed to use the recovery scroll to ensure the health of the chess piece. But Darius's body was actually constantly lit up with green recovery light every second, recovering more than 100 points of health. What is this? Why can he recover blood continuously? Soon, Darius's mana was full, and 5 Darius swung their giant axes at the same time and released the skill kill all around. At 585. Looking at the recovery value popping up above Darius's head, Fang Cheng's eyes were about to widen. One skill restores nearly 600 points of health, and more than 100 health points are restored per second. Isn't this directly invincible?